Chapter 281 Real World 7. Bai subconsciously glanced at his fingertips. At this moment, Sister Fong led several men past her and Lin Lily, and rushed to the front. Except for Sister Fong. The men were all wearing gray shirts. But like those white clothes, their styles are not the same, just similar in color. It seems that in the shelter, those in white clothes tend to work in logistics, while those in gray clothes tend to work in security. A man wearing jeans and holding a hammer in his hand muttered, "Sister Fong, this tiger looks very menacing and not easy to deal with. I think it's best for you to come down and apply for some anesthesia gun or something from the above. This time it's a tiger, but next time it might be a lion or a jackal." Sister Fong, who looked alert and solemn, said yes in a low voice. "I'm afraid of hammers. I just happened to practice my skills with these big cats in real life today." A young man walking beside her joked with an arrogant expression. When Bai heard this, he silently glanced at the young man's back. He is a short-cut young man, with a short stature, but muscles all over his body. He held a bright watermelon knife in his hand. Judging from the way he held his head high, he must have successfully passed some similar survival game. Hearing this, another yellow-haired boy also laughed. "That's right. The copy of the game I entered first came with lions and tigers. But there were props at that time. But now there are none. However, our physical fitness has been strengthened by the game now. To deal with these little ones in front of us, it is easy. Of course, it would be nice to have some 53-degree Mount High flavor liquor. Let me also experience the feeling of Wusong fighting a tiger. Still soy flavored? Can I give you some more peanuts?" The man in jeans said directly to him. "Okay. Tigers are not social animals, and usually hunt alone. These tigers can actually get together. That means they are not ordinary species. Don't be careless." Sister Fong scolded next to her. Her face looked quite serious, but there was no trace of nervousness or panic. The tail of his eyes was a little irritated, probably because of the words of those young guys. The yellow-haired boy heard that it made sense, and his expression instantly became serious. The short-haired boy glanced at her and said in confusion, "Sister Fong, you are someone who has cleared the game 3 times. But in reality, you are less courageous." "By you? 3 times? No wonder he has a calm expression when something happens and doesn't panic when he is in chaos. It seems that this sister's strength cannot be underestimated. It's a pity that such a powerful person led a group of ignorant stragglers who underestimated the enemy. It's not easy either. The spectator stand is already in front, and the 4 tigers are within easy reach." Sister Fong's brows instantly furrowed into a Sichuan pattern, and she stopped answering the short-haired boy's words. Lin Lily looked at the backs of several people, turned her head, and complained to Bai in a low voice. "Where did this stupid guy come from? His brain got ruined by playing games. He mistook the game props for his strength. After a while, reality will teach him to be an honest man." Bai smiled, and did not comment on Lin Lily's words. She had felt it with her mind before, and could feel that her fingertips were filled with a vigorous power that jumped out. With just a slight movement of thought, an almost undetectable stream of light appeared on his fingertips. With a thought, the stream of light has disappeared. Therefore, innate skills can be used in reality. The little heart that was originally hanging in the air suddenly felt at ease. But she knows that this talent skill is closely related to personal status. It is extremely mentally draining to use. It should not be used lightly unless absolutely necessary. Moreover, there were many people at the scene, and it was an unfamiliar environment. So there was no need for her to expose her strength here. Chapter 282 Real World 8. Directly opposite the spectators stand behind, several young people formed another team, lying far behind the plastic audience chairs, waiting for opportunities. There were 2 young men among them, trembling. You should be a newbie and encounter this situation for the first time. The roar of the tiger outside the stadium can still be heard faintly. Bai and Lin Lily looked at each other tacitly, with the words, "Act according to the situation, or run away if it doesn't work," in their eyes. Lung Tu-Ching had no intention of continuing to rush forward. Sister Fong and the others are ADCs, so they can just stay at the back and provide support. The vertical distance from the audience stand to the ground occupied by Bai and the others is about 2 meters. At this moment, the tiger is high and they are low. A fight between the 2 sides would be extremely detrimental to everyone. Fortunately, the 4 tigers kept pacing slowly in place. They no longer responded to the barking of the tigers outside the stadium. It was more like they were observing the environment, waiting for the right time to hunt humans. After confronting several people for a few seconds, The four beasts opened their mouths and yawned casually. The tiger at the front has the word, formed by the black hair on its forehead, which is large and obvious. It spit out its blood-red tongue and licked its sharp teeth, then shook its body, opened its bloody mouth, and then slowly walked towards the direction where the few people were standing. The tiger's sharp eyes were fixed on Sister Fang's face. Bai Yu's expression calmed down. This tiger actually knows how to identify the leader and numb people's hearts? When the others saw this, they also looked at each other for a second, and subconsciously took a step back. Ouch! When he reached the edge of the stands, the leading tiger suddenly roared, kicked off his front legs hard, jumped into the air, and pounced straight at the people in the audience with his bloody mouth open. Its goal is very clear, going straight to Sister Fang, who is the leader in the crowd. The remaining three tigers also jumped in the air, with violent eyes, and rushed towards the people around Sister Fang. Sister Fang had an electric shock stick in her hand. The moment the tiger was about to get close to her, she hit it hard on the big head with the stick. Then he swayed flexibly and twisted his waist to avoid the attack from its front paws. The electric shock baton hit the tiger's forehead, and Sister Fang felt a soreness and numbness in the tiger's mouth. If she hadn't gritted her teeth and tightened her grip, the electric shock rod would have been thrown away. Hi! A blue current rushed up to the body along the yellow hair on the tiger's forehead. The smell of burning hair suddenly filled the air, but the contact time of the electric shock rod was too short. The tiger fell to the ground, shook its head, turned its huge body, roared again, and opened its bloody mouth to attack Sister Fang. Sister Fang continued to wave the electric shock stick, dodging and resisting flexibly from left to right. Beads of sweat gradually formed on her forehead, and the color of the electric shock rod began to turn yellow. Several other young men, including the foreign aide, who jumped down from behind the spectator stand, had already been wrestling with three other tigers. There was the sound of the knife cutting into the flesh, the sound of the hammer hitting the air and falling to the ground, the deep roar of the beast, and the frightened screams of children and old people who were huddled in a corner not far away and watching the battle from a distance. Various sounds were mixed together, and the scene became extremely chaotic in an instant. The air was soon filled with a stench of animal blood and burnt hair. A pile of red liquid was also splashed on the ground and the walls of the stands. The overall battle situation seems to be that humans are better than beasts. Assistants, Bai Yu and Lin Lily held fruit knives in their hands, silently waiting for the opportunity to take action. Although they have passed the game, neither of them has ever fought in reality. I don't know how many kilograms I have. Unless it was absolutely necessary, neither of them could go forward and risk their lives. In addition, they were afraid that if they were not careful, the knife would not hit the beast, but would injure one of their own. It's better to build a second barrier next to it in case of emergency. Soon, the roars of the beasts gradually subsided. It seems that Sister Fang has led a few people to control the four tigers. The short-haired boy took advantage of the situation when they were dying, raised his knife, and sent them back to their hometown in the forest. Chapter 283 Real World 9. Others are 5v1, but this Sister Fang, 1v1, is quite powerful. Bai Yu looked at the people subduing the beasts, and finally his eyes rested on the back of the white-shirted leader, Sister Fang, and secretly clicked his tongue. Lin Lily beside her smiled. Ha! You! Who would want to play human-machine games if they can play in ranked matches? Without toothbrushes, how can you have the chance to become the B corner of this shelter? That's an official one. Bai Yu raised his eyebrows, grasped the keywords, and said with a puzzled expression, Angle B? What does it mean? Each official shelter on Blue Star will set up corners A, B, and C according to the Talent Echelon Management Plan. After Lin Lily finished speaking, she glanced at the group of people surrounding the beast in front of her, and continued to educate her in a low voice. According to the requirements of the Nega game, on Blue Star, people will enter the game every month according to the time cycle. Therefore, according to official regulations, each shelter will have corners A, B, and C, because no matter how good the current person in charge is, no one can guarantee that he can successfully pass the next game. However, the shelter cannot stop operating, so corners A, B, and C are set up. When corner A enters the period when the game is not available, all affairs are handled by corner B. The same applies to corner C. If corner A cannot successfully pass the next game, corner B will replace it, and so on. In this case, no matter what, someone will come forward to maintain the shelter and basically ensure its normal operation. Bai Yu was stunned. Is there a situation where some B or C characters deliberately murder superior characters? The person in charge of the shelter has equal responsibilities, rights, and interests. When resources are limited, there are always people who will covet them. After all, today is almost the end of the world. Having resources and rights is everything. Some people don't care about morality and bottom line. If a person does not serve himself, he will be destroyed by heaven and earth. Profit is king. These are the eternal truths at all times. Lin Lily shook her head and said firmly, "It's difficult. The game and the officials will protect every player who enters the game. Unless he is in the copy and is dead. By you." She suddenly realized that Lin Lily specifically mentioned the word official in her words just now. So, there are also private refuges? Yes. Lin Lily nodded and continued. In addition to official shelters, there are also some private shelters. However, these shelters are inconsistent with the charity nature of public welfare and rescue advocated by official shelters. They are all established by the wealthy plutocrats on Blue Star. They mainly target many people. People who have cleared the game first, or people with extremely high talents, and people with average qualifications cannot get in at all, unless you have already been secretly selected. Bai was stunned for a moment while listening to Lin Lily's popular science. She suddenly felt that her performance in the game copy was quite remarkable. The acting skills and strength are also acceptable. Sometimes it looks like a little koi carp that is as comfortable as a fish in water. But after escaping from the game and returning to the real world, I felt like a clueless, original idiot. Fortunately, I have roommate and best friend, Lin Lily. Girls Help Gillers has been very popular recently. They both count, right? After you leave college, it will be difficult to have such pure feelings, right? Thinking of this, Bai glanced at Lin Lily. Lin Lily's main gaze, like hers, was fixed on the back of Sister Fong's head in front of her. The two were currently hiding behind blue plastic panels between the shelter's grids. The remaining old people and children were still huddled in a corner, motionless. Chapter 284 Real World 10. The other side. After finally subduing the beast, Sister Fong and others sat down on the ground, their faces all red and panting. I'm just telling you. They're just 4 big cats. They're just used for training in real life. So there's nothing to be afraid of, the short-haired man said proudly as he wiped the blood stains on the watermelon knife from the beast that was sent back to his hometown in the forest. The yellow-haired man answered, "It should be those cowards who refuse to play the game." Young man. Sister Fong glanced at him, twitched the corners of her lips, and said no more. The jeans glanced at the short-haired man and secretly said, "SB," without saying a word. Bang, bang, bang. A heavy knocking sound suddenly came from the entrance of door 1 of the gymnasium. Sister Fong, who looked tired and relaxed, suddenly tensed up when she heard the sound. She glanced at the boy in jeans and arranged. Lu Minglei, are you going to take a look? But don't open the door yet, and wait for my instructions. After saying that, she rubbed her brows, took a breath and stood up. Okay, Sister Fong. Lu Minglei responded, picked up the hammer in his hand, stood up and walked towards door number 1. Sister Fong took the remaining people to the audience stand. Soon she turned around and shouted at Lu Minglei in the distance. Open the door. All the tigers outside have been killed. Bai and Lin Lily. Everyone in the venue was in an uproar. The door opened a crack with a crash, and a few people in white clothes, who had been hiding outside, squeezed in, with frightened expressions on their faces. The leader was a middle-aged curly-haired man, with a knife in his hand, and blood on his face and arms. The 2 young men behind him had more blood on their bodies. They were carried in from one side to the other. Both of them seemed to have had their legs and feet bitten off by tigers. A group of children rushed forward with frightened expressions and helped carry it. Sister Fawn over there had already led people to the door. After politely shouting, "Brother Zhu," she arranged for the people behind her to say, "Quick, move them to the infirmary." Several young men quickly responded. That man is the A-corner of the shelter. Zhu Keilei. Sister Fong's full name is Zhao Fong. Lin Lily leaned close to Bai's ear and continued to educate her. Bai. Zhu Keilei. This name is a bit interesting. Zhao Fong. It's not enough to just have children to help. You may need to recruit some young people temporarily. Take a look at the college students who have recently moved into the shelter. Is there anyone who is interested? Zhu Keilei said to Zhao Fong as he walked. Fong explained. Zhao Fong frowned. But Brother Zhu, There are regulations above. These college students are only provided with accommodation for 1 week. If they are recruited, wouldn't they have to extend their accommodation time? Moreover, some people will enter the game again after 10 days and a half. And no one knows whether they will have a chance to come out alive again. Zhu Keilei glanced at her. Rules are dead. But people are alive and can be flexible. In this situation, you and I can't guarantee how long we can survive. These tigers today have caused heavy casualties to us, and we must add more manpower. If you can do it for 1 day, there is no need to think about it in the long term. Okay then. A little girl came to me today and volunteered to join. Zhao Fang said, nudging Lin Lily with her chin. When she saw Baiyu next to Lin Lily, she looked stunned and said immediately, perhaps we can add 2 new young helpers soon. Chapter 285, Misty Village, Countryside Adventure. Baiyu and Lin Lily became members of the logistics team of this 3rd-level shelter as they wished. The 2 of them also temporarily stayed in the shelter. The daily work of the 2 is quite different. Most of the time, I take care of the very young children. A few times, I also go to the kitchen to help wash dishes and pick vegetables. Time passed quickly, and it was time for Lin Lily to enter the game. Zhao Fang also entered the game. Baiyu found an opportunity to test his mind space. The result is that the space needs to be upgraded to level 5 before it can be used in the real world. She suddenly began to look forward to when she could enter a new copy of the game. In the middle of the night, she had just finished her work and laid down on the bed when a familiar sound sounded in her ears. Ding! Your game will officially start in 1 minute. Please prepare as soon as possible. Baiyu took a breath. A cocoon-shaped golden light had already covered her entire body. Ding! Player Baiyu. Welcome back to the survival game again. The rules of this game are as follows. 1. Reject the game and become an animal. 2. The game failed and turned into a plant. 3. Pass the game or become stronger. Or get rich. There are also mysterious blind box rewards. Given that you are a distinguished B-level player, the game will automatically assume that you have accepted the game. Ding! Welcome to this game, Misty Village. The level of this copy is B3. Participating players, 9/9. Clearance mode of this copy, Survival plus Plot Exploration mode. Customs clearance conditions. 1. Complete the complete plot exploration. 2. Players who have survived for 5 days in this round of the game, and are still alive after 5 days can clear the game after the plot exploration rate reaches 100%. I wish you a superb performance in this round of the game. A long life. And a smooth pass. As the mechanical beep ended, the water ripples gradually disappeared. The white feather people have appeared in a strange environment. To be precise, he appeared on the most common field path in the countryside with a small group of young people. The field ridge is very narrow, just enough for one person to walk across it, and it is covered with various weeds and unknown small flowers. The ground was a little wet, even a little muddy. The surrounding sky was a little dark and gray. It should be when the sun has just set. It was also dark in the bare fields. From time to time, thick, slightly pungent smoke drifts in the wind from everywhere. Baiyu recognized it, and saw that it was the smell of burning straw into ashes in farmland. There is a deep ditch ahead. Be careful not to slip in. A girl's clear voice came from the front of the team. Baiyu raised his eyes and looked forward. The person speaking was the girl walking in the front. She had a high ponytail and was carrying a simple canvas backpack. She was tall and thin. Behind her, 3 girls also carrying backpacks followed. Hearing the girl's words, they, like Baiyu, gave a soft in. But no one said a word. Judging from the way they walked cautiously with their heads lowered. It must be their first time in such a place. Baiyu glanced at the backpack strap on his chest and was stunned. Is this a team? A country adventure? And she felt that there were obviously the footsteps of several people behind her. That's right. After all, the game prompts that there are 10 players. Ah-in, how long until we reach your village? I think Luo Qinzhu and the others can hardly walk. A boy's voice came from behind. Baiyu was stunned. So, are there 2 NPCs accompanying the team this time? Otherwise, how could he know other people's names so clearly? It seems that there are new ways to play the dungeon. Come on! Have you seen the mist-shrouded mountain in front of you? Our village is right there. The girl named Ayin in front stopped and pointed forward with her hand, and said excitedly in a clear voice. Baiyu looked in the direction of her finger. A lonely mountain with a convex head, like a lonely tomb, appeared at the end of the wilderness. That big mountain was surrounded by a shallow layer of white mist. It looks a little weird and mysterious. Chapter 286, Misty Village, Identity Confirmation. Hiss. Baiyu retracted his gaze, bent down, and covered his stomach with a painful expression on his face. The sound was neither loud nor quiet, but just enough for everyone to hear. The girls walking in front of her stopped and turned around. Bai Qianqian, what's wrong with you? The one with high ponytail at the front turned half of his body and stared at Baiyu, asking with a worried look. Baiyu, oh? It turns out that her name in this copy is Bai Qianqian. Baiyu smiled coquettishly. Yin, it hurts a little bit because I'm out of breath. Maybe I can just rest for a while. Put your fingers on the area where the air is released. Just press it for a few seconds and it will be fine, Yin said, reaching out to demonstrate on his waist. Baiyu said, yes, and followed suit. The girl with long curly hair in front of her has fair complexion and a very sweet appearance. After glancing at Baiyu with her watery deer eyes, she suddenly squatted down on the spot. Under Baiyu's surprised gaze, the sweet girl's white and tender palm smacked her ankle, followed by an ouch. Her voice was delicate, very endearing. This time, the two girls standing in front of the curly-haired girl looked at each other for a second, and then said in unison, Dear, are you okay? Another girl with short hair and a neutral dress wearing Martin boots looked at everyone with a calm face, observing secretly without saying a word. Yin was stunned, then walked through the fields and walked to the sweet girl's side. Lu Yushi, what's wrong with you? Are you okay? The sweet girl's red lips were pursed. Her hands were covering her ankles, and she said delicately, A bug just bit me. When Yin saw this, a hint of embarrassment flashed across his worried eyes. Hey, there are a lot of mosquitoes in our countryside here, but it's not a big deal. Just hold on for a while, and I'll give you some herbal medicine when you get home. You'll be fine soon. After saying that, she reached out and helped Lu Yushi up. The dark fields are wetter than the fields. Yin's sneakers were stained with a lot of mud. Well, thank you, Yin. Lu Yushi pursed her lips, and the corners of her lips curled up slightly subconsciously. Baiyu saw the slight expression. Dot! It seems that those who can enter the B3 copy are not ordinary people. Various acting skills. It's really easy to reach out. How about we take a rest first? I feel a little tired. The one who spoke was the boy walking behind Baiyu. He had a short haircut, a Chinese character face, and was wearing a white t-shirt and jeans. There were 4 boys behind him. Baiyu heard the voice and identified it. It was not the person who just talked to Yin. He must also be a player. Yin, I think it's not far from your village. If that doesn't work, just listen to squad leader Guodong and take a rest first. The speaker was a very artistic boy, wearing a graffiti t-shirt. He was dark and thin, with a ponytail. Yeah, that's okay. Monitor, let's take a break first. Yin looked at the man with the Chinese character who just spoke and asked for advice. The Chinese character face stared blankly for a second, then nodded and said yes. Xiao Jun, do you have some candy in your bag? Why don't you take it out and share some with everyone? Yin looked at the ponytail and said familiarly. Ponytail smiled, obeyed, and pulled out a handful of mints from his pocket like magic. Here, let's take some refreshing mints. One by one. After a while, we arrived at a Yin's house and arranged delicacies for everyone. Chapter 287, Misty Village, New Clues. Yin laughed and said a little embarrassedly. Huh? We do have a lot of delicacies and game at home. But our village is isolated and remote, so we can't afford seafood. Everyone heard this and laughed, but no one took the initiative to answer. Now that the plot is unclear, there are many mistakes, and everyone would rather just wait and see. Baiyu put his hands on his waist, pretending to be weak and tired. But in fact, he was silently observing Yin and Zhao Xiaojun. It can be confirmed that they are NPCs, and they seem to have a good relationship. But it shouldn't be a romantic relationship. While looking around, Baiyu's eyes met Lu Yushi's inadvertently in the air. The fair-skinned sweet girl winked at her almost unnoticeably. Baiyu narrowed his eyes and said hi silently. The two of them confirmed each other's player identities first. Come on! Luo Qingju, take one first. I see you were walking around just now, as if you can't walk anymore. Zhao Xiaojun walked up to the neutral girl with short hair and said politely. After Luo Qingju curled her lips and said thank you, she didn't say much more. Her whole person feels just like her name. Cold and cold. Soon, as Zhao Shijun's candy distributing ceremony ended, Everyone's names were naturally confirmed. There are 11 people in this team. There are 2 NPCs, 5 female players, and 4 male players. Baiyu feels that the number and gender of players in this copy are a bit strange. However, everyone must have come to a Yin's house because of an appointment. And she is the owner. Everyone else, including NPC Zhao Xiaojun, are guests. After calculation, 5 men and 5 women are quite balanced. Asterisk. It's getting darker. After everyone took a breath, they continued on their way. By the way, Ayin, is your Snake Mother's Day really that effective? Zhao Xiaojun spoke again. Snake Mother's Day? Everyone was shocked. The name sounds weird. In such an isolated ancient village, it is easy for people to think of things like sacrifices, which makes people a little scared. Baiyu is especially afraid of snakes. Instantly I felt a chill on my back. Yes, it's a once-in-10-year event. Otherwise, I wouldn't have gone all out to invite you. Ayin laughed and then continued. After all, it's been 10 years since we graduated from high school. If we hadn't taken advantage of this 10th anniversary gathering, it would have been difficult to get everyone together. Baiyu. Xiao Xiaojun. Speaking of it, the relationship I had during the 3 years of high school was the deepest and most sincere I had during my student days. In the past few years since I graduated from college, I have been struggling outside, and I really find that I miss that time. It's just a pity that other students are busy. Otherwise, it would be better if we could come together. Speaking of which, this is the first time in the past 10 years that an outsider has come to our village. In the past, no outsiders were allowed to enter the village. This time, I finally convinced my father to allow me to bring my classmates back. I know that everyone has been through some rough times in the past few years, so we can take advantage of Snake Mother's Day to change our fortunes in the future. Ahem. So it's good to have a village elder. Oh, it's useless in this remote area. Ayin, who was walking in front of the team, and Zhao Xiaojun, who was behind the team, sang in harmony. The players were all silent, but their ears were perked up, listening carefully to identify and analyze the key words in each message. Oh, old guys, look at my memory. When is the Snake Mother's Day? The person who spoke tentatively was a male player wearing black-rimmed glasses. Li Yang, did you drink too much horse urine yesterday? Zhao Xiaojun teased him, and then said, In 5 days, it will be the Snake Mother's Day that happens once in 10 years in Misty Village. Everyone was shocked when they heard this. This copy is exactly 5 days old. And 5 days later is the Snake Mother's Day. Isn't it too much of a coincidence? Chapter 288, Misty Village, Blackwood. Hey, there's nothing I can do about it. I'm getting older, and I can't drink enough anymore. Li Yang stretched out his hand and scratched his head, then made some nonsense along with NPC Zhao Shijun's words. Brother Yang, with your physique, even if you don't have the capacity to drink, you still have the capacity. Zhao Xiaojun, who was walking behind him, laughed and raised his hand to punch him on the shoulder. Li Yang looked down at his beer belly, stretched out his hand to touch it, and laughed. Others seemed to be infected by their emotions, with slight smiles on their faces. The atmosphere and scene seemed relaxed and harmonious. Only the player himself knows that he is already worried in his heart. Baiyu thought about the word, change luck, in a Yin's mouth, and his heart skipped a beat. According to past copy experience, such words do not mean a good thing. In addition, Ayin is the daughter of the village chief. This event was organized by her again. It seems that she is a key NPC that drives the plot forward. However, since the village has never allowed outsiders to enter, then why did she specially invite her classmates to play at home? It was also deliberately arranged before the Snake Mother's Day, which happens once in 10 years. In the past, this kind of thing was just a small sightseeing tour group organized among classmates. But if you put it in the script, it's worth pondering. It should not just be out of friendship to help high school classmates who have had a rough life change their fortunes. Maybe she wanted something else. So what this seeking is very intriguing. Baiyu frowned in thought, and inadvertently raised his eyes to glance at the lonely mountain in the distance. And his eyelids suddenly jumped up. Now that she got closer, she discovered that among the layers of white mist and dense forest were black wooden houses. This kind of darkness is not caused by the darkness of the sky, but it is black itself, as if it is painted with black paint. It looks a little depressing and a little weird. She took a deep breath and comforted herself that it might just be the architectural features here. Others obviously saw it too. Li Yong once again bore the brunt of the test and said, "Ah-in, your houses are quite unique. It's a bit like the stilt houses built on the mountain in Nasha village." "It's so dark." Ah-in smiled and said proudly, "That's right. Our place is too remote and the information is not available. Otherwise, we will definitely kill those internet-famous stilted building attractions." She paused and continued, "You may not know that this is made of natural black wood. It is said to be a technique learned from our ancestors and Lu Ban. It is an all-wood mortise and tenon structure without the use of a single nail. You can raise some poultry and livestock below, and people live above. It is warm in winter and cool in summer, which is very comfortable." Everyone. Dot. "You studied under Lu Ban. Can you boast more about your awesomeness?" "Oh, Blackwood." Li Yong continued to use his curious nature and spoke in an understatement. But his eyebrows wrinkled inadvertently. If he remembered correctly, the color of the wooden coffins in the countryside was black. "Well, it seems to be called ebony. This kind of wood is strong and durable. It can also prevent insects, mosquitoes and ants." When Li Yong heard this, his eyebrows stretched a lot, and he said in surprise, "Ebony? Isn't that expensive?" "It's very expensive outside, but here we rely on mountains and water, which are all obtained directly from the forest. The forest is our other mother," Ah-in said proudly. Li Yong clicked his tongue and said, "Oh." After everyone heard this, they didn't say much. A few minutes later, the endless muddy ridges were finally completed. Chapter 289, Misty Village, a boundary monument. Several people filed across a small canal and finally walked onto the main road. The speed of travel also increased. After about 10 minutes, the group finally arrived at the entrance of the village. A half-person tall boundary monument with "In Yang Village" engraved in red paint appeared in everyone's sight. The stone tablet looks very old, and the edges of the stone have been damaged a lot. The red paint part is also mottled. Although there was nothing around, there were no old village wells, big locust trees, candles, or red ribbons that are common in horror movies. But the atmosphere suddenly became gloomy. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the stone tablet, and they paused in horror. This? Baiyu was also frightened. The plot hasn't gone far yet, but the atmosphere has been created enough. Lu Yushi jumped back, almost missing Baiyu's arms. She exclaimed, patted her chest with lingering fear and said, "God! I actually see it as the underworld." Halfway through her trembling coquettish words, she realized something was wrong and stopped abruptly. Others also frowned. This name seems very unlucky. A trace of embarrassment flashed across Ah Yin's eyes, and he quickly explained, "Huh! Don't be afraid. Everyone, this is the name our village once used. Because this boundary monument has cultural relic value, no one dares to touch it. So it has been kept here." After saying that, she walked over. He grabbed a handful of soil from the ground and sprinkled it on the boundary monument. "Ah-in, what are you doing?" The one who asked was a female player named Han Sumeishue. She had side bangs, exquisite makeup, and a few highlights in her side-cut princess hair. At first glance, it looks like a contemporary live-action version of Cleopatra. There were several players who didn't talk much on the road, but Baiyu had a vague feeling that she, Luo Qingzhu, and the male player Emotianza, who wore a peaked cap, were all the type to pretend to be pigs and eat tigers. As for the remaining Jin Minshu and Shi Chengjian, one is weak and introverted, and the other is dull and honest. Baiyu can't tell which type they are for the time being. "Oh, it's nothing. It's just a tradition of the villagers. It means that the wanderers who have gone out have finally returned home safely." After finishing speaking, Ah-in dusted off the dust on his hands, took out a flashlight from his backpack, and turned it on. Opened. It was already completely dark. In the dense forests on both sides of the road, the sounds of insects and birds could be heard from time to time. Seeing this, the others also took out flashlights from their backpacks. Baiyu took the opportunity to look at his backpack, which contained a few changes of clothes and toiletries. In addition, there are a few dry batteries, 2 bottles of mineral water, a few compressed biscuits, and a few bags of mustard. Baiyu was stunned. This time the dungeon actually prepared a small amount of food for players. Will they be able to survive in the wild? Or, there is something wrong with the food in the dungeon. Over there, classmate Li Yong, the curious baby who charges into battle, is online again. "Ah-in, why did you call this In Yang Village before? Is there still Tai Chi and Bagua here?" he asked with some level. Words are both temptation and relief. It also relieves people's tense heart a lot. However, this time the straightforward and cheerful Ain did not answer him immediately. She paused on the spot, lowered her eyes, took a deep breath, then raised her eyes, and said word by word. Because the mountain where our village is located was originally called Inyang Mountain. The side we saw is covered with dense forests and is humid and livable. On the other side, it is said that it is a different scene. It is all Huangshan rubble, and not a single plant or tree grows. One yin and one yang are completely different. Chapter 290, Misty Village, a wealthy family. But these are the legends of our ancestors. The other side of the mountain is a restricted area in the village, and we villagers are not allowed to go there. To get there, you have to pass through the primeval forest zone. It is said that there are unspeakable dangers hidden in the forest. The light was too dark, and Baiyu couldn't see the expression in a yin's eyes. But she still heard a hint of fear and sadness in a yin's tone. Restricted area. Indescribable. The players are experienced people, and know what that might mean. Ain over there suddenly changed the subject of the conversation. His eyes swept across Li Yang's face, and his gentle voice was a bit colder. By the way, because our village is isolated from the world, although the villagers are simple, their ideas are very traditional. When you enter the village later, don't ask any more questions than you should. If someone accidentally breaks a taboo with their tongues, I won't be able to help them speak. The player's breath froze. Is this a warning and reminder from the NPC? Li Yang originally wanted to ask down the pole, but when he heard this, his throat choked. He always likes to be the one who actively guides and explores plot clues. But that doesn't mean he wants to be cannon fodder. Others originally wanted to take the opportunity to ask what the Snake Mother Festival is and where it is held, but they held back for the time being. Anyway, they knew that there should be a secret hidden in the back mountain. That's right. There is still plenty of time. So take your time. Everyone fell into tactical silence again. On the other hand, Zhao Xiaojun and Ain once again started talking quietly without saying a word. But their voices were small, like mosquitoes. Everyone didn't know what they were talking about, so they could only keep their heads down and follow them. We passed many black wooden houses on the road, almost all of which had no lights on, making them dark and quiet. If it weren't for the faint grunting of some pigs, Baiyu would have directly suspected that no one was living inside. Soon, halfway up the mountain, a large 3-story wooden house appeared in everyone's sight. There is a fence around the outside with 1-meter-high branches, which is better than nothing. The wooden house is divided into 2 buildings, separated by a gap several people wide. It was also dark inside, and there was an inexplicable sense of oppression. Ain stopped at the gate of the fence and whispered with enthusiasm. Guys, my home is here. They belong to a wealthy family. Zhao Xiaojun beside her exclaimed. Ain smiled awkwardly and reached out to open the fence door. Sorry. People in our village sleep at sunset, work at dawn, and go to bed very early. My parents also slept. I'll take you to your room first and introduce you in the morning. Everyone nodded and said yes. After Ain finished speaking, he guided everyone towards the wooden house on the right. Under the wooden house, there were figures of all sizes swaying. The small wind blowing was mixed with the stink of horse manure and chicken manure. A few people took a closer look and saw that there were indeed a few horses underneath, and there seemed to be some free-range chickens. At this time, Lu Yushi reached out and gently tugged on Baiyu's sleeves, leaned over and whispered, Xian, I feel like there are a lot of snakes here. These animals are kept here like this. Aren't they afraid of being eaten? Baiyu shook his head and made a gesture with his fingers in front of his lips. Lu Yushi reacted and fell silent instantly. The wooden door on the second floor creaked open, and Ain walked in first. Soon, after the sound of chua matches, the light in the corner of the room turned on. The layout scene in the house fell into everyone's sight. The room is very large, and the windows are covered with a thin artificially pasted translucent film. Under the dim light, there was a strange pattern on it, which was revealed. Baiyu paused at the sticky mark and secretly took a breath. In the center of the entrance is a large fire pit. There was a circle of straw mats surrounding the fire pit. The ashes inside shone a little red, and there was a large black iron pot hanging on it. Chapter 291 Misty Village, Take a Bite. There was a gurgling sound in the pot, and the aroma of unknown broth overflowed. On the side of the house, there is a small wooden staircase leading upstairs. The innermost part of the house is a row of shops. There are probably 5 or 6 quilts placed. The space between quilts is about half a meter, separated by bamboo curtains. Apparently, it was prepared for them. What was shining was an ancient copper oil lamp beside the fire pit. The oil lamplight is not very bright. The smell of the oil was also a bit unpleasant, with a faint smell of animal flesh. Bayou subconsciously covered his mouth and retched. Although it was just a walkthrough of the plot, the faces of several of his female players were not very good looking either. It's not that the accommodation is too harsh, but the smell of the oil lamp, combined with the eerie atmosphere along the way, makes it difficult not to think about certain aspects. The village hasn't received electricity yet, so let's make do with it for now. I'll go to the main house and bring 2 candles over in a minute, and it will be much brighter. Ah-in finished with a smile and extended his hand to invite everyone to sit down by the fire pit. Now that the matter has come to this, the players can only say politely, "It's okay. It's okay. Ah-in, you're welcome. This light is very good. Just like returning to nature." That's right. After the players finished speaking, they sat down on the straw mat. Zhao Xiaojun did not sit down. He kept following Ah-in and kept saying in a concerned voice, "Thank you for your hard work. Ah-in, if there is anything I can do to help, just call me. Yes, come with me." Ah-in turned around, smiled at him, and then led him to a corner of the room. The players looked at each other for a second. You looked at me, I looked at you, without saying a word. Soon, Ah-in came back with Zhao Xiaojun. The two of them also held some ceramic dishes and chopsticks in their hands. "It's too late, so my parents left some food for us. Let's just have a bowl first to satisfy our stomachs," Ah-in said, opening the lid of the iron pot. The tangy aroma comes to your nose. The aroma of native chicken that has been stewed for a long time. There was also a certain smell that tempted the taste buds, but Bayou couldn't smell it. Everyone swallowed involuntarily, feeling hungry instantly. "Wow! Such a big pot! What a great addition!" Classmate Zhao Xiaojun, the admiring NPC, came online again. "Huh? That's a rare time for everyone to come here. There will be other game for everyone in the next few days." Ah-in laughed, picked up the iron spoon, filled a bowl, and took the lead in passing it to Lu Yushi. "She seems to take special care of the sweet girl Lu Yushi." Lu Yushi said thank you with a smile on her face, stretched out her hand to take it politely. But her little eyebrows twisted up the moment her eyes came into contact with the bowl. "Ah-in, what's this inside?" She stretched out her hand and pointed carefully into the bowl. Zhao Xiaojun chuckled. "Huh? Snake meat stewed with chicken. This is the dragon and phoenix soup that is rumored to be great for the body." Lu Yushi stretched out her hand to hold her chin, and almost didn't drop the bowl in her hand. Bayou's scalp went numb instantly. "I'm really afraid of what will happen. Snake meat will kill you." Ah-in also smiled and said proudly, "Well, yes, we are here to entertain distinguished guests. There is also snake blood and chicken blood in it. Wow! Give me a bowl. I like this." Shi Changyan, who had been silent, suddenly said. Luo Qingzhu also said, "I'll have a bowl too." Bayou and Lu Yushi looked at each other silently for a second. Apparently, they were the only ones afraid of snakes. Ah-in looked at Bayou and handed a bowl over. "Qian, have a bowl." Bayou didn't refuse, said thank you and calmly reached out to take it. She was ready to find an opportunity to throw it into space soon. "Take a bite. It's super delicious." Zhao Xiaojun persuaded Lu Yushi when he saw her expression of embarrassment. "I really don't dare to eat it. So you can eat it." Lu Yushi took a few deep breaths, bit her lip, and put the bowl down. Ah-in glanced at her and spoke quietly. "We have a lot of snakes here. A lot of them. After eating snake meat, you will have snake energy in your body. If you encounter snakes when you go out, you will not be easily attacked. Players, is this a snake disaster survival book? But it shouldn't be that simple. Right?" Bayou glanced at everyone and deliberately said in a timid voice. "So, what's stuck on those windows isn't plastic film, it's snake skin." Chapter 292, Misty Village, Becoming More Cautious. Hearing this, Ah-in looked away from Lu Yushi's face. She looked at Bayou, with a smile still on her face, but there was an almost undetectable sense of inquiry in her eyes. After pondering for a second, Ah-in nodded and said, "Yes." Bayou's scalp suddenly became numb. Lu Yushi was a little frightened and undecided. When he heard this conclusion, he exclaimed, "Oh my god," and stretched out his arms to hug Bayou tightly. Bayou's arm was pulled so hard by her that he almost spilled the Dragon and Phoenix. Soup in the bowl. Although she was afraid, she was not as exaggerated as Liu Yushi. And this is AB3 copy. According to the nature of the game, those who can come in are of a low level. This little girl's acting skills are too much. Ahem. Let me tell you. Are you too afraid of this? We haven't seen each other in 10 years. You guys are getting more and more courageous. It's just animal fur. Hee hee. I'm a coward. Don't be afraid. We are still here. Dot. Everyone was feasting on snake meat soup. And with Ah-in and Zhao Xiaojun present at the moment, the words of other players were not too exaggerated. After everyone tried to persuade him, they all continued to eat meat and drink soup. Luo Qingzhu, on the other hand, glanced at Liu Yushi with a meaningful expression. After Ah-in looked embarrassed for a moment, he picked up a pair of tongs by the fire pit and dug out a potato from the ashes. With the skin roasted as black as charcoal, she removed 2 handfuls of the skin, and a golden, steaming, delicious potato appeared in front of her. Ah-in handed it directly to Liu Yushi. Liu Yushi, if you don't dare to eat snake meat, eat some roasted potatoes to cushion your stomach. There is still some in the fire pit. If the rest of you want to eat, you can finish the soup and stir it in the ashes later. Thank you, Ah-in. I'm sorry to cause you trouble. Liu Yushi pursed her lips and reached out to take it. But she still didn't eat it. Maybe the roasted potatoes were too hot. She put the potatoes in front of her mouth and blew in slowly. We're all old classmates. What's the trouble? By the way, you guys eat first, and I'll get you some foot washing water. After finishing speaking, Ah-in got up and went out. Zhao Xiaojun also stood up. Ah-in, let me help you. Everyone. Dot. Ah-in didn't refuse either. Looking at the 2 people closing the door and going out, the players looked at each other for a second. Luo Qingzhu stood up, looked at the crack in the door, and said, "Gone far away." Everyone couldn't help but take a deep breath, and their faces suddenly became serious. Li Yang lowered his voice and spoke first. What we can confirm so far is that there are a lot of snakes here. What do you think of the others? Everyone narrowed their eyes, as if they were lost in thought, and didn't say anything. In fact, along the way, the players have been analyzing this copy in their hearts, and they have some thoughts in their hearts. However, not everyone is willing to share it. The key point is that this is only the first day. Who knows who may accidentally become cannon fodder to accompany the plot. But you didn't say anything either. The more games you have passed, the stronger your strength will be. But she found herself becoming more cautious. After the atmosphere in the room was silent for a moment, Liu Yushi spoke softly. We didn't do anything sorry for Ah-in when we were in high school. Right? In this type of dungeon where high school classmates suddenly get together, the routine usually involves everyone bullying a classmate many years ago. Then 10 years later, the classmate found an opportunity to take revenge or something. Everyone shook their heads. They don't know whether it has been done or not. Because apart from the identities and names of their high school classmates, they know nothing about their experiences and plot background. Chapter 293, Misty Village, A Licking Dog. Lu Guodong put down the bowl, casually wiped the oil on his mouth with his hand, and analyzed. Well, Zhao Xiaojun said he misses the good times in high school. So I guess he's not a revenge person. Well, that's right. Everyone agreed with his statement. Luo Qingzhu nodded. It's also possible that we were simply invited to travel, and then encountered snake disasters. Floods, mudslides or landslides. Buildings like Misty Village are supported by several pillars on the first floor, which can be used for rapid drainage when flash floods or heavy rains occur. But I always feel that this is a supernatural book. Or there is witchcraft or something like that. Liu Yushi said, burying the roasted potatoes back into the ashes. As soon as she finished speaking, the others couldn't help but take a breath. What appeared in everyone's minds at this moment was the incomplete Inyang Village boundary monument. Seeing that Baiyu remained silent, Liu Yushi reached out and shook her arm. What do you think? Qian? It shouldn't be a supernatural book. Baiyu replied, stroking his smooth index finger with his thumb. Liu Yushi, why? I don't know. Maybe it's the sixth sense. Baiyu smiled and didn't say much. If it was really a supernatural book, her fingers would have hurt long ago. Hansu Miksha glanced at her and said, the name of this dungeon is called Mist Village. Maybe it's because there's miasma or something in the fog? Why are we guessing here and there? Whether it's mudslides or miasma. Tomorrow we'll find a chance to ask Ah-in sideways, and we'll find out. Besides, we still have a few days to figure it out slowly. The speaker was Jean Ninshu, who looked weak and introverted. This was so true that everyone fell silent for a moment. Baiyu couldn't help but raise his eyes and glance at her. Leon also nodded and changed the topic. Then what do you think of Zhao Xiaojun? Sure, Chun Jian snorted softly. A dog-licking NPC is nothing to be afraid of. Everyone. At this moment, the sound of pattering footsteps was heard on the wooden stairs outside the door. Yin and Zhao Xiaojun are back. Everyone's expressions changed instantly, and they pretended to be full and chatting in low voices. The door creaked open, and Zhao Xiaojun walked in carrying a steaming bucket. In Yin's hand were several iron basins and a few towels. Upon seeing this, Li Yang quickly stood up to help, but was turned away by Yin and Zhao Xiaojun. After everyone washed up, they chatted by the fire pit. It was almost time, so I went to bed by myself. Fortunately, the girls' accommodation is on the 3rd floor. The windows upstairs are open and not covered with snakeskin. The bed is against the other side of the solid wood wall, which is quite safe. Bamboo curtains are also used to separate each quilt. Yin also lives with him. Baiyu was covering his mouth with his hand and yawning when Lu Yushi came over gently. Qian, I'll sleep next to you, Baiyu said. Yes. She was a little curious as to why this girl kept clinging to her. The sheets and quilt cover were a little damp, but there were so many people. It was difficult for her to take out the sleeping bag from the space. I could only bite the bullet and lie down in the same clothes as others. Downstairs, the male players were already snoring like thunder. Baiyu looked at the dark rooftop, his thoughts racing. She hadn't eaten anything just now, so she was already hungry. So hungry that it was difficult to fall asleep. After about a while, she saw that the people next door were snoring slightly. So she thought and took out 2 pieces of chocolate and beef jerky from the space. He quietly tore open the SHL, put it in his mouth, and chewed it slowly. After eating something, I finally felt sleepy. Chapter 294, Misty Village, Weird White Fog. Baiyu's eyelids became thicker and thicker. Half asleep and half awake, she vaguely felt that a smooth hemp rope with a thick wrist and a cold and sticky feeling was slowly caressing her arm. Hack! There's a snake. An alarm bell rang in Baiyu's heart, and he woke up in a second and sat up, glancing around a few times. I saw that the other people were sleeping heavily. Outside the window, it's raining, but it's not loud. It's a tinkling sound. There was also an oil lamp lit in the corner upstairs. Yin was afraid that it would be inconvenient for them to get up at night, so she didn't blow it out. The light in the room was very dim, windy. On the dark wall, as the wick fluttered, a swaying figure was reflected. Baiyu glanced around, even the roof, but found nothing. But the strange thing is that the cold touch on my hand is still there. She took a deep breath, took out the flashlight from her pocket, shined it on her arm, and was stunned. There is a light white mark on the fair and smooth arm. It looks like some kind of animal mucus dries to form a film. Is it snake mucus? Looking at the size, the snake is not small. But how could it disappear completely in less than a second? It's really weird. It seems that the only person who wins is herself. This is only the first night. A chill suddenly spread throughout his body. Baiyu felt that his whole body was not well. She took out the wet wipes from the space and wiped them frantically for a long time. After taking several more deep breaths, he gradually calmed down. Baiyu gritted his teeth and comforted himself secretly. No matter how afraid of snakes, these are just illusions in the copy. Even so, she still took out the dagger that Mo Lin had dropped from the space, and held it carefully in her hand. Asterisk. Entering the second day of the game. When everyone woke up, there was no one on Yin's bed. Luo Qingzhu's eyes paused on her bed, his expression wary, and he frowned. Jean Ninshu raised her eyebrows. With so many classmates coming to the house, as the host, she should have prepared breakfast. Baiyu glanced at her. I feel that the player who plays Kim Minsuk looks very weak, but has rich life experience and common sense. Outside the window, the rain has stopped. The oil lamp also went out. Without that fishy smell, the air in the room was filled with the smell of vanilla, which was quite refreshing. In the woods, thick white mist lingered among the green leaves. If it were not a game at this moment, this kind of original ecological scenery would really be what Baiyu had always dreamed of when traveling before. She walked to the window, held her head high and took a deep breath. He was about to open his arms and embrace nature, but when his eyes met the nearest white mist, He froze. In the fog, there seemed to be clusters of densely packed, constantly moving eggs, just like chia seeds that have just been soaked in water. They are about the same size. In the blink of an eye, the egg disappeared. Baiyu was shocked and subconsciously stretched out his hand to pinch his eyebrows. It's so early in the morning. I shouldn't be dazzled. When I opened my eyes again, there was still nothing in the fog. Everything is business as usual.
Xian, what are you doing? Are you praying in front of the window so early in the morning?
Lu Yushi came over, reached out, and patted her shoulder gently. Jokingly, Baiyu looked away, smiled, and said it was okay. Over there, Luo Qingzhu and Han Su Meishua had already gone downstairs in advance. Lu Yushi held her hand. His beautiful little deer eyes flashed with aura, and he looked at her and said,
Xian, shall we go together later?
Baiyu knew that the real clue investigation started today. Lu Yushi's words were an invitation to her to form an alliance in advance. Chapter 295, Misty Village, Don't Eat It. Baiyu didn't reject Lu Yushi, but she didn't want to put herself into a certain camp so quickly. After all, in the dungeon, you know the person, the face, but not the heart. Many times, the person who stabs you in the back is the person closest to you, because often he is also the person who understands you best. In addition, this village is primitive and closed, so there should be no space for buying anything. But she still wanted to find an opportunity to test the new space's ability to accommodate foreign objects. It's inconvenient to have people around. Thinking of this, she looked at Lu Yushi and smiled politely, saying,
Let's talk about it later.
Lu Yushi didn't know what to say, so he pursed his lips out of habit and pulled her downstairs. All the players downstairs are there except Xiao Xiaojun. Since this is a plot book, everyone does not want to miss other clues around the key NPC. I didn't even think about going out to do anything in advance, since there was plenty of time later. Their plans, at least as Ayin said, would be discussed after meeting her parents. Everyone chatted in low voices for a long time, and all the answers they received were that they slept well last night and nothing happened. But the more this happened, the more panicked everyone became, because everything went so smoothly. Baiyu was frightened inwardly. Is this her starting an independent plot again?
Tap, tap, tap.
The familiar footsteps on the stairs came from outside the door. Li Yang, who was closest to the door, strode over and opened the door. The people who came were none other than Ayin and her little follower, Xiao Xiaojun.
Ayin.
Everyone said H, low in unison. Ayin said, yes, with a warm smile on his face and said,
Lunch is ready. I'll take everyone there.
Lunch in the village is always eaten after 10 o'clock. Anyway, it was just following the plot. So everyone walked out one after another without saying much. It had rained all night, and the ground was very muddy. However, there was a lot of gravel and hay in the yard. And when the people walked into another wooden house, their feet were still clean. The sound of chatting came from the wooden house. Judging from the voices, they must be Ayin's parents. However, they may have spoken the dialect here, and everyone did not understand them. This building has 4 floors, although the internal facilities are simple. Looking at the entire Misty Village, it looks like a mansion. Ayin, who was walking at the front, knocked on the door and called, Dad,
come in.
The door creaked open. In the slightly dark room, a dark and thin man and a fair and fat woman appeared in everyone's sight. Both of them had gray hair and looked about 60 years old, but they were in good spirits. Next to them, there was a middle-aged man about 40 years old. Ayin's parents look like a couple and have very strong genes. The middle-aged man looked as if he had been carved out of their mold. But he is obviously different from Ayin. He has a very violent temper, and is not someone to be trifled with. The players didn't speak, thinking in their hearts that Ayin's parents were already quite young when they gave birth to Ayin. After all, according to age calculation, Ayin is only about 27 or 28 years old. Baiyu glanced at the two couples, and then quietly glanced at Ayin, feeling thumped in his heart.
Daddy, Grandma, this is the high school classmate I told you to invite to my home. Everyone just shouted politely.
Uncle, Auntie, come on, come in.
Upon seeing this, the couple stood up enthusiastically and guided everyone into the house. After getting familiar with the dim light in the room, everyone discovered that in the center of the room was a large rectangular wooden table. The wooden table is covered with fresh green banana leaves. On the banana leaves, there were a bunch of unnamed roasted animals. as well as glutinous rice and other foods. Next to the food, corresponding to the 10 seats on the left and right sides, are cups of bright red drinks. The tang aroma seemed to carry some kind of fatal temptation. The moment everyone saw the food, they suddenly became hungry, and the kind that makes your mouth water with hunger. At this moment, Lu Yushi suddenly approached Bai Yu's ear and whispered,
Qian, please don't eat it.
Chapter 296, Misty Village, Everything Can Be Learned. Bai Yu narrowed his eyes. She swallowed frantically, resisting the inexplicable hunger, and looked away from the pile of crispy and delicious barbecue. Father Ain looked at everyone and said enthusiastically,
Everyone sits down first. Everyone sits down first.
These words seemed to have a sense of bewitching like some kind of instructions. The people who were already salivating with polite words such as,
Thank you. Uncle and aunt are ready for your hard work,
took 3 steps and 2 steps to sit in front of him. On the seat, the players sat on both sides of the long table. Ian's parents sat at one end, and Ian and her brother sat at the other end. As if it was custom-made, the table was just full. The imagined situation of being able to sit down and enjoy a delicious meal did not appear. With a smile on her face, Ain began to introduce her family to everyone. Father, Abu, mother, Achu, brother, Alung. After the introduction, she introduced the players to their families one by one. The content is very simple. Just the name, plus the nickname in high school, characteristics in high school, etc. Not much useful information. Then, they started chatting with each other. Yin's parents mostly asked the player whether he was married or had children.
After all, looking at age, everyone is in their 20s or 70s, which is about the age to get married and have children. The players didn't know what situation they were in, so they made up random things to get past it. Anyway, it seems that 10 years after graduating from high school, we have rarely contacted each other. However, everyone still learned from the chat that Ain has been single and has not talked about marriage yet. Being unmarried at this age is normal in the city, but placed in such an isolated mountain village. And Ain is quite handsome and has a good personality. It is inevitably a bit strange. Of course, everyone was not one for gossip, so the topic quickly dropped. Luo Qingzhu and Jin Minshu took the opportunity to ask some villages whether there was a lot of rainfall every year, whether there were floods, whether there were many mudslides and snakes, and so on. Yin's parents patiently answered the questions. In a word, there are many snakes here. Very, very many. As for the Snake Mother's Day, some players inquired sideways, but were prevaricated by Yin's parents. After 10 minutes of chatting, Yin's family still seemed to have no intention of eating. The players were hungry, but they didn't dare to take action. After all, such a remote village may have some hidden customs. Moreover, if the host does not move his chopsticks, as guests, they cannot move their chopsticks either. The most important thing is that they also noticed that their hunger was abnormal. I have an inexplicable desire to eat those delicious foods, but I can't bear to eat them. Lu Yushi also pulled Bai Yu to sit beside him. Then, while everyone was chatting, she quietly slipped a prop card into Bai Yu's hand. The moment Bai Yu touched the card with her fingers, a line of subtitles appeared in her field of vision. Name, all things identifiable card *1. Are rare. Type, consumables. Function and purpose. Each time you use it, you can gain the creation identification skill, which can only be used on non-human items or non-living creatures. Usage restrictions. Each time you use it, you can get 1 minute of identification time for all things, and it will be invalid when it expires. Remarks, all objects can be discerned, but one's heart cannot understand. Use now? Whether? Bai Yu took a breath and silently nodded, no, for the time being. She was a little surprised that someone in the dungeon would take the initiative to give her props. It's still rated R. The sun has come out from the west. If you want to take it, you must give it first. Could it be that the other party has any demands for himself? Especially Lu Yushi. It seemed that he had been showing goodwill to himself along the way, but she doesn't have anything worthy of him. Thinking of this, Bai Yu glanced at Lu Yushi from the corner of his eye. But I saw that she had a sweet expression and her fair little face was slightly raised, as if she was listening to other people's conversation. But her peripheral vision was focused on the nearest glass of red juice. The implication is obvious. Chapter 297, Misty Village, something went wrong. Bai Yu had long thought that the juice was very suspicious, because the red color is so delicate and charming. She leaned slightly closer,
But the bloody smell she imagined did not appear. On the contrary, there is a particularly fresh and sweet smell that makes people want to pick it up and drink it down. Baiyu stared at it, feeling startled. In that red liquid, there were clearly suspended the strange chia seeds that were seen in the white mist earlier. The amount is very small, but it is swimming like a tadpole. Baiyu directly used the all things identification card without thinking. As far as he could see, the names of the food on the table appeared in Baiyu's field of vision. Roasted pork, grilled fish with herbs, roasted colorful pheasant, roasted guinea fowl, fried scorpions, sticky rice, sourdouix. Behind all the food, there is a black question mark. When his eyes moved to the two foods in front of him, the question mark became bigger and redder. Hand bones, snakeberry juice plus earthworm eggs. The food labeled hand bone is a small piece of roasted, brown and crispy tube bone. And the second one is the red juice in front of you. Vomit! Baiyu's pupils shrank suddenly. His throat was blocked, and stomach acid surged. This sudden change in painting style was a little hard for her to accept. It was as if a person was watching a cute cartoon with peace of mind. But suddenly a long-haired female ghost crawled out of the screen. Baiyu secretly took a few deep breaths and glanced at the other players casually. The players all had polite smiles on their faces. Maybe they were pretending to be calm. And the Adam's apples of the male players were rolling restlessly. It was as if he was already hungry and thirsty for those foods. Everyone, let's eat! Although we are remote here, most of these ingredients are impossible to eat in big cities. After Yin's father said politely, he took the lead in picking up a piece of barbecue and stuffed it into his mouth. Seeing this, the others took action one after another. At this moment, Lu Yushi beside Baiyu suddenly let out an ouch. Lu Yushi, what's wrong? Upon seeing this, Yin stood up quickly. A Yin's father and a Yin's mother were also looking towards Lu Yushi at this moment. Soon, the two couples looked away and looked at each other silently. I have a little pain in my stomach. It may be acute gastroenteritis. It's an old problem. You guys eat first and I'll be back later. I'm sorry, Uncle and Aunt Ian. Lu Yushi covered her stomach with her hands and bent over, with a look of pain on her face. Got up. She turned her head slightly and looked at Baiyu, with a silky tone. Bai Qianqian, can you accompany me? Yes. Baiyu stood up. Before anyone could say anything, the two of them looked apologetic and said they were sorry and went out. Several players had their mouths full of food and looked at the backs of the two people, a little stunned. But they soon came to their senses, and then devoured the food in front of them. Xiao Xiaojun quickly took the lead, picked up the red juice, and clinked glasses with the Yin's parents. Here, Baiyu helped Lu Yushi go straight to a simple toilet in the yard. The clouds and fog outside have dispersed a lot. The sun shines in, but the ground is still wet. The two of them walked outside the toilet, and Lu Yushi was debating whether to go in or not. Baiyu felt something was wrong. Someone is following. After saying that, Baiyu pretended to support Lu Yushi and turned around to enter the toilet. The outer wall of the toilet is surrounded by dry and thin ebony branches. The inside cannot be seen from the outside, but the outside can be seen from the inside through the gaps. Lu Yushi took a look at the gap in the fence and said calmly, It's Ayin! Chapter 298, Misty Village, No Favors Owed. Baiyu had already guessed that the person following was Ayin. But what she was curious about was why Ayin, as a core NPC, paid so much attention to Lu Yushi. Could it be that Lu Yushi has a hidden identity in this copy? And Lu Yushi obviously knew this. So he found someone to form an alliance in advance? But why she chose him? Baiyu couldn't understand. However, the smell in the toilet was a bit strong, so it was not a good time to communicate. The two of them could only stay for a short time. Thinking of this, Baiyu thought, and single steps to the clouds, prop card appeared in his hand. She handed it to Lu Yushi with her palm. The sweet little face was stunned, and she subconsciously pushed back. Qianqian, is this? Judging from her expression, she didn't want to accept this gift from Baiyu. But Baiyu obviously didn't want to owe her any favors. Reciprocity is reciprocity. Baiyu smiled and closed her fingers. Lu Yushi still wanted to push, but Ayin outside had already reached the toilet door. Baiyu gave a hint in his eyes and walked out in advance before Ayin asked. Ayin walked up quickly and said with a worried expression, Are you okay? Lu Yushi said awkwardly. Well, I'll be fine if I drink some hot water later. However, I might not be able to eat anything for the time being. Ah-in looked slightly startled and fell into silence, but quickly returned to his usual smiling face and said, "It's okay. I have some herbs at home. I'll let my dad boil some for you later. Just drink it and you'll be fine." Having said this, Lu Yushi could no longer pretend to refuse, so she could only say grace weakly. The three returned to the house. When Ah-in entered the house, he closed the door. Baiyu glanced at everyone. The round trip took less than 3 minutes, and the table was already a mess, and everyone's drink glasses are empty. Just the 2 cups of Baiyu and Lu Yushi were still standing there. "Ah-in, are your classmates okay?" Ah-yin's father looked at the 3 people who came in. Ah-in smiled. "Yeah, Dad, it's okay." Ah-in Ma glanced at Baiyu and Lu Yushi meaningfully but said nothing. Father Ah-in withdrew his gaze and looked at the others. "After dinner, take a rest and let Ah-in take you to the woods to pick up fungi. It rained yesterday, and there will be a lot of wild fungi coming out today." As everyone listened to the words, they became more and more anxious. Everything is progressing very smoothly. It can be said to be as normal as plain as water. Every NPC I met was so nice, and I didn't find anything strange. So where does the danger come from? Li Yang spoke for a second and said politely, "Uncle, I heard that the woods here seem a bit dangerous." The word danger was not uttered in the end. Father Ah-in smiled. "Are you saying it's dangerous? It's okay. Well, it's the primeval forest near the back mountain. It's very dangerous. The place Ah-in took you to is the dense forest around the village. Don't go in." Ah-in also echoed, "Don't worry. We will go nearby and not go far away." The players had mixed feelings on their faces. They originally planned to go to the dense forest, but now there is an NPC to lead the way, which is a good thing. But with NPCs around, many things that can be done cannot be done, and everyone was tied together invisibly. This is something that players, who are used to acting independently and freely, find it difficult to accept. While everyone was looking at each other, a rustling sound suddenly came from outside the house. Ah-in and Ah-yin's parents' expressions suddenly changed the moment they heard the sound, but they were still in their seats, sitting firmly. Chapter 299, Misty Village, Immortality. The players' bodies have been strengthened several times by the game, and they have naturally noticed abnormalities outside. In this house, like the one next door, the windows are covered with thin translucent snakeskin. Sitting in the room, I couldn't see out of the window. Li Yang and Emotienza, who was wearing a peaked cap, stood up and walked towards the door. The kind Father Ah-yin's tone wrinkled, and he scolded the 2 of them. "Don't open the door!" Li Yang and Emotienza paused and looked sideways through the crack in the door. Li Yang watched for a few seconds, then turned around and looked at the crowd with a solemn face and said, "There are snakes out there. Lots and lots of them. Dot." Others looked at Ah-in, but they saw that Ah-in said calmly, "It's okay. We have snakes here that come in groups and scurry through the house. It's normal. They hang around outside for a while and then leave on their own." After everyone heard this, they temporarily put aside the panic they just felt in their hearts. Compared with the strange creatures in the dungeons they had experienced before, ordinary snakes were indeed not too easy for them. Ah-in Yang, who rarely spoke, suddenly looked at Baiyu and Lu Yushi with deep eyes, and said in a low voice, "There are only 2 days until Mother Snake's day. Mother Snake has sent snake soldiers and soldiers to investigate. Why don't you 2 drink the snakeberry juice first? If you don't drink it, Mother Snake will be unhappy." Her expression and words were so confusing, as if she had suddenly been possessed by an evil spirit. Baiyu looked startled. "Dot! Snake soldiers and generals? Snake Mother? Isn't this channel too outrageous?" Lu Yushi. "Dot!" The others, who had been very calm at first, suddenly became nervous when they heard this. Someone suddenly realized there might be something wrong with the snakeberry juice and started picking at their own throats. But it's obviously useless. Zhao Xiaojun looked at Baiyu and Lu Yushi and quickly persuaded. "We all drank it. It's sour and sweet, and it's good for our skin. It's delicious." "That's right. Auntie has already spoken. You should drink soon." Others also kindly advised. They didn't know if they would offend the snake mother if they didn't drink the juice. But since they all drank, they can't do anything special. You can live by yourself. But to die, everyone must die together. In addition, several people also realized at this time that Baiyu and Lu Yushi had not eaten a mouthful of food or drank a mouthful of juice from beginning to end. It seemed like last night too. This is very abnormal. Could it be that the 2 female players discovered something unusual
but did not share the information or clues with them. Thinking of this, everyone suddenly became nervous. The eyes looking at Baiyu and Liu Yushi also changed. Baiyu ignored their words, but looked at Yin Yang seriously and said,
Auntie, may I ask what this snake mother is? You drink the snake berry juice first, and I'll tell you. Or, it's okay for someone else to drink it for you.
After Yin Yang finished speaking, she gave her a cold look. If this were said 5 minutes ago, a bunch of people would be rushing to drink the sweet and delicious juice. But now, everyone knows that the juice is extraordinary. I want to spit out whatever I drink, let alone share it with others. Father Yin was standing aside, his face solemn and speechless. Baiyu looked at Yin. Yin, who always showed a smile to others, actually changed his face after Yin Yang's expression changed. There was a hint of caution in her eyes.
Okay, I'll drink.
Baiyu took a deep breath, picked up a glass with a hesitant expression, turned around and stretched out his hand to cover it, and drank it all in one gulp, under the surprised gazes of everyone. She also poured the cup of Liu Yushi into her mouth.
Qian!
Liu Yushi wanted to stop her, but it was too late. The other players were confused for a moment when they saw how smoothly she drank. There is no doubt that Baiyu must have used some kind of sponge-like prop. But at this moment, none of the NPCs expressed any doubts, and it was not easy for them to undermine their colleagues. Baiyu quietly wiped the corners of his mouth with the back of his hand, then glanced at everyone coldly. His eyes stopped on Yin Yang's face, and said,
Auntie, can you tell me now?
Yin Yang glanced at her daughter, and stood up with a solemn expression. At this time, Yin, who was sitting opposite her, took a deep breath and said with a complicated expression,
The snake mother is the female snake king who has the power of immortality.
Chapter 300, Misty Village, the earthworm comes out of the hole. The players looked at each other for a moment. The snake mother is a female snake king with the power of immortality. This setting came too unexpectedly. But before they had time to ask any more questions, outside, the sound of rustling, animals crawling became louder and louder. It seemed that those snakes had come in densely from the courtyard and climbed up the wooden wall of the main house. Yin's eyes flinched, and she stretched out her hand and said, Shh, and everyone had no choice but to be silent. Soon, densely packed snake shadows were visible to the naked eye, crawling across the translucent snake skin covering the window. They range in size from large to small, and the number is staggering. Several players have quickly opened their personal game panels under the table and quietly held cold weapons in their hands. Liu Yushi, who was beside Baiyu, also took out a slender ancient sword and hid it under the table. The room quickly fell into silence, with only the rustling sounds outside the cabin and the slightly heavy breathing of a few male players. Those snakes had been wandering outside the house. There was no intention to come in, and no intention to leave. Baiyu glanced at Yin and his family, and saw that they looked calm, so he didn't move for the time being. After all, the black blade has always been placed in the mind space. It's ready in just 1 second, so you don't have to worry about it. His. At this moment, Shi Chengjian and Jin Minshu took a breath at the same time. The two of them began to twist their waists left and right and scratch their bodies crazily, as if they suddenly had a bunch of lice on their bodies. The way they scratched was so hard that it hurt to look at it. Everyone unconsciously sat further to the side. Soon, eye-catching blood-red scratches appeared on Jin Minshu's arms and Shi Chengjian's face and neck. Li Yang, who was sitting next to Shi Chengjian, couldn't help but whisper,
You too. What's going on? Maybe I'm allergic to the wild fruits I just ate? I'm prone to allergies myself.
Jin Minshu wrinkled her eyebrows and explained. After saying that, she continued scratching. She always felt that under every inch of skin on her body, there were pimple-like things that were popping up. I didn't feel any pain, but instead felt a numb and itchy feeling. Everyone was shocked when they looked at the two monkey-like people, and their eyes suddenly looked at Yin. Yin looked embarrassed and innocent, and whispered,
Maybe it's really an allergy to wild food. After the snakes leave, I'll ask Dad to get some herbs and apply them to them.
Others took a look at their arms and found nothing unusual. Are they really allergic? Although thinking this way, the player's inner vigilance still rose in a second. Baiyu's eyelids twitched a few times. She always had a bad feeling, but she couldn't explain it.
Oh my god!
At this moment, Jin Minshu suddenly looked horrified, pointed at Shi Chengjian opposite, and screamed. Immediately she caught a glimpse of a dense mass of wildly squirming objects emerging from the skin on her hand.
She screamed ferociously again and jumped up from the wooden bench. Everyone stared at her seat. But when they saw her body, they were shocked. Countless snakes the size of earthworms emerged from the skin on her arms one after another. Those snakes, covered in blood and vomiting blood, were densely packed and soon covered her entire arm. Soon, it was also on the neck. Chapter 301, Misty Village, throw them all out. The blood that overflowed from the broken skin was directly sucked up by the snakes as they writhed crazily. Without even a drop missing, everyone looked at Shi Changjian again. This time, everyone jumped up from their stools tactically. A bunch of small snakes also emerged from Shi Changjian's body. And they were even more serious. The area below the neck was covered with those little snakes. His whole body seemed to have been injected with a large dose of anesthetic. And he had not noticed anything before. By the time he realized something was wrong, a bunch of small snakes had already penetrated his mouth, eyes, nose, and ears. Soon, 2 large, densely packed, squirming snake balls appeared on the ground. Those little snakes seemed to be gnawing at their bodies crazily. The flesh on Shi Changjian and Jin Minchu's bodies is getting less and less. But the snake balls are getting bigger and bigger, because there are more little snakes constantly emerging from the pile of snakes. Baiyu was shocked inside. If we say these little snakes were hatched from the earthworm eggs in the snakeberry juice we drank earlier, then there shouldn't be so many snakes. Besides, they were probably not the only ones who drank the snakeberry juice. Dad? Anyang! Please! Please save my classmate! On the other side, Ayin screamed in horror, shrank, and slid down from the wooden bench. When her brother Ailing saw this, he acted like a normal person and didn't even think of reaching out to hold his sister. Yin's parents over there also looked numb. Seeing the transformation of the 3 of them, Baiyu frowned again. And with a thought, he quietly held the black blade in his hand. Yin! Upon seeing this, Zhao Xiaojun stood up and ran towards her, helping her up from under the table. The players reacted instantly. Li Yang and Lu Yushi, holding knives and swords in their hands, controlled Yin's father and mother, one on the left and the other on the right. On the other side, Luo Qingzhu and Han Su Meishua each held an ancient sword in their hands and placed it on Yin and Lung's necks. Old classmates, how come you have weapons? Zhao Xiaojun, who was supporting Yin, glanced at the coldly shining sword in Han Su Meishua's hand, opened his mouth, and then closed it silently. Lung, who was strong and had a fierce look on his face, still wanted to resist, but was subdued by Luo Qingzhu several times. Luo Qingzhu's last palm hit him on the back of the neck. His body went limp, and he fell to the ground and fell asleep. Yin Yang paid no attention to the knife placed on her neck. She once again showed her evil demeanor and muttered silently. It seems that the snake mother has chosen a pair of them. What a good thing! It seems that the snake mother has chosen a pair of them. What a good thing! Dot! After repeating the same words several times, she suddenly raised her voice and shouted. Snake soldiers and snakes are coming to pick up people. Throw them out quickly. Otherwise all of us here will die. Baiyu and Lu Yushi looked at each other, always feeling that Yin Yang was chattering like a goddess. The others' expressions froze when they heard this. To be honest, looking at the current situation of those 2 people, whether they are thrown out or not, they will die. Even so, no one seemed to want to be this evil person. While everyone was hesitating, Emotianza winked at Li Yang, took out a pair of silver shiny gloves from his pocket and put them on, then strode towards Shi Changjian and Jin Minchu. Li Yang had already walked quickly to the door. Emotianza stretched out his hand to pull one up, and when Li Yang opened the door, he threw the 2 crazily squirming snake balls out like large garbage. Those snakes had become one with the 2 of them, and none of them fell to the ground. Chapter 302, Misty Village, a pair of cannon fodder. The wooden door was closed by Li Yang with a bang. The entire action of throwing the ball between the 2 took less than 5 seconds. It can be said that everything is done in one go. The others looked shocked, feeling a little inexplicable fear towards the 2 of them, especially Emotianza, who was wearing a peaked cap that covered most of his face. In the dungeon, don't be afraid that you can't do it. What I fear most is that others are better than myself, because that means that the cannon fodder accompanying him is most likely himself. The 2 of them strode back and sat down calmly on the wooden bench. Yin's father and mother, as if Li Yang had used some props, sat there blankly, unable to move at all. However, the expressions on their faces were very complicated. with a hint of joy and a hint of helpless hatred. At this time, Li Yang took out a bottle of green potion from his pocket and drank it. Seeing this, Luo Qingju and Han Su Meishua quickly logged into the game personal panel. Soon, the same green potion appeared in their hands. The two of them drank it without thinking. Baiyu guessed that it should be some kind of antidote with special functions. Since reaching B level, the market and forum on the player's game board have become open. However, most of the supplies in the market are sold in blind boxes. Similar to buying a prop. It may come with another very weird and useless prop. It's the same as the real-life matching and selling of certain Mars bags. When purchasing, you need to use points and gold coins together. Similar to the dagger she got from Mo Lin in the Qingxi Town copy. The general selling price is 50 points plus 5,000 gold coins. Gold coins are second. The consumption of key points will affect upgrades and bonuses, which is very cheating. She does have gold coins, but points are hard to get, so she hasn't bought anything there yet. The key is that she doesn't lack anything for the time being. Baiyu retracted his thoughts and glanced at Mo Tianzi inadvertently. Mo Tianzi wears a peaked cap to cover half of his face. He has a good figure and temperament, but his whole person is a bit mysterious. He basically said nothing along the way, as if he was deliberately reducing his sense of presence. However, judging from the previous situation of throwing the ball with his bare hands, his strength and courage are obviously very strong. He was very calm and made no move to drink the potion. Apparently, he didn't drink the snakeberry juice just now. After all, the earthworm eggs that swim like tadpoles are visible to the naked eye. Why didn't others notice? Maybe they didn't have enough concentration? Bewitched? So who is the person who deceives them? The godly Yin Yang? Baiyu retracted his thoughts and heard Li Yang say with a solemn expression. There are many types of snakes out there, and we don't know when they will come back. Don't take it lightly. All, ding. Number of surviving players in the current instance, 7. When the cold mechanical sound sounded, the players trembled subconsciously. The faces of everyone who were still frightened tightened. Unknowingly, Shi Chengjian and Jin Minshu were gone. Who would be the next cannon fodder? No. Who's the next couple? Baiyu's heart sank. If there is this prompt sound, it means that this is not a plot immersive book. That means the progress of the plot will be reported. But the broadcast has never appeared. Is it because they haven't touched on the key clues yet? There was another silence in the room. The snake outside seemed to have left. No shadows can be seen crawling across the translucent snakeskin windows. The rustling sound also stopped. Baiyu stood up and walked to the door, looking out through the crack in the door. The courtyard outside was empty. The bodies of Shi Chengjian and Jin Minshu had disappeared long ago. Chapter 303, Misty Village, plot unlocked. The hay spread on the gravel was all covered with mud. You can faintly see traces of snake-like animals of different sizes crawling over it. Baiyu turned around and looked at everyone. The snake is gone, and so are the two of them. Han Su Meishua frowned. We obviously drank the drink at the same time. So why did the accident happen to the two of them alone? Perhaps the attack time was wrong. Brother Tianzi, what should we do now? Han Su Meishua obviously, like Baiyu, believed that the strongest one was Mo Tianzi. So she deliberately showed her kindness. Mo Tianzi ignored her. But like a lunatic, he took out a piece of weird-colored gauze from the game panel and wrapped it around the palm of his right hand. Li Yang took the words and snorted coldly. Then we have to ask our old classmate Yin first what he wants to do with us. After saying that, he glanced at Yin coldly. Over there, Yin had already woken up in Zhao Shijuan's arms. But now she looks completely different from the happy and cheerful Yin before. She pursed her lips tightly. Her face wrinkled, and her eyes were filled with pain. Li Yang walked up to her with a knife in his hand, stepped on the wooden stool, leaned over and asked, Yin, is there something wrong with that snakeberry juice? Why did you drink it and everything was fine? When Xiao Xiaojun saw this, he thought he was going to kill Yin. So he quickly covered Yin's body behind him, blocking his thin body. But he saw the sharp blade in Li Yang's hand pointing directly at his eyebrows. He took a deep breath, pondered for a second, then turned to look at Yin and asked softly, Yin, what is going on? We are all classmates. Why don't you tell us? Yin shook his head with a dejected expression. Li Yang didn't want to waste any more words with her, so he simply turned around and looked at Yin's parents opposite. With a wave of his hand, he deactivated the prop, and Yin's father and mother over there could finally move. The troubled Yin Yang did not run away. Instead, she sat upright in her seat
and pinched her fingers, as if she wanted to do the trick on the spot. Seeing this, Baiyu took 3 steps and 2 steps at a time, walked over, and passed the black blade to her fat neck.
Auntie, I advise you to cooperate.
Yang felt the cold touch on her neck and paused halfway through the kneading with her fingers. Father Ain, who had always been kind, changed his face in a second when he saw this. He stood up with a sullen face, glanced at everyone with angry eyes, and shouted angrily,
You guys, you are so young. Don't be wielding swords and guns all day long. If you hurt my daughter and son, I want it to be easy for you. Don't forget, this is Misty Village. I advise you to be aware of current affairs. Otherwise, I will make it impossible for you to come back.
Baiyu raised his eyebrows and glanced at him. Did the NPC react so quickly? In addition, the implication of this statement is obvious. It can be regarded as a self-protection mechanism for key NPCs in the game. At least it shows that the current NPCs are useful for players to unlock future plots and cannot be killed easily. Even so, Li Yang still clicked his tongue and said in a mocking tone,
Uncle, what a great authority!
Baiyu glanced at Yin's father and spoke quietly.
Uncle, my son is your biological son, but my daughter is not necessarily your son. Right?
Everyone was stunned, looking at Ain, and then at Yin's parents. Only then did I realize that Ain and her parents were indeed nothing alike. But that doesn't mean anything. After all, it's normal to have an adopted daughter or something. However, everyone clearly noticed that after Baiyu finished speaking, Yin's facial expression changed slightly. She closed her eyes tightly, took a deep breath, and opened them. There was a trace of resentment and hatred in the moist and red eyes, and it looked like she was about to cry. A cold mechanical voice suddenly sounded in everyone's ears. Ding! Congratulations to the player who has unlocked 10% of the current plot progress. Chapter 304, Misty Village, Puppet Card. The players were surprised and happy, and their eyes flicked towards Baiyu. At the same time, the hatred in Yin's eyes had spread all over his face. Looking at the people holding weapons, she raised her face slightly. Her eyes became a bit more resentful and gloomy, and she cried,
It's all your fault. All my efforts over the years have been ruined. I hate you.
The players listened to her words and were very puzzled. Doesn't Bai Qianqian mean that she is not the village chief's biological daughter? They were just out of self-protection, taking out weapons preemptively to give her parents a little color. Why did he go online to the point of ruining her? It seems that her words that were triggered for some reason revealed a lot of information. On the other side, the dark and thin Father Ain looked at Baiyu with sinister eyes and sneered.
So what if she is my biological daughter? So what if she is not my biological daughter? Over the years, I have always treated Ain as if I were my own child, and I have never treated her badly. Besides,
he paused and continued in a solemn tone.
This is our family matter, and it's not the turn of outsiders like you who have nothing to do with it to interfere.
Ain Yang also chimed in with added words.
That's right. Besides, you all carry weapons, just like bandits. You are definitely not Yin's classmates. Who are you? Tell me, what is the purpose of Ain suddenly bringing you to Misty Village?
Baiyu's dagger was still on her neck. Although she looked angry, she only dared to pay lip service, and did not move her hands or feet at all. The players heard this, and stared at each other. Everyone in this family must be crazy. Although his acting skills are very good, he fell out of favor too quickly. Baiyu's heart thumped for a moment, and for a moment, a sense of uneasiness appeared in his heart. According to her knowledge, in such a plot exploration copy, it is indeed inappropriate for them to reveal their identities in advance, because that would mean that the original plot could not be advanced. And even the difficulty of the dungeon would be temporarily significantly increased and major changes would not occur. No one can kill these NPCs at once. Torture is also unrealistic. Unless you reach a specific plot environment, the NPC will not be able to trigger corresponding words and deeds. Because for the game, if there is no such rule setting, it is very possible for some copies to be cleared with one sword in the hands of ruthless high-level players, leaving behind a bloody copy with no survivors. The game will definitely not allow such simple and crude bugs to exist. This is why many players who enter the dungeon, even if they have strong skills and strength, have to follow the core of the plot. But just now, Shi Chengjian and Jin Minshu suddenly turned into snake balls, and Yin's parents suddenly changed their faces, and it was really difficult for everyone to keep calm. But now that the matter has come to this,
There is no point in thinking too much. I can only bite the bullet and continue to try. Baiyu retracted his thoughts, but saw that Li Yang had thrown out a prop again after questioning Yin and the others to no avail. This time, Yin's parents, Yin, Lung, and Zhao Xiaojun were all fixed. The 5 people sat motionless like puppets, above the heads of several people. A countdown appeared suspended. 4:58. Brother Yang, what kind of prop do you have? Han Sumikshu looked at the stunned NPCs and asked Li Yang nervously. Li Yang touched his beer belly with his palm and glanced at her. The stand still card, also called a puppet card, allows the NPC to behave like a puppet under normal circumstances, not moving, talking, listening, or looking for 5 minutes. But you can rest assured that this card has no effect on players. Chapter 305, Misty Village, the boss is willful. After hearing this, Han Sumeishua was a little puzzled. Wouldn't it be better to save such a good card for use in battles? Especially when facing the big bosses in the dungeon. If you just throw a card like this out, won't the opponent be at your mercy? Li Yang saw through her thoughts again and patiently explained to her. This card can only be used in this scenario. During battle, it is ineffective against those NPCs. Lu Guodong, who had been silent and did not take any action, could not help but say, I'm telling you, old classmates, this plot is stuck. Why are you still discussing props here? Shouldn't we be discussing it now? What should we do next? After his words fell, the room was silent for a few seconds. Han Sumeishua's face with delicate makeup looked ugly for a second. Li Yang turned around. The muscles in the corners of his eyes trembled and gave him a meaningful look. Others quickly realized that the plot was stuck. Li Yang didn't pay much attention. He stared at Lu Guodong in a mocking tone and said provocatively, Lu Guodong, you don't think that just because you were the monitor in high school, you really think of yourself as the monitor, do you? Why don't you open your eyes and take a closer look? What level are the players who enter this dungeon? The implication is that it is not your turn to dominate the situation and give orders here. These words made Lu Guodong instantly embarrassed, especially when there are so many beautiful players at the scene. His face hardened. He rolled up his sleeves and stood up. Li Yang, what do you mean by this? We are all players. I advise you to be polite. Whatever you think it means, that's what it means. Li Yang said quietly, put away the knife in his hand, and began to roll up his sleeves. It looked like the two were preparing to have a fight. Except for Mo Tianzi, who was still sitting there. Everyone tactically took a few steps back. Lu Yushi also pulled Baiyu and stood in the corner. She leaned into Baiyu's ear and whispered, I feel that these two people are deliberately causing a fight. Baiyu narrowed his eyes and said nothing. It is not like she has never encountered players taking advantage of others in the dungeon. After all, after killing a player, the opponent's points, gold coins, and props all belong to you. It can be said that as long as strength and moral conscience can overcome it, there will be no harm at all. But it was her first time to fight in front of everyone. And there is no need for this dispute of words to escalate into a personal conflict. Baiyu glanced at Li Yang's card countdown, 1:06. 1 minute left. 1 minute later, after Yin and the others returned to their original state, the plot may change drastically. On the other side, Lu Guodong had already taken out his weapon, which was a woodcutter. The blade was very long and sharp, shining with a cold light. Baiyu glanced at the two people who looked like fighting cocks, silently holding on to the time, and was about to go upstairs to try to find clues. When Li Yushi saw this, he quickly followed. The two of them were about to go upstairs when they saw Mo Tianzi, who was wearing a peaked cap, suddenly raised his bandaged right hand. The cold white and slender fingers exposed from the bandage just waved in the air. A card glowing with golden light was thrown out by him. A line of information appeared in everyone's field of vision. Warn. 1. The rollback prop has been used, and the current dungeon scene will be rolled back to 10 minutes ago after a 30s countdown. 2. Once the dungeon scene is rolled back, it cannot be changed, and rollback props are no longer accepted. 3. After the dungeon is rolled back, the NPC memory fragments will be eliminated, but the current and subsequent plot progress will not be affected. Please let players know. Everyone was stunned. This must be a super rare SR level card. It was actually used so easily. The boss is so willful. Baiyu also glanced at Mo Tianzi's hand and suddenly realized that the bandage on his hand might be a mini space prop. It seems that this person's strength cannot be underestimated. Chapter 306, Misty Village, returned successfully. 0:30. In everyone's sight, there is an extra countdown to the return. Li Yang and Lu Guodong, who had weapons in their hands, looked at each other for a second. But neither of them had any intention of taking a step back. The atmosphere has been heightened to this point, and they obviously don't want to be labeled as cowards who run away from the battlefield. You two still want to fight? A cold voice, with a hint of disdain, came out from Imo Tianza's thin lips. Everyone's eyes suddenly stopped on him. He spoke very slowly. Just 5 words. But it carries a chilling sense of oppression. Bai Yu couldn't help but glance at him again. Imo Tianza sat upright on the wooden stool from beginning to end. I put a bandage on my palm, like a lunatic in front. Now, his cold white index finger is gently clasping the wooden table, as if he is brewing something. With his body upright, his back was facing Li Yang and Lu Guodong. The brim of the peaked cap is very long and low. Only half of the face is exposed. His skin color is cool and white. His jawline is beautiful, and his nose bridge looks tall and straight. He looks like a capable player with handsome features. Without seeing his eyes, even though Bai Yu was thoughtful, he couldn't figure out what kind of person he was. On the contrary, I felt that the aura on his whole body was a bit cold, ruthless, and mysterious. The others looked at Imo Tianza, and then at the 2 people over there with red eyes holding weapons eager to try. Without saying anything, they silently walked to the wooden table and sat down. No fight! No fight! Li Yang smiled coquettishly when he heard this. After speaking, he glanced at Lu Guodong and said in an inhumane tone, Now that the boss has spoken, I'm too lazy to talk to you. But you'd better be careful in the next few days. After saying that, he quickly walked to Imo Tianza and sat down next to him. You? Lu Guodong over there glanced at the crowd, twitched the muscles at the corners of his lips, and finally clenched his fists and put away the woodcutter. Luo Qingzhu, who had been silent, suggested at this time, Since Brother Tianza has contributed the rewind props, everyone should try to be more restrained and behave more realistically. Don't reveal your identity in advance before the plot is unlocked. Everyone agreed with her words and nodded unanimously. 0:39. 0:05. 2 countdowns appeared in public view. Looking at the time, there are less than 5 seconds left before the return. Seeing this, Bai Yu and Lu Yushi had no choice but to return to the wooden table and sit down at the wooden table like everyone else. 0:01. Midnight. As the countdown to the rollback item ends, the surrounding environment changes. Ripples of water appeared before my eyes. All the players felt that their eyes were darkened. When he opened his eyes again, he found that they had been rearranged and sat on both sides of the wooden table according to their previous seats. But this time, no one had any weapons in their hands. The picture is static. They seemed to be chatting enthusiastically with Ah Yin's kind-hearted parents. As for Ah Yin, her face was calm, and she was not unconscious. She sat next to her surly brother A Lung, carefully eating a piece of barbecue. Fortunately, the cup of snakeberry juice placed in front of everyone did not follow the return, and was already empty. Suk Xiangjian and Kim Minsuk were not seen. The seats between the players are obviously much looser. In addition, this meal was all eaten with hands, and no bowls or chopsticks were placed. So there was no visible change in the number of people. It seems that in the beginning, Ah Yin only had 8 classmates. Ah Yin's father and mother had kind smiles on their faces, showing no signs of turning their backs on each other. Chapter 307, Misty Village, try it out together. Bai Yu speculated that they should have arrived after Imo Tianza threw 2 snake balls. However, the system also erased some of the NPC's memories, words and deeds. That's why everything looks so harmonious and natural. Fortunately, plot progress and player memory are preserved. It's just that they can't move their bodies now. But they still have their 5 senses. Bai Yu listened for a second. There were some rustling sounds outside. Very small, like a group of snakes retreating. Soon, the sound disappeared. She glanced at the snakeskin-covered window directly in front of her again, and saw no traces of snakes crawling on it. All ding! Rewind completed. As the cold mechanical sound sounded, Father Ian stood up leisurely, as if the settings were ready. He said nothing and walked straight to the door with steady steps. This is a plot that has not appeared just now. Everyone's nerves became tense again. But I saw Yin's father open the door, looked up at the sky for a few times, nodded slightly and said, Well, the weather is nice today. Within an hour, the ground will be dry. You guys, take a rest and let Ah Yin take you to pick mushrooms. When everyone heard this,
They couldn't help but secretly let out a deep breath. Thank God. Perhaps this is the correct way to advance the plot of the dungeon.
Ha ha. Thank you, Uncle. These days, I have to work hard and trouble uncles. Aunt, and you all? Ain.
Bayou spoke first and thanked politely. Seeing this, the others quickly echoed a few words. They are nothing more than polite words of thanks. Even though they have seen the real face of a Yin's family, they can't reach out to hit the smiling person. The core of everyone is to follow the plot well, discover clues, and clear the dungeon. Not to choose friends. If you need to cooperate, you should cooperate well. Yin Yang responded cheerfully. The previous dazzling performance of the goddess had long since disappeared from her body. At this moment, she looked like a warm and simple mountain village woman. Father Yin paused at the door. His eyes moved from the sky to the yard, and he did not forget to say,
Ahem. You're welcome. Our remote mountain village is not like your big city, and there are not many entertainment activities. Looking for fungi, hunting, and going to the market are the 3 favorite leisure activities of the villagers this season.
There is always some information hidden in NPC's words. After hearing this, Lu Yushi said excitedly,
Wow, Uncle, you can still go to the market. Can you go today? I have always heard of rural markets,
but I have never been to one.
After she finished speaking, she winked at Bayou. Bayou and other players understood instantly. Where there is a market, there are gossips. If the East family has the upper hand and the West family has the shortcomings, no one will be left behind. Compared with visiting people's homes to inquire about news, it is most suitable to inquire about information in these places.
Well, not today. We only have a market 1 day a week, and there will be a market tomorrow.
This time it was Ain who spoke. She had just finished eating barbecue. There was some oil on her lips, and she was wiping her mouth with paper. When Lu Yushi heard this,
he said, "Oh,"
angrily, and said,
"Then Ain, can you take us there tomorrow?"
Ain over there wiped his mouth and said sheepishly,
"Sorry, Lu Yushi. I have to help my parents prepare some things in the fields tomorrow. You may have to go to the market tomorrow by yourself."
"Huh.
It's okay. We can just walk around."
After Lu Yushi finished speaking, he placed his hand under the table and quietly poked Bayou with some excitement. Chapter 308, Misty Village, The Only Hunter. Bayou's face was calm, and he smiled slightly along with the others. But he was thinking quickly in his mind. The game has only entered its 2nd day, and 2 players died after being forced to drink weird juice. Then we were arranged to go into the jungle to collect wild mushrooms. I wonder if it will trigger new deaths. On the 3rd day of the game, I went to the market by myself. Game day 4. To be determined. The 5th day of the game. Snake Mother's Day. Changes your luck. These links should not be set randomly and must have special purposes. After all, they are not here to eat, drink, and have fun. But what it is exactly, maybe you can only know it by experiencing it. On the other side, a Yin's father had closed the door and returned to sit next to a Yin's mother. He and Yin Yang looked at each other silently. There was a trace of hesitation and solemnity in the eyes of the 2 people, flashing past. All these subtle expressions were silently collected by Bayou. Father Yin must have seen the scene where the snakes left. But why didn't he say? Other players know what's going on out there. However, everyone continued to act stupid.
"Uncle, can we still hunt here? I remember there is a virgin forest here. Are we going to hunt there?"
Seeing that Lu Yushi's first question has been tested, curious baby Li Yang came online again. Although this person is timid and fearful of evil, he is very capable at taking advantage of the situation. But at least it is worthy of praise for helping players to inquire and test.
"No. We usually just hunt pheasants, hares, and the like in the dense forest near the village. Further inside, there are many ferocious beasts, and they are also very dangerous. Only specialized hunters approved by the village can enter."
Everyone was shocked when they heard this, so it is not impossible to enter the virgin forest. On the way here, Ain told everyone that there were unspeakable dangers hidden in the primeval forest. Was he lying to them? It seems that when I go to the dense forest this afternoon, I have to find a chance to explore it.
"Oh, a dedicated hunter of approval,"
Li Yang repeated in a low voice and continued to carry forward the spirit of perseverance.
"Uncle, how many hunters are specially recognized in our village?" "Not many. All the old hunters in the village have died. Currently, there is only 1 hunter in our village. My son, a lung."
After a Yin's father finished speaking, His loving eyes looked at a lung next to Ain. Everyone looked incredulous. So little? There is something fishy. The words that came out of his mouth became,
"Oh my God. Brother Alling. You are so awesome."
Father Ain took a deep breath and said proudly,
"Yes. After all, as the village chief, I have the responsibility to protect the entire village. Naturally, such a dangerous and life-threatening job cannot be left to others at will."
This is somewhat interesting. Father Ain is the village chief. Ain Yang is obviously a goddess. Maybe the Snake Mother Festival is also related to her. The only person in the village who can enter and exit the restricted area is her brother. These arrangements and settings are all too coincidental. Now think about it. There might be some secrets hidden in the virgin forest and the restricted area on the other side of the mountain that Father Ain knows.
It's just that in such a remote mountain village, the villagers are easily led and believe in stories about strange powers and gods. But players are certainly not fools. Everyone pretended to have an expression of admiration on their faces and glanced at Alling. Alung, who was sitting next to Ain, had a dark face all the time. He doesn't look like he wants to be here. But due to some reasons, I have to sit here. Ah Yin's face looked a little strange at the moment. No one said anything sensitive just now, but her eyes began to turn red. Bai Yu glanced at her, recalling her words and performance before turning back, and couldn't help but think deeply. This Ain is indeed a person with a lot of stories. Chapter 309, Misty Village. Ain reveals the secret. After 1 hour, players with adult faces, carrying some hand-woven bamboo baskets in their hands, stood in a green pine forest like a group of primary school students going out for camping. Sunlight shines through the sparse pine needles. Everyone was holding a long tree stick in their hands, and they were pretending to pull the thick pine needles on the ground. According to Ain, those delicious wild fungi are hidden under the fallen pine needles like a quilt. Ain and Zhao Xiaojun were bending down to pick large tracts of snake berries on the ground. Those snake berries are so delicate and beautiful. They look fresh and delicious. Ain said excitedly while picking and eating.
The snakeberry juice we drink at noon is made from this fruit. It can clear away heat and detoxify, dissipate blood stasis and reduce swelling, and can also treat poisonous snake bites. It is a must-have drink for entertaining distinguished guests in our village.
Seeing that she had put down her guard at this moment, Bai Yu pretended to be naive and tried.
Ain, I seem to have seen chia seeds in the juice we drank. Do we also produce chia seeds here?
After her words fell, all the players took a breath. This is a question that everyone wanted to ask after the previous filing, but everyone held back. After listening to Bai Yu's words, Yin's half-crouched body froze. After a while, she stood up with her knees in hand, looked at Bai Yu and said,
"No."
Bai Yu's eyes suddenly opened wide.
"It's not chia seeds. What are they? It feels slippery and seems to be moving."
When she said this, her stomach couldn't help but begin to churn. The 2 glasses of snakeberry juice were thrown into the space by her. As for the taste, she just made it up. The word, "can move," was obviously said intentionally by her. Several other female players turned pale as they recalled the deaths of Shi Chengjian and Jin Minshu during lunch. Lu Yushi stretched out his hand to cover his mouth, turned sideways and retched. Ain glanced at everyone, then stared at Bai Yu's face and said word by word,
"It's snake eggs. Earthworm eggs."
Except for Bai Yu and Imotianza, everyone's expressions changed instantly. Damn it! Although everyone has eaten raw pickled food, these are snake eggs. You know, what came out of Shi Chengjian and Jin Minshu were snakes. It definitely has something to do with the snake eggs.
Snake eggs?
Hansu Meishua screamed and was frightened to drop the bamboo basket in her hand. She reached out and hugged Luo Qingju next to her. The sound was clear and loud, and it frightened the birds in the pine forest into a flock of hula hula. Ain corrected with a serious face.
"It's not an ordinary snake egg. It's an earthworm egg."
Everyone's backs felt cold and confused. Bai Yu took a deep breath, suppressed his discomfort, and continued to ask,
"Ain, what's the difference? There are thousands of species of snakes in the world, and the only snake that reproduces parthenogenetically and has no male individuals is the earthworm."
After Ain finished speaking, he quickly chewed the snake berry in his mouth, and then continued with a look of awe.
"The earthworms here are different from those in other places in the world. Our Snake Mother's Day refers to the Earthworm Mother. She is the most special, mysterious, and top-notch among earthworms. You can understand it as the queen ant in an ant colony. But the Earthworm Snake Mother can soar into the clouds and mist, has the power of immortality, can change our luck, and also provides us with earthworm eggs as our daily food. It can be said to be the biggest god worshipped by our village from generation to generation.
Everyone looked at each other in confusion. Meow. The more you talk, the more evil you get.
Like a queen ant. So it will also be responsible for laying eggs nonstop?
Lu Yushi, who looked pale, interjected. She was frightened, but her head was indeed clear. Ah-in nodded.
Yes. Moreover, he usually lays eggs in that kind of white cloud. Isn't the cloud and mist made of tiny water droplets? Isn't this a bit contrary to common sense in physics?
Lu Yushi looked incredulous. After saying that, she suddenly reacted. Everyone can be pulled into the dungeon. As for the common sense of physics. Ah! Chapter 310, Misty Village, a heavy responsibility?
The eggs of earthworms are very light and magical, and can even float. The mother snake lays them in the clouds and mist, mostly because they need its moisture.
After Ah-in finished speaking, he continued to squat down and pick snake berries. The players stared at each other, and finally all their eyes were focused on Bayu's face. The hopeful looks in everyone's eyes probably meant that they hoped she could continue asking. Bayu indeed wanted to take the opportunity to ask about her biological parents, but was afraid of accidentally ruining her mood. This is an unfamiliar jungle, and we don't know whether it is safe or not. After thinking about it, I gave up for the time being. You can go to the market tomorrow. After getting to know more about it, it's not too late to make a decision. When the others saw this, they had no choice but to give up. Soon, this area was picked by everyone. Acting is acting. Picking mushrooms is still very new to many players. Anyway, there is a plot, so everyone is having a great time finding it. Soon, several wild mushrooms of different colors were also lying in the bamboo baskets in the hands of several players. When you smell it, it's fragrant. Ah-in looked at the sun through the pine forest, estimated the time, and said,
"Let's go. It's almost time. Dad and Mom will probably start cooking too. Ah-in, can you look for it for a while longer? It's fun to look for fungi."
Lu Yushi pointed to the depths of the jungle with some reluctance. Others also agreed, wanting to look inside again. I have to say that there is something strange about this jungle. The place where everyone was before was a whole patch of winding pine trees. The pine trees are not too dense, and sunlight is shining through the pine needles. You can see almost everything at a glance. And further inside, it was dark, because the type of tree has changed. Taller, with a straighter trunk and denser leaves. It is also covered with various shrubs up to waist level. If one walks in, no shadow can be seen. Such a strange layout in such a remote mountain village is obviously not natural, and is caused by man-made growth. Looking at the age of the tree, it has a long history and can be called primitive. Ah-in's eyes shrank and she said,
"It's the edge of the primeval forest inside. Non-hunters are not allowed to enter." "Oh, so magical? There is no warning line or anything here."
Lu Guodong walked forward carelessly and looked inside, saying in disbelief. His performance seemed a bit dazed, but everyone knew he did it on purpose. Seeing this, Ah-in quickly stepped forward and grabbed him.
"Squad leader, these ebony trees are a cordon. We can't go any further. It's very dangerous."
This time it was Li Yang's turn to be surprised.
"Ebony? Ah-in. Besides here, do you also have ebony growing in other places?"
Ah-in shook his head.
"Only here."
Bayu felt that he had discovered a new contradiction. The houses of the villagers in Mist Village are made of ebony. Look at the amount of materials used. It's not a lot. If anything, only hunters with special approval can enter inside. Wouldn't it mean that we have to wait until the year of the monkey to build those houses? Cutting and transporting it alone is the problem. And with this workload, Bal Chan would be driven crazy even holding a chainsaw. Thinking of this, Bayu said something, pretending to be confused, and said,
"Wow, Ah-in, if you say this, wouldn't the hunters in your village be tired and dangerous? After all, there are many dangers in this primitive forest. He has to cut down so much ebony and transport it out. The workload is not small. I remember that Brother Alling is the hunter, and his responsibility is really important."
Chapter 311, Misty Village, Cell Splinter. After Bayu finished speaking, he glanced at Ah-in. As she expected, Ah-in's eyes turned red again. She seemed to be holding something back. Her shoulders trembled slightly, and her lips pursed unconsciously. Xiao Xiaojun saw this, stood up and held her arm. Ah-in bit her lip and whispered,
"Before our village, there were many villagers and many hunters. My biological parents were one of the hunters.
All the players looked surprised and exclaimed,
Huh?
Ayin was not the village chief's biological daughter, and they knew that before the plot rolled back. In addition, although everyone only knew about the fact that Ayin's biological parents were Orions, they thought it was nothing. After all, hunting or farming is just an ordinary occupation in this mountain village. But Bayu's intuition and the stagnant plot progress told her, all this is not that simple. She pondered for a moment, then said,
What about your current father and mother? My parents died 10 years ago. After they died, I was adopted by the village chief.
After Ayin finished speaking, he looked deep into the jungle with sad eyes and stopped talking. Bayu stepped forward, stretched out his hand, and gently touched her shoulder.
Ayin, my condolences. I'm sorry to mention your sadness.
10 years ago. Snake Mother's Day comes once in 10 years. Is this such a coincidence again? She took a deep breath, and her mind couldn't help but recall the words Ayin said angrily before turning back.
It's all your fault. All my efforts over the years have been ruined.
From this point of view, Ayin was taken in by the village chief partly because of his identity. On the other hand, there may be other hidden stories, and Ayin was obviously planning something. Moreover, the thing she was planning required the help of several of her classmates. And before this happened, she needed, well, hibernation? It's Snake Mother's Day soon. Could it be that they were used as sacrifices to the Snake Mother, and then her parents were resurrected? Although Bayu knew that his idea was a bit fanciful. However, after experiencing the copy of Heartless City, she was no longer surprised by the weird settings of the game. Ayin raised her face slightly, stopped the tears from overflowing from her eyes, and pretended to be strong.
It's okay. Thank you. Ayin, I have a question I want to ask you.
It was Luo Qingju who spoke politely. She was holding a branch in her hand, and while talking, she was picking up the pine needles that had fallen on the ground.
The villagers here feed on earthworm eggs. Will the Snake Mother be angry? Also, will there be any side effects from eating these earthworm eggs?
Bayu instantly understood that what she wanted to ask was Shi Cheng Jian and Jin Minshu. But now that she has gone back, no one knows whether she remembers these two people. So asking this way saves a lot of trouble. Ayin held back the tears in her eyes and explained.
No. The Snake Mother lays the earthworm eggs in the clouds. The ones that can be eaten by humans are those that are not well developed and cannot float high. And there are only a few. It is a bit like helping him to do natural screening. In our misty village, the clouds are very heavy and drift very low. So the tradition of collecting eggs for food has been around for a long time. As for the side effects, people who eat a small amount of earthworm eggs will become a special container for the earthworms to hatch. In such a container, the cell division in the earthworm eggs will be stimulated. And these people, we call them the people chosen by the Snake Mother.
Luo Qingju.
Cell division?
Everyone.
Dot.
Therefore, this is why Shi Cheng Jian and Jin Minshu only drank a small cup of snakeberry juice. But a bunch of earthworms kept appearing on their bodies. However, using the human body as a living incubator is really a cliched setting. Chapter 312, Misty Village, disappeared out of thin air.
Well, cell division will cause the earthworm to grow exponentially in a short period of time.
Ayin paused mid-sentence. Her eyes suddenly looked alertly at Lu Guodong not far away. Only then did everyone realize that Lu Guodong was covering his stomach with his hands, cold sweat on his forehead, and was about to walk quietly into the ebony forest. He looked very uncomfortable, and his beautiful Chinese face was almost wrinkled into a monkey.
Squad leader, what are you going to do? I suddenly had a stomachache, so I went under that tree to relieve myself.
Lu Guodong pointed at the nearest thick-waisted ebony tree, turned around and said with an embarrassed look. The ebony forest was full of waist-high shrubs. It is indeed better to block. Ayin glanced at the empty pine forest and said helplessly.
Then squad leader, be careful and don't go too far. We are waiting for you here.
Lu Guodong nodded heavily.
Yes.
He quickly walked behind the ebony tree and squatted down in the bushes.
Rustling.
Rustling. A familiar voice suddenly came from the depths of the ebony forest. Everyone's expressions tightened, and their eyes suddenly looked toward Lu Guodong's convenient area. There was no movement in the bushes there. Ayin quickly called out,
Monitor?
There was silence in the jungle, and no one answered.
Monitor.
She called again, raising her voice uneasily. Still no answer. Everyone.
Dot. He can't be. What happened?
Lu Yushi said and hid beside Bayu. Li Yang joked.
Hey, what could happen? It's not like pooping and killing people. Right.
After speaking, he bent down and picked up a stone the size of a pigeon egg from the ground, and threw it towards the area where Lu Guodong had just squatted. After the stone drew a small parabola in the air, it fell into the bushes with a
bang!
Lu Guodong still didn't respond. This time, everyone was a little panicked. It's not that he's afraid of dying. After all, the game doesn't prompt anything. But this ebony forest is indeed a bit strange. After all, Lu Guodong is a living person, and his game level is not low. So he will not just disappear without a trace.
I'll go take a look.
Zhao Xiaojun saw Yin's worried expression and frowning, so he volunteered to go and check, but was grabbed by Yin.
It's very dangerous inside. You can't go alone.
When all the players heard this, they felt happy. Li Yang looked at Mo Tianzi and asked for advice in a flattering tone.
Boss, why don't we go in and take a look together? We are all classmates. If one person is really missing, it will be hard to explain when we go back.
The latter words were actually meant for Yin. After hearing this, Yin's eyebrows furrowed even more. Mo Tianzi knew his intention and nodded slightly. When Yin saw this, he couldn't stop him anymore. In addition, the location of the ebony tree was just at the edge of the jungle. It's not like breaking the village rules and actually entering the virgin forest.
Everyone,
be careful. After she finished speaking, she put down the bamboo basket in her hand, then squeezed the wooden stick in her hand and walked carefully into the ebony forest. The others quickly put down their bamboo baskets and followed him one after another. However, this time, although the players were more vigilant, no one took out the large weapons for the time being. Several people quickly entered the ebony forest. To their surprise, there was no one where Lu Guodong was squatting just now. What's even more amazing is that Yin and Zhao Xiaojun disappeared after entering the ebony forest. Chapter 313, Misty Village, Jungle Blood Shadow. These people stared at each other. The inner alarm instantly reached the highest level. Luo Qingju glanced around a few times. And she, who was always calm, couldn't help but say, huh?
Where are they?
The others shook their heads and searched the dense forest for a moment, but found nothing. It was so dark in the woods that nothing could be seen except endless darkness.
Yin, Zhao Xiaojun,
Lu Guodong, and Han Sumeishue called out one by one. The only thing that answered her was the sound of rustling, getting closer and closer. The sound was like some kind of huge thing slowly crushing the bushes, which made people feel a little creepy. They even heard the sound of birds flapping their wings and flying away in fright.
Should we go out first?
Lu Yushi looked at the gloomy atmosphere and asked a little scared.
Sister, if you want to leave, you can go by yourself.
Li Yang glanced at her contemptuously. Mo Tianzi raised his hand coldly to stop the two of them from talking. Lu Yushi had no choice but to look at Baiyu for help. But he didn't expect that Baiyu's eyes were the same as Mo Tianzi's, staring blankly into the depths of the forest, not paying attention to what she was talking about. Baiyu vaguely felt that deep in the dense forest, from the direction where the rustling sound came, there was a particularly strange and strong feeling of staring. To be precise, it is a very powerful, overlooking feeling, because this kind of gaze obviously comes from midair. But the rustling sound came from the shrubs on the ground. In addition, she even felt a strong cold air on the ground, which was passing through the soles of her feet and moving toward her body. The pores on the body have become ridged one by one unconsciously. Baiyu's eyes narrowed. Could this be the origin of Yin Yang Mountain? Just one step away, the sky is filled with ice and fire. In addition, could that mysterious and powerful force be the Snake Mother? However, she felt that it was not the Snake Mother. After all, as Yin said, he can fly and is immortal, so he shouldn't be entrenched in such a dark forest. But no matter what, that power is very dangerous. It would be inappropriate to have other people around at this moment. Huan Dai. Thinking of this, she thought and quietly held the black blade in her hand. Others were quick to notice the change. Everyone looked shocked. But except for Lu Yushi, no one had any intention of leaving the ebony forest. It can be said that the weirder the surrounding environment or the progress of the plot, the more excited everyone is. Because this means that new clues to clear the level may appear. The weapons on the game panel have also been quietly taken into their hands. Lu Yushi had no choice but to take a deep breath and take out the slender ancient sword.
Rustling! Rustling!
The sound is getting closer and closer. The air is getting colder and colder. Like an ice cellar. A powerful sense of oppression.
with invisible and overbearing power, attacked everyone from the depths of the dense forest. Emotianza raised his hand slightly to signal, and several people tensed their muscles, bowed their bodies, and were ready to fight. The power soon stopped not far away. Whoosh! A skinless, bloody body was suddenly thrown down from the air. That strong figure was impartial, and landed on a dead ebony tree stump as thick as a wrist. The sharp tree shot out from the chest, stained with a smelly bright red. The steaming viscous liquid flows down the dark tree trunks like a trickle. Chapter 314, Misty Village, One-Shot Kills. Grass! Nima! The bloody scene was so shocking that everyone secretly exclaimed and strategically squeezed through the bushes behind them. At this moment, the skinless bloody corpse opened its lips and squeezed out two muddy and altered words from its throat. Help me. That man is still alive. Judging from his body shape, he is most likely Lu Guodong. At this moment, bang! A gunshot rang out, and a bullet hit the bloody corpse's neck without missing a beat. After the bloody corpse vomited a few mouthfuls of blood, its bloody head drooped, and it completely died. All, ding! Current number of players alive, 6. Therefore, it is indeed Lu Guodong. Everyone followed the sound of the gunshot, and was shocked. The person who drew the gun and shot was Li Yong. I saw him put away the gun, sneered at the corner of his mouth, and started to skillfully operate it while his fingers were suspended in midair. Soon, a bright woodcutter appeared in his hand. That knife was the one Lu Guodong used to confront him earlier. It seemed that the opponent's gold coins, props, points, and weapons were all inherited by him. Emotianza glanced at him, twitching the corner of his mouth coldly, and put down the bandaged right hand that he had secretly raised after hesitating for a moment. In the dungeon, players are most afraid of backstabbing and taking advantage of others. This Li Yong certainly has some strength in him, and he's a ruthless person. Now that he has obtained the props and weapons of Lu Guodong, who is also of a high level, it should not be underestimated. Bai Yu, Luo Qingzhu, and Lu Yushi's inner alarm sounded instantly. The three people unconsciously adjusted their formation and stood together. They don't actually trust each other, but in terms of threat level, they are much less than that of Li Yong. Han Su Meishue, who was standing next to Li Yong, did not move. She looked at Li Yong with admiration and said, Brother Yang, your shooting skills are pretty good. Li Yong glanced at her and said casually, That's right. Rustling! Rustling! The thing that stopped not far away seemed to have taken a few steps further in their direction. The surrounding temperature dropped a few degrees in an instant. Everyone immediately realized that they had bigger enemies to face. Whether others are cruel or not, whether they kill people or not, has nothing to do with them for the time being. Let's figure out what that weird thing is first. As the sound of rustling got closer and closer, a earth-red earthworm-shaped monster, as thick as a truck tire and as tall as ebony, appeared in everyone's field of vision with its body bent and spitting out a scarlet temper. It is said to be an earthworm because its body looks like an earthworm, but it also has the head of a snake. It's more like a hybrid of a snake and an earthworm. The moment everyone's eyes met its sticky body, they felt a chill. Their scalps were numb, and their whole bodies felt nauseated. It's an earthworm snake! Lu Yushi shouted. Hack! Everyone gasped. But when everyone took a closer look, they discovered that the earthworm snake was densely covered with a kind of small earthworm snakes that had grown on Shichengjian and the others before. Those earthworm snakes were covered in mucus and blood, so the earth-colored snake bodies were dyed earth-red. And those densely packed small earthworm snakes are now on the big earthworm snake, squirming crazily. Is this the mother snake? Just now, Lu Guodong's skin was completely eaten away by them. After Lu Yushi asked, she felt her lips trembling. Luo Qingzhu raised his eyebrows and did not agree with her opinion. Probably not, since the snake mother is worshipped as a god by the villagers of Misty Village and can soar into the clouds. She shouldn't be hiding here. This view coincides with what Bai Yu had thought before. Chapter 315, Misty Village, Space Storage. Bai Yu suppressed the panic in his heart and felt it calmly. The powerful overlooking feeling from before was still there. However, it was not coming from the earthworm in front of me. However, as the enemy and friend were unclear, she decided to remain silent for the time being. It's too late. But it's soon. The earthworm snake had opened its huge mouth and swam towards the crowd like a whirlwind. As its body swam, thousands of small snakes slipped from it and quickly fell towards everyone. While waving the black blade, Bai Yu tried to use space skills with a thought. Very good. All the earthworms that fell next to her were sent to the garbage area that was automatically set up in the space storage test. Successful. Yu felt happy in his heart. Glancing around, everyone else was concentrating on dealing with the snake, that fell in front of them. But they didn't notice that there were inexplicably missing snakes in front of her. Originally, she wanted to try to use space to take away the whole big snake. But when she thought about the extraordinary strength of Emotienza and Li Yang, she gritted her teeth and held back. Many times, we are not afraid of thieves stealing, but we are afraid that thieves will miss us. On the other side, Emotienza waved his fingers gently, using some kind of card prop that had the function of a golden bell. As his fingertips danced, an invisible ripple covered his entire long body. Seeing that their entry was fruitless, the little snakes turned around and ran towards Li Yang not far away with the help of their slipping force.
Damn it! Capture the thief first and capture the king first!
Li Yang noticed something was wrong, shouted angrily, took out the gun in his hand, and shot at the 7-inch part of the earthworm.
Bang!
The bullet, like a misfired firecracker, rang once and disappeared. Shoot again. Like a stone sinking into the sea. Li Yang was stunned for a moment, and after cursing his mother, he raised his hand for the third time. This time, the gun was pointed at the head of the earthworm snake. Whoosh! The bullet flew towards the earthworm at high speed. The earthworm, as if it was a human being, was extremely fast and once again threw down a shower of small snakes. As soon as the bullet came close, it was blocked by the bodies of a group of small snakes.
Bang!
A ball of flesh and blood exploded. Everyone intuitively sensed a fishy stench coming towards them, and the snake had obviously noticed who the danger just came from. It turned around. Its scarlet eyes were bulging, and it opened its bloody mouth and attacked Li Yang. The speed is so fast, and the strength is so fierce that it's shocking. Li Yang stood there without moving at all. Just when the snake's bloody mouth was about to approach him, he saw him throwing a prop into the air towards the snake's head. A thick, pungent red smoke filled the air. The snake's mouth closed instantly and was forced into the air. When it passed through the thick smoke and opened its mouth to attack Li Yang again, Li Yang had already flashed and moved to Han Sumeishua's side.
Ah!
Before Han Sumeishua could react, she was pushed to Shiko by Li Yang with a heavy palm.
Crack!
Han Sumeishua's thin and slender body was directly bitten off by the earthworm snake. Streams of blood spurted out, and the remaining red liquid slid down from its sharp fangs. Soon, Han Sumeishua's entire body was quickly swallowed into its stomach.
Ah!
The three girls were shocked by what happened in front of them. But this was not the time to express dissatisfaction with Li Yang's cruelty and viciousness. So the three of them could only squeeze the weapons in their hands tightly.
Rust!
The snake ate a person and quickly retreated deep into the forest. Everyone knew that they were no match for it, so they had no intention of pursuing it. All, ding! Current number of players alive, 5. The cold mechanical sound rang in everyone's ears. Chapter 316, Misty Village, Earthworms and Snakes Hunting? Chapter 316, Misty Village, Earthworms and Snakes Hunting? Everyone was frightened and subconsciously wanted to turn around and run away from the ebony forest. But at this moment, Lu Yushi, who was the first to retreat, grabbed Yu and cried,
Qian, we seem to be lost.
Everyone turned around and were shocked by the sight in front of them. Behind us is no longer an empty pine forest with sunlight visible, but a dense and bottomless ebony forest. Scattered shrubs filled the gaps between each ebony tree. Several people glanced around and had the same strange look. They seemed to have entered an illusion without knowing it.
It's strange. We were standing at the edge of the woods just now and didn't move much. Why are we here?
Luo Qingju couldn't help but take a deep breath. Several people turned around again, and something even weirder happened. Lu Guodong's body, which was in front, disappeared.
Heck! This dense forest is so evil. No wonder the village doesn't let anyone in.
Li Yang couldn't help but cursed angrily. Lu Yushi looked puzzled and said,
But in the Misty Village, those hunters with permission can come in. So what's the matter? Do they know how to deal with these snakes?
Yu glanced at her and said,
Then I don't know. But at this moment, save your life and find the exit first. Yes, Bai Qianqian is right.
After Luo Qingju finished speaking, he looked at the area with relatively sparse shrubs and walked away. Yu didn't move, and she asked,
Which of you has a compass on you?
Everyone shook their heads. Yu was about to quietly use the phantom butterfly skill to find the edge of the dense forest. However, he discovered that the rustling, sound that had disappeared before sounded again. The sound came from all directions. And that strong sense of overlooking appeared again. Everyone had no choice but to stop in place again. Li Yang cursed again. Sister, it looks like we are going to be hunted by earthworms. Bai Yu raised his face and looked towards the top of the dense forest. She saw nothing but thick leaves. She tried to use her mental space to contain the peeping thing. And a cold prompt sounded in her ears. Ding! This space only supports the storage of non-human items. Bai Yu. Dot! Is that a human? So, what is it that is looking down at them? At this moment, everyone clearly felt that the ground began to shake. Liu Creek! Emotianza! Lu Guodong! Bai Qianqian! The calls of men and women came from not far away. Accompanying this sound was an unpleasant bamboo flute sound. Bai Yu took a breath and said, It's Ayin and Zhao Xiaojun. Ayin! We are here! Everyone quickly responded loudly. The harsh and unpleasant sound of the bamboo flute is getting closer and closer. The rustling sound suddenly stopped. In the blink of an eye, the surrounding environment seemed to have changed. There was a tiny piece of light shining into the dark forest. Everyone looked back in surprise, as if they were back in the ebony forest at the edge of the pine forest. Not far away, Ayin and Zhao Xiaojun were calling a few people with anxious eyes. They also saw a familiar figure, a lung, with a sullen expression on his face. He was reluctantly holding a strangely colored earth-red bamboo flute in his hand. Although, this is unbelievable. Players have to accept the strange reality. With lingering fears, the few people took 3 steps at a time and escaped from the strange ebony forest. Sky! Back in the pine forest, Bai Yu and Lu Yushi couldn't help but take a few deep breaths. Emotianza, on the other hand, still looked cold and calm. He should have some high-end props on him. However, it seemed that he had no intention of taking action in advance. Chapter 317, Misty Village, the best family? Lu Yushi, are you okay? I was scared to death. Ayin was the first to rush to Lu Yushi and hugged her. Lu Yushi was confused, and a trace of embarrassment flashed across his fair face. The remaining 4 players stared at each other. This Ayin always treats Lu Yushi differently. What is this? Hey, why haven't the squad leader and Hansu Meishua come out yet? Ayin glanced at Lu Yushi twice and realized that she was fine. Several players also reacted simultaneously, and their faces turned into sad and heavy expressions in a second. Lu Yushi had no choice but to tell Ayin about the encounter between several people and the death of 2 people. However, she deliberately ignored the details of everyone's battle with the earthworm and Li Yang's secret plot against the 2. It is only said that he was eaten by an earthworm snake that suddenly appeared, and no bones were left. Ainza said that she had just entered the ebony forest, and when she turned around, she found that everyone except Zhao Xiaojun had disappeared. She and Zhao Xiaojun searched for a long time, but couldn't find anyone. So they hurried back home and invited his brother over. Everyone learned new information from her inadvertent words. 1. In this dense ebony forest, due to the lack of sunlight all year round and the peculiar geology, miasma will form. 2. This miasma will form an illusion and make people easily lost. 3. The environment here is special and inaccessible, which is especially suitable for the growth of earthworms. So the ebony forest is considered the home of earthworms. 4. His brother is a hunter and has the snake control skills taught by his ancestors. As for the illusion-breaking skills, he learned them from Yin Yang, who is the high priest in the village. So, what we saw were all hallucinations. Lu Yushi looked incredulous. Yin nodded. Bai Yu and the others didn't speak. Even though it is an illusion, the deaths of Lu Guodong and Hansu Meishua are indeed real. How to explain this? In addition, Yin's father is the village chief. Yin's mother is the high priest. And Yin's brother is a hunter with special authority. Yin's family. It is not an exaggeration to say that they dominate the mountain and are kings. Yin, to be honest, your family is really a perfect match. Li Yang couldn't help but joke. Yin listened to his words, looked bitter, and shook his head. Hey, it's all my fault. If I had known earlier, I shouldn't have violated the village rules and let the squad leader go into the ebony forest. After she finished speaking in pain, she beat her chest and feet, her face full of regret. But that's all. Bai Yu's heart thumped. Yin acted as if it was normal for someone to die, and judging from her performance from the time, she went back to the present. The memories about Shi Chengjian and Jin Minshu should have been deleted by the system. Upon seeing this, Zhao Xiaojun over there quickly came forward to comfort Ayin and said, "Forget it. Ayin, a dead person cannot be resurrected. It's getting late. Let's go home first. Don't make your parents wait too long. Hey, just wait for me." Ayin sighed again. After saying that, she knelt down in the direction of the ebony forest, muttered something in her mouth, and bowed devoutly a few times. Then he stood up, bent down and patted the mud stuck to his trouser legs, then looked at the crowd with red eyes and said, "Let's go!" The few people had no choice but to pick up the bamboo baskets and fungi they had left behind, and followed her towards Yin's house. Her brother Ailing had long been impatient and walked away first, putting a long distance away from everyone. Baiyu glanced at the sky, and doubts suddenly arose in his heart. She remembered that it was noon when they entered the dense forest. And now, look at the light. Like evening. Even if you enter the illusion, it will only last less than half an hour. Could it be that this illusion can also make time fold? Also, Earthworm ate Han Su Miyuki, but he just skinned Lu Guodong. Do earthworms still treat men and women differently? In addition, the powerful sense of voyeurism felt in the space actually had human elements. This is why. Maybe. That's the snake mother? However, now that Emotianza and Li Yan were by his side, it was not easy for Baiyu to question Ayin in front of them. Soon a single passage trail appeared ahead. She walked last on purpose. I haven't eaten anything all day today, and I'm already starving. The backpack with dry food and water was also at Yin's house. She had no choice but to quietly take out a piece of beef jerky from the space, stuff it into her mouth, and chew it slowly. Chapter 318, Misty Village, Incompatibility. After 1 hour, everyone returned to Yin's house. Yin's parents learned from Alung that 2 of Yin's dead classmates had entered the ebony forest. The 2 of them suddenly changed their faces and were about to drag Yin to the family to deal with it. But the players reached out to stop him. Dinner was as sumptuous and weird as ever. On the green banana leaves, various new and unfamiliar crispy barbecues were placed. As usual, each person was given a cup of bright red snakeberry juice, plus a portion of the wild mushrooms that everyone risked their lives to pick up today. The players already knew this, so they all avoided it for the time being, saying they had no appetite after 2 of their classmates died. I don't know if this reason is sufficient, or because the quota for death has been reached today. Yin's parents did not force several people to drink snakeberry juice like they did at noon. After the players chatted with Yin's parents for a while, they said they were tired and had to go back to the house first. Yin and Zhao Xiaojun wanted to help clean up, so they didn't go back with the players. After Li Yang and Emotianza came out, they excused themselves from going to the door to get some fresh air and left Yin's house. Baiyu guessed that they should have gone out to find out the news while it was still dark. People in this village rested very early. Baiyu didn't think he could get any information at this time, so he went back to the house with Lu Yushi and the others. Back upstairs, the 3 of them tacitly took out dry food from their backpacks to eat. While eating, they chatted in low voices. However, everyone has reservations, and as for the clues in the dungeon, they are not as comprehensive as Baiyu himself. After simply eating and drinking, Luo Qingzhu glanced at Baiyu and Lu Yushi and whispered, "Starting tonight, how about we take turns keeping vigil?" Lu Yushi looked puzzled. "Why? What do you think about the 2 people who didn't come back downstairs?" Luo Qingzhu sneered and stretched out his hand to wipe his neck. "Okay." Baiyu nodded. In fact, the vigil means little. If Li Yang and Emotianza really had something in mind for them, they would still do it even if they were awake. And visually they would have the strength to do it. Therefore, even if someone else was keeping vigil, she was still prepared not to sleep. After all, it was just 2 more all-nighters. At her age, she can still bear it. Baiyu is the last person to watch the night. While Lu Yushi and Luo Qingzhu were sleeping, she took out coffee from the space and drank it quietly, and ate 2 pieces of dark chocolate. My overall condition has improved a lot. However, she also realized that the food stored in her space was mainly high-calorie and refreshing, lacking some meals. It's okay to eat it occasionally. I can't stand it after a long time when I can't get self-heating rice or hot pot, and my diet is unsafe. When you find the opportunity, you still need to prepare some dried fruits or vegetables. Fortunately, it was quiet downstairs that night. Just before dawn, the sound of the door opening came from downstairs. The people who came in were Yin and Zhao Xiaojun. Yesterday they slept in the main house. Yin looked at the empty bed on the second floor and said, "Huh? Where are Emotianza and Li Yang?" Yeah. Why aren't they here?
Zhao Xiaojun beside her also wondered in a low voice. Bai Yu had no choice but to stand up and stick his head out.
Good morning. Ah-in. Xiaojun. They too should have gone for morning exercises.
Ah-in thought he had woken her up, and said with some embarrassment on his face.
Sorry, Qian. I woke you up.
Bai Yu smiled.
It's okay. Why are you so early? A Yin's family is going to the fields to get some straw to prepare for the Snake Mother's Day. I'm going to help.
Zhao Xiaojun said doubtfully from the side.
Then let's get help together.
Bai Yu quickly tried. Ah-in said politely.
No. Qian. For this preparation, you need to read the horoscopes and so on. You were also frightened yesterday. You can rest and relax at home today. And you can also go to the market. By the way, the market in our village can be found along the road in front of our house, and about 2 kilometers up the mountain. Well, if you can do anything, call us at any time.
Bai Yu pretended to be disappointed inside, but in fact, he was secretly happy.
Kindness.
Ah-in nodded, took Zhao Xiaojun, closed the door with a creak, and went out. Chapter 319, Misty Village, Low-Level Lies? Luo Qingju and Lu Yuxi also woke up. They listened to the conversation between Bai Yu and Ah-in word for word. Lu Yuxi sat on the bed, looking at Bai Yu's back leaning against the wooden railing on the 3rd floor, arranging her hair and saying,
So, our main task today is to go to the market? Maybe.
Luo Qingju next to him said, and jumped out of bed. It didn't rain last night. Today, there are no white clouds lingering outside the window. Bai Yu ignored the two of them and quietly stepped downstairs. Walking to the door, she glanced at the courtyard through the crack in the door. At the gate of the fence, Ah-yin's father and mother, Ah-lung, Ah-in, and Zhao Xiaojun were each carrying a large bamboo strip basket. Just in time to leave. Bai Yu's eyes narrowed. Use bamboo strips to carry straw? Although she has never lived in a rural area, this does not seem to be consistent with common sense. In addition, she remembered that when she first appeared on the field ridge in the dungeon, the rice stalks in the endless rice fields were all burned. Ah-yin's lie was too low level. Is it intentional? As soon as he turned around, he saw Luo Qingju and Lu Yuxi also leaning towards the crack of the door. The two of them looked outside cautiously, then looked back at Bai Yu. Lu Yuxi's face was filled with confusion.
Qian, aren't they going to the fields to get straw? Why do they feel like they are heading up the mountain?
There are only 2 main roads on the mountain. A main road leads to the Misty Village Market that Ah-in mentioned. Another side road leads to the pine forest and ebony forest they visited yesterday. And the rice fields are at the foot of the mountain, in the opposite direction to what a few people said. Bai Yu knew that she was asking the question knowingly.
Huh?
And threw the question back.
That basket should be used for carrying items. But it is definitely not straw or anything like that.
Luo Qingju took over the words, finished the analysis with determination, and then said,
I'll follow them quietly to see what they're going to do. You go to the market as normal. What's there? Let's share information together in the evening.
Bai Yu nodded. Seeing this, Lu Yuxi also nodded. The clues given by this dungeon are too scattered. And just like the name of the dungeon, Misty Village, it is just a blur. Now it seems that the only way to give more information is to act separately. As for Li Yang and Mo Tianze, who had not returned home all night, the 3 of them naturally did not hold out any hope. For now, not being backstabbed by them is considered a blessing and misfortune. Luo Qingju went out. It was still early to go to the market, so Bai Yu and Lu Yuxi returned to their rooms to rest for a while. Thinking that it was to get closer to each other, Lu Yuxi began to tell Bai Yu enthusiastically about some of the things he had experienced in previous dungeons. Bai Yu listened, but his mind was thinking about other things. When she was halfway through speaking, Bai Yu recovered his thoughts and said, Lu Yuxi, you? This sudden question caused Lu Yuxi to stop speaking. She looked around a few times with caution.
What's wrong? Qian?
Bai Yu looked at her quietly.
I would venture to ask, do you have any special abilities or identity in this copy?
After she finished speaking, she added,
Of course. You can also choose not to answer. But
she deliberately hesitated to speak. After Lu Yuxi heard this, his wet little deer eyes froze for a moment. His eyes darkened and he lowered his eyes. Silent for a moment. After a while, she pretended to be innocent and raised her eyes to test.
Qian, can I trust you?
Bai Yu nodded and said, yes. Chapter 320, Misty Village, Peeping Secret Card.
Qian, I'm sorry. I trust you, but I may still need to use a secret prop.
After Liu Yushi finished speaking, he quickly waved his fingers in the air. Soon, a prop card was thrown out by her. A line of information appeared in Baiyu's sight. Name, silent card *1. And normal. Type, consumables. Function and purpose. Each time you use it, you can get 3 minutes of secret speaking and listening time. And the card will keep secret matters confidential within 3 minutes. Anyone who listens and leaks it to the outside world will suffer backlash and fatal punishment. Usage restrictions. It can only be used by a single listener and requires the consent of the listener before it can take effect. Note, just like the literal meaning, when a person has 3 seals on his mouth. Let's see what he can say to others. Baiyu. This card skill is really a bit like taking off your pants and farting. Just like Liu Yushi's amazing operation. And in this copy, who has the leisure to gossip about other people's secrets? Liu Yushi.
Qian, please click.
As soon as she finished speaking, a line of subtitles appeared in Baiyu's field of vision. Do you accept the other party's secret complaint? Whether? Baiyu reached out and clicked, yes. 2:59, the countdown begins. Liu Yushi looked at her and said seriously.
Okay, Qian, let me start talking now. I have a card called Peeping Secret Card, which can check the 3 players with the highest clearance rate of each copy. However, there is only 1 copy, and it can only be used once when entering. After use, it will be secretly bound to the selected person. After binding, I need to do at least 2 things or contribute 2 cards to the other party. The difficulty of the cards must be above level R. In this case, I can passively increase the probability of completing the level. If the bound person finally passes the level, my probability of passing the level will also be greatly increased. Emotianza, Liang, you, the 3 of you, are the players with the highest clearance rate of this dungeon as shown on the cards when entering the dungeon.
After she finished speaking, she saw that Baiyu was listening carefully. And then she continued.
However, a high clearance rate only shows the level of ability and luck. It does not mean that you can eventually pass the level. After all, the progress of the dungeon is uncontrollable, and there are many unexpected factors. Therefore, there is a certain element of speculation in such a choice.
Baiyu.
This
girl has so many cards? She suddenly realized that she really had very few power cards. But this is not the focus of thinking now. Baiyu remained calm and continued.
Then why me?
Liu Yushi smiled.
I am a face control person. When I choose to bind a target, I will look at the person's appearance. In fact, I know that in the dungeon. This is not right. And the behavior is a bit intellectual.
But, Baiyu waved his hand to interrupt.
Let's talk about the important point.
Liu Yushi's words stopped suddenly. Her beautiful eyes narrowed. And she said sheepishly.
At first it was because Liang had a beer belly, and I didn't like him. But now you know that he is a simple and honest person on the surface, but cruel and ruthless. Emotianza is handsome, but too aloof. And I always feel that he is a bit gloomy and mysterious. Not like a good person. I guess if he becomes ruthless, he will be even more ruthless than Liang. As for Qian, my first instinct is that you are kind-hearted, and you are the first choice.
After Liu Yushi finished speaking, he winked at her. Baiyu was dumbfounded by her analysis. Kindness is not an advantage in this crisis survival game. Baiyu glanced at her.
So what about Yin's special care for you?
Chapter 321, Misty Village, The Chosen Person. This time, Liu Yushi's eyes were startled. But she didn't speak. Baiyu's question obviously hit the point. 108. The card time is limited. So Baiyu decided to explain it rationally.
Yushi, since you have chosen to bind me now, the probability that I will eventually pass the level will be higher. And your clearance rate will also increase. At this time, we are all on the same ship. So there is no need to cover up. Right.
Liu Yushi took a deep breath and then said.
The game starts with a reminder that I am the one chosen by Yin.
Baiyu's eyelids tightened.
The chosen one? I don't know what it means. But with this Snake Mother's Day, I have a vague feeling in my heart that I may be a sacrifice.
After Liu Yushi finished speaking, he lowered his face with lingering fear. Baiyu. It's not impossible. She quickly reacted and advised Liu Yushi.
But it also means that you are safe until a certain point in time.
Liu Yushi nodded, said yes, and continued.
Okay, Qian, I've told you everything I know. This is also the first time I trust someone so much in a copy. However, you can actually give me your card which shows that I have indeed seen the right person. Lu Yushi stood up, glanced out the window, clenched his fists, and said firmly,
"In short, I must pass this dungeon, and I will do my best to help you and pass it together."
After Lu Yushi finished speaking, his eyes turned red. Midnight, card time is up. However, Lu Yushi's so-called secret has actually been told long ago. Baiyu looked at her, who suddenly looked sad, and was a little puzzled.
"Lu Yushi, what are you doing? In reality, I am not such a pleaser. My parents run a company. I used to have a good life and a carefree life. I just got admitted to University Z this year. Unexpectedly, this sudden survival game completely ruined our family's life. My parents entered the survival game when they were attending a meeting abroad. I don't even know what they became in the end. They just completely disappeared from my life. My parents' company lacked a leader, and I was just a freshman, so I didn't understand many things. In addition, the situation on Blue Star worsened, and the company quickly owed a large amount of debt. Although my parents had the foresight to isolate those debts long ago, there is no money in our family's private account, and I have an 8-year-old brother at home. If I fail to clear the level, I don't know how he will live alone."
Baiyu was stunned.
"Isn't there an official shelter to take in these children?"
In addition, I really didn't expect that Lu Yushi was only 18 years old. It's really difficult for them to play roles that are 10 years older than them. Of course, fortunately, I am not playing a painless motherhood.
He suffers from a congenital heart disease. Those shelters don't have such treatment conditions. When I enter the game now, I only risk my life to make money so that I can go back and treat him."
Baiyu listened with mixed feelings in his heart. No matter if you risk your life, being able to clear this dungeon does not mean that you can clear the next dungeon. She suddenly felt that being an orphan was not a bad thing in this Blue Star apocalyptic environment. No one cares. No one cares. Lu Yushi realized that her face was a little solemn, and quickly comforted her.
"Qian, I'm not saying this to gain sympathy, and you shouldn't have any psychological burden."
Baiyu retracted his thoughts, looked at her and smiled, saying,
"Don't worry. I'm not worried yet. Let's go. It's almost time. Let's go to the market to see if we can find any new clues."
Lu Yushi nodded. The two quickly left the Yin's house, follow the path leading up the mountain to the market, and walk up slowly. Chapter 322, Misty Village, Mist Market. Baiyu and Lu Yushi walked slowly. As the two walked, they glanced left and right and observed secretly. The houses of the villagers in Mist Village are all built of ebony, dark and indestructible. The buildings are hidden in the dense green forest. The road up the mountain is also very narrow. It's the kind of original excavated dirt road. Maybe it's because there is a lot of rain here. In order to avoid mud, the dirt road is also paved with some fine gravel. When you step on the shoes, they make a
click and click
sound. Before the person could get closer, the sound came first.
I met no adults on the road, but I met 2 children playing in front of their house. Adults will also cover up and lie, but children are relatively unscrupulous. Baiyu and Lu Yushi looked at each other and smiled, and were about to step forward to inquire about the news. The 2 children heard a click sound in the distance. When they looked up, they saw 2 strange and beautiful ants. They quickly got up and went back to the house.
"Are the children here so shy?"
Lu Yushi smiled awkwardly. Baiyu smiled and said non-committally,
"I don't know. Maybe it's because the folk customs are too simple."
All ding! Congratulations to the player who has unlocked 20% of the current plot progress. Please keep up your efforts and keep working hard. A cold mechanical sound suddenly sounded in their ears. The 2 looked at each other for a second. Obviously, this plot unlock has nothing to do with them. Lu Yushi was stunned.
"Is it Imo Tianza and the others? I guess it's Luo Qingzhu."
Baiyu raised his eyebrows.
"Oh, if I had known earlier, we would have gone with her,"
Lu Yushi said with some regret on her face.
"The fewer people following this matter, the better."
After Baiyu finished speaking, he stopped where he was and listened for a while. Lu Yushi noticed her abnormality and turned her head left and right in alarm.
"Qian, what's wrong?"
Baiyu deliberately reached out to hold her arm, leaned to her side and said,
"Don't look back. We may be followed by someone."
After saying that, she held Lu Yushi's arm and continued to stride forward. She felt that he had been following him for a long time. Although the sound was very small, the subtle sound of click and click could not be completely concealed. Lu Yuxi Xiaolu stared and said in disbelief,
"Maybe it's a way? After all, this is the way to the market." There is only one road in this village. I wish I had thought more about it,
Bayou said, his free hand naturally hanging down. As the fingertips waved gently, a small stream of light overflowed and turned into a transparent butterfly, slowly flying away in the direction behind him. The two of them walked for more than half an hour, and the gravel and dirt road finally became wider. There was a faint sound of noisy chatting coming from not far away. Apparently, the weekly market in Misty Village has arrived. The two couldn't help but speed up their pace. Soon, a wide lush platform covered with gravel appeared in their field of vision. A large wooden sign was erected at the intersection, with the 4 characters, Misty Market, crookedly written on it. It was a very original market. There are about 20 stalls. The stall was crowded with people. Bayou didn't know where these people came from. After all, they didn't encounter any ghosts along the way. However, the market here is still very unique. Each stall is built with green pine branches and wooden sticks. The platform on which items are placed is also made of wooden sticks and covered with fresh banana leaves. The items for sale are strange. The meat is either fresh or dried. There are also some unknown wild fruits and dried fruits. Of course, there are naturally indispensable seasonal, brightly colored, and various wild mushrooms. In addition, there are also shops selling fabrics and animal skins. Those fabrics mostly use printing and dyeing techniques, which have very ethnic characteristics. Ain, father, mother, and Along are wearing this kind of fabric. People I saw in the market also wore this kind of fabric. Therefore, at first glance, Bayou and Liu Yushi's costumes were very incompatible with them. Bayou quickly scanned the market and paused when he passed by a stall. Chapter 323, Misty Village, in Ruins.
Xian, should we first buy a set of printed and dyed clothes like those worn by villagers?
Liu Yushi felt a little uneasy when he saw that the surrounding villagers were all focusing on him and Bayou. Bayou withdrew his gaze and glanced back at the surrounding villagers. The moment the villagers' eyes met hers, they moved away with a swish. Bayou saw doubts, curiosity, and even a trace of compassion and sympathy in their eyes.
No need. This Misty Village is a remote village that has been closed for generations. To them, we are just strangers, and our clothes have nothing to do with it. Moreover, this village is very small, and everyone should know that Ain invited outsiders,
so they should not have any ill intentions towards us for the time being.
After Bayou finished speaking, he pulled her towards the stall he saw earlier. Liu Yushi said,
"Oh,"
and said,
"That's right.
The location of that stall is very remote, located in the innermost part of the whole market. There are very few people going there. The things sold in the stall are also very weird. It looks like various kinds of bubble wine, served in a large open glass bottle. There are scorpions, snakes, fruits and flowers soaked in them. There are all kinds of colors. Most of them are snakes. Big ones, small ones, cyan ones, red ones, knotted ones, and earthworm snakes. At first glance, the jar with the little earthworm snakes in it looked like a jar with earthworms soaked in it. It makes one scalp numb and makes one just want to gag." Liu Yushi saw her from a distance and grabbed her.
"Oh my god. Xian, are you going to buy bubble wine? Those snakes in there are so scary." "No. Look behind the stall."
Bayou raised his chin in the direction of the stall. Liu Yushi looked in the direction she pointed. Behind the stall is a large, dark and bare wasteland. The area is almost as big as 8 or 9 Ain's houses. This black wasteland is extremely abrupt in the green pine forest. It was like a house where many families lived together was suddenly swept by fire, leaving only some ruins. She was stunned for a moment.
"Is that a piece of ruins left after a house suffered a fire?"
Bayou said.
"Yes."
Liu Yushi's eyes were confused for a moment.
"What does that mean?"
"After all, pine forests are flammable. Houses built of ebony are even more flammable." Ain and the others lit oil lamps again. "Fire hazards are everywhere. Although this foggy village has heavy rain and a lot of fog, but the fire risk is not small." Bayou raised his eyebrows and said,
"I don't know either. But since the plot arranges for us to come to the market today, there must be a purpose. There are too many people in front of other stalls, and they are all young people. This one is the purest, and he is an old man, so I think he has more experience. If we ask, we may find something, but not necessarily. The key is to finish asking later and go into the ruins to take a look at the situation."
"Oh, that's it," Liu Yushi suddenly realized. The two quickly walked to the stall. In the stall was an old woman in her 60s or 70s, wearing dyed clothes and a blue scarf on his head. His face is wrinkled. He is very thin, and he looks a little old and drowsy. At this moment, the old woman was holding a cigarette bag in her hand and was smoking. In front of the stall, there were several straw mounds. Bayou suppressed his discomfort with those snakes soaking in wine, took a step forward and said politely,
"Old man, are you making wine?"
The old man raised his eyes and glanced at them. When he saw two beautiful girls with unfamiliar faces, his eyes flinched, but he soon smiled kindly.
"Yes. Are you the guests invited by the village chief's family?"
Chapter 324, Misty Village. You asked the right person. Bayou nodded,
said yes,
and then sat down on the grass pier in front of the stall. Lu Yushi also quickly sat down next to her.
These soaked wines have various functions. For example, this earthworm snake.
When the old lady saw the two of them sitting down, she thought they were potential customers, so she wanted to introduce them to them. Bayou smiled softly, pointed at a bottle of rose wine, and changed the topic.
"Grandma, what effect does this have?"
The old lady took a long puff of cigarette, then put down the cigarette bag in her hand. Her eyes lit up and she said,
"The little girl is very knowledgeable. This is made from wild roses and our family's ancestral homebrewed rice wine. It is good for the skin and body, and is especially suitable for girls to drink."
Bayou.
How to sell it? Our market is all about bartering. However, since you are guests of the village chief's house, I will give you 2 glasses to try,"
the old woman said, and quickly got 2 small glasses of wine for the two of them. Lu Yushi looked at the wine, and his face turned pale instantly. She whispered in Bayou's ear,
"Qian, I can't drink.
Besides, do you still need to drink to inquire about things?" Bayou stretched out his hand and patted her gently, gave her a look, telling her not to worry, then reached out to pick up a cup.
Tutaten said,
"Grandma, your wine is so fragrant."
After speaking, she took a small sip and praised,
"Yes, it's soft and silky in the mouth, and leaves a fragrant aftertaste on your lips and teeth. It's a good wine. Hey, my daughter still knows her stuff. Grandma, I'll change 3 cans.
Bayou put down the wine glass and pointed to the clay pot next to him.
Okay.
The old lady hadn't opened her door all morning. When she saw her, she was instantly happy. Lu Yushi was confused.
Qian, what do you want to exchange for? We didn't bring anything with us."
Bayou glanced around to make sure no one was paying attention, then reached out and took out a bucket of rapeseed oil and a cast iron fire stick from under the stall. She had bought it from the copy of Qingxi Town before, but she had never used it. Fortunately, in the mind space, time is stagnant, and the oil is well preserved. Lu Yushi's face was startled, but he reacted instantly. At their level, it is not impossible to spend hundreds of points and tens of thousands of gold coins to buy a prop backpack.
"Oh, there are too many girls. We don't need so much. Just light the fire stick."
When the old woman saw the vegetable oil, she was surprised for a moment and quickly declined. There are many snakes in Misty Village, and there is no shortage of snake meat or snake oil, but rapeseed oil is a good thing for them. The 2 people suddenly appeared in front of her stall. She was busy adding tobacco to the pot, so she didn't pay much attention to whether they had anything in their hands when they came.
"Hi. Not much. By the way, Grandma, I think our market is a bit small and quite crowded. Isn't the land behind you empty? Why don't we develop more inside?"
Bayou poured oil into her. He sat next to him and changed the topic. The old man was also a good person. He knew that there was something in her words, and that there was no free lunch. The hand that pushed the oil drum out suddenly paused. She retracted her hand, picked up the cigarette bag, took a few puffs, looked at the barrel of oil with some reluctance, and then lowered her voice and said,
"Daughter, this is a long story. You guys, you might as well ask the right person."
"There's drama." Bayou and Lu Yushi looked at each other with joy in their hearts, and then looked at the old man as if they were all ears. The old lady glanced around and then said,
"That area used to belong to the Orion family in our Misty Village."
Chapter 325, Misty Village, Snake Mother's Treasure?
Hunter?
Bayou pretended to be surprised. She remembered that a Yin's original family was the Orions. This ruins was obviously hit by a fire. Could it be that her parents died in this fire? The old lady nodded, gave a heavy and then continued.
"A long time ago, the hunters in Misty Village lived together for the convenience of traveling together. After they came back from hunting, they would exchange the prey near their homes. The mountains here happened to be relatively flat, and over time, A market was formed here.
After she finished speaking, she took a breath and continued.
You don't know. The hunters in Misty Village are very powerful, extremely rich, and have a high status because of the rules passed down from generation to generation. Only those who become hunters have the right to enter the ebony forest. There are adult earthworms there, which are very dangerous, but there are all kinds of wild animals and precious medicinal materials. The various wild animals and medicinal materials inside are inexhaustible. It can be said that they are God's natural gift to Misty Village. The hunters are the core group of people who control the resources and gift from God. Of course, the most important thing is that it is said that there is a snake mother's treasure in the ebony forest. Any object is very valuable, but ordinary villagers neither have the right to enter nor dare to enter.
Bayou took a breath. The snake mother's treasure? This is the first time I've heard of it. However, both the snake mother and the treasure are too sensitive and cannot be asked yet. Lu Yushi asked doubtfully at this time.
Grandma, why don't ordinary villagers dare to go in? Is it because they are not as strong as the hunters? Because most people will only go there and never come back. Only those who are Orions know the secret of returning smoothly after entering. This is not just because of physical strength. As Orions,
they have the divine power of the snake mother protect your body.
After finishing speaking, the old lady sighed. When she said the word
snake mother,
she clasped her hands together reverently again. Bayou narrowed his eyes. She suddenly thought of the strange-colored bamboo flute in Alling's hand. The so-called snake mother's divine power to protect the body is just a secret that outsiders don't know. So is the snake mother's treasure a legend? Or is it real? She said.
Grandma, what do I need to do to become a hunter?
Grandma,
this is an ancestral tradition, somewhat similar to the hereditary tradition of Orions. It was passed down from generation to generation a long time ago. Only Orions possess the power of the snake mother.
Bayou continued to ask knowingly.
Who is it now?
Now. The old lady's words stopped abruptly. She glanced around carefully with her eyes. And then she said,
It has been lost. Because the hereditary hunters, who angered the snake mother, were all killed in the fire in the middle of the night 10 years ago.
Bayou frowned slightly.
Did you anger the snake mother? Yes. 10 years ago on the eve of the snake mother's day, the hunters went to the ebony forest to hunt together. It was said that the door to the snake mother's treasure had just opened. They happened to meet it, and couldn't resist their greed and stole it secretly. Soon after, scales grew on their faces and bodies, and soon dense earthworms sprouted from their bodies. Some died suddenly on the spot, and some still had a trace of breath left, and their house caught fire in the middle of the night, and all the hunters behind it were reduced to ashes. We all said that the snake mother was angry and was punishing them. Therefore, no one dares to build new houses in this burning area. On the other hand, the peripheral area was not involved, so the marketplace remained.
Bayou then said,
Grandma, what is the snake mother's treasure?
At this time, the old woman's cloudy eyes shone with light.
The snake mother not only possesses the power of immortality, but also has endless treasures. And the snake mother's treasure door appears in the world once every 10 years before the snake mother's day.
Chapter 326, Misty Village, Human Head and Snake Body. Bayou.
Grandma, have you seen the snake mother's treasure?
The old woman shook her head and muttered something.
How dare you see it? Everyone who saw it died. Later, people said that the treasure was cursed by the snake mother, and it is not something that mortals like us can come at casually.
Seeing that she had opened up her chatterbox, Bayou decided to strike while the iron was hot and said,
Grandma, have you seen the snake mother?
The old lady paused, glanced at the two of them, and said,
In my life, I have only seen images. The snake mother is a god with a human head and a snake body. Her true form is not something the ordinary people can glimpse at will. In our Misty Village, only the high priest has the opportunity to see the snake mother. Every 10 years, the high priest will personally preside over sacrifices to the snake mother, so that the Misty Village will have good weather and prosperity for people and animals. And at the same time pray that the snake mother can bestow more earthworm eggs, and so on to the Misty Village.
Bayou's breath froze. A human head and a snake body. Could it be that the powerful sense of peeping that I felt in the ebony forest before, and the huge creature with human breath after testing in the mind space, are really the snake mother? Is the snake mother real? But since he is a god, why does he have a human aura? After the old lady over there finished speaking, she added,
The high priests are also hereditary, and are all held by women.
Bayou's eyes were startled again. The high priest with the head of a human and the body of a snake.
Hereditary sacrifice.
The key words in the old woman's words flashed rapidly in my mind. This village looks ordinary, with a rather strict hierarchy, and it is still stuck in an era that is similar to feudalism. In addition, in her memory, there were many gods with human heads and snake bodies recorded in the ancient book.
The classic of mountains and seas.
Bushi, the water god Gongdong, etc. are all gods with human heads and snake bodies. However, those are all legends. The god that this village fears is the snake mother rather than the
Snake Lord.
From a certain perspective,
maybe the Misty Village had some matriarchal elements a long time ago. The female high priest was responsible for offering sacrifices to the snake mother. Ain Yang is the high priest. That's why they were, specially, invited to the house by Ain. So, Lu Yushi was selected as a sacrifice. So what do the remaining few of them count as sacrifices? What does this once-in-a-decade sacrifice mean to Ain and the others? Baiyu felt that his thoughts were a little confused at the moment. It seems like there are thousands of things pointing in a certain direction. However, for a while, she couldn't decide. What was that direction? What's the missing piece? Baiyu frowned in thought. And soon she realized. From the moment he entered the dungeon, Xiao Xiaojun specifically mentioned the Snake Mother's Day. And Ain also mentioned the Snake Mother's Day. They only know that the last day of the copy is the Snake Mother's Day. Moreover, Snake Mother's Day happens only once every 10 years. But they don't know what Snake Mother's Day is? I don't know what Snake Mother's Day means to Ain and the others. It seemed as if their thoughts had been vaguely affected after entering the Misty Village. In addition, they passed many houses along the way, and did not see any information related to the Snake Mother Festival. This festival doesn't seem to have much outward expression. Nor does it have any sense of ritual. It's just like an insignificant little festival on Blue Star. But everyone said they respected this festival very much. Looking at it this way, it seems very strange. It's so messy and messy. Baiyu decided not to think about it for now. She thought quickly in her mind. Then changed the topic and asked,
Grandma, are there any specialties or precautions for our Snake Mother's Day?
Chapter 327, Misty Village. The truth is very close. The old lady also said that her mouth was a little dry. She picked up a bamboo water cup, took a swig of water, and then said,
Well, we will drink snakeberry and earthworm egg juice before the Snake Mother's Day. This should be regarded as the most important tradition.
When Baiyu and Lu Yushi heard this, they were frightened for a second. I originally thought that the Ain family was deliberately trying to embarrass them. But unexpectedly, it turned out to be a tradition. Just quite outrageous. However, in this copy of the game, Baiyu encountered more than just one or two outrageous things. Lu Yushi pursed her lips.
Grandma, are you afraid of eating those earthworm eggs? Are you afraid that your body will turn into a container and hatch earthworms and snakes will come out?
The old woman smiled kindly and slowly looked at the two of them. Baiyu and Lu Yushi could only nod. The old lady picked up the cigarette bag, took a puff and said,
It seems that you have seen it. In fact, in the concept of our Misty Village, only those chosen by the Snake Mother will do that. It is an honor. Only the Snake Mother with the ability to live forever can have a steady stream of earthworms. The ability of snake eggs. And a person's body can become a container for hatching earthworm eggs in his lifetime, which is not comparable to that of a Snake Mother. Besides, every gain must come with a loss. We must live up to the conscience of heaven and earth. We can't just eat earthworm eggs and never give back to the mother snake.
Baiyu and Lu Yushi were silent for a moment after hearing these words. I always feel like something is wrong. It's quite awkward. Baiyu suddenly remembered that he still had an important question that he had not asked, and said quickly,
Grandma, we are Yin's classmates. You know, her parents. Right.
Upon hearing this, the old woman's originally plain face instantly became alert. Her eyes shrank subconsciously. Then she looked at Baiyu and said with a smile,
Yin's parents? Aren't they our village chief and high priest? Of course we know this. We also know that you are Yin's classmates and the first guests to come to our village to participate in the Snake Mother Festival.
Lu Yushi. In this small village, communication seems to be underdeveloped. But it seems that there are no secrets between everyone. Baiyu corrected.
No, Grandma. I mean her biological parents.
Judging from the old lady's expression just now, it was hard for her to speak too clearly. Talking about Yin's or Ian parents or something like that. The old lady looked at her for a moment. then picked up the cigarette pot she had finished smoking in her hand, slapped the ashes on the ground, and fell into silence. Soon, she raised her old wrinkled face and said avoidantly, "Hey, my 2 daughters and I, my old woman, have never spoken like this so many times in my life. And today is also unprecedented. It's getting late. I went home to eat. You guys, take whatever wine you want to try." After the old lady finished speaking, she stood up and left shakily. When Baiyu and Lu Yushi saw this, they couldn't stop them anymore. They glanced around and saw that many stalls and people had left. The items were placed randomly like that, so there was no need to worry about losing them. Lu Yushi said with emotion, "I feel that the people in this village are very simple, but a little dull." Baiyu corrected her. "It's not stupidity. It's ignorance." Oh. Yes." Lu Yushi stuck out his tongue and stared at her with his little deer eyes. "Qian, what do you think of this old lady's words? It feels like we are very close to the truth, but there is another layer between us." Baiyu had no choice but to express his own opinion. This sounds a bit nonsense, but it is indeed true. Chapter 328, Misty Village, Blaming God? Lu Yushi: "I think so too. I always feel that Ain must have some agenda when he called us here before the Snake Mother's Day. But what does she want? Could it be that they sacrificed us to the Snake Mother in exchange for the Snake Mother's treasure? I don't know. It shouldn't be that simple. After all, the treasure is a bit biased towards legend or some kind of nonsense." Baiyu shook his head. In her understanding, during the feudal society, some leaders or patriarchs in many remote places, in order to consolidate their control and power, always packaged and whitewashed some shady facts or certain rules and legends and myths. However, this treasure may not exist, but it may represent something scarce. This rare thing was obviously in the hands of high-status hunters in the past. But now, it is in the hands of the village chief and his family, who have a strong voice. Looking at it this way, the fire in Orion's residence was caused more by human factors. In the end, it was just artificially held on the mother snake's head. But daring to blame God is a little puzzling. Maybe we will know after we meet Luo Qingzhu in the afternoon. I guess Ain and the others must have gone to get this kind of thing. And this kind of thing has a certain temporal nature." Lu Yushi smiled. "What kind of treasure can there be in this place? Could it be 1,000-year-old Ganoderma lucidum? Then I don't know. If it's 1,000-year-old Ganoderma lucidum, then at least it's not just one. Right. After all, they all carry several bamboo strips on their backs." After Baiyu finished speaking, he pulled her and stood up. Lu Yushi glanced left and right, then glanced at the sky. Judging from the sky, it looked like it was just before 11 o'clock in the morning. "Let's look at the weather. It should be raining again soon," she said. Qian, where are we going now? Do you want me to go find other people and ask?" Baiyu nodded. Lu Yushi got up and went to several stalls where there were still people. She is sweet-looking and very approachable. However, those people greeted her with a smile, and after hearing her question, they all waved their hands without exception, with alert and fearful expressions on their faces, and stopped talking. It can be felt that they seem to have lingering fears about certain things or topics. From this point of view, although those people are very young, they are not as free and easy as the old lady from before. Baiyu frowned. "Remember that you still have things to do." She closed her eyes and felt the location of the phantom butterfly she had just released. Judging from the information fed back by Huan Dai, if the person following them is a player, it is most likely a Motianza. Li Yang is only of medium height. It was obviously impossible for Luo Qingzhu to follow them. But she didn't know why Emotianza and Li Yang were not together. The system has not reported the player's survival status, which means that he is alive and well. In addition, Emotianza appeared in the market before, but keep some distance from them. But after the old lady got up and went home just now, he seemed to have left too. The current direction of the phantom butterfly is somewhat close to the top of the mountain. So, it's very possible that when he saw the old lady chatting too much with the two of them, he followed her to get information? Baiyu suddenly felt that the old man was a bit sinister. But she couldn't either. Lu Yushi soon came back with a sad face. Qian, these people are so stubborn. I just talked about Ain and Orion's parents, and those people seem to hear ghosts coming. It's okay. It's normal. It's expected. Baiyu smiled, stretched out his arm to comfort her. Lu Yushi's expression softened slightly. Qian, what should we do now? Chapter 329, Misty Village, A Piece of Gold? You're all here.
Why don't we go inside and have a look?
Bayou pointed at the dark ruins. She felt that she was being pulled by some kind of intuition and had to go there. Moreover, not everything will be burned to ashes after a fire. If you're lucky, it's not impossible to find some residue. The key to this place is that the villagers of Misty Village did not dare to come in. But it was relatively intact, and the scene was preserved. Lu Yushi nodded, but Xiao Luyin shrank subconsciously and remained motionless.
Xianqian, those hunters were all burned to death in the fire. There will be no ashes in the black soil.
She hesitated to speak. Bayou smiled.
It has been 10 years, and it has been washed away by the rain. Don't worry.
The paleness on Lu Yushi's face disappeared momentarily, and he secretly thought that he was right. The two of them glanced left and right, and there were only a few people in the booth, while others were not paying attention. They squeezed in through the pine trees outside the ruins. As soon as the two stepped into the black area, a cold mechanical sound suddenly sounded. All, ding! Current number of players alive, 4. The two of them trembled involuntarily, and looked at each other. Lu Yushi.
Is it Li Yang? He was tricked by Emotianza?
Bayou pursed his lips and said nothing. The phantom butterfly was so far away that she could hardly feel it. But she was certain that Emotianza was still alone. So the person who died was probably Luo Qingzhu. Lu Yushi raised her eyebrows and said,
Xianqian, do you feel a little strange?
Bayou. Lu Yushi.
Our player gender this time. If we had NPC Zhao Xiaojun, it will be 5v5. And every time the people who die are one male and one female. Excluding the first day. On average, one pair will die every day.
Bayou also discovered this feature before. However, there are only 2 pairs, which can't prove anything. Moreover, the deaths of Lu Guodong and Han Su Meishue were obviously inextricably related to Li Yang. Is this some kind of man-made coincidence? Lu Yushi pinched her fingers and suddenly said in horror.
If the system prompts the player to die one after a while, it means that a man and a woman die every day. In that case, Xianqian, you will be in danger tomorrow.
After all, she is Ah Yin's chosen one, and is likely to be the final sacrifice. Then even if she is going to die, it will be on the last day of her life. Bayou said calmly.
Maybe there will be no prompt. If it is as you expected, it is very likely that the person who disappeared today will be Zhao Xiaojun. We can confirm this speculation later.
Lu Yushi's analysis was very correct. But Bayou was actually a little uneasy in his heart. In the several dungeons she had experienced before, she always felt that she had some luck or something similar to the protagonist's halo. But in this copy, the protagonist is obviously Lu Yushi, not her. Can her luck remain as good as ever? She does not know. Forget it. Take one step and take a look. Thinking of this, Bayou took a deep breath and walked towards the ruins.
My God! Xianqian, this fire is so exaggerated.
Lu Yushi glanced at the ruins. Everything is black. The ground was black crushed carbon. The uncollapsed ruins above are also black. It should also be the remains of a roof truss made of ebony, burned into carbon. Looking at the frame pattern, these wooden houses are larger than the village chief's house. No wonder it can lead to jealousy and death.
What is that?
Lu Yushi said, hey. Looked at a little gold in the black soil not far away, and walked quickly over. The golden color has a metallic texture, not like something vulgar. She quickly took out her slender ancient sword from the game board. Soon, she pried out a deformed item the size of a basin, but made of gold. All, ding! Congratulations to the players for discovering the key clues in the dungeon. The plot progress has been increased to 30%. A cold mechanical sound sounded the moment the golden object was unearthed. Chapter 330, Misty Village, a trap? Bayou and Lu Yushi listened to the system prompts with stunned expressions. However, the two of them could not tell for the time being whose clue this improvement in progress came from.
Xianqian, come and see. Is this gold?
Lu Yushi said, gently scratching the metal object with his ancient sword. A small layer of golden crumbs soon appeared in the palm of the white palm. Bayou knelt down and checked.
It's gold. But this shape? Is it because of the fire?
Lu Yushi turned over and looked at it, very confused. The gold nugget must have been melted and deformed by high temperatures, and its shape is very random. However, the weight is not small, at least 5 or 6 kilograms.
Real gold is not afraid of fire, which means that the melting point of gold is not low. However, ordinary fires do not have such a high temperature, which can only mean that someone added additional combustion aids when they set the fire.
After Bayou finished speaking,
he continued. I guess that our Yin's or Iron parents were harmed by the village chief. The fire 10 years ago was probably caused by the village chief or someone arranged by the village chief. Then somehow, the village chief became her adoptive father. Maybe Ah-een still has value in him. Ah-een should be seeking revenge, and we are just the victim she can use on her revenge path. But why she had to wait 10 years? Maybe it really had something to do with the Snake Mother Festival. As soon as Baiyu finished speaking, the cold mechanical voice sounded in their ears again. All, ding! Congratulations to the players for discovering the key clues in the dungeon. The plot progress has been increased to 35%. The two looked at each other and saw Lu Yushi said in surprise. Xianqian, you guessed it right. Baiyu smiled coquettishly. No, I was right. Xianqian, we found this gold. It would be a pity not to take it with us. You should have a backpack of supplies. Right. I remember the barrel of vegetable oil you just took, Lu Yushi said, flipping the large piece of gold in front of her. Xianqian, since we have seen this gold, it means we are destined to it. So let's take it away. This thing, hard currency, is not cheap. Baiyu listened happily to her words. Well, it's quite fate. After all, who can have trouble with money? A thought. The gold disappeared instantly under Lu Yushi's gaze. Wow, your prop backpack is really useful. If I clear the game this time, pay my brother's medical bills for the next few years, and have some left over, I'll buy one for myself too. Baiyu nodded. The two got up and continued searching inside the ruins. Fortunately, it was lunchtime now, and there was no one in the market on the other side. In addition, if calculated according to the layout of the area and ruins, the two of them walked to the center of the ruins, to the home of one of the families. Crack, crack, the coke on the ground made a slight crackling sound when they stepped on it with their feet. As Baiyu walked, he noticed something unusual. The ground seemed to be shaking regularly, and it felt like there were gears installed underground. But the trembling feeling is not very obvious. Oh my god! There's another piece! Soon, the sharp-eyed Lu Yushi once again saw a small piece of something that looked like gold. As soon as the two of them reached the vicinity of the gold, they felt that the soles of their feet were weak, and their bodies quickly sank in. That gold is surrounded by a hollow trap? Ah! Lu Yushi screamed and fell straight down. Baiyu also followed closely and fell down. Chapter 331, Misty Village, falling into the golden nest. Bang! Bang! The trap was a bit like the depth of an old-fashioned ancient well, and the two fell to the ground one after the other. The ground seemed to be paved with some kind of metal, and was very hard. The ancient sword in Lu Yushi's hand made a muffled sound at the moment of impact. Fortunately, Baiyu and Lu Yushi's bodies had been strengthened by the game before, so they only suffered some skin injuries from this fall. After the two stood up, they immediately took a breath of cold air. The top of the trap closed automatically after they fell. The surroundings, as far as the eye can see, are dark. There was an unpleasant rotten smell permeating the air. Lu Yushi frowned. Xianqian, something's wrong here. Why is the top also black? And she remembered that there was a layer of coke on it. It stands to reason that when the two of them fell, the charred charcoal and ashes should fall with them. But apparently not. Something's wrong. Maybe. It's right. As Baiyu spoke, he took out 2 flashlights and masks from the space, and handed one to Lu Yushi as well. Oh my god! This is a treasure chest! Lu Yushi exclaimed and quickly put on the mask. The unpleasant smell around me has become much lighter, but breathing was obviously difficult. Baiyu focused on observing the surrounding environment and did not reply to her. The moment she landed, she had already taken out the black blade. She raised the flashlight, looked up, down, left, and right, and narrowed her eyes. The space where they fell was not small. About 100 square meters. It shouldn't be a trap. It's boxy, and the internal structure looks a bit strange. There are many dark ebony pillars in the 4 corners and in the middle, arranged neatly. The wall around the trap is surrounded by circles. Bamboo? Between the bamboo circles, there are pieces of dark gold looming. Bricks? The ground was very hard, and there was a lot of broken soil. So when they fell just now, their bodies were in great pain. Ah-een once said that their ancestors studied under Lu Ban. Therefore, it is understandable that such a cellar has a mechanism-like setting. I just don't know if there are any hidden weapons or anything like that. Baiyu walked to the wall and used the black blade to gently chip away at one of the bricks. After the thin soil outside fell off, a golden gap appeared in front of him. Oh my god! Don't tell me! These bricks on the walls and floors are all gold.
Lu Yushi looked incredulous. Bai Yu's eyes lit up.
Well, they should all be gold. Oh my god! So what we fell into was a gold trap. Oh, no. To be precise, we fell into a gold nest.
Lu Yushi said with disbelief on his face. Bai Yu looked at her and almost wanted to laugh. It fell into the golden nest. But she couldn't take it away. But now was not the time for joking. She withdrew her gaze, glanced at the whole body, and analyzed.
This is not a trap. This should be a cellar. In other words, it is the treasure house built by the hunters themselves.
Lu Yushi's eyes paused on the bamboo on the wall.
Cellar? What do these bamboos mean? There is a lot of rain here. If you guessed it correctly, it is used for drainage. I have seen a documentary before. In it, a certain ethnic minority lived in a place where there were many flash floods. Therefore, when building a house, they would use bamboo as the foundation. Achieve the purpose of drainage. As for the charcoal on top of us, I think part of it came from the fire. And part of it was that when the hunters were building this cellar, they laid a layer in advance to absorb moisture.
Bai Yu continued to walk forward as he spoke. Chapter 332, Misty Village, a Mummy.
Xian, these golds?
Lu Yushi couldn't help but ask when he saw that she was indifferent to the gold.
Don't worry about it for now. Let's wait until there is enough air to see if there are any exits or clues.
Bai Yu spoke and walked towards a corner. The layout of that corner is different from the other corners, with 3 ebony pillars side by side. When the light shines on it, it's still dark, as if something is hidden, and the rotten smell in the space was obviously coming from that direction. Bai Yu walked cautiously, his muscles tense, and he was extremely vigilant in his heart. Seeing this, Lu Yushi walked up lightly holding the sword. As soon as the two of them walked around the pillar, a highly desiccated adult corpse, with its back and ragged clothes and leaning against the pillar, suddenly appeared in their field of vision. The corpse had sunken features and a ferocious face, as if an evil spirit had descended. Lu Yushi was so scared that he quickly covered his mouth.
His!
Bai Yu also jumped back as a reflex. She quickly realized that this copy was not a supernatural copy, and there should be no zombies or fake corpses. This person probably came down to take shelter during the fire, but he didn't expect that the exit could not be opened and he died here. Thinking of this, she gritted her teeth, resisted the discomfort, and stepped forward. Then he hung a small heart and raised the light to illuminate the body from top to bottom. Maybe the cellar was very dry and the body was well preserved. Like a wax figure, it was a tall male corpse with bare arms. The male corpse was covered with scars. He was holding a hunting knife in his left hand, and his right hand was pressed to the ground. There seemed to be something underneath his palm. Bai Yu stepped forward with the black blade and gently pulled it, revealing a dark gold, palm-sized square sign. She took out the rubber gloves from the space and put them on before picking up the gold medal.
This is this?
Lu Yushi came forward, took a look, and was stunned. It's a square gold medal with a family portrait engraved on it. The carving is very good, and it also incorporates hollowing technology, making the picture very lifelike. A couple and a pair of daughters. Both daughters wear crotch horns, and their facial features and clothing are exactly the same. Judging by his age, he is about 7 or 8 years old. Ding! Congratulations to the players for discovering the key clues in the dungeon. The plot progress has been increased to 40%. Bai Yu.
Xian. This reminds me. Is this gold medal related to Ain?
Lu Yushi said in surprise.
Maybe. Does Ain have sisters?
Bai Yu said, turning over the gold medal, and his eyes suddenly stopped. On the back of the gold medal, a line of words engraved in traditional Chinese came into view. Golden shuttle. Silver shuttle. The sun and moon are shuttled. Ding! Congratulations to the players for discovering the key clues in the dungeon. The plot progress has been increased to 50%. We also ask current players to keep up the good work and continue working hard. The two of them were overjoyed. The plot progress actually increased by 15% instantly.
So, we can speculate that Ain has a sister?
Lu Yushi reacted.
This possibility cannot be ruled out,
Bai Yu said, with a thought. He put the gold medal into the space and analyzed.
Looking at this photo, Yin's biological parents were very loving. They should have been in the cellar when the fire broke out. Yin's body should be nearby. Maybe there is a secret passage leading to the outside.
Lu Yushi scanned the whole circle.
Xian, I still have a question. Assuming that this cellar belongs to a Yin's family, how did they get down? There are no stairs around it.
Chapter 333, Misty Village, a meteorite? Baiyu glanced at the pillars and said,
It may be for anti-theft or other considerations that ropes are used to enter and exit. There may also be other secret passages leading to other exits. Let's see if we can find it.
After Baiyu finished speaking, he raised his palm towards the wall where the gold bricks were piled, and slapped it on it. She actually didn't have much confidence. But in my impression, in those novels or TV series, it is usually written like this. Lu Yushi also quickly followed suit.
Bang, bang, bang.
A different muffled sound soon came from the wall. Baiyu calmed down, stretched out his hand, and pushed forward hard.
Crash!
A pile of gold bricks tilted down. A gap leading to a dark passage appeared in front of him. You can clearly feel a cool breeze blowing in instantly. If there is wind, it means that the passage leads directly to the outside.
Oh my god! Sister, are you cheating? You found the exit so quickly and didn't say anything, but you can still push the wall with one hand?
When Lu Yushi heard the sound, he turned his head and looked at Baiyu, his face filled with incredible surprise. Baiyu smiled.
Finding the entrance to the cave was purely a coincidence. As for this wall, it is not reinforced and will fall down as soon as it is pushed. Hey, why did he fall down with just one push? It's so unreasonable.
Lu Yushi came over. Baiyu took a flashlight and looked into the passage. It was very twisty, and there was nothing there.
I guess Father Ain temporarily blocked it with those gold bricks coated with mud.
Lu Yushi.
Why? Perhaps, when the fire broke out, Ain and his mother had expected it. It was naturally unrealistic to go up, so we could only use the backup channel to escape. Ah Yin's father must have some health reasons and can't leave, so he might as well stay. The wall was temporarily blocked, probably to create time conditions for Ain Yang to escape.
The reason why Baiyu made this analysis was that when he inspected the man's body just now, he found that he was not only covered in scars. The calf part is curved in a strange arc. It should be something like a dislocation. The bulk gold bricks in the gap were quickly cleared. To be precise, they were all taken into the mine space by Baiyu. The two of them didn't dare to delay any longer. After all, clearing customs was the first priority. If you don't pass the level and you are dead here, no matter how many gold bricks you have, it will be useless. The secret passage was a little damp and cold. It was even reinforced with ebony inside. Baiyu had to suspect that the secret passage must have some history. There were twists and turns inside, and the two of them walked around for a long time without seeing an exit. Soon, the secret passage was blocked by a huge stone. Next to the stone, a female corpse with all her bones exposed sat strangely with her head bowed. The two of them had previously speculated that there was a female corpse in the secret passage. But the moment they saw the female corpse, they were still shocked. It may be that the environment is too humid, but the preservation state of the female corpse is obviously much worse than that of the male corpse in the cellar. All the flesh on his body had rotted away. As usual, Baiyu held back his discomfort and checked. Soon, she found a black, egg-shaped stone with several holes under her bone-white palm. The stone is about the size of a fist, very heavy, and has a metallic texture. Lu Yushi took a look and said,
This is a bit like that musical instrument. Soon!
Baiyu raised his eyebrows, suddenly thinking of the bamboo flute that Aling was holding in his hand. Could it be that this is also the one that controls those earthworm snakes? She just opened her palms to watch carefully, when the stone clicked and sucked onto the wall of the secret passage. Lu Yushi was startled. Baiyu stretched out his hand and gently grabbed it. Grabbing it. But I can feel that the sun in my hand is attracted by a force above the wall of the secret passage. Baiyu reacted.
This sun is magnetic and has a high hardness. This wall looks like it has a high iron content. Whoa! Xian, this sun is not made of meteorites. Right,
Lu Yushi said with great imagination. Baiyu frowned and thought for a while.
It's not impossible.
Chapter 334, Misty Village, staying for 2 days? After Baiyu finished speaking, with a thought, he also put the sun into the space.
Xian, what should we do now? Do we want to go back?
Lu Yushi looked at the big stone blocking the passage and frowned. It would be fine if there was only a stone separating the passage. If the other side of the big rock is completely blocked by gravel, that will be troublesome. At present, there are 2 possibilities for this channel. 1, there may be secrets that only Orion knows. Because according to the layout, if the other end of this passage runs through the mountain, It should just lead to the other side of Yinyang Mountain. From the surface of the mountain, separated by the dangerous ebony forest, it is obvious that it is impossible to cross to the other side. 2. It may be just a backup escape route. So, where does it lead? Also, where did all the gold in the cellar come from? Baiyu thought quickly in his mind. Said,
"Wait a minute. I'll take a look again,"
and raised his flashlight to look above the stone. The stone must have fallen temporarily. There was a lot of gravel and dust on the ground. It seemed that Yinyang had been hit in the head, and that was how she finally separated from her husband. Diagonally above, there are some large cracks on the edge of the cracked ebony shelf. The cold wind whizzing in the passage was blowing in from those cracks. The wind is not strong, and the current position of the passage does not seem to be on the edge, which means that the space on the other side of the big rock is large enough. Both of them have handy weapons, so it should be no problem to climb up and dig a little hole to make a small hole for people to pass through. After Baiyu observed silently, he took off his mask and suggested,
"How about we sit down and rest for a while?"
The wind is relatively strong here, and the smell in the air is much better than that in the cellar. Judging by the time, it should be around noon now. The two of them hadn't had a drop of water, not to mention they were hungry. They were already a little tired. It takes a critical moment to carve out the exit, which also requires physical strength. So it is better to recharge your batteries first. In fact, Baiyu's invisibility cloak prop can easily pass through this boulder, but she had no intention of using it. First, the CD time of the invisibility cloak is too long, so I don't dare to use it unless absolutely necessary. Second, in front of Liu Yushi, some of his guaranteed self-defense props cannot be revealed easily, although Baiyu's clearance probability is bound to her. She also looks soft and harmless. However, she had already seen Liu Yushi's acting skills when she entered the dungeon. At this moment, the two of them were walking close to each other again, so it was impossible not to be careful.
"That's it?"
Liu Yushi said, looking timidly at the white skeleton.
"Yes."
Baiyu nodded and sat on the floor. When Liu Yushi saw this, he didn't want to be pretentious and sat down nearby. That white skeleton can be ignored for the time being as long as the flashlight doesn't shine on it. Just as Liu Yushi stretched out her hand to tidy up her messy hair, Baiyu had already handed over a bottle of room-temperature Coke and beef jerky.
"Oh my god! Xianqian, your backpack props couldn't have been borrowed from Ding Dang Doraemon." "Right."
She was shocked again. Baiyu smiled, opened a bottle of ice-cold Coke for himself, and after a few sips, his whole body returned to normal. She was indeed hungry.
"The food was all bought in the last dungeon. However, it is almost gone."
After Baiyu finished speaking, he added,
"But this backpack prop seems to be bound to me. If I lose it, this prop will be gone as well and cannot be dropped."
The meaning of the words is obvious. Chapter 335, Misty Village, traveling through the secret passage. The embarrassment in Liu Yushi's eyes disappeared momentarily.
"This is great. No one else can take it away even if they want to."
Baiyu said, yes, without comment. Liu Yushi chewed beef jerky and drank a few more sips of Coke before finally regaining consciousness. She looked at Baiyu.
"Qianqian, tell me, what would Ain and the others think if we weren't here?"
Baiyu,
"I don't know. Maybe they will look for us. After all, they called us all the way home."
Liu Yushi,
"Yeah, that's right. Qianqian, I'm thinking, if it doesn't work out, we'll just stay in this passage for 2 days. We can wait until the 5th day of the game is over before we go out."
I always feel that Imotianza and Li Yang are not good people, so I just avoided them these 2 days. In addition, I just wanted to test whether the rule of one pair dying a day can be avoided.
Baiyu drank the last sip of Coke, stretched out his hand to rub his sore shoulders, and quite agreed with her suggestion.
I have this plan too, but according to the ethics of this game, if you want to explore the complete plot, you have to return to Ain and the others in the end. Therefore, we may not survive until the morning of the 5th day at most.
Hearing this, Liu Yushi sighed.
Hey, I don't want to go back at all, because I really don't want to be a sacrifice. Don't worry. That's just our speculation. Maybe we don't want you to be a sacrifice.
Baiyu quickly comforted her. After Baiyu finished speaking, he withdrew his thoughts and began to think about the clues he had obtained. Unknowingly, they discovered a Yin's dead parents. He also left a family photo. These clues don't appear for no reason. She speculated that the most important thing at the moment was to find out whether Ah Yin's sister, Ah Jean, was still alive. But where to find it? If it doesn't work, I can only go back and ask Ain. Lu Yushi saw her frowning and asked,
Qian, what are you thinking about? Bai Yu knew that he still needed to have some reservations about Lu Yushi. She shook her head, put the mask back on, and said,
Nothing. How about we act now?
Lu Yushi.
Yes.
The space above the boulder was limited, and the top of the passage had to be prevented from collapsing. So the two had to take turns. More than 10 minutes later, two people forcefully pried out a small hole for people to pass through on top of the stone. When the light shined on it, fortunately, the passage on the other side of the big rock was not completely blocked. The gravel was scattered all over the ground, but it was still enough for people to walk on. The disgraced two people quickly got through. Then, he cautiously walked forward with 1 foot deep and 1 foot shallow. The light was not good, and the road was difficult to walk. So they both walked slowly. It took more than 2 hours. But we still hadn't reached the exit. I encountered a few variegated pythons here and there on the road. After seeing those dense earthworms, and the big earthworms in the ebony forest, although the two of them were afraid, they were not as frightened as before. And at this moment, there is no retreat for them. They can only face the enemy head-on, which is just a way to practice their skills. The python was quickly killed. The two panting people walked for a while, and after confirming that the surrounding environment was relatively safe, they sat on the ground to rest again. Where they are resting now, the passage is well preserved and there are very few gravels. However, the ground is much damp, and in some areas, you can even see green moss. Bai Yu estimated that the distance was close, and then quietly used the magic butterfly skill. The light flowed from the fingertips, and an invisible butterfly flew silently along the outside of the cave entrance. She closed her eyes and felt it with her mind. Judging from the breath coming back from the butterfly, they were not far from the entrance of the secret passage. Chapter 336, Misty Village, Major Discovery. Bai Yu and Lu Yushi finally reached the edge of the secret passage before they were exhausted. The road ahead seemed to be cut off at the entrance of the cave. Outside the entrance of the cave, it was completely dark, and some strange, rustling sounds could be heard faintly. The two of them unanimously trembled in fear for a second. Couldn't it be that the earthworm's lair, the dense ebony forest, was outside? Bai Yu glanced at Lu Yushi with an alert expression and signaled her to turn off the flashlight in advance. Lu Yushi quickly followed suit. Then he clenched the weapon in his hand and followed her, with his back pressed against the edge of the passage, and slowly moved towards the entrance of the cave.
I go!
Bai Yu, whose eyes gradually adapted to the darkness, moved to the entrance of the cave and took a cautious look outside, and couldn't help but take a breath. It looks like the secret passage is built on a cliff. Fortunately, she is more cautious now. Otherwise she would have missed the mark just now, and the consequences would have been disastrous. So, the other side of Yinyang Mountain, that the villagers of Misty Village have never reached, is actually a cliff. It was pitch dark outside. The air was humid and cold, and it was impossible to see what was at the bottom of the cliff or outside. But you can feel that the cliffs are surrounded by vines. The entrance to the cave is not far from the top of the cliff, because those rustling sounds came from the top of the cliff.
What's wrong?
Lu Yushi asked in a low voice. Bai Yu waved his hand gently, gesturing for her to come and see for herself. Lu Yushi cautiously stuck his head out, then suddenly retracted. Her eyes flinched, and she took several steps back involuntarily. Bai Yu sighed, turned around and walked back. The two of them found a relatively dry ground to sit on, and then turned on the flashlight. It was obviously dark outside. Now we could only wait patiently until dawn before taking action. After a long while, Lu Yushi calmed down from the panic.
Qian, isn't there an ebony forest outside? Most likely.
Bai Yu glanced at the entrance of the cave. When I walked against the wall before, the wall was a little cold and felt like metal. It feels very strange. Thinking of this, she raised her flashlight and shined it against the wall of the cave. A faint layer of golden light, as if covered with wrinkled gold foil, appeared in their field of vision.
Oh my god! Isn't this a gold mine?
Lu Yushi's eyes were startled, and he got up first. Those golden colors are looming in the gaps between the stones. Soon, a small piece of irregular golden rock was pried off by her sword.
Qian, look!
Bai Yu reached out and took it. It was heavy.
This should be nugget gold.
Lu Yushi stared at it for a few seconds and said. Bai Yu was a little confused.
Nugget gold? It's the kind of natural placer gold. The texture is not pure, but the gold content is very high. It's named because it looks like a dog's head. There are also some that look like ginger pieces, horse heads, etc. But later generations collectively refer to this kind of natural nugget gold as gold nugget. There are still 7 or 8 kilograms of gold nuggets found in China.
Lu Yushi gave her a popular science guide. Bai Yu was stunned for a while. She suddenly recalled that where the flashlight had just shined, such a metallic shiny rock was less than 2 meters away. Within 2 meters, there seemed to be a layer of brightly colored material separated by a palm's width from the normal gray rocks. Walking closer and taking a closer look with a flashlight, Bai Yu suddenly lost his composure. She used her flashlight to shine on the other side of the passage again. On that side, there were just ordinary gray rocks. Bai Yu's heartbeat quickened instantly.
Yushi, come and see. What is this?
She pointed at the silver-white metal-like substance between the gold mine and the mountain, and said. Lu Yushi was stunned and strode forward.
This looks like an airplane SHL with peeling paint? But how come there is such a thing in this replica of a primitive mountain village? And with such a thick layer of gold or covering the outside? The formation time must have been at least several hundred years.
Bai Yu was thinking rapidly in his mind, and a crazy inference came to his mind.
Yushi, the snake mother with the head of a human and the body of a snake, worshipped by ancestors in the village for generations, couldn't be some kind of alien creature.
All ding! Congratulations to the players for discovering the key clues in the dungeon. The plot progress has been increased to 80%. We also ask current players to keep up the good work and continue working hard. The moment Bai Yu finished speaking, a cold mechanical sound sounded. Chapter 337, Misty Village, someone is coming. Bai Yu? Lu Yushi. The plot unlocking progress was instantly increased by 30%. Is this a rocket launch cheat? The two stared at each other for a second, their hearts filled with disbelief. After a while, the two of them finally realized they should be the ones who discover the key clues. Isn't this clue a little too outrageous? However, since Bai Yu experienced the Heartless City copy, his mind has been running wild, and he is no longer surprised. If the theory that the Snake Mother is an alien creature just speculated is correct, the silvery white color looks like the metal from the peeling paint SHL of an airplane. Maybe it's titanium alloy. Titanium alloy is one of the materials used for spacecraft. As for the previous sun made of meteorite-like material that was sucked up by the cave, it shows that it is not rich in iron. Instead, this Yinyang mountain is probably a Sishan mountain. Moreover, it is a magnetic mountain where the distribution of magnetite is very regular, and the magnetic properties are just equal to each other. The villagers in Misty Village are traditional, conservative and ignorant, so they naturally do not understand the effect of this magnetic force. The word, yin and yang, came into being. As for the extremely weird ebony forest, in addition to the effect of miasma, Bai Yu suspected that it was also due to the strong magnetic field, because magnetite has been closely related to ancient magnetic fields or extraterrestrial life since ancient times. In addition, the dense ebony forest is obviously a man-made obstacle that must be passed through to reach the back mountain. So, a few years ago, some kind of alien creature suffered and got stranded here? There are various signs that this alien creature seems to have some ability, but it is not too smart. As for why the outside of the spacecraft is covered with a thick layer of gold ore, maybe it is due to some special function of the properties of gold metal? Bai Yu felt like his mind was running wild in an instant, and a large number of his brain cells were dying quickly without him noticing. And at this moment, she suddenly realized something was wrong. This strangeness comes from the secret passage not far away. Somebody is coming. Bai Yu's thoughts just flashed through his mind in just a few seconds. Lu Yushi beside her was about to open her mouth to cheer that her progress had improved significantly, when she reached out and grabbed her.
Someone is coming! Turn off the lights!
After that, she took the lead and put out her flashlight.
Dot!
Lu Yushi was stunned and quickly followed the instructions. The passage fell into darkness again. Lu Yushi listened attentively for a few seconds, but heard nothing except the sound of rustling not far away. She stretched out her hand and poked Bai Yu gently, with a puzzled expression on her face. Bai Yu frowned and said nothing. The aura of the phantom butterfly released earlier appeared not far from the passage. She closed her eyes and felt her thoughts seriously again. Judging from the location, it is probably at the end of the gravel. If I guess correctly, it was Imo Tianzi who came. Moreover, there was a man of medium build beside him. Not surprisingly, it was the ruthlessly young who carried a gun. And she finally knew that she could feel the boundary distance of the phantom butterfly.
Xianqian, I didn't hear the sound.
Lu Yushi listened quietly for a while, seeing that everything around him was normal. He leaned into Bayu's ear and whispered in his ear. Bayu opened his eyes, pondered for a second, and said,
In the passage, where we encountered the first pied python.
Mo Tianzi's ability to catch up was within Bayu's expectation. After all, she and Lu Yushi discovered this place by luck. But Mo Tianzi seemed to be a powerful player. He had followed them to the market, and he had certainly seen the ruins above the cellar. How could you not notice something fishy? Chapter 338, Misty Village, Bottomless. Local villagers are taboo about the ruins after the fire. But they are players, so they have nothing to worry about. In addition, the system keeps swishing to indicate that the plot progress is improving. Any idiot can guess that Bayu and Lu Yushi will most likely unlock the plot. In order to finally unlock the plot and pass the level, Mo Tianzi will do whatever it takes to find the two of them. On the other side, Lu Yushi was so shocked that he opened his eyes wide in the darkness. If she remembered correctly, it was at least about an hour away from that location to where the two of them were standing. Does this Bayu have clairvoyance or ears? This strength really cannot be underestimated. God. Luckily for me, I made the right bet. In addition, this cellar and secret passage should only be known to people in Mist Village. If someone comes, he will also be a villager with as much experience as the old lady. Then maybe he will be tied up and tortured. And the clues will come again. Lu Yushi felt a burst of joy in her heart. But Bayu's next words poured cold water on her. Bayu?
If I guess correctly, it's Mo Tianzi and Li Yang.
Lu Yushi's fiery heart thumped and stopped. If Mo Tianzi and Li Yang came here, wouldn't they be in danger?
Qian, why don't we hide for a while?
Thinking of this, Lu Yushi pointed outside the cave entrance. Even if Mo Tianzi and the others were fast and physically strong, they would still have an hour to get here. The time left for the two of them to prepare is still sufficient.
You can go take a look. I'll be on guard,
Bayu whispered, motioning for her to dim the flashlight. Lu Yushi understood instantly. This is the wilderness, and a light source that is too bright can easily attract wild animals. Thinking of this, she took off her coat and covered it with the flashlight source. Then he walked to the edge of the cave entrance and knelt down half kneeling on the ground without caring about the dust on the ground. Then, he carefully stuck his head out and observed it for a few seconds before turning on the flashlight light source. After the light source is covered with clothes, it becomes dim, but it does not attract foreign objects and allows you to vaguely see the surrounding situation. Bayu stood beside her with an alert look on his face, holding the black blade tightly in his hand. Lu Yushi quickly retracted his head.
Qian, this cliff is so high that you can't see the bottom.
After saying that, she took off the clothes covering the flashlight and shined it into the sky outside. A few meters away, thick white clouds came into view. Those clouds and mist seemed to be packed with, densely packed, moving earthworm eggs. This, Lu Yushi's eyes flinched, and he almost couldn't help but retched. Bayu patted her gently and comforted.
Put your clothes on first.
Lu Yushi said yes, quickly put on his coat, and then said,
Qian, I feel a little strange.
Bayu? Lu Yushi.
This Yang Mountain. I remember when we saw it on the field ridge. It was not too high. How come this cliff is so high? It's unreasonable.
Bayu frowned and thought for a while.
Normally, if we use rice fields as the horizon to measure, then it is not high. But if its actual bottom is concave and lower than the horizon, does that mean that there is no bottom on this side of the cliff?
Lu Yushi was stunned and reacted instantly. If you follow Bayu's explanation, it is reasonable. In addition, this cliff may also be caused by an illusion. But anyway, the core question now is, Mo Tianzi and the others are coming. Outside is a bottomless cliff with unknown depths, and the top is covered with earthworms and snakes. There was darkness all around. Going outside is tantamount to automatically committing suicide. So what should they do? Chapter 339, Misty Village. She was hasty. Lu Yushi felt like an ant on a hot pot. Restless. But Bayu looked calm. Just as he was about to ask, he saw a bottle of instant coffee and a piece of dark chocolate in her hand. Bayu has already handed it to her.
The last inventory in the backpack. Here. Replenish the energy. I'm destined to not be able to sleep tonight.
Lu Yushi frowned and reached out to take it, wondering.
Qian, they are definitely coming with bad intentions. Why don't we take shelter?
Bayu shook his head, picked up the coffee in his hand and took a big sip.
It's the earthworm's lair up there. There's no way to hide. Maybe the mother snake is inside. We can't turn into spiders and hang on the cliff all night. The reason why they are chasing us now is just to get plot clues from us. In addition, if you guessed correctly, the snake mother sacrifice on the last day obviously required girls. Then Emotienza is a smart man and will not fail to understand this. If he chooses to kill us now, he will not be able to pass the level. So until the sacrificial ceremony, I guess we are all safe. If you really want to take advantage of others, Li Yang, who killed Han Sumeishua and Lu Guodong, would be much more tempted than us. But Li Yang should have inherited the points, props and gold coins from the two of them. His strength should not be underestimated. Emotienza should keep him useful. In addition, Li Yang has a gun, and he is a ruthless person who will do whatever it takes.
Bai Yu smiled.
Li Yang is relatively nothing to be afraid of. The person we need to worry about is Emotienza.
Regarding Li Yang, she had already thought of a countermeasure just now, so she dared to draw such a firm conclusion. But Emotienza has extraordinary skills and has a self-defense tool like a diamond shield, so she shouldn't be able to get close to him for the time being. Thinking of this, Bai Yu drank the coffee in one gulp, stuffed the chocolate into his mouth, and chewed it slowly. Lu Yushi was still a little uneasy after being persuaded by her. After all, the sacrificial ceremony does require girls. But now they have two girls. Looking at strength and reasoning ability, Bai Qianqian is obviously stronger than herself. Although he claims to be a Yin's chosen one. Will Emotienza believe it? Then maybe the cannon fodder who was sacrificed might be himself. But Bai Qianqian cannot be sacrificed. If she died, she would be useless too. Hey, if I had known earlier, I wouldn't have bound to her first. Too hasty. Bai Yu saw that her face was turning green and white, but her eyes were staring at him secretly, and he could roughly guess what Lu Yushi was thinking. He couldn't help but persuade him. Stop thinking nonsense. Eat something first. After a while, when they get here, you won't have another chance to eat. Besides, Emotienza is the only one who won't do anything to us for the time being. Bai Yu's words had obvious implications. Looking at Bai Qianqian's clear eyes, Lu Yushi looked embarrassed for a moment. Feeling a little guilty, she could only pretend to be calm and answered. Qianqian, why is Emotienza alone? Didn't you say there is also Li Yang? Bai Yu smiled. You'll know in a moment. You eat first, and I'll tell you after you finish. After she finished speaking, she began to concentrate and feel the distance of the phantom butterfly. The aura of the phantom butterfly is getting closer and closer, and it will arrive in about 10 minutes. It seemed that Emotienza and Li Yang were walking very fast indeed. She confirmed the structure of the passage again. Fortunately, this passage has some twists and turns, and it's not like you can reach the end at a glance. It takes less than a minute to walk from the nearest passage corner. Bai Yu withdrew his gaze and made up his mind. Chapter 340, Misty Village, heads fall to the ground. When the sound of click and click footsteps was heard not far away, Bai Yu and Lu Yushi had already turned off their flashlights. The passage fell into endless darkness. Qianqian, is what you said feasible? Lu Yushi asked worriedly, recalling Bai Yu's plan with her just now. Bai Yu said, yes. Lu Yushi. Then you. Be careful. Bai Yu nodded, and with a thought, she took out the limited-time invisible feather coat in the space. Please select whether to use it immediately. Whether? Bai Yu had no choice for the time being, but silently felt the distance from Huandia. Soon, the aura of the phantom butterfly arrived at the corner of the passage. Bai Yu's fingers were nimble, and he quickly clicked yes. The next second, Bai Yu's figure disappeared into the passage. 459. Lu Yushi looked at the empty passage and couldn't help but take a breath of cold air. Qianqian, are you there? She asked tentatively in a low voice. Bai Yu ignored her and walked slowly forward against the wall. Not far away, footsteps were getting closer and closer. Soon, flashlight light began to flicker on the wall. Lu Yushi took a deep breath, clenched the sword in her hand according to Bai Yu's previous arrangement, leaned against the passage and fell asleep. Her eyes were half closed. Not completely closed, but emotions were beginning to brew inside her. Soon, two figures, one tall and one short, appeared in her field of vision. The flashlights in the hands of the two people quickly hit her. Seeing her figure, the two of them stopped instantly. The gun in Li Yang's hand was clearly pointed at her. The ancient sword in Emotienza's hand did not move at all. Lu Yushi was startled, and her tense body trembled subconsciously. Fortunately, the light was dim and there was some distance, so the other party didn't notice her subtle movements.
Lu Yushi?
Li Yang roared in disbelief after seeing the person in front of him clearly. Hearing this, Lu Yushi raised his eyes alertly and was stunned for a second.
Brother Mo. Brother Yang.
Her voice was choked with sobs, with a hint of surprise at meeting an old friend. His eyes were moist and red. Pitiful. The little white face with tear stains was filled with grievance and fear.
Heck! Brother Mo is really right. Are you really here? I just thought I encountered another female corpse.
Li Yang cursed and temporarily put down the gun in his hand. Lu Yushi's little heart suddenly sank in her throat. Li Yang was carrying the heavy backpack he had used when entering the dungeon. Apparently, there were a lot of gold bricks stored in the previous cellar. Lu Yushi looked confused and asked timidly, even though he knew it.
Brother Yang, how did you and Brother Mo know that I was here?
Li Yang wanted to speak, but Mo Tianzi stopped him. Mo Tianzi took a flashlight and scanned the whole area, then spoke coldly.
Where's Bai Qianqian?
When Lu Yushi heard this, he glanced back at the entrance of the cave with a painful expression. And then, with a mournful face, he began to sob. The expression was as if a relative had just died. Li Yang glanced at Mo Tianzi with an awe-inspiring expression.
Brother Mo, you didn't hear the system prompting the player to die. Did she fall from the hole?
Lu Yushi continued to sob and said nothing. Mo Tianzi glanced at her coldly, held a flashlight, and walked toward the cave entrance with long legs. Seeing this, Lu Yushi stopped crying, looked at Li Yang with pursed lips and whispered,
Brother Yang, there is no road here. Your backpack is quite heavy. Don't you want to put it down and take a rest?
Li Yang looked at her with inquiring eyes and saw that she looked harmless. Then he knelt down and threw the heavy backpack on the ground. Just as he was about to stand up, an inexplicable cold breath came quickly towards the back of his neck.
Snapped.
A cold light flashed strangely in the air. Under Lu Yushi's horrified gaze, Li Yang's eyes widened and his lips slightly opened. His head dropped. Scarlet liquid splashed all over the wall and the floor. Chapter 341, Misty Village, Unlimited Ammunition. A few drops of warm blood splashed directly onto Lu Yushi's fair and delicate face. She was so frightened that she stretched out her hand to cover her mouth. Her eyes widened. Her slender body shrank, and she involuntarily took 2 steps back towards the entrance of the cave. The bloody dagger that shone with cold light in midair, and was as sharp as iron, had disappeared. Li Yang's half-blooded body hit the ground with a bang sound. As for the bleeding head, after rolling on the ground a few times, the broken head was covered with dust and stopped. All, ding! The number of surviving players in the current instance, 3. Ding! B-level player by you kills Li Yang, a player of the same level, and gets points as rewards, which will be settled at the end of the game. Ding! Player Li Yang has been detected, and has other large amounts of points to be settled. When this copy is cleared and settled, they will be consolidated to player by you for settlement. Ding! Congratulations to player by you for obtaining the SR level item belonging to B-level player Li Yang, Infinite Ammo PPK, *1. Ding! A bunch of notification sounds exploded in by you's ears like firecrackers. In short, for words, a great harvest. 105. Invisibility countdown. 1 minute left. Bai Yu listened to the broadcast and his breath stagnated. The gun in Li Yang's hand turned out to be an SR level prop. With a thought, the information about the gun appeared in the field of vision. Name, Unlimited Ammo PPK *1. SR Super Rare. Type, Durable Goods. Function and purpose, long range shooting. Precise strike. Huge lethality. Usage restrictions. 1. Magazine capacity, round 7 out of 7. Supports unlimited ammunition. Every time the ammunition is used up and the CD value is full, the magazine will be automatically replaced. 2. CD duration, 24 hours. Remarks, 007. A must-have for Bond. The perfect choice to conquer the entire audience by one person. Unlimited ammunition PPK. You deserve it. By you.
Dot.
Why does this sound like that weird line from
3,000 Years of Rotten Eggs?
Her eyes glanced at the backpack containing gold on the ground. She squatted down and put all the gold bricks inside into the space with a thought. 0:30. There are 30 seconds left in the stealth countdown. Mo Tianzi, who walked to the edge of the cave and was about to look out, suddenly stopped in his tracks when he heard a sharp weapon cutting Li Yang's neck. When the prompt sound announced the number of players, he quickly turned around. He glanced at the bloody scene on the ground, then raised his eyebrows and glanced at the empty passage. Under the peaked cap,
The sinister gaze fell on Lu Yushi and paused. The woman covered her mouth with her hands and looked frightened. There was no trace of blood on her body or hands. Apparently, Li Yang's death had nothing to do with her. Unless, she uses extremely powerful props that can kill people from a distance. But Emotianza didn't speak. He just faced Lu Yushi and slowly raised his hand covered with weird bandages. These silent movements made his tall figure look even more powerful. Brother Emo, it wasn't me. Lu Yushi couldn't see clearly his expression under his peaked cap, but he could already feel a cold killing intent coming towards him very quickly. She does have some props and weapons, but she knew that if she had a hard-on with Emotianza, it would probably be an egg against a stone. It's not a bad idea to pretend to be weak and just be a little white flower for the time being. At the same time, she carefully glanced at the passage with her peripheral vision and was shocked. Bai Qianqian, who disappeared invisibly, still didn't appear. Could it be that she abandoned herself and ran away alone? Of course Emotianza knew it wasn't her. What he did just now was just a trick to deceive her. At this moment, seeing her eyes flickering as she looked towards the passage, she couldn't help but twitch the corner of her lips and sneered in a deep voice. Where's the invisible Bai Qianqian? As he spoke, he waved his hand, and countless black vines spurted out from the bandaged palm. Whoosh! 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 Like a sharp sword, it pierced the passage at extremely fast speeds. Chapter 342, Misty Village, Have Fun. Talent skills? Lu Yushi exclaimed, raised his hands decisively, and quickly pressed his whole body against the dusty wall from head to toe. Whoosh! The overwhelming black vines surged out from the sky, rolled up flying sand and rocks, and with speed and power, cut her clothes, stabbed her back, and rushed towards the cave crazily. The heartbreaking pain from the shoulder blade swept through the whole body instantly. But it also made Lu Yushi's mind suddenly clear. There are so many vines, and they are so powerful. Bai Qianqian was afraid that she would be trapped in a hornet's nest. If she dies, she must die too. Grass. Do my best. After Lu Yushi reacted, a trace of despair flashed in his eyes. He gritted his teeth and threw a defense card into the passage, and shouted, Qianqian, be careful. I'll hold it back. You run away. The card was like a bolt of lightning, flying quickly along the direction of the vines. Soon, the black vines rushed halfway and were blocked by an invisible and inexplicable force. That power seemed to form an insurmountable transparent barrier, making it unable to move forward even half an inch. Midnight, the invisible countdown is over. The revealed Bai Yu appeared calmly in the dark secret passage. Her face was solemn, and she was concentrating on waving her hands gently in the air. As the fingertips danced, light golden light poured out one by one, accumulating, lingering, and stacking in the air. Emotianza, on the other side of the vine, sensed something was wrong, and a trace of cruelty flashed in Yuden's eyes. He took a deep breath, began to concentrate, and waved his big hand forward vigorously. The black vines rushed forward again like a tide. Zi-La! I don't know if it's because the card barrier defense countdown is over, or because the vines are too powerful. The invisible wall was pierced by vines. But at the same time, the stream of light piled up in front of Bai Yu shone brightly, and instantly transformed into a butterfly-shaped weapon that filled the sky and the ground. Swooshing, swooshing and swooshing, spinning and cutting sharply towards the vines. Brush! 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 Wherever the phantom butterfly went, black vines fell to the ground one by one. They meandered on the ground like snakes for a while, and then stopped moving. Lu Yushi, who was hiding against the wall, was dumbfounded and suddenly blurted out words of surprise. Sister Qian, this skill is awesome! After speaking, she realized that her words were too rude, and she subconsciously reached up to cover her mouth. Emotianza was in pain at the end, and using his innate skills was extremely draining of his mental energy. At this moment, the opponent is obviously also a player with talented skills, and his abilities are comparable. So there is no need for him to kill another 1,000 enemies and lose 800 to himself. Thinking of this, Emotianza waved his slender fingers sharply in the air, and all the remaining vines swished back. Seeing the slender woman appearing in the dark passage in a dashing outfit, Emotianza looked stern. I didn't expect that you are also a player with talented skills. Little sister, you are so good at pretending to be a pig and eating the tiger. When Lu Yushi heard the word, little sister, she couldn't help but say, You didn't expect that there are many more, Bai Yu said coldly, with a black pistol in his hand.
The black hole of the gun was aimed squarely at Emotienza's heart.
Can you use it?
Emotienza raised the corners of his lips, glanced at the gun in her hand, and sneered. 9 out of 10 players who enter the game are ordinary amateurs, without professional training. You can't even open the safety of a pistol, let alone whether you can shoot accurately in this dark environment. Baiyu looked stern and said calmly,
How about you give it a try?
Her temperament and tone were extremely calm and composed, as if she had everything under control. Emotienza's heart sank. He changed the topic, glanced at her and Liu Yushi, and said,
This dungeon, Misty Village, is not as simple as you think. If we can cooperate, the probability of passing the level is 99.9%, not just 100%. And the rewards for this copy are extremely generous, not to mention the clearance points and gold coins of the B-level version. Just those gold bricks.
Emotienza deliberately paused and glanced at Liu Yushi before looking at Baiyu. Previously, the two of them killed Li Yang in harmony, and just now she took action to save Bai Qianqian. It was obvious that the two of them had reached some kind of cooperation agreement. Emotienza had a quick mind and had naturally noticed it. As for the gold bricks, if you get a piece of it from Blue Star, it will cost you millions. But the premise is that you have to have the life to take it out. Presumably they don't understand this truth. Baiyu listened to his words indifferently, and when he saw that he stopped deliberately, he glanced at him, raised his eyebrows slightly, and said indifferently,
Cooperation? It depends on your sincerity. How about it?
Chapter 343, Misty Village, Dungeon Changes. When Emotienza heard this, he twitched the corners of his lips and sneered.
Instead of talking about sincerity, why not talk about strength? Would it be more realistic?
After saying that, he stretched out his hand and waved toward the entrance of the secret passage. Black vines spurted out from the palm of the hand again, swiped along the entrance of the hole, and quickly spread outward. In 2 or 3 seconds, several medium-sized earthworms with thick wrists, which were clamped by vines and twisted wildly, were pulled to the entrance of the passage. Those earthworm snakes opened their mouths wide and screamed,
His!
as if they wanted to swallow the 3 people in the cave alive. Liu Yushi was about to sit down and treat the wound on his back, when he suddenly jumped away.
Emotienza, why did you bring this person in here? He's crazy!
Liu Yushi whispered to himself the last 4 words. The moment Baiyu caught a glimpse of those large earthworms, his scalp went numb. But she gritted her teeth and pretended to be calm, and the gun in her hand was still pointed steadily at Emotienza's heart. Apparently, as they expected, there was the earthworm's lair on the top of the cliff. Emotienza could catch so many of them at random, so one can imagine how dense the number and density of earthworm snakes are. And if, as Baiyu expected, the mother snake is an alien creature with the head of a human and the body of a snake, then what are these earthworms? Descendants of extraterrestrial beings? Emotienza retracted the vines with a wave of his hand, and those crazy and angry earthworms were mercilessly thrown off the cliff. Immediately, he gently squeezed the bandaged palm, glanced at the gun in Baiyu's hand coldly, and spoke in a sincere tone.
Bai Qianqian, you must also know that innate skills are extremely mentally draining. There are so many of these earthworms. How many do you think you can deal with by yourself? As for the gun in your hand, let's not talk about whether the bullets are sufficient. It's not like you haven't seen it before. These bullets are completely useless against earthworms. But if you choose to cooperate with me, then your innate skills and my innate skills combined will be more than enough to deal with these earthworms. As for the snake mother, as expected, she is the big boss in this dungeon. It's not like you haven't seen the strength of other dungeon bosses before. I think it's definitely not something that can be easily solved by just one of us. Therefore, cooperation definitely has more advantages than disadvantages for you and me.
Baiyu took back his pistol and asked in a calm tone.
Oh, really? So, this is what you call sincerity, using your lips?
Her words contained a hint of sarcasm. To be honest, if this copy really involves alien creatures, it would be really difficult for her and Liu Yushi to deal with it alone. Baiyu does not object to cooperation with Emotienza in his heart. After all, the other party is also a player with talented skills. That skill, at the critical moment, is much easier to use than ordinary props. But if there are no prerequisites to cooperate with him, the risks will obviously outweigh the opportunities. Because she didn't know when this person would backstab her and treat her and Liu Yushi as stepping stones on the road to clearance.
That's right. If you want to cooperate, you have to show some sincerity. No wonder you have to wear a peak cap. You are really secretive about everything you do. There is no atmosphere at all.
Lu Yushi muttered to the side and clicked his tongue. Her voice was very small, but just enough for Emotienza to hear. Upon hearing this, Emotienza's face darkened, and with a stern look, he handed her 2 knives. Lu Yushi felt the cold killing intent. Her eyes flinched, and her body moved to Baiyu's side. Seeing that Baiyu was unmoved, Emotienza knew that the other party was obviously too guarded. His eyes darkened, and he turned to look outside the cave. After pondering for a moment, he turned around, waved his bandaged hand, and threw out a prop. The prop looked like an old-fashioned 9-link chain, glowing with ancient silver light, suspended in midair. At the same time, a line of information appeared in Baiyu and Lu Yushi's vision. Name: Shared Joys and Sorrows Lock *1. Are rare. Type: Consumables. Can be used 1/2 times. Functions and uses: Multi-party agreement. Used by the Oath of Alliance. Contract binding. Once confirmed, you will never regret it until death. Usage restrictions: 1. Each copy can be used once. 2. Each time you use it, you can contract up to 5 players. 3. Except those who are bound by the contract. And you can help each other to obtain buffs in the dungeon. However, they cannot harm each other, and those who violate the rules will encounter double the negative backlash buff. 4. The damage caused by non-players to each other is not within the scope of the negative backlash buff. Note: you can share joys and sorrows without sharing. Prevent teammates from backstabbing. Guard against teammate Lao Lu. The best choice. Emotienza glanced at Baiyu faintly.
Bai Qianqian, what do you think of this sincerity?
As soon as he finished speaking, a cold mechanical voice suddenly sounded in the ears of the 3 of them. All, ding! An emergency situation with a key NPC in the dungeon has been detected, and the plot of the dungeon will change. Chapter 344, Misty Village, Return to the Market. The system prompt sounded, and Baiyu and Lu Yushi looked at each other for a second. Emotienza frowned slightly, and with a wave of his finger, he took back the
Share the lock.
At this moment, Lu Yushi suddenly exclaimed,
Hey! Qianqian! Li Yang's body disappeared out of thin air.
Baiyu was shocked and took out his flashlight to scan the scene. Sure enough, Li Yang, whose body was divided into 2 parts, disappeared. The blood stains on the floor and walls were gone, as if nothing had happened. Baiyu. Previously, she had been staring at Emotienza with her gun, but she didn't pay much attention to the situation behind her. Could it be that those earthworms did it secretly? Thinking of this, she turned around and asked Lu Yushi.
Just now, did you see any shadows like snakes?
Lu Yushi pursed her lips and thought for a moment, then shook her head.
No.
Emotienza glanced at the position and said calmly,
It should have been taken away by the snake mother, just like the dead Luo Qingju and Zhao Xiaojun.
Baiyu. Lu Yushi. The 2 looked at each other. That NPC Zhao Xiaojun, Yin's little follower, actually died too? Judging from Emotienza's words, he should know some things that they don't know. Before the 2 of them had time to ask Emotienza, translucent water ripples appeared in front of their eyes. The scene in the dark secret passage has begun to change. The 3 of them felt their eyes go dark. Opening his eyes again, Baiyu found that they appeared in the mist market.
Oh my god! Why did we come back here?
Lu Yushi glanced around cautiously and muttered. Baiyu said nothing, and like Emotienza, secretly observed the surroundings. It was getting dark now, as if it was just after dusk. Baiyu's eyes froze. When they were in the cave, it was already dark outside. It's like 8 or 9 o'clock in the evening. The weather at this moment looked very strange. Is this going back to the afternoon of the 3rd day? Or is it moving forward to the evening of the 4th day? However, according to the urine nature of the game, it is most likely to be early. But why bring them back here? The plot setting of the game always has its purpose. What is the purpose of leaving 3 people here? Baiyu retracted his thoughts and glanced around. The stalls in the market were empty. Against the backdrop of the surrounding pine forest, it looks a bit eerie at first glance. Looking up, the sky was filled with densely colored dark clouds, coupled with the extremely humid air. It looked like it was going to rain heavily. Seeing Baiyu's calm face and silently observing, Lu Yushi couldn't help but said anxiously,
Qianqian, what should we do now?
Baiyu pondered for a moment and said,
The game most likely wants us to find Yin.
In fact, she originally planned to come back. After all, it doesn't make much sense to stay in that cave. And according to previous experience, once the progress of the plot stagnates, it means that you must return to the key NPCs and accompany them to complete the plot. This avoids the buggy idea of players wanting to wait until the end of the game alone. Lu Yushi was stunned.
If the game wants us to find Ayin, why not drop us directly at the door of Ayin's house? I don't know then. Maybe they can arrange some earthworm set meal for us on the way. But not necessarily.
Baiyu smiled. Lu Yushi said, "Oh," and reached out to hold her.
Etc.
The two of them were about to walk out when they were stopped by Imotienza. Chapter 345, Misty Village, choosing to form an alliance. Lu Yushi turned to look at him angrily and said,
Brother Imo, what are you doing?
Imotienza crossed his hands, glanced at the two of them coldly, and said quietly,
It's going to rain heavily. Why don't you take shelter here first?
As soon as he finished speaking,
boom!
There was a thunder in the sky. The thunderous explosion shook the mountains, and the ground felt like it was shaking. Big raindrops fell cracklingly. Baiyu,
Dot!
Do you want it to be so fast? There were raincoats and rain boots in her space that she bought in previous dungeons. But when she put them on and went back to find Ayin, they were actually quite out of place. And now that it's raining so heavily, it's obvious that he wants to trap them here temporarily. Then just go with the flow and stay for now.
Brother Imo, have you ever opened your mouth?
Lu Yushi couldn't help but tease Imotienza. After saying that, she pulled Baiyu and moved back a few steps. Fortunately, this is a relatively large stall, with some dry thatch and banana leaves spread on the top of the wooden frame. If the rain is heavy, it should be able to be temporarily covered.
I don't know if it's been turned on or not, but I have basic common sense. It's raining so hard. If you go back in the rain, you will definitely catch a cold. If you guessed it right, tomorrow is the last day. If you get sick, make sure you pass the custom successfully.
After Imotienza finished speaking, he bent down and picked up a dry banana leaf on which the fruit was spread. He shook the fruit off the ground, then turned it over, placed it on the wooden platform, and sat down on it. The rain came down quickly. The wind also picked up. There were tiny raindrops blown into the stall by the wind. The sultry feeling was gone, replaced by the whooshing, cold wind. The clothes on Lu Yushi's back had been pierced by Imotienza's vines before, and now the cold wind kept pouring in through the breach. The wound on the back is also very painful, but fortunately, it should have scabbed. She moved very gently, reaching out to tighten Baiyu's arm. Baiyu frowned, thinking in his mind non-stop. Previously, the system prompted a critical NPC emergency situation. Could it be that something happened to Ayin? On the other side, Lu Yushi suddenly recalled Imotienza's previous words and asked,
Brother Imo, what you said just now mean that Zhao Xiaojun is also dead?
Luo Qingju's death was within her, and Baiyu's expectation. But as a Yin's loyal follower, Zhao Shijun's death was quite surprising. Imotienza ignored her. His eyes paused on Baiyu's face, and he said seductively,
Bai Qianqian, let's form an alliance. If I'm not wrong, the dungeon has changed, and it's very likely that the timeline has been advanced. Maybe tomorrow will be our last day in this dungeon.
As Imotienza spoke, he threw out the
share the same joys and sorrows.
Key again. A bunch of subtitles were in the sight of the three people. Warm reminder, the maximum number of users of this prop is 5. Please choose whether to join. Whether. Lu Yushi looked at Bai Qianqian, leaned into her ear and whispered,
Sister Qian, this prop looks very promising. It seems that he doesn't dare to do anything to us. How about we join in?
Baiyu said nothing, recalling the instructions about this prop in his mind. After pondering for a while, he reached out and clicked yes. In her opinion, this prop still has bugs. Suppose that when you are about to pass the level, the other party covets everything you have. Then, as long as he has enough self-rescue items to withstand the backlash buff, it is not impossible to hurt someone. However, compared with the danger when clearing the level, the first thing to do now is to meet the conditions for clearing the level. Seeing that Baiyu chose to form an alliance, Lu Yushi naturally followed suit. Chapter 346, Misty Village, is coming to you. Seeing this, Imotienza raised a smile on his lips and reached out to click yes. All, ding! This item is activated successfully, and the alliance is completed. Number of currently aligned players, 3. The prompt sounded, and the 9-ring chain suspended in the air split into 3 silver rings of light and flew towards the 3 of them. Then it fell on the wrists of the 3 people and quickly disappeared. Imotienza then said,
Well, since we have formed an alliance, I don't mind telling you what I know. But in the same way, I hope you won't hide anything.
In order to show his sincerity, after he finished speaking, he took off the peaked cap that covered half of his face. A face with handsome features, cold white complexion, and a bit of evil aura appeared in front of Baiyu and Liu Yushi. Emotianza is indeed as Baiyu expected. His appearance is perfect. However, judging from his previous words and deeds, he is a man of great power and strength. And he is not a good person. When forming an alliance with such a player, vigilance becomes more and more necessary every second. Liu Yushi's eyes paused on Emotianza's face, and he swallowed subconsciously. However, she also secretly warned herself, this person is not easy to mess with, and she must not be misled by his beauty. Emotianza glanced at Baiyu.
How about the proposal I just made?
Baiyu raised his face slightly and said,
Okay.
When Liu Yushi heard this, he pulled her to another wooden table and followed Emotianza's example, turning the banana leaf over. The two sat on it. After all, it's really tiring to just stand there and talk awkwardly. The rain was still heavy, with lightning and thunder. It looks like it won't stop for a while. The ground was splashed with mud. An earthy smell began to fill the air.
Li Yang and I followed a Yin's family in the morning, but found that they entered the dense ebony forest carrying bamboo strips and baskets on their backs.
Emotianza paused and continued.
Luo Qingju originally went to follow them, but for some reason, Yin Yang found out. Unexpectedly, the other party invited her to join the team.
Baiyu listened quietly and narrowed his eyes. In fact, when she saw the gold mine at the entrance of the cave, she probably guessed what the snake mother's treasure was that the old woman said. But Yin and the others didn't know that besides the dense ebony forest outside, there was also a secret passage leading to the back mountain. And in that secret passage, there were her parents who died for no reason. And the priceless gold brick. 10 years ago, Yin was about 18 years old. Logically speaking, this is the age when you are sensible and can make decisions. And the cellar should be downstairs of a Yin's house. But why didn't she know that cellar existed? Liu Yushi listened to Emotianza's words and said in surprise.
They actually entered the ebony forest. Didn't they encounter illusions and earthworm attacks?
Emotianza glanced at her, a little unhappy at her surprise.
No. This is exactly what I want to say. The bamboo flute and music in Ling's hands seem to be able to command those earthworm snakes. And the illusion in the ebony forest is obviously related to the earthworm snakes. In other words, it has something to do with us. It's related to the mysterious snake mother I've never met.
Baiyu and Liu Yushi both looked stiff.
Mother snake? Have you seen it?
Emotianza.
I didn't see it. But after entering the ebony forest, I heard them mention that it was time to sacrifice to the snake mother. The sacrifice requires a man and a woman, regardless of age. Only gender. Then, I saw with my own eyes that Zhao Xiaojun and Luo Qingju were dead.
Baiyu took a breath. It seems that it is a rule that one man and one woman die every day. If today is the 4th day and the man dies, Li Yang, what about the woman? The critical NPC emergency situation just prompted could not be that Yin was dragged to make up the numbers.
Right?
Liu Yushi's eyes flinched.
Brother Imo, what does it mean to be dead? Like Jin Minshu and Shi Chengyan. Their bodies were covered with a steady stream of earthworms and snakes. And all of this happened in front of a Yin's family of 4.
Baiyu?
Earthworm snake. Were they forced to drink that snake berry and earthworm egg juice? No. But on the way, Yin gave them freshly picked snake berries on the ground. It is said that snakes like to crawl on that fruit. In addition, Yin Yang seemed to have some ability to know our life and death. As for Yin, she is not as simple as she seems.
After Emotianza finished speaking, he stood up. He glanced at the dark pine forest in the heavy rain, then looked back at Baiyu with a meaningful expression, and said,
Okay, now it's your turn.
Chapter 347, Misty Village, Immortality? Sister Qian, Liu Yushi looked at Baiyu.
Yushi, you are responsible for speaking.
After Baiyu finished speaking, he stood up, jumped off the wooden platform, and walked to the edge of the stall. She clasped her hands on her chest and looked vaguely at the mountain road at the edge of the market in the distance. The rain outside has eased a lot, and the lightning and thunder has stopped. This heavy rain formed a natural sound insulation barrier for the 3 people chatting in alliance. And Baiyu faintly saw several figures wearing raincoats and bamboo hats holding sticks in their hands, walking quickly along the mountain path. Looking at the direction, it's downhill. She couldn't help but frown. It was quite strange to go down the mountain in the rain at this point. Probably not going to a Yin's house. Fortunately, it was too dark and rainy. Those people were busy on their way and didn't notice the people in the market stalls. On the other side, after obtaining Bai Yu's permission, Lu Yushi also condensed the previous two people's speculations, including the conclusion that the snake mother might be an alien creature, and told him Otianza. But she didn't say that she was Ah Yin's chosen one. She has also passed through the dungeon several times. So it's not like she doesn't know about things like paying attention. The key is that once it is revealed that he is the chosen one, Otianza may give priority to killing Bai Qianqian. And if Bai Qianqian dies, it will be of no benefit to her. To Lu Yushi's surprise, Otianza was not surprised at all by the conclusion about alien creatures. Instead, he concluded, alien high technology is indeed like divine power to the ignorant and traditional villagers. And immortality is not impossible to achieve as long as the conditions are met. Lu Yushi. Bai Yu, who was looking at the mountain road in deep thought, retracted his thoughts after hearing this. Seeing that both of them were listening, Otianza couldn't help but become interested. He raised his face slightly and continued. Speaking of immortality, there are intelligent beings in higher dimensional worlds outside the galaxies we don't know about. And they do have this ability. As one of the intelligent life forms, the reason why human beings age is because human tissues experience organ failure and functional degradation. The core of this is that human cells decrease as they divide. In addition, the brain that controls the nerve center will also cause the aging of the human body after aging. Of course, there are other reasons. Internal circulation, metabolism, etc. But if cell regeneration and brain immortality are solved, it is not impossible to achieve immortality. Bai Yu suddenly reacted. I remember Ah Yin said that earthworm snakes have extremely strong cell division capabilities. Then the snake mother, who gave birth to earthworm snakes, has even more powerful cell division abilities. Does this mean she possesses one of them? Otianza nodded. So, it still needs an intact brain. Or maybe, it has a brain of its own that does not need to be replaced. So, maybe the time to replace the brain is 10 years? It coincides with the snake mother's day every 10 years? No wonder the snake mother has the head of a human and the body of a snake. Does it need a human brain? Bai Yu followed the ink. Tianza's words and analytical words blurted out. Although this was outrageous, she still looked at Lu Yushi, who was selected by Ah Yin, with some sympathy. Lu Yushi. Brain? 10 years? She felt a little dizzy from what she heard. Lu Yushi thought about it for a while before he finally figured it out. But he didn't think much of the reality that he was the number one sacrifice. Chapter 348, Misty Village. Just open your mouth and come. Lu Yushi asked. Brother Mo. Qianqian. Assuming what you said is true, then I have a question. Since the snake mother can live forever, why does Ah Yin drag us in? What is the significance of the existence of sacrifices? Bai Yu glanced at Otianza and saw that he had no intention of answering. So he said, just because you can live forever doesn't mean you can live forever. Correct answer. After Otianza finished speaking, he glanced at Bai Yu again. Lu Yushi. Chinese culture is really broad and profound. Okay, these are just our rough guesses. As for what the situation is, we will know tomorrow or the day after tomorrow. There is no need for you to think hard. Bai Yu saw her frowning and confused face, so he came over and patted her arm gently, comforting her. Lu Yushi thought it was right, nodded and said, yes. The rain finally stopped. After the thunder and lightning, the air is extremely fresh, and the aroma of pine needles can be smelled in the humid air. Under the dim light, there were densely packed small puddles. Bai Yu looked at the two of them. Why don't we go back to find Ah Yin now? After all, the system prompts the key NPC to encounter an unexpected situation, which most likely implies that they need to return to the key NPC to continue the plot. It doesn't make much sense for them to stay here. Okay. After Otianza said, he stood up and walked out. Bai Yu and Lu Yushi also followed. The ground was full of mud, and it was not easy to walk on. So the two of them deliberately distanced themselves from Otianza. Lu Yushi glanced at Otianza's back, leaned into Bai Yu's ear, and asked in a low voice, Qianqian, when we return to Ah Yin's house later, why don't you tell her quietly that her parents died down there? This can also be a good test for her. Bai Yu thought for a second and shook his head. They actually don't know much about Ah Yin's situation now. To put it bluntly, Ah Yin is not trustworthy. In addition,
It is best not to let others know about the discovery of a gold brick cellar under the ruins for the time being. After all, once everyone goes down and finds that the gold bricks are missing, they will naturally suspect a few people. Visually, not only will they not be grateful for the gold bricks they helped discover, but they will also ask why there are less gold bricks. After all, that's human nature. And as outsiders, they accidentally broke into the forbidden area, and there was a high probability of disaster. In addition, she also told Lu Yushi not to ask whether Ah-in had anything to do with her sister. Now that the plot has come to this point, let's not alarm the enemy yet. After all, in the dungeon, there are certain benevolence, justice and morals that are not all followed. Players are all living flesh and blood, and the first priority is to save their lives and successfully return to Blue Star. The characters in these copies are not what they should focus on. If some temptations will complicate the plot and make it more difficult, then it's best not to do them. After Lu Yushi listened, he looked like he had learned and walked forward silently, holding Bai Yu's arm. Brother Imo, please wait a moment. As they were walking, Lu Yushi suddenly called out to Imotianza. Imotianza paused and turned around with a dull expression. Lu Yushi carefully looked around and then said, Brother Imo, Qian, when we return to Ahian's house later, how can we explain the period of disappearance? How about we agree on the excuse in advance? Bai Yu opened his mouth without thinking. I came to the Mist Market in the morning and saw someone selling wild mushrooms. I asked for directions out of curiosity and went to pick them up myself. I got lost. Then I finally found the way back. But I was caught in a heavy rain. I took shelter on the road for a while. Anyway, there are pine forests all around, so it's normal to get lost. Chapter 349, Misty Village, is besieged. After Bai Yu finished speaking, he glanced at Imotianza and said, and he went to find us, and then got lost with us. Imotianza frowned slightly. This is a terrible excuse, but there seems to be no better one. Well, that's it. Lu Yushi's eyebrows suddenly stretched. But then she suddenly remembered something, looked at Imotianza and said, Brother Imo, have you ever thought about getting Alang's bamboo flute that can control earthworms? When Bai Yu heard this, he thought of the sun she threw into the space. She guessed that the function of the sun should be the same as that of the bamboo flute, and it should be even more powerful. It's useless. We don't understand the melody, and it will only be self-defeating. Why not use the trick and see what they are going to do? After Imotianza finished speaking, he turned around and continued walking forward. Bai Yu and Lu Yushi also continued to follow. Although there was a lot of gravel on the mountain path, it was still muddy after the heavy rain. The shoes of the three of them were soon covered with mud, and the legs of their trousers were also very wet, making them uncomfortable. Black wooden houses have begun to appear on both sides of the road. According to the inference, it should be not far from Ahian's house. The three of them automatically fell silent and silently thought about their own concerns. Achio walked away for a long time, and Lu Yushi couldn't help but sneeze. The sudden sound brought people back to their thoughts. Only then did the three of them faintly hear quarreling and wailing coming from not far away. That location was obviously Ahian's house. The three of them looked at each other with wary expressions and walked faster. Soon, the two large dark, luxury, houses of Ahian's family appeared in the sight of the three of them. Also appearing at the same time were a bunch of angry villagers holding pine torches in their hands. There were men, women, old and young, and there were 20 or 30 people standing. The tops of the torches in their hands seemed to be dipped in snake oil, emitting thick smoke. There is a fishy smell of animal fat that permeates the air. However, they did not dare to enter the house. Instead, they surrounded the wooden fence in layers. Bai Yu was stunned. Did these people come out of the ground? They met some people at the market during the day. No ghosts were seen elsewhere. Why are there so many people around me for no reason? Moreover, the rain had not stopped for long, and it looked like these people's torches had been burning for a long time. It's just weird. The villagers' angry curses came one after another, reaching the ears of several people. You must know the Snake Mother's treasure. You must have taken it all for yourself. So you lied to us and said that anyone who knew the treasure would die. That's it. That's it. Also, the Snake Mother Festival has been a tradition in the village for hundreds of years. The sacrifices have always been made by people from other villages. Why are we sacrificing one of our own today? You don't even spare the elderly. Do you still have the face to face your ancestors? That's right. If you hadn't promised 10 years ago that you would never let the villagers of Misty Village sacrifice themselves to the Snake Mother, we would have agreed to elect you as the village chief. That's right. We could have promoted you then. We can still destroy you now. And more. Your family already has 2 big houses. And I still live in a thatched hut. It's not fair. We want to participate in the sacrifice ceremony tomorrow. That is. Mother Snake. We want to see you too. Dot.
As soon as a villager took the lead, the rest of the people started to rise up. In the courtyard, there were a few lonely figures standing very straight. Most likely a Yin's family. Lu Yushi reached out and poked Baiyu and whispered,
Qian, a Yin's family is under siege? Why do their words sound a little strange?
Baiyu shook his head and signaled her to stop talking. On one side of the 3 people, the cat lowered his waist and moved forward slowly with gentle hands and feet. After approaching, Baiyu caught a glimpse of Ayin, who was standing next to Ah Lung with a calm expression. At this moment, a Yin's village chief father, Abu, raised his hands. Just listen to him shouting,
Folks, tomorrow is Snake Mother's Day. Please be patient for a moment. Listen to me first.
When Baiyu heard this, he and Lu Yushi looked at each other. Sure enough, the copy timeline was advanced to the 4th night. What is supposed to come is finally coming. Chapter 350, Misty Village, Indulge in Lust.
Listen to what you said. Abu, as the village chief these years, what else can you do besides deceiving the honest and honest villagers? Do you think we are all wrong?
Daddy Ayin was only halfway through his words when he was interrupted mercilessly. The person who made the nasty remarks was a slightly tall and thin man in his 50s, wearing a printed turban. He stood at the front of the villagers' team, and it seemed that he was the leader of the siege on a Yin's family. The man's words were obviously inciting, and after hearing this, the villagers holding torches became even more angry. Yes, everyone works hard and goes out early and comes back late. Why does the village chief's family have a big house? Still 2 buildings. The village chief belongs to his family. The identity of the hunter who can enter the dense forest also belongs to his family. The high priest also belongs to his family. The only college student in the village also belongs to his family. Why? He must have used his position as village chief to do something shameful. The people at the scene became more and more angry as they thought about it, and their fists were clenched tightly. But no one dared to step forward and break into the fence. Emotianza stared at the scene silently, and with his sharp eyes, he quickly discovered the clues. He reached out and patted Baiyu's shoulder gently, then pointed towards the side of the fence. Baiyu followed his finger and looked over. His scalp numbed instantly. I saw that the ebony branch fence was densely covered with earthworms and snakes as thick as a finger. Those earthworms and snakes were squirming wildly and entangled with their temper. In a corner near the side of the fence, a simple shelf made of branches and straw was placed. The shelf was placed on 2 large stones and covered with a simple straw mat, revealing a human head with messy hair. Very old. Baiyu looked at the familiar face of the old man and was shocked. Isn't this the old lady they met at the market who answered their questions? Such a coincidence? She recalled the words of the villagers in her mind. Apparently, Ayin lied. During these 10 years, sacrifices were made every year, and the people who made the sacrifices were outsiders. Therefore, it is not that no outsiders have visited this village. On the other side, the argument started again.
The deputy village chief is right. You are just bullying us honest people, treating us like idiots and fooling us. Who doesn't know that the Snake Mother's treasure door opens only once every 10 years? This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Why should your family be the only one to go there?
Baiyu raised his little eyebrows slightly. Oops. Feelings. This is the deputy village chief taking the opportunity to challenge the authority of the village chief. Lu Yushi also leaned close to Baiyu's ear and whispered.
It looks like dog bites dog. God help us.
Baiyu smiled and did not comment on her words. Father Ayin did not expect that the scene would turn out like this, and the forced smile on his face immediately disappeared. He glanced at everyone coldly with sinister eyes, and said in a higher tone,
Folks, everyone who has seen the Snake Mother's treasure has died. Are you sure you want to go?
Although he was not tall and was skinny and dry, the light in his eyes was sharp and cold. The words are also very sonorous and powerful. In addition, his high priest's wife and hunter son also made everyone fearful.
Go! The person you are afraid of is Sun Tzu. Right. Dot.
The scene was filled with excitement. Yin's father looked calm. A cold smile flashed across his lips. He changed the subject, and said in a desperate attempt to capture.
Our family is protected by the divine power of the Snake Mother. But you insist on following us in. if a fatal accident occurs. As the village chief, I can't bear it.
Chapter 351, Misty Village, like prey. When Bayou heard this, he almost laughed out loud. A tall young man next to the deputy village chief had already waved his fist and yelled angrily.
Damn it! I've been using this excuse for so many years, and it's all worn out. I don't believe it. That's right. Whether we have a fatal accident or not is none of your business. Keep lying. Don't you just want to swallow the Snake Mother's treasure? I even suspect that the Snake Mother was compiled by our ancestors. The purpose is to monopolize the Snake Mother's treasure and treat us as fools. Didn't your family's identity as a hunter be stolen from you? It's not hereditary. So why are you pretending to be a grandson here? Dot.
After hearing these words, Father Ayin's face gradually changed, and there was an inexplicable anger in Sinhan's eyes. People standing close saw it and fell silent for a moment. The people behind were still roaring. Bayou glanced at the courtyard. Under the dim light, Ayin Yang and Alung were expressionless and very calm. As for Ayin, after listening to everyone's words, his face turned happy instead of angry. Instead, there was a hint of strange excitement on his face. Bayou.
Dot.
Father Ayin glanced at everyone fiercely, raised his hands again, and signaled everyone to be silent. This time, everyone was silent. They stared intently at his withered, dark face, hoping that the word, agree, would come out of his mouth.
Okay. Since you have all said this, I won't hold you back. At dawn tomorrow morning, carry the largest bamboo strips and baskets you can carry, and gather here together. Let's set off to find the Snake Mother's treasure and participate in the Snake Mother's sacrifice.
Go and die.
Everyone did not expect that he would agree so readily. They stared at each other in silence for a moment, and then burst into enthusiastic shouts.
Good. Very good.
Someone worriedly asked.
Village chief, what exactly is that wealth?
Father Ayin replied impatiently.
You will know tomorrow.
After speaking, he added,
Since I promised everyone, let's all disperse.
In the blink of an eye, the anger on everyone's faces disappeared. All of them were smiling like children who had eaten candy.
It's gone. It's gone. Village chief, you should go to bed early. Village chief, goodbye.
Dot. Lu Yushi was a little stunned.
Qian, these people changed their faces very quickly.
Bayou,
it's a pity. There is a high probability that he will become cannon fodder.
Lu Yushi.
Dot.
Those villagers were really excited. After all, you can see the Snake Mother's treasure tomorrow. As for those strange and scary legends, let's put them aside for now. Wealth is determined by fate. Life and death are determined by heaven. Let's talk about it after we go. At the door of Ayin's house, the old woman's mat had been lifted up by someone. Lu Yushi looked at Bayou.
Qian, do we want to hide for a while? Don't hide.
Bayou looked calm. Emotienza over there also looked like he didn't want to move. The villagers who returned happily soon saw 3 people standing in the corner of the road with gray faces.
That's not it.
Someone was about to speak, but was stopped by others. The villagers who were chatting lively fell silent for an instant and walked silently past the 3 people. Bayou silently observed the expressions everyone looked at them. There are all kinds of expressions, but fear and gloating account for the majority. Emotienza felt very unhappy with this kind of gaze. He raised his eyes and glanced back at everyone coldly. That look was full of cold murderous intent. Everyone's eyes flickered and they looked away. In the courtyard, Yin's family watched in silence as everyone left happily. Ayin Yang looked at Bayou and the others with cold eyes.
Lu Yushi.
Ayin also caught a glimpse of Lu Yushi. Her eyes lit up and she shouted excitedly. Seeing Ayin walking towards her quickly, Lu Yushi's muscles tensed up, feeling like a prey being discovered by a hunter. But she still bent her little deer eyes and said with a gentle smile, Ayin. After Ayin grabbed Lu Yushi, his eyes fell on Bayou and Emotienza.
Qian, Emotienza, you are finally back.
Chapter 352, Misty Village, no need to. Bayou looked calm and smiled.
Ayin.
Emotienza returned to his former indifferent image and chose to ignore Yin's warm greeting.
Ayin was not surprised. However, seeing that he actually took off his peaked cap, his eyes still lingered on his handsome face for an almost invisible moment. At this moment, Aling, who had been standing in the shadows, slowly played his bamboo flute. The sound of the bamboo flute was harsh and unpleasant, and the 3 of them subconsciously covered their ears.
Bai glanced at the ebony fence from the corner of his eye. The earthworm on it had disappeared. Apparently, that weird flute sound does have the ability to control snakes. While talking, the two of them smiled and greeted Yin's parents and entered the wooden house on the right. Mo Tianzi also followed in. Entering the house, the light is brighter. Only then did Yin notice that the three of them were looking disgraceful. Their feet and shoes were covered in yellow mud, and their trouser legs were all wet. The air outside was damp and fresh, making the smell of the oil lamps in the house even more unpleasant. Bai couldn't help but retched. Mo Tianzi frowned slightly. It seemed that he was not used to this weird smell. Yin's attention has been on Lu Yushi, and Lu Yushi simply took the opportunity to tell Yin about how they got lost and only returned home now. After hearing this, Yin didn't ask any more questions, as if it was expected, but she soon saw the torn clothes and bloody wounds on Lu Yushi's back. Lu Yushi, you have an injury on your back. Yin's face looked flustered and uneasy for a moment, and he rushed over to check Lu Yushi. After looking at the wound, she murmured to herself, "It's okay. It's okay. It didn't hurt her neck." When Lu Yushi heard this, her face turned pale, but Yin's worried look suddenly gave her an idea. If it is confirmed tomorrow that she is really a sacrifice, then she will mutilate the sacrifice. In that case, maybe Yin will give up missing her. Anyway, in the game, as long as you don't die at the last moment, you can return to normal even if you are disabled at level 10 after completing the level. Thinking about it, she still prayed secretly, hoping that everything would not be what she imagined. After all, it is better not to be cruel to yourself unless it is absolutely necessary. Lu Yushi's body trembled slightly as she thought about it. Yin was stunned. "Lu Yushi, are you cold?" Lu Yushi quickly shook his head. Although Yin's previous words were very low, they were still heard by Bai and Mo Tianzi. The two looked at each other tacitly. It seems that what they previously speculated about, regularly changing heads of snake mothers, is most likely true. After Yin examined Lu Yushi, she changed her expression of concern and said to the three of them, "It's a bit late. You must not have eaten. I'm going to get you something to eat. There happened to be fresh grilled muntjac meat today. You must have never heard of it. It was my brother who just came back from hunting in the dense forest and gave it to you specially. Stay." When Bai and Lu Yushi heard this, their pupils shrank in unison. There is no need. Even if dragon meat is placed in front of them, they may not dare to eat it. Yin didn't see the fear and rejection in their eyes. She lowered her eyes and glanced at the three people whose trousers were muddy and looked a little embarrassed. She sighed and said, "Hey, it's like this when it rains here. You guys change into clean clothes first, and I'll heat them up and bring them to you." Lu Yushi quickly shook her head like a rattle and blurted out a refusal. "Yin, no need. We have eaten. We are not hungry at all." Chapter 353, Misty Village, looking for a substitute. Bai also nodded desperately. The two of them were actually hungry for a long time. But when they thought of those earthworm eggs and strange barbecued meat, their appetite disappeared instantly. Besides, there is dry food and mustard in the backpack, so I can make do with it. Mo Tianzi ignored the three women standing chatting and walked to the fire pit with long legs to sit down. Well, respect is worse than obeying orders. Then I'll get you some foot washing water. The conditions in the village are difficult, and you can't take a bath today. You guys have to endure it tonight." Upon seeing this, Yin didn't know what to say. He looked embarrassed and was about to turn around when Bai grabbed him. "Yin, on Snake Mother's Day tomorrow, are we going to go into the mountains to meet the Snake Mother?" As soon as she spoke, Mo Tianzi's ears suddenly stood up as he lowered his eyes and pretended to warm himself to the fire. The panic in Yin's eyes disappeared momentarily. "When the villagers were here just now, were you also there?" "I thought you were. Just arrived." Bai nodded awkwardly. Yin could only say, Yes. To be precise, we go to the ebony forest." After she finished speaking, a strange smile flashed in her eyes, and she murmured, "Ha. Since the villagers are so curious, only greedy for money and not afraid of death, then let's all go together. Lu Yushi. By the way, I saw an old lady at the door." Bai hesitated to speak. "Oh, that's Grandma Zhang. She didn't know what was wrong with her today, so she had to go into the ebony forest. We happened to bump into her on the way back, and for some reason, she died after returning home. Grandma Zhang usually smokes and drinks without any scruples. We all advised her to take it easy,
saying it was bad for her health. Unless she doesn't listen. And she's so old. Why would she go to Ebony Forest? Now that she's healed, the villagers will think we murdered her on purpose.
Ian finished speaking with an aggrieved look on his face and sighed. Baiyu only felt that her words were full of loopholes. However, she also realized that the time of the copy had jumped, and they suddenly went from the third night to the fourth night. But everything that happens in the copy proceeds normally. For example, Grandma Zhang's death. If one man and one woman need to die in one day, the one who reached the fourth day on average was Li Yang, and the woman was Grandma Zhang. That fifth day, if Lu Yuxi is the number one sacrifice, did our Mo Tianzi and himself on a Yin's death list? However, since Grandma Zhang can replace one of them, she and Mo Tianzi can naturally find a replacement. It's nothing to worry about. Baiyu retracted his thoughts and continued to ask with a sincere expression.
So what exactly should we prepare for tomorrow? You don't have to do anything. Just follow us. Don't forget that the purpose of bringing you here is to change your luck.
Lu Yuxi also joined in.
I really want to see the Snake Mother. By the way, Yin, how can I change my luck?
Yin changed his expression at this time and said mysteriously,
the secret must not be revealed. You will know it when it arrives.
Lu Yuxi. Baiyu deliberately glanced in the direction of the door and said to himself,
Hey, Luo Qingju and the others haven't come back yet. Are they also lost?
Hearing this, Yin pretended to look outside. Then his eyes flashed and he said,
It should be, but it's too late to look for it now. As long as they don't go into the Ebony Forest, they should be fine. After the Snake Mother's Day tomorrow, I'll ask my parents to mobilize the villagers to look for it.
Her tone was very understated, as if she didn't care at all about the people who died. Baiyu and Lu Yuxi looked at each other silently, understanding each other tacitly. Chapter 354, Misty Village, what a loss. After washing up, Yin brought some strange herbs and applied them to Lu Yuxi's wounds before returning to the main house. Baiyu and Lu Yuxi
invited
Mo Tianzi out of the room, and after changing clothes, they called him in. The three of them sat by the fire pit, ate the dry food in their backpacks, and briefly discussed the next day's strategy. That is to say, a rough estimate of the situations and dangers that may occur, as well as the props and skills that several people can provide. Although they had formed an alliance first, all three of them had more or less reservations, especially Baiyu. Guessing that it was getting late, Baiyu and Lu Yuxi went upstairs. Maybe it was because of the heavy rain. The sheets and duvet cover felt wet to the touch. Tomorrow is the last day of the copy, and the mystery will be revealed. But by the same token, dangers will also come. The two of them were not sleepy, so they sat on the bed and leaned against the wall, closing their eyes and falling asleep. Lu Yuxi heard that there was no movement downstairs, and then asked Baiyu in a low voice,
Qian, tomorrow is the last day. Why are you so calm looking at your expression and state tonight?
This copy is short, but the progress is a bit long, and the clues are not too clear.
If it weren't for Bai Qian's open mind, it would be impossible for her to reason about many things. According to past dungeon experience, this often means that the last moment is extremely dangerous. Lu Yuxi himself was a little confused and afraid of what he might face tomorrow. Baiyu smiled and said,
What is supposed to come will come sooner or later, and there is nothing we can do if we can't be calm. Besides, we know nothing about the Snake Mother's Day now, so we can only adapt to the changes.
Lu Yuxi thought it was right and nodded. Baiyu was actually a little excited inside. It can even be said that she is both afraid and looking forward to tomorrow. Because if this copy can be cleared, it means that the mind space can be upgraded to level 5. And then it can be used in reality. After all, Blue Star is currently facing a doomsday crisis, and having a large capacity of space available with you will be much more convenient in reality. Speaking of reality, Baiyu frowned. I don't know how Lin Lily is doing. Hopefully she can beat the game again. Asterisk. Entering the 5th day of the game, Baiyu woke up just after dawn. In other words, she barely slept last night. I sorted through the props I obtained from Liang overnight and became familiar with the basic uses and functions of the props. Make sure that when you are in temporary danger, you know which props to use to save the situation. Looking at the golden bricks in the corner of the space, Baiyu prayed silently in his heart that this dungeon must be cleared no matter what. Otherwise, if the person dies but the money is still there, it would be a huge loss. As she expected, after the heavy rain, the window was filled with white mist. Those clouds and mist are all densely packed with earthworm eggs that look like chia seeds. Bayu's scalp was numb, and he didn't dare to look any further. So he withdrew his gaze. Outside the wooden house, the sound of chatter came in. It seemed that some excited villagers had come to Yin's house to wait for him a long time ago. Lu Yushi also woke up at this time. She jumped out of bed and was about to ask Bayu if there was any coffee left in his backpack when she heard Emotienza whisper from downstairs.
"When you wake up, come down quickly."
Bayu and her were stunned, then raised their legs and walked out. Downstairs, Emotienza put on his peaked cap. Standing upright, he was standing at the door, looking out through the crack in the door. The two looked at each other and stepped downstairs lightly. When Emotienza saw them coming down, he gave up his position at the door. Bayu and Lu Yushi carefully brought their faces together, looking at the scene in the courtyard. The two frowned subconsciously. Chapter 355, Misty Village, Go See the Snake Mother. In the wet courtyard, the rectangular wooden table in the main house of the Iron family was placed. The table was filled with cups of strangely colored scarlet liquid. It was the snakeberry and earthworm juice that Yin Yang forced everyone to drink earlier. However, this juice contains a very high content of earthworm eggs, and the size is also much larger. Visible to the naked eye, densely packed earthworm eggs are swimming like tadpoles inside. The fence outside the door was full of people. Men, women, old and young, tall, short, fat and thin. Approximately 50 or 60 people. Everyone was dressed in printed and dyed clothes. Dressed up, carrying bamboo strips and baskets on their backs, with expectations written on their faces. Some people even stared greedily at the snakeberry juice in the courtyard. When Bayu saw this, he couldn't help but take a breath of cold air. Lu Yushi's eyes passed directly over the juice, and he said in surprise,
"Oh my god! Xian, is the whole village here?"
"Bayu?"
"Maybe."
As soon as the two of them finished speaking, the wooden door of the next room creaked open. Yin's parents came out dressed in new clothes and took Lung and Yin with them.
Village head! Village head! Dot!
There was a commotion in the crowd. Bayu glanced at Yin walking towards them, and quickly pulled Lu Yushi and stood back, pretending to have just come downstairs.
Dong dong!
Yin reached out and knocked on the door, then pushed the door open. She walked in with a smile on her face.
"Lu Yushi. Bye Qian. Emotienza. Morning. Good morning. Yin."
Bayu and Lu Yushi also responded politely. Emotienza nodded and continued his cold persona. In the courtyard, the villagers had automatically lined up in a row, and the snakeberry juice on the table quickly entered their stomachs. Some people even chewed earthworm eggs in their mouths without finishing their thoughts. Bayu felt frightened and felt nauseated.
"Yin, we shouldn't have to drink that snakeberry juice anymore."
Lu Yushi glanced outside and said timidly. Yin smiled.
"That's a pity. In fact, if you just think of her as a drunken shrimp or drunken crab in another form, then it's okay. But since you're not used to it, forget it. And these juices were specially prepared by my mother for the villagers. Every year on Snake Mother's Day, my mother prepares a lot. It rained so heavily yesterday, and the clouds by the window were full of earthworm eggs. So my mother made more. In fact, there are 4 days before Snake Mother's Day. During these 4 days, they make snakeberry juice at home. Only on the 5th day, they all come to my house to get it."
Bayu looked back and asked doubtfully,
"Is there any difference? My mother is the high priest of the village, and she is responsible for praying to the Snake Mother for blessings. The one she makes naturally have special effects. The probability of making people become earthworm snake containers is also greater."
Bayu knew that the earthworm container she was referring to was the human incubator. It is really unimaginable to think of the ignorance of these villagers to regard a meaningless death as an honor. Bayu suddenly thought of a question.
Since the villagers are not afraid of death, why were they so angry yesterday about Grandma Zhang's death? In Misty Village, dying for the Snake Mother and other deaths are two different concepts.
After Yin finished speaking, he suddenly lowered his voice with a mysterious look on his face and said,
"Those who die for the Mother Snake and are destined to become the container of the earthworm snake will quietly receive gifts from the Mother Snake at home."
The three of them were stunned.
"What gift?"
Yin's lips curled up and she said,
"A small piece of gold. Worth a lot of money."
White-feathered deer Yushi.
Dot!
Seeing the unbelievable expressions on the three of them, Yin smiled and said meaningfully,
"Okay. This kind of good thing is unique to the villagers of Misty Village, and it can be regarded as a magical tradition that has been passed down for thousands of years. You guys, it won't be your turn in this lifetime. Let's go. Let's go to see the Snake Mother.
Chapter 356, Misty Village, signing a life and death contract.
A tradition that has been handed down for thousands of years?
Lu Yushi's eyes widened with disbelief. Ah Yin nodded.
Yes. The gold given to the villagers can't be fake. Right. If the Snake Mother is a god, why would she use such vulgar things?
Lu Yushi deliberately tried. Upon hearing this, Ah Yin's face turned serious for a second and said,
Lu Yushi, don't talk nonsense. It's disrespectful. It won't be good if Mother Snake hears it.
Lu Yushi had no choice but to stick out her tongue in apology, then looked back and winked at Baiyu, which seemed to mean asking, Qian, do you believe it? Baiyu shrugged and said nothing.
Okay, let's go,
Ah Yin said, reaching out and opening the wooden door. There was a faint smell of blood in the air. The three people frowned, raised their legs and filed out. Baiyu deliberately walked last, recalling Ah Yin's words. She felt a thump in her heart. Apparently, the alien creature must have been stranded here for thousands of years. Being able to live for thousands of years without dying is indeed something similar to a god in the eyes of ordinary people. In addition, the creature has been stranded here for thousands of years, but has never moved. It seems that there are some conditions here that restrict it. Is it because the magnetic field of this mountain is too strong? In the courtyard, the villagers' rush to drink snakeberry juice has ended. Instead, there were two white cloths the size of A1 paper on the table. It is now covered with dense red fingerprints and blood-red signatures. It's a signature, more like an irregular head painting. It seems that the majority of the villagers in Misty Village are illiterate. Baiyu and the others glanced at it, and saw that there was no ink on the table. Judging from the movements of those people who stretched out their hands, frowned and bit their fingers, it was obvious what kind of red liquid it was. The three of them looked at each other for a second, then looked at Yin with doubtful eyes. Yin glanced at her parents not far away and explained in a low voice.
There are unspeakable dangers in the ebony forest, and according to legend, anyone who has seen the Snake Mother's treasure without special status will die. Now since everyone insists on going in, we must sign a life and death contract according to the village tradition. After leaving my house Dao sect, their life and death has nothing to do with us, nor does it have anything to do with those who are traveling with them.
When Baiyu and Lu Yushi heard this, they stared at each other and stopped talking. The special identity she mentioned was that she used to be an Orion. But now, it's their family. Right? Fortunately, these two strange rituals have nothing to do with the three of them. On the other side, the ceremony of signing the
life and death contract
has ended. Everyone consciously stood outside the wooden fence and lined up with excitement on their faces. At the head of the queue was a lung, who looked gloomy and held a bamboo flute in his hand. He was carrying a small bamboo basket, and inside it seemed to be a big rooster with its eyes and mouth covered with cloth. In his hand was a bulging cloth bag with no idea what it contained. Lu Yushi reached out and poked Baiyu, and whispered,
Qian, look at that big rooster. Isn't it specially brought to eat the smallest earthworms?
Mo Tianzi, who was standing next to him, sneered coldly.
Lu Yushi, have you watched too much?
Lu Yushi, you?
Okay, maybe you guessed it right.
Baiyu stretched out his hand to hold her and gave her a comforting look. At this moment, Father Yin stood up. He held a strangely colored hunting knife in his hand, swung it forward and said,
Okay, folks, everything is ready. Let's go!
Chapter 357, Misty Village, Don't Believe in Evil. In the crowd, someone shouted excitedly,
Let's go! Find the treasure. Go see the Snake Mother. Change your luck. Dot.
The remaining people shouted excitedly and rushed forward. It's like if you're a step too late, you won't be able to catch up with the treasure.
Let's go. You go first. I'll hold off.
Seeing that the team was almost gone, Yin motioned to Baiyu and the others to step forward. Baiyu and the others looked at the team, but followed them silently without saying anything. The ground was all muddy, and there were many people in the team, including some children and old people. They couldn't walk very fast. About an hour later, the group finally passed through the pine forest and arrived in front of the dark ebony forest, recalling the huge earthworm snakes and strange illusions they encountered last time. Baiyu and Lu Yushi couldn't help but secretly take a breath. The villagers, who were originally extremely excited and chatting excitedly along the way, stopped in awe when they reached the edge of the ebony forest. They looked at Yin's family with a hint of uneasiness and fear.
For so many years, no one has quietly tried to enter this dense ebony forest. But without exception, there were no bones left of the women, and the men were skinned and cramped, and their deaths were horrific. So since all the hunters in the village died in a fire 10 years ago, only the village chief and his family dared to enter this dense ebony forest. It is said that Alung obtained a magic weapon from an Orion that could control snakes. However, Orion has never told anyone about the snake-controlling melody. How he knew and mastered it is unknown. Thinking of this, everyone looked at Ah-in silently. Okay, every time before our family enters the dense forest, we will ask the Snake Mother if it is convenient to enter. Today is the Snake Mother's day, and there is no exception. Please be patient and let me ask first. Ah-in spoke solemnly and walked forward. She was facing the direction of the dense forest, clasped her hands together, closed her eyes, and began to mutter, "Ula ula." Everyone immediately fell silent when they saw this. There are also children who imitate her, clasping their hands together and closing their eyes with a pious expression. Lu Yushi couldn't help but tugged at Bayu's clothes and whispered, "Oh, the goddess is pretending to be mysterious again." Bayu glanced at Ah-in and everyone with pious faces, and smiled helplessly. The acting skills of a Yin's father and mother were poor enough, and they were just trying to fool the villagers. Soon, Ah-in opened her eyes and turned around. She glanced at everyone with a solemn expression and said, "Hey, the Snake Mother said that there is something wrong with everyone's clothing, and does not allow everyone to enter. Everyone, please return to where you are." So, is there really a Snake Mother? When the villagers heard this, they were happy in their hearts. But when they realized it, they were instantly unhappy. What do you mean? There's something wrong with the clothes? We take it so seriously that we wear all the New Year's clothes. Aren't you dressed like this? The villager looked at the printed and dyed clothes on a Yin's family and asked in confusion. Yes. And the 3 people you brought? They are not just in fancy clothes. Someone pointed the finger at the 3 players. 3 people who were shot for no reason. That's right. Is it because we have mud on our feet? It's going to rain on Snake Mother's Day, which happens only once in 10 years. Can you blame us? That's right. Everyone has come here. You said this. We don't believe in evil today. We want to go in. That's right. We only get the chance to go in once every 10 years. Why should we give up? Chapter 358, Misty Village, put on red clothes. Folks, there is definitely the Snake Mother's treasure inside. They definitely want to take it all for themselves. Don't be fooled by this old witch. Achu also became the high priest halfway. Don't be fooled by her words. Abu, do you still want to be the village chief? Everyone's anger was aroused again, and everyone was talking about it in a frenzied manner. Bayu and the other 3 subconsciously stepped back a few steps and quietly watched everyone's performance. Lu Yushi then approached Bayu and laughed at himself in a low voice. Qian, do you think we know that there are tigers in the mountains and prefer to travel to the Tiger Mountains? Bayu glanced at his eyes and said, "Those villagers are considered ignorant and fearless. But we, thanks to the gift of the game, so to speak." She just felt that it was enough to be forced to follow the plot after entering the dungeon. At this moment, the deputy village chief who led the riot last night stood up, stared at Ah-in and said, "Achu, tell me, how should we dress to meet the Snake Mother's requirements?" This hits the nail on the head. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone couldn't help but excitedly said, "That's it. Tell me, how should we wear it?" Ah-in's face was tangled for a moment, but she hesitated and said, "It's not that there is no solution. Villager, Mom Ah-in, if you have any idea, as long as we can get in, we will definitely do it." Ah-in waved to her son A-lung, and A-lung walked over. She pulled out a bright red cotton vest from the bag in his hand. The villagers looked at each other for a second. "This is? Our family stayed up late last night to sew this. I don't know if it will be used. But now the Snake Mother thinks that everyone is not dressed in a festive atmosphere and doesn't want to see everyone. Maybe it's because the red color is missing. If everyone doesn't, if you mind, just put it on first, and I'll ask the Snake Mother about it." The villagers looked relieved and said one after another, "Hey, what do you think you are going to wear? It's just a cotton red vest. It's easy to talk about." "That's right," the deputy village chief said at this time. "Alung, I'd like to ask you to borrow your red vest. When everyone gets the treasure today and goes back in the evening, I will give you a heavy reward." Villager A. Yes. Lu Yushi couldn't help but complain. Qian,
This deputy village chief changes his attitude so quickly. I was singing an opera with the village chief last night.
Baiyu said nothing, staring at the villagers wearing red vests. She always felt that this red vest must have some effect. This effect is not related to celebration, as Yin Yang said. Thinking of this, she glanced at Imotianza, who was sneering with his lips curled up next to her, and asked him,
"Do you know the habits of snakes?"
Although the mother snake that can soar into the clouds and ride the mist to live forever gives earthworms a mysterious look,
those little earthworms are still ordinary snakes. Imotianza naturally guessed what she was thinking of. But he didn't hold anything back and said,
1. Snakes like to live in groups and like to move in fixed areas. 2. Snakes will cannibalize their own kind. And big snakes will eat small snakes. 3. Snakes have extremely weak vision, but are extremely sensitive to red or yellow.
Baiyu said, "Oh," and reacted. But he was puzzled. Those villagers have lived in the mountains all year round and have dealt with snakes so much. It stands to reason that they should know the habits of snakes relatively well. Wearing red clothes doesn't make you a moving human target. But why didn't they think of it? Is it because they are obsessed with money? Chapter 359, Misty Village, Human Head. Baiyu guessed that Yin Yang had once again asked the snake mother. Soon, she turned around, waved her arms, and shouted with joy,
"Folks, the snake mother has agreed! Great!"
Everyone cheered. Seeing this, a Yin's father stood beside a Yin's mother and said earnestly,
"Folks, the snake mother has agreed, but the risk of entering the ebony forest is still very high. However, since everyone insists on insisting, don't blame me as the village chief for not giving you a second stop and reminder. I'm going to say something ugly in front of you. If you die, you innocent souls, please don't come to me. Once we enter the dense ebony forest, let's all wish ourselves well and be safe. Now, everyone will rest where they are for 5 minutes. When the time comes, we go in. Ah boo, what you said is wrong. Don't come to us."
Yin Yang, who rarely spoke, glared at him and added. Father Yin was very dissatisfied with his wife's interruption, but he did not dare to say anything. Baiyu has been silently observing Yin since he entered the pine forest. She didn't look as calm as a Yin's parents at the moment. Instead, there was a hint of uneasiness and anxiety in his eyes, and her gaze, most of the time, rested on Lu Yushi's face.
"Ah Yin, why do you keep looking at me? Is there a mole on my face?"
Lu Yushi was so frightened by what she saw that she finally couldn't help but ask.
"Because you are good looking."
Yin smiled, reached out and grabbed Lu Yushi's palm, and suddenly sighed quietly.
"Yushi, you said that we were born in the same year, same month and same day. It is such a rare fate that we didn't become sworn sisters in high school. Isn't it a pity?"
Lu Yushi's eyes were startled, but it passed quickly and quickly returned to her sweet smile, saying,
Yes, yes, let's find a chance to become sworn friends."
As she spoke, her hands subconsciously moved back, and Yin's hands were like pliers, holding her tightly.
"In that case, Yushi, if I really need you, you won't just ignore me, right?"
Lu Yushi's eyelids trembled suddenly, and he said uneasily,
Yin, why are you talking nonsense?"
Yin chuckled.
"You're not talking nonsense. Who made you and I so destined? We are all classmates and are destined to be together. Don't worry. If something happens, Bai Qianqian and Imotianza will not ignore it."
Lu Yushi is also a smart person. These words are both a test and a diversion. Yin licked her lips, glanced at Baiyu and Imotianza at the side, and said,
"Oh, they too. No. Dot."
Lu Yushi was even more curious.
"Why? You will know later."
Yin smiled meaningfully, put her down, and went to find her mother. Imotianza watched everything silently. The game's buffs make the 5 senses of the 3 of them much better than ordinary people. After listening to the conversation between the two, he raised his eyebrows and glanced at Baiyu. It's a pity that he was wearing a peak cap today and held it down very low, so Baiyu didn't see his hint. But Baiyu himself was standing aside, listening to the conversation between Yin and Lu Yushi, and his brain never stopped thinking. Now it seems that being born on the same day, same year, same month, is the condition for Lu Yushi to be selected. But she and Yin were born in the same year, month and day. So what does it have to do with the snake mother's sacrifice? Unless the snake mother was also born in the same year, month and day as them? But according to her speculation, the snake mother is an alien creature. No. In the villager's mouth,
The snake mother has the image of a human head and a snake body. So to sum up, does that mean that the snake body of the snake mother is some kind of alien creature? And the human head comes from the human head? According to what she and Emotienza had previously deduced, the snake mother's head needs to be replaced every 10 years to ensure that the brain does not age and shut down. So the human head now installed in the snake mother? Could it be that it comes from Ah Yin's missing sister? Chapter 360 Misty Village, Twin Sisters? According to the theory that they were born on the same day, same year, same month, Ah Yin's sisters are most likely to be twins with her. So, are you going to give Lu Yushi's head to the alien creature? Then replace the heads of Sister Ah Yin on the alien creature's head? In addition, what was the unique condition of Lu Yushi that could save her that Ah Yin was silent about just now? Gene? Blood type? Or bone marrow? From a scientific point of view, maybe the blood types are closer. Baiyu thought quickly in his mind and felt like he was going to explode. She secretly took a few deep breaths to calm down. Then he walked a few steps further away, turned his back to everyone, pretended to squat down to tie his shoelaces, and with a thought, quietly took out the gold metal carving picked up from the gold brick cellar from the space. Baiyu looked at the gold metal and took a breath. The two girls engraved on the gold metal are indeed exactly the same in their clothing, hairstyle, and facial features. At that time, I thought it was due to the carving process. Now it seems that the clues have already been marked. Take another look at the back. Golden shuttle, silver shuttle. The sun and moon are shuttled. To sum up, it can be inferred that the head on the mother snake's head belongs to Ah Yin, her twin sister. Ah Jean! The moment Baiyu came to the conclusion, an ethereal mechanical sound rang in the ears of her, Emotienza, and Lu Yushi. All, ding! Congratulations to the players for discovering the key clues in the dungeon. The plot progress has been increased to 85%. We also ask current players to keep up the good work and continue working hard. Baiyu? Hearing this, Lu Yushi and Emotienza looked at Baiyu, who was squatting on the ground. But Baiyu stood up leisurely, and turned around with a smile on his face. Lu Yushi. Qian? Emotienza. You? Baiyu nodded, walked to the two of them, glanced at Ah Yin who was talking to Ah Yin Yan over there, and whispered, The snake mother has a human head, and this head is probably Ah Yin's twin sister. Emotienza. Twins. Baiyu. Yes. So, am I going to replace her sister? No wonder Ah Yin said those strange words just now. Sky, why don't you go in later, and I'll find a place to hang out? This picture is too scary. Lu Yushi reacted instantly, and said with a horrified look on his face. Emotienza sneered and said, It's useless for you to choose. Even if by Qian and I clear the level, you haven't experienced the complete plot. The final ending will either be lost in this dungeon, or you will be punished by the system as if you failed to clear the level. Lu Yushi was a little puzzled. Brother Emo, you haven't tried it. How do you know? Emotienza crossed his hands and said calmly, Don't ask me why I know. Because I have experienced it. These copies we have experienced actually have something similar to a key to pass the level. But this key is not a specific object, but some kind of hidden experience. You without experience, it will naturally be impossible for you to pass the level. Otherwise, some players will use their lives to complete the entire plot and piece together the clues to pass the level, while others can pass the level together as long as they choose to be stubborn. Isn't that too unfair and reasonable? Baiyu nodded, agreeing with his statement. When Lu Yushi heard this, he lowered his eyes and thought for a while, then stopped talking. But she looked a little pale. Emotienza. Don't worry. Since we have chosen to form an alliance, we will definitely not let you become a victim alone. The three of us working together will definitely be stronger than two. Lu Yushi couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. Thank you, Brother Emo. Chapter 361, Misty Village, the road is gone. Don't thank me. I'm doing this for myself. If you really want to thank me, don't hold back during this last period of time. After Emotienza finished speaking coldly, he pushed down the brim of his peaked cap and walked toward the villagers' group. Lu Yushi. Dot! The 5 minutes of trimming time ended quickly. Set off! Following the order from the village chief Abu, the villagers who put on their celebration red vests looked excited and walked towards the ebony forest with their legs raised. Ah Yin walked over, looked at Baiyu and the others, and said quietly, Old classmate, let's go too. After saying that, she reached out and wanted to hold Lu Yushi. Lu Yushi's heart was full of fear.
but her face was still filled with a sweet smile. And she said softly,
Ah Yin, there are shrubs inside. I can go by myself.
Ah Yin's arms were hanging in the air, and his face looked awkward for a moment. But he soon laughed, ha ha.
Okay, then just go by yourself. Anyway, you won't lose it if you enter the dense ebony forest.
There was a pun in these words. Lu Yushi was shocked, but it was difficult to say anything else. Bai Yu and Mo Tianzi watched everything silently, their inner vigilance already raised. Everyone quickly entered the dark ebony forest. This forest is as sacred as the villagers in Misty Village. They were all very conscious. And the moment they stepped into the woods, they all fell silent. But everyone's face was filled with excited smiles. There were also a few people with wary expressions on their faces. After only 2 or 3 steps, the villagers noticed something was wrong. The dense ebony forest and the pine forest outside are like 2 different worlds. It's too dark and cold here. On some dark branches, you can still faintly see some broken bones. In addition, waist-high shrubs blocked the bamboo baskets on their backs, making it difficult for them to move. The adults and the old man were fine. They took off the bamboo strips and held them over their heads. Children are more embarrassed. They were carrying small backpacks, but the bushes were almost as high as their bodies. Their hands soon became sore, compared with adults, who are determined to get the legendary treasure. Children are actually more curious about this dense forest. So several children simply put the bamboo strips on their backs and threw them away, for fear that the snake mother would be unhappy. The adults did not dare to scold the child loudly, so they had to hold the child's basket together in their hands. Bai Yu, Mo Tianzi, and the others quietly took the weapons in their hands. To Bai Yu's surprise, none of the large earthworm snakes they saw when they entered the ebony forest appeared. The 3 of them stared at each other, and finally their eyes rested on Aling, who was at the front of the team. That Aling. The sound of the bamboo flute in his hand never stopped since he entered the dense ebony forest, even though he was blowing very softly. Of course, the sound of the flute was as harsh and unpleasant as ever. Everyone walked in the dense ebony forest for a long time, but still couldn't see the edge, as if they were encountering a ghost trying to break a wall. Moreover, the temperature in the dense forest is getting lower and lower, and the water vapor is getting heavier and heavier. You can even see white clouds lingering among the dark tree trunks not far away. It's not that the villagers don't know what's in the clouds. Those earthworm eggs were food in the past. But once they grow up to be snakes, I don't dare to think about the consequences. Someone finally couldn't stand it anymore and complained.
Village Chief Abu, how far do we have to go? Village Chief, where is the snake mother's treasure? Dad, I have an urgent need to pee. Mom, my arm was injured by a branch. Dot.
Chapter 362, Misty Village, Independent Time and Space. In the quiet team, since the first person spoke up, the rest of the group started talking like hundreds of ducks that had been released from the seal. Some villagers suddenly realized something was wrong and wanted to give up. But when they looked back, they found that the path they had taken before was gone. Panic began to spread in everyone's hearts. Father Ain listened silently for a while, then paused. He turned around, looked at everyone with cold eyes, and sneered.
You people, it's you who don't listen to the advice and are clamoring to come in. It's you who are obsessed with money. It's you who are afraid to back out now. People like you deserve to be poor in this mountain village for the rest of your life.
Someone was very unhappy and yelled.
Village Chief Abu, why are you talking? Haven't you also stayed in this poor mountain village your whole life? You think you are so great? That fire 10 years ago.
Someone stopped him mid-sentence.
And your son? He's so unpleasant to brag about. Can you please stop bragging? It makes people upset. That's right. You're still not married at such an old age. And your voice sounds like it's not in harmony with your life. Village Chief Abu, are you leading the way carelessly? Why haven't you seen this snake mother's treasure for a long time? Dot.
The silent forest was quickly filled with curses and complaints from everyone. Lu Yushi shook his head, clicked his tongue and said,
People's hearts are broken, and it's hard to lead the team.
Mo Tianzi glanced at everyone coldly and whispered in conclusion,
A bunch of idiots.
At this moment, Aling put down the bamboo flute in his hand. When Bai Yu saw this, his eyelids twitched. She raised her eyes alertly and glanced at the dense forest, but found nothing unusual for the time being. However, she still thought secretly, and light flowed from her fingertips, and an invisible butterfly flew out towards the edge of the dense forest. The villagers were still furiously pulling and pulling.
Rustling.
At this moment, Bai Yu,
Lu Yushi and Emotianza clearly heard a familiar voice coming from deep in the dense forest. Their 5 senses are much stronger than those of the villagers. The expressions of the 3 people changed, and the weapons in their hands were quietly clenched. At this moment, the scene in front of him changed instantly. What was originally a dense forest full of shrubs suddenly appeared in the sky with an empty green grassland. The grassy field is about the size of a basketball court. The grass is green and smooth as a blanket. The villagers looked at each other for a second, and they all stood stunned. Some people hit their heads, and others pinched their legs. They soon realized that this was not a dream or illusion. When Yin Yang saw this, she just made a plop sound, with a pious look on her face, and crawled down on the spot. "Snake mother, please! Snake mother, please!" Her voice, with a tearing sound, resounded through the dense forest. The villagers looked at each other for a second, then crawled to the ground and shouted, "Snake mother! Rustling! Rustling!" The sound is getting closer. The temperature in the woods is getting colder and colder. Soon, a fishy smell belonging to animals came from the depths of the jungle to everyone in all directions. Some villagers realized something was wrong, got up and fled behind them in fear. But unfortunately, they soon discovered that they were just like encountering a ghost and hitting a wall, and the way they came had disappeared. The butterfly released by Yu quickly flew back. It seems like it can't fly out of this dense forest at all. Could it be that the time and space here are independent? Chapter 363, Misty Village. The show begins. Yu was shocked, and a bad premonition emerged in his mind. "Rust!" The strange voice got closer and closer. Before everyone could react, the villagers wearing red vests, just as Yu expected, were like living targets on the human body, disappearing one by one in the bushes. "Ah! Ouch! Grass! Dot!" Thrilling screams kept coming from all around. 1, 2, 3. Soon, the team of 40 or 50 people, tall, short, fat, men, women, old and young, disappeared from the ground in an instant. In the dense ebony forest, an unpleasant smell of blood soon filled the air. A minute passed, and there was no one else at the scene except Yin's family and Yu. The sound of rustling disappeared. The dense forest is still the same dense forest, but the temperature in the dense forest has dropped significantly. The light also became darker and darker. Lu Yushi was stunned. His eyes flinched, and he looked at Yu and Emotianza. "Xian, brother Imo." "This is." Yu squeezed the black blade in his hand, glanced at Yin's family, and said, "The show is about to begin." She had already guessed that these villagers were cannon fodder. I didn't expect it to be so fast. Without even seeing those gold mines, the people were gone. The Yin family over there has been standing there with calm and indifferent expressions. It was as if all this had been expected. When the screams completely stopped, they finally came to their senses, looked at Yu and the others, and said, "Okay, the noise is gone. The blessing ceremony for the Snake Mother can finally be carried out normally. Let's continue." "These?" Lu Yushi pretended to be surprised and pointed around. "Yushi, isn't there nothing around you?" Yin said calmly. A strange cold light flashed in her eyes. Yu subconsciously felt his scalp numb. Yin's words are very similar to the words of Fa at the front desk in her copy of Silent Island. "Guest, there is nothing there." It seems that everything that happened before was within Yin's expectation. Lu Yushi looked at Yu for help, but Yu looked solemn. Lu Yushi asked in confusion, "Xian, what's wrong with you?" Yu shook his head. She always felt that strange sense of voyeurism appearing directly above the head. But when she looked up, she found that she could see nothing but the impenetrable black forest above her head. With a thought, I tried to bring the voyeuristic subject into the space, and the prompt sounded coldly. Ding! This space does not accommodate human creatures for the time being. A bright red exclamation mark appeared in Yu's field of vision. Yu was stunned. So, this sense of peeping is the Snake Mother? If the human element comes from Jin, then what is the use of her spying on everyone? Surveillance? Did she realize that her twin sister Yin was also in the team? Okay, let's continue, Yin Yang ordered. Ling continued to play his bamboo flute. The 3 of them had no choice but to follow Yin's family and continue to move forward. At this moment, a crackling sound of falling objects fell from the sky. At first, there were white bones of different sizes that had been sucked clean. There are hands. Has feet. Also, the head. Not a drop of blood or a trace of flesh was left. Soon, there were bloody,
mutilated, huge corpses. They were skinned and cramped, and died tragically. Chapter 364, Misty Village, Death is not a pity.
Snapped. Bang! Bang!
Scattered bones and wet corpses fell on the grass around several people. A few drops of scarlet liquid with a warm smell splashed onto Baiyu and Lu Yushi's trousers.
Sky!
Lu Yushi caught a glimpse of a severed hand falling on his shoulder, let out a horrifying scream, and jumped to Baiyu's side. Baiyu looked at the fresh head that Goryulu rolled in front of him, and couldn't help but take a few breaths of cold air. Emotienza was no exception. A living corpse similar in size to him fell from his head. Fortunately, he was flexible and avoided it. However, there was a lot of bright red liquid dripping on his peaked cap. The temperature in the air suddenly dropped by many degrees. The light is also getting dimmer. Baiyu and Lu Yushi clearly felt that the hair on their bodies had stood up. Ah Yin's family, however, acted as if nothing had happened and continued to move forward calmly. At this moment, they were about to walk out of the lawn area and enter the ebony forest again. Baiyu pursed his lips and called out to Ayin.
Ayin, why don't we go back? This forest is too dangerous.
He will definitely not return. Baiyu's words are more for the purpose of testing. Of course, it is also a normal behavior of ordinary people. After all, as a high school classmate of Ayin, it is normal to feel fear and shrinkage when seeing the bloody and strange scene just now. Emotienza also said in a dissatisfied tone.
If you invite a snake mother, so many people will die? We'd better not invite her. It's too evil.
Hearing this, Ayin stopped where he was. She turned around leisurely, glanced at the three of them calmly, curled her lips, and said with a hint of displeasure in her tone.
I said, old classmates, it's such a pity that you guys decided to give up after we're here. Besides, my mother didn't invite any snake mothers who could change her luck just now. Those who came were all disobedient addicts. They are just snake soldiers and generals of blood and flesh. If the snake mother had come, those things wouldn't have happened. Besides,
let's not talk about the change of luck. The door to the snake mother's treasure that comes once in 10 years is about to open. Those are priceless treasures. Just a piece of it will be worth your lifetime work. I know that everyone has had a hard time these past few years. Are you really willing to give up?
After speaking, she looked at the three of them meaningfully. Baiyu pretended to be tangled in thought and didn't reply to her.
Is the snake mother's treasure really there?
Lu Yushi, who was hiding beside Baiyu, pursed his lips and said timidly. Ayin said seriously.
Yes. You are both my classmates and my friends. I will definitely not lie to you.
Lu Yushi pointed at the bones and corpses scattered around.
What about those villagers just now? In Misty Village, only our family can know about the snake mother's treasure. How can it be coveted by ordinary villagers? People die for wealth and birds die for food. It is not a pity for them to die.
After finishing speaking, Ayin added,
you are different. You were specially invited by our family to meet the snake mother. The snake mother will not do anything to you.
Lu Yushi,
Ayin, is it true? It must be.
Ayin swore so confidently that he almost reached out and patted his chest as a guarantee. Baiyu murmured to himself at this time.
If we don't see the treasure and the snake mother later, will our life be lost first?
Ayin smiled.
That won't happen. Believe me.
Chapter 365, Misty Village, Can't Get Out. Baiyu, I believe you.
Qian, I feel a little uncomfortable. I still want to go back.
Lu Yushi looked at Baiyu with shrinking eyes and said, since Baiyu knew she was acting, he continued to cooperate.
Then let's go back first. Ayin, just pray for blessings as usual. I don't expect any change in luck. Since my destiny is destined to be poor and poor, then so be it. I accept my fate. As for the treasure, it is too mysterious and precious. We may not have the chance to meet each other, and then it will disappear. I won't change either. I'll send you back.
Emotienza was not a fool, so he naturally knew their intentions and said. Seeing this, Lu Yushi hurriedly said,
Uncle, Aunt, Ayin, Brother Alung, we will go back first. You continue.
After saying that, he turned around and left regardless of the change in Ayin's face.
Wait.
The three of them just turned around and were stopped by Ayin's father yelling. The three of them looked stunned and turned around. Father Ayin changed his face to a kind one and said,
You've already come. Why should you leave temporarily? Ayin, please advise your classmates to calm down. It's almost time. So I'll let your brother and mother go to the blessing ceremony in advance.
After he finished speaking, he winked at his son A-Leng. A-Leng stopped playing the bamboo flute and put down the basket on his back. He took out the big rooster with its eyes and mouth covered. As soon as the sound of the bamboo flute stopped, the sound of
rustling
appeared again. Ah-In listened attentively and advised.
Old classmates, just hold on a little longer. In this dense ebony forest, there is a miasma that protects the snake mother's territory from outsiders. You can't get out on your own.
After that, she added,
according to the distance we traveled, we should be at the back of Misty Village now. So the scenes of woods and lawns we see now are actually illusory. The big cock in my brother's hand and my mother's telekinesis can make it possible to get rid of this illusion. Please wait a little longer.
The three of them looked at each other and nodded reluctantly. The scene is illusory, but the deaths of those villagers are indeed real. Ah-Yin's parents could ignore the life and death of the villagers. Apparently, they had expected this. Bai Yu withdrew his gaze and felt the sense of peeping above his head. She winked at Lu Yushi and Emotienza, but they didn't notice the strangeness. Over there, A-In Yang squinted at the top of the dense forest, then pretended to count with her fingers, and said,
the auspicious time of 10 years has arrived, and it is time to open the door to the treasure.
After saying that, she closed her eyes, clasped her hands together, and stood there again and muttered. Father Ian handed the hunting knife in his hand to his son. A-Leng took off the cloth band covering the rooster's head and mouth. Before the rooster could crow,
its neck had been cut. Warm, bright red liquid spurted out. A-Leng lifted the rooster, threw the liquid around the ground, and then threw the chicken head into the air in a parabola. After a slight cracking sound, the scene in front of him began to change rapidly. The green lawns and the extremely dark ebony woods gradually disappeared. Those rustling sounds are gone. Instead, what appeared in everyone's field of vision was a barren mountain with golden light and no vegetation. Not far from the mountain, white clouds linger. In the clouds and mist, visible to the naked eye, densely packed earthworm eggs are hatching and taking shape. Chapter 366, Misty Village, Snake Totem. Bai Yu and Lu Yushi quickly realized that where they were standing was at the top of the secret passage. However, they remembered that Emotienza used black vines to clamp many earthworms. And you can hear the crawling sound of earthworms and snakes. But at this moment, there is nothing here. Only golden ore. Is there still overlap of time and space here? Lu Yushi whispered.
Qian, how does this setting feel like the barrier in the Xianxia drama? Is that alien creature so powerful? But why does it tell the villagers how to break the barrier? I can't guess at the moment.
Bai Yu squinted his eyes and shook his head. Even though she has a great imagination, she is about to face a downtime now. Because this copy looks a bit fantasy. A bit scientific. And weird. From a fantasy perspective, a barrier is an independent space formed by a certain formation. Just now, A-Leng used cock and chicken blood. And the way A-In Yang muttered words was indeed very similar to the way to break the barrier. But from a scientific perspective, it can be understood as multidimensional spacetime or parallel spacetime. When they jump, in the blink of an eye, they enter a brand new space and it becomes normal. All in all, it looks like a lot of elements mixed together. But what she can be sure of is that everything will be related to A-In. A-Yin's parents looked at the golden ground. Their eyes lit up. They both knelt down and shouted loudly.
The villagers of Misty Village, Abu and Achu, together with their daughter Ian and son A-Leng, are now fulfilling their promise 10 years ago and begging to meet the Snake Mother. The villagers of Misty Village, Abu and Achu, together with their daughter Ian and son A-Leng, are now fulfilling their promise 10 years ago and begging to meet the Snake Mother. Dot!
Their voices became louder and louder each time. A-In and A-Leng also knelt down behind them. After A-Yin's father and mother roared 4 or 5 times, they knelt on the ground with a pious look on their faces and stopped talking. A silent silence fell around them. The sense of peeping above my head disappeared. Bai Yu and Emotienza looked at each other. Promised 10 years ago? After a few seconds of silence, the ground began to tremble.
Boom! Boom!
Under the ground, something seemed to be coming out. This, in the incredulous eyes of the three people. A 4 to 5 meter long gap was torn open in the golden ground. A metal channel shining with silvery white light appeared in everyone's field of vision. The passage is oval-shaped, with light changing from bright to dark, and the end cannot be seen at a glance. However, visible to the naked eye, The surroundings of the passage are faintly carved with densely packed and huge snake-shaped totems. It's just that the snake-shaped totem, the head on it is not a snake's head. More like, after the snake's head was cut in half, it was covered with sharp barbs. The moment Liu Yushi saw the strange totem, his breath froze, and he subconsciously reached out to touch his neck. Emotianza frowned and said quietly, "Bai Qianqian, could it be that the alien creature you speculated about earlier is a snake-like insect race that has been stranded here for many years?" "By you, Zerg?" "Liu Yushi. I remember Ain said that this snake mother is similar to an ant queen. Roughly speaking, it is a kind of worm in the universe that can devour and suck human intelligence. There are different levels. However, there are only a few that can devour and suck human intelligence. In a certain way, it is indeed similar to the queen ant. And the ordinary ones are those large, medium and small earthworms." After Emotianza finished speaking, a bold speculation suddenly came to mind. Chapter 367, Misty Village, Everyone Must Die. Emotianza took a deep breath and continued. "So, what the snake mother needs is not to replace a new human head to avoid brain aging and downtime, but to absorb human wisdom and consciousness? All ding! Congratulations to the players for discovering the key clues in the dungeon. The plot progress has been increased to 90%. We also ask current players to keep up the good work and continue working hard. Liu Yushi." "Oh my god! Brother Emo, it seems you guessed it right. This idea is so strange." Baiyu was also happy in his heart, but he also felt a little doubtful. The system prompts are too general, because Emotianza obviously made two judgments. 1. The Snake Mother is an alien stranded Zerg. 2. The Snake Mother absorbs human wisdom and consciousness. What exactly is it? She glanced at Liu Yushi and secretly felt that she was leaning toward the first option, which was more accurate. If Snake Mother needs to learn from human wisdom, then obviously Liu Yushi should not be the first choice. She still felt that the Snake Mother wanted a human head that matched the model and could be replaced smoothly. In this case, it will continue to live forever, and a Yin's family will successfully take the gold mine from it. But where did these gold mines come from? It doesn't look like it was formed naturally. There are too many doubts and clues. Too complicated and too confusing. Emotianza raised his eyebrows and said, "However, this Zerg is not weak in ability, and according to what Ain said, it can soar into the clouds and ride in the mist. Why does it stay here so long?" Liu Yushi's imagination widened and he asked, "Is it sealed? Maybe it has something to do with the magnetic field of the mountain." Baiyu glanced at the snake scales shining with metallic light on the totems and said. Emotianza glanced at her, a little confused, question mark. When Liang used a gun to shoot the large earthworm snake, the bullet failed, indicating that their snake scales are made of very special materials. The mother snake is the mother of earthworm snakes and must be more powerful than them. The snake scales should be contain some rare metals, so there may be magnetism that imprisons it in the Misty Village. But some magnetism, due to changes or other reasons, gives it some levitation capabilities. Liu Yushi blurted out. Similar to magnetic levitation? Maybe. Baiyu also made a random guess, but he wasn't really sure what it was. While the three of them were whispering, a Yin's family, who had been kneeling over there, stood up leisurely. Their faces were solemn. While Ling picked up the bamboo flute in his hand again, Liu Yushi had quickly walked towards Ain and whispered in confusion. Ain, didn't you come to see the Snake Mother's treasure and change your luck? Why did you end up fulfilling the 10-year agreement? Ain smiled. Oh, no conflict. After she finished speaking casually, she glanced at her brother, who was about to play the bamboo flute. Before Liu Yushi could react, she saw Ain reaching out and grabbing the bamboo flute easily from Ling's hand. Come over. Emotianza was stunned. This scene was beyond his expectation. When Baiyu saw this, her eyebrows instantly relaxed. She had always felt that Ain must be holding back some big move. I just kept holding back and waiting for the opportunity. The sudden change in form is in line with common sense. Thinking of this, Baiyu suddenly thought of the meteorite Sun that a Yin's mother had obtained in the space. It's time to find an opportunity to add fuel to her fire. Grass! Lung roared angrily and was about to catch Ain, but saw Ain dodge quickly and avoid it. Liu Yushi, it turns out that Lung can talk and is not mute. Yin's parents were stunned for a moment when they saw this, and then they reacted angrily. Ain! What are you going to do? Ain ignored the anger of the three people, took 3 steps and 2 steps at a time, and rushed towards the silver-white metal channel.
Ah Yin's parents and Ah Lung caught up to him and looked into the passage with their eyes flinching, not daring to move. Ah Yin's father stepped forward. Yin, the mother snake is about to come out. And those earthworm snakes that eat people without spitting out bones will come out soon. Don't mess around. Return the flute to your brother quickly, or everyone will die. He spoke with a loving face and held the hunting knife tightly in his hand. Hack! Bastard! Give me back the flute! Ah Lung rushed to the passage in 2 steps and said angrily. But he was also very afraid of the metal passage and did not dare to cross even half a step. Huh! It's not that we all have to die. It's you. All of you have to die. Ah Yin held the flute tightly in his hand, stared at his parents and brother with hatred in his eyes, and sneered. Chapter 368, Misty Village, Bitter Drama. Lu Yushi, who was closest to Ah Yin, subconsciously took a few steps back when he heard this. She moved to Baiyu's side and quietly took out her slender ancient sword. When she was in the golden brick cellar, she gritted her teeth and spent more than 80 points and tens of thousands of gold coins to buy a prop backpack with a limit of 1 item per person in order to make the trip worthwhile. The backpack was not big in size, but the gold nuggets it contained were worth millions according to Blue Star's market price. There was still a small space in the backpack, so she threw the ancient self-defense sword into it. It's a lot more convenient to use temporarily now. Baiyu and Imotianza are both people who carry space. Their weapons can be reached in a second, but they do not move for the time being. The other side. After Yin said those words, Yin Yang's old face suddenly changed, but she immediately squeezed out a loving smile. She took a deep breath, patiently stretched out her hands and looked at Ah Yin and said in a good voice, Good daughter. Don't mess around. Be obedient and return the bamboo flute to your brother. We will see the snake mother later. Do what we need to do, and then get the gold one last time. Once the snake mother's day is over, we will go to the city. I'll buy you a big house and leave this remote place. Okay? Her words were full of maternal doting, as if Yin standing in front of her was not a 28-year-old young woman, but an 8-year-old child. When Yin Yang said, What should be done is done, her tone was very serious, and she did not forget to glance at Baiyu and the other 2 people who were standing aside and eating quietly. After saying this, she did not forget to reach out and wipe the dry corners of her eyes. Lu Yushi felt a chill on her neck and tightened her grip on the ancient sword in her hand. After Yin Yang finished speaking, Ah Yin's father followed suit and advised earnestly. That's right. Your mother and I are both over 60 years old and have half of our bodies buried in the ground. This is just the last time we took the gold. We don't know whether we will be alive in this world in the next 10 years. We don't know. I am doing this so that you and your brother can live a better life in the future. After saying that, he added tremblingly, Ah Yin, I really hope you can understand our painstaking efforts. Baiyu couldn't help but sneered in his heart. These 2 couples are singing together and engaging in a heartwarming drama. Oh, for my own good? Are you sure? Ah Yin over there, holding the bamboo flute tightly in his hand, his eyes full of hatred, asked sarcastically. Oh, you don't think that I and those ignorant people the villagers are also fools? Right. Her eyes began to turn red. Maybe angry, maybe sad. Father Yin and Mother Yin looked at each other for a second, nodded heavily, and then shook their heads quickly. Mom and Dad, don't talk nonsense to her. We have raised her for 10 years, and this little bastard is just a white-eyed wolf. If I had known, I should have killed her 10 years ago. Ah Lung, who was on one side, saw his parents humbly kneeling down at this moment, and became even more furious, and directly threatened them viciously. Ah Yin's dad instantly became furious and scolded him angrily. Ah Lung, you don't understand. Don't talk nonsense. After saying that, he cursed in a low voice. Trash! Hey! If you have the guts, let your precious son finish his sentence. If you have the guts to do it, don't you have the guts to admit it? Don't you just want to keep me as a weapon to blackmail the snake mother in 10 years? Ah Yin sneered. With a sound, he raised his bamboo flute and was about to play. When Dad Ian saw this, he panicked. Chapter 369, Misty Village, finally appears. Ah Yin, don't play. You don't understand the subtlety of the music. Be careful to play the wrong rhythm as it will have bad results. We don't know how to. And we don't dare to threaten the snake mother. You really misunderstood, said Ah Yin's father. After finishing, he reached out and wiped the sweat from his forehead. Baiyu and Lu Yushi looked at each other. Isn't the snake mother a god in their mouths? How could he still be blackmailing? It seems that this family didn't tell the truth when they faced the villagers and themselves. Ain paused with her fingers, and a sneer appeared on the corner of her lips.
How do you know I don't understand? It's really ridiculous.
Father Ain.
This melody controls the snake. In the Orion family, isn't it passed down from male to female? How could you understand?
In his incredible gaze, a strange flute sound sounded faintly. Baiyu and the three of them soon realized that this music was completely different from what Aling had played before. Sometimes excited, sometimes sad, sometimes sonorous. It's a very strange feeling. When Yin's father and mother heard this, their expressions were horrified. Their knees softened, and they knelt down on the spot with a
plopping
sound.
This song is for inviting the snake mother to come out. Kneel down quickly.
Aling's face was livid, and he was pulled to his knees by Yin's father. The surrounding white clouds seemed to be slowly approaching the crowd along with the music. The golden empty area where they were standing was gradually getting smaller. The sky was cloudy, and the bright light gradually dimmed. And in the silver-white passage, there was also a
rustling
sound. Everyone couldn't help but look at the passage warily. At this moment, Baiyu clearly felt that the strange peeping feeling above his head appeared again. When she raised her head, she saw a strange dead face, staring at everything with a solemn expression. Even though he was well prepared, Baiyu couldn't help but feel frightened in his heart. Oops! Is this the snake mother? But he finally showed up. As she expected, it was a face exactly like Ain. No, to be precise, he is younger than the current Ain. Is it the 18-year-old Ajin 10 years ago? Her complexion was pale, and there was no trace of blood on her face. The golden eyes were like snakes, standing up into a slit. There was cold light and murderous intent seeping out from the cracks in his eyes. She should be suspended in midair, with the thick white clouds wrapping her body so tightly that Baiyu could only see her face. But Baiyu has already figured out the remaining parts of the snake's body. Judging from her expression and state, she must have become one with the Zerg. Right. 10 years later, does she still have any consciousness left? In addition, Ajin only has one head left. So where did her limbs and body go? Ajin? Baiyu thought quickly, spoke softly, and called out. The golden eyes of the snake mother flickered for a moment, and after a moment of confusion, they quickly regained their previous cold light and murderous intent. Lu Yushi, Mo Tianza, everyone was stunned, and all of them glanced back and forth with vigilance, and finally reacted and looked towards the sky. After seeing what was in the sky, Yin's parents shivered, and their kneeling bodies moved back a few steps involuntarily. Yin, who was playing the bamboo flute over there, his eyes lit up the moment he saw the face. But after seeing the golden pupils clearly, his eyes immediately darkened. The inexplicable pain that scratches the heart and lungs spreads from the heart along with every trace of blood throughout the body. The heartbreaking cry blurted out. Sister. Chapter 370, Misty Village, Rare Blood Type. As soon as the words fell, Yin could no longer control her emotions and burst into tears. The snake mother's golden eyes looked at her face. Her eyes paused for a second, and then flickered again. The pain and doubt are fleeting. Soon, the whites of his eyes were filled with scarlet blood. That look clearly contained hostility and a strange sense of distance. Yin noticed it. She looked stunned, looked at that face, raised her voice appropriately, but still gentle, said, Sister? You don't remember me? I am your sister, Yin. 10 years ago, I promised with my life that I would definitely pick you up after the snake mother's treasure door opens. Did you forget? The snake mother's golden eyes stared at her coldly, as if she didn't understand what she was saying. Golden shuttle, silver shuttle, the sun and the moon are flying back and forth. A song with a crying tone suddenly came out of Yin's mouth. The air froze at that moment. The snake mother's dead face also froze. Auntie! Anyang! Ame! A muttering sound came faintly from the air. The snake mother's golden pupils began to slowly turn black. The scarlet blood in her eye sockets was decreasing, and the whites of her eyes were increasing. But soon it was reversed, and it went back and forth so quickly for a moment. It seems like there are two forces faintly competing with each other. Golden shuttle, silver shuttle, the sun and the moon are flying back and forth. Yin wiped away her tears and nose and continued to sing vigorously. Pick me up? Let's go! How? Hey, where's my body? Where's my hands? Where's my feet?
Ah! Screams with altered voices came from midair. The sound was extremely penetrating and contained power, and everyone felt a stinging pain in their eardrums. But they also realized something was wrong. When the snake mother spoke, her lips were tightly closed, and she seemed to have fluid in her throat, and her words were unclear and sounded gurgling. Bayou's breath caught up.
Ventriloquism?
Aline stopped singing, sniffed, curled her lips, cried and laughed.
Don't be afraid. Sister, I found a good body for you a long time ago. She was born in the same year, same month and same day as us. And she has panda blood. So don't be afraid of mismatch. And I understand the ritual. Don't worry. You will be back to normal soon.
A trace of suspicion flashed in the snake mother's eyes, and her golden pupils slowly grew larger again. Aline quickly pointed at Liu Yushi and said,
Look, she is there. You will definitely be satisfied.
When Baiyu and Emotianza heard this, they stared at each other, and their eyes paused on Liu Yushi's face. So, what Aline wants is not just Liu Yushi's head, but also her body? Moreover, Liu Yushi is extremely rare. Panda blood. Grass. This plot is so outrageous that the mother opens the door to outrageous people. It's so outrageous. The snake mother's golden eyes stared faintly towards Liu Yushi. Liu Yushi's body trembled, and she was about to run back subconsciously. But Emotianza reached out and grabbed him.
It's just a plot. Please be patient first.
Liu Yushi pouted bitterly.
Brother, the person on the chopping board is me, not you.
Emotianza reminded her.
Have you not noticed? Maybe this snake mother is just a snake-like Zerg with a low IQ holding a human head. And it is nothing to worry about. The key point is that the end of the dungeon is not far away. You run now. I can't escape. And it means giving up the opportunity to clear the level. Isn't it a pity?
What he didn't say was that they were now in an alliance. If one of the parties gives up temporarily, I don't know if there will be a negative buff from a prop. Chapter 371, Misty Village, 2 Snake Mothers. Liu Yushi was confused for a moment, thinking about the gold bricks she had obtained that were worth millions, and her younger brother, who was waiting for her to save his life on the Blue Star. If she gave up now, it would indeed mean that all her previous efforts had been wasted. So she couldn't help but grit her teeth, stamp her feet, and stood still. However, she was so frustrated and had nowhere to vent her frustrations that she couldn't help but angrily turn around and looked at Aline and said,
Aline, it turns out you have been knocking us.
Aline smiled nervously.
My dearest Yushi, I have really helped you change your luck. Think about it. After your head is given to the snake mother, you can sit on this mountain full of gold mines and wealth. And there are so many more snakes and grandsons are at your disposal, calling for the wind and rain in this dense ebony forest. All the sensible villagers in Misty Village should have been wiped out today. Legends about the snake mother and the snake mother's treasure will no longer exist in the future. This village has always been isolated from the world and very remote. So in the next 10 years, no one will bother you because of coveting wealth. And you can enjoy your retirement here. And it is your honor to give your body to my sister. I will take you and the hundreds of gold bricks that the old witch and the old witch at home have carried these days to the big cities to exchange them for money. This money is enough for every pore and every inch of your skin. Enjoy all the glory and wealth in the world. Of course, if we hadn't been best friends in high school, I wouldn't have known you had rare panda blood.
Liu Yushi listened to her words and took a deep breath.
Aline, are you crazy? Yes, I have been holding back for 10 years. Just waiting for this day. They say that if you want to succeed, you must go crazy first. It seems that this is really the case. Ha ha ha.
Aline smiled crazily, looked into the air again with tears in his eyes, and changed she said in a tone.
Sister, for the past 10 years, you have been staying here alone. Have you forgotten a lot of things? Have you ever blamed me? I have been trying to enter here for the past 10 years, but I have not been able to do it within 10 years. Come! I can't come in. However, it doesn't matter if you forget. It's okay. I'm telling you now. You will definitely be able to recall it.
After speaking, she wiped away her tears, glanced at everyone, and continued.
10 years ago, the village chief Abu's family coveted the status and wealth of the Orions. They secretly led people to set fire to all the houses of the Orions. They burned the father and mother, who were the leaders of the Orions, to death. They also forced you to sacrifice your head to a snake. My mother, and I, became their tool to blackmail my parents. They threatened my death and asked my father to pass on the art of controlling snakes to the Aling, who was worse than a beast. I have thought about killing them countless times in the middle of the night, and even wanted to die with them. However, when I thought of you still living alone in the ebony forest, I gritted my teeth and gave up. I'm just waiting for you to leave in 10 years, and then take revenge on them. What they did to our family back then. How do we have to repay it now?
Ah-een gritted his teeth and pointed at the village chief and his family, who were standing aside. The golden eyes of the snake mother finished fighting fiercely again. After being stunned for a second, her memory seemed to have partially awakened, and her eyes became stern. At this moment, a snake-shaped figure appeared in the silver-white passage. After seeing who was coming, everyone was so frightened that they almost died on the spot. Another identical snake mother appeared with her body winding. Also facing Ah-yin's face was a snake body covered with metal scales. At a glance, the slender human head hanging on the body of a snake as thick as a tire looked strange and terrifying. Bai Yu was attentive and saw at a glance that the snake mother was covered in scars. The metallic glossy snake scales were covered with finger-thick black wooden nails from time to time. It's like he's been subjected to some kind of torture. Bai Yu frowned. Those wooden nails. Are they ebony? Chapter 372, Misty Village, Transformation into a Clone?
Elder sister?
Ah-een, who was standing on the metal passage, looked at the snake mother in the passage, and then at the snake mother hidden in the clouds in midair, and was confused for a moment. Lu Yushi couldn't help but stretched out his hand and rubbed his eyes.
I'll go. What is that in the sky? The snake mother's clone?
At first glance, the snake mother in midair looks a bit illusory, but the snake mother in the passage is more three-dimensional and intuitive, and her momentum is more majestic and majestic.
This?
The others' faces turned pale. Panic began to spread in the hearts of several people. The sky became darker again. The surrounding white clouds are getting thicker and thicker, and there is more and more water vapor in the air. In the water vapor, there was a faint smell of snake-like animals. Bai Yu looked back and saw that in the clouds filled with dense earthworm and snake eggs, a few scattered black trees were gradually turning from virtual to solid. Looking back, the snake mother in the passage had moved to the entrance of the cave, very close to where Ah-een was standing. Her tail is very long, like the bottomless passage. Her golden eyes glanced at the sky, then glanced coldly at the people in front of her. And then she slowly stood up partially. That size is as high as a 3- or 4-story building. Everyone wanted to turn around and run away, but found that their feet seemed to be attracted by magnets, and they could not move at all. And a gradually increasing suction force began to come from the snake mother. This kind of suction, with an obvious pulling sensation, made several people feel uncomfortable all over. Facing the snake mother's face, her cheeks began to deform and bulge as if being pinched. The flesh on his body also began to feel swollen and uncomfortable. Bai Yu, Emotienza, and Lu Yushi looked at each other. Could it be that this snake-shaped Zerg has any evil skills? Hiss. The snake mother suddenly opened her mouth in front of everyone and exhaled a breath of white air. The white gas, carrying the stench of thousands of years old rotten flesh, soon filled the area where several people were standing. Everyone frowned and felt numb all over. At this moment, the hunting knife held tightly in the village chief's hand rushed towards the metal scales of the snake mother, as if it had wings.
Bang!
The moment the hunting knife was absorbed by the scales, it made a sound of metal colliding.
This?
Lu Yushi felt that the ancient sword in his hand was about to escape from his hand. Emotienza.
It's magnetism. Put your weapons away quickly.
Lu Yushi was stunned, and was about to put the weapon into the prop backpack, but saw that the ancient sword was heading towards the body of the snake mother out of control.
Bang!
The ancient sword was also firmly attached to the snake mother. While everyone was panicking, the snake mother in the air seemed to be attracted by the magnetic force of the passage snake mother. She slowly moved away from the air towards the passage snake mother. Bai Yu glanced at it, and saw that there were no black wooden nails on the snake mother in the sky, but equally scarred. Where there are wooden nails, there are some incomplete holes. There are traces of metal wear on the edges of the holes. Soon, the figures of the two snake mothers slowly overlapped and merged into one. Bai Yu, so this snake mother is imprisoned? Then over time, he transformed into his own clone? It's just that the clone is conscious, but not aggressive? The two merged into one snake mother. The golden eyes were rapidly growing in size. Her mouth began to open slowly, and she swam towards Ah-een. Elder sister. Ah-yin's body was already trembling, but she still suppressed her fear and stood there with her little face raised, without moving at all. Soon,
Ah Yin's slightly thin and frail figure appeared in the snake mother's golden eyes. Chapter 373, Misty Village, Resurrection from the Dead? The snake mother glanced at her. A trace of pain flashed in her eyes. And then she regained her indifference and continued to swim forward. Ah Yin captured the details and guessed that the snake mother's consciousness at this moment should be her sister's. She reacted, pointed at Abu and others and shouted, "Sister, hurry up! Kill the village chief and his family! Avenge my father and mother! Avenge you! By you and the others!" Dot! Stupid! Ah Jin's dead face had turned hideous and terrifying, and she swooped towards the village chief's family with murderous intent. The village chief and his family, who were kneeling on the ground, jumped up in fright. "No! Ah Jin! Ah Yin is talking nonsense! Hiss!" When he was less than 1 meter away from the village chief, Ajin opened his mouth. The mouth became wider and wider, almost reaching the base of the ears, and several scarlet strips of barbed temperament stretched out from the empty mouth. Along Scarlet's temper, a bunch of fist-sized meatballs were spat out by her. Those meatballs were obviously caused by earthworm-sized earthworm snakes entangled together. The moment they landed on the ground, they quickly dispersed and squirmed along the crowd. As it squirms, its body size gradually increases. The moment Bai Yu and Lu Yushi saw it clearly, the hairs on their bodies stood on end. "Hack! What kind of monster is this?" Emotianza also gasped, his bandaged hands already ready for battle. He tested it and found that the powerful suction force was much weaker. "The magnetic force has decreased." Before he finished speaking, he took out a long knife with cold light. "Dizzy! My sword!" Lu Yushi glanced at the ancient sword on Snake Mother's body, but did not dare to retrieve it. "Bai Yu, you don't know how to use self-defense weapons, so you only have that sword." "Right." Lu Yushi, "There are also some self-defense cards." "Bai Yu, why do you have so many cards?" "In order to ensure that I pass the customs. I exhausted the purchase limit last night and redeemed all the props and cards that can be redeemed," Lu Yushi said with a smile. Bai Yu only learned later that in order to prevent high-level players from cheating, the game market had placed purchase limits on each copy for players to purchase props. Lu Yushi must have consumed a lot of points this time. It can be seen that she is also desperate to give it a try. Bai Yu thought for a while. Then with a thought, he took out a kitchen knife bought in Qingxi Town and handed it to her. The knife is not as powerful as the prop weapon provided by the game, but it is worse than nothing. Lu Yushi took it with a surprised look on his face and held it in his hand. At this moment, Bai Yu discovered that the surrounding white clouds began to fade. In the blink of an eye, they were surrounded by densely packed earthworms, large and small. Among the groups of earthworms, there are still some familiar players. It's the dead Lu Guodong, Li Yang and the others. Even Han Su Meishue, who was swallowed by the earthworm snake, appeared. However, all the people who came back from the dead, without exception, had their eyes turned into golden vertical pupils, and on their bodies, the flesh was rotten, and there were earthworms and snakes, densely packed and entangled. Lu Yushi's face turned pale. Bai Yu took a breath. "Those players who died and resurrected may be our hallucinations. Don't underestimate it. In the dungeon, sometimes hallucinations can also cause aggression," Emotianza reminded. With a thought, Bai Yu took out the prop gun with unlimited ammunition. "Over there." After vomiting the snake ball, the snake mother glanced at the 3 village chiefs, who turned to run away with her golden eyes. And finally her eyes paused on Ichu. Chapter 374, Misty Village, Fend for Itself. Hiss, the snake mother's head rushed towards Ichu. She opened her mouth again, and the gap became wider and wider. Ichu couldn't avoid it, so he stretched out his hands to push Ajin's face away. But she didn't expect that the sharp barbs in Ah Jin's mouth were like a hacksaw, cutting off her hands in several strokes. "Ouch!" Ichu let out a fierce cry. Soon, the fat white Ichu, whose eyes were as wide as copper bells, turned into a pile of bright red pieces in front of everyone. These fragments were quickly swallowed by the snake mother. There was only a pool of crimson blood and scattered pieces of flesh on the ground. Disgusting. Ah Yin looked at everything in disbelief, shook his head and murmured to himself, "The snake mother's day is not over yet. My sister will not turn into a monster." "Bai Yu, is this still Ah Jin? This is obviously a monster that eats people without spitting out bones." She felt that all the muscles in her body were tense. On the other side, the village chief and Alling were covered with dense earthworm snakes. After 3 or 4 seconds, their bodies had disappeared.
leaving only two heads with ferocious and frightened expressions. After the snake mother chewed Achu clean, she glanced at Baiyu and the others with cold eyes, turned around, and swam towards Ayin.
Sister! Wake up! I am your sister, Ayin!
Seeing the snake mother with blood in her mouth showing murderous intent and snaking towards her, Ayin quickly shouted loudly.
Ayin! She is no longer your sister?
Lu Yushi shouted sadly, and then threw a card at Ayin. It was the prop that previously helped Baiyu block Emotian's vine attack. An invisible light lit up in front of Ayin.
Use cards to save NPC?
Baiyu and Emotianza were stunned. Lu Yushi said,
Ayin, play the bamboo flute quickly and get rid of the earthworms and snakes.
Ayin was stunned for a second, staring blankly at the snake mother's golden pupils, and slowly took the bamboo flute to her mouth with one hand.
Crack! Crack!
The bamboo flute cracked. The light wall also cracked. At the same time, the earthworms and dead players who came out of the white mist were already approaching. Baiyu couldn't help but take a deep breath. What was supposed to come has finally come. A cold mechanical voice suddenly rang in the ears of the three of them. All, ding! It is detected that the plot progress has been greatly increased to 99%. The current instance will switch to Battle Royale mode. Please be prepared for current players to fend for themselves. Lu Yushi.
99%?
Baiyu.
Battle Royale mode?
Emotianza.
Fend for yourself?
Damn it. Except for a small amount of supplies. Baiyu's space is filled with gold bricks. Because I had to save the earthworms for critical moments, it was not full. While thinking about it, earthworms of all sizes were already rushing toward them. Lu Yushi held a kitchen knife in one hand and weighed prop cards in the other. A group of them were quickly defeated. Baiyu was surprised for a moment when he saw that her cards were free of charge, and she and Emotianza quickly used their innate skills. Black vines and golden butterflies rushed toward the earthworms and dead players. The player and the earthworm were quickly strangled by vines, and the player who had a trace of breath left was completely killed by Baiyu's butterfly-shaped weapon. The originally glittering area was quickly covered with bright red liquid and smelly crushed snakes. The bodies of the three of them were also covered in stinky blood splatters, and they all suffered varying degrees of minor injuries. A few minutes later, those earthworms and dead players were finally wiped out. In the clouds and mist, there are still earthworm eggs that are hatching and taking shape, but they are no longer a cause for concern. Baiyu and the others also discovered that during the melee, Ayin was missing. Chapter 375, Misty Village, copy is over. But when they looked back, they froze. The Ajin head on the snake mother's head is also missing. It can be clearly seen that the snake mother's neck is dripping with blood. In the middle, a strange snake-shaped head is slowly growing and getting bigger. Baiyu glanced around, but there was no sign of Sister Ayin at all. Emotianza narrowed his eyes. This is the prototype of the snake-like Zerg.
When we were fighting Earthworm just now, Ayin used some method to pick off Jin's head in the chaos. She seemed to have jumped off the cliff holding the head.
Lu Yushi gasped with blood on her face. After she finished speaking, she added,
When she jumped down, she said that as an Orion. She has done what she can do, and the rest is left to us. She said that the three of us are the real ones. The chosen one. I wanted to stop him, but it was too late.
Baiyu.
Dot.
Emotianza.
Dot.
As soon as Lu Yushi finished speaking, the snake mother's head had already taken shape. Her body was shining with metallic light. She roared, and rushed towards the three of them with her mouth wide open. Lu Yushi stretched his arm flexibly, and took back the ancient sword stuck to the snake mother's body. Baiyu and Emotianza's previous use of innate skills had consumed too much thought and energy. Now they used two skills on Snake Mother again, but found that the vines and butterfly-shaped weapons were completely useless to Snake Mother. It's like invulnerable. Especially the most vulnerable 7-inch area is also covered with thick metal scales. The newly formed snake head is gradually covered with fine metal scales. Even though Baiyu's black blade can cut iron like clay, it seems to have lost its effectiveness. But fortunately, the three of them discovered that the snake mother's tail seemed to be imprisoned by a silver-white channel. The range of its activities and attacks is very limited. As long as everyone jumps farther, they can avoid its attack. The three of them walked outside and stopped at a safe distance. It can be regarded as an intermission. Of course, it is also waiting to see if the system can prompt. After all, the core NPCs Ayin and Ajin have disappeared. They can't help but jump off the cliff. A few minutes passed, but the expected mechanical beep did not appear. Baiyu took a deep breath glanced at the scene, and said,
"The game hasn't ended yet, which means that killing the snake mother may be the real way to clear the level."
Lu Yushi frowned.
"But the snake mother is so big and covered with metal scales, so it's hard to kill. Since Ah-in can take off Ah-jin's head, it means that the snake mother's weakness is not the 7 inches, but the neck."
Baiyu suddenly reacted. But that neck is at least 3 or 4 stories high, and there are no flying props, so making contact with it is not easy. She looked at Emotienza and said,
"Emotienza, use your vines to send me up."
Emotienza frowned, thought for a moment, and then said,
"Okay."
He raised the bandaged palm and began to concentrate on waving it slowly.
Whoosh whoosh.
Black vines flew out from his palm at high speed and quickly rolled up Baiyu's body. Baiyu held the shadow blade tightly in his hand and began to look for the snake head's defensive blind spot. The snake mother certainly noticed that it seemed to have human consciousness and could understand human language. I saw it looking at Baiyu with ferocious eyes and opening its bloody mouth, revealing 4 sharp fangs. It started spraying venom towards Baiyu. The scarlet temper also began to dance in the air. The moment Baiyu saw the fangs, his scalp went numb.
"Emotienza, more vines."
Hearing this, Emotienza held his breath, controlled the vines to grow wildly, and sent the white feather towards the snake's neck. After a few seconds, Baiyu finally found a blind spot. She used all her strength to wave the black blade in her hand and pierced it with all her strength.
Bang!
The tip of the black-silver blade splashed with sparks, and the sound of metal collision sounded in the air. Baiyu's palm felt numb. This method doesn't work. When Emotienza saw this, he closed his palm and quickly pulled Baiyu back.
"What should I do?"
Looking at Baiyu rubbing his numb palms, Lu Yushi began to panic.
"Impossible. What is it that must have a defensive loophole?"
Baiyu took a deep breath and quickly put together all the clues to enter this dungeon in his mind. The moment she raised her eyes, looking at the black wooden nails on the snake mother's body, she suddenly reacted.
"I know. It's ebony."
She didn't have time to think about it, turned around and ran away. Lu Yushi and Emotienza saw this and followed him. The snake mother wanted to follow, but found that her tail could not leave the metal channel at all. It was imprisoned thousands of years ago. Emotienza.
"Where are you going?"
Baiyu.
"Go and chop the ebony wood with the wooden sword." "Wooden sword?"
Lu Yushi was stunned. Emotienza.
"That snake mother is already invulnerable. If you use a wooden sword, are you crazy? The snake mother has ebony nails on her body. Maybe the ebony has a restraining effect on her,"
Baiyu said as he walked.
"Don't you think it's strange? When we first entered Misty Village, the hill where the village is located looked like a lonely grave from a distance. And the boundary monument of Inyang Village is actually the tombstone of this grave. And those houses built of black ebony might be like tombs of the living dead with some kind of long-term sacrificial function. This Inyang mountain has a rich magnetic field. And the dense ebony forest is obviously artificially planted and has grown over hundreds of years. And those gold mines do not exist naturally. Someone imitated Yugong who moved mountains and transported them here. Therefore, this entire Misty Village is a natural sealing place. They couldn't kill the snake mother, but they could imprison it. And those hunters are most likely the descendants of the earliest sealers and guardians. It's a pity that the village chief's family,
who was obsessed with money, ended up in the end."
Lu Yushi was stunned.
"If the snake mother is an alien Zerg as Brother Emo and you said, then isn't this using fantasy to defeat science fiction?"
"Baiyu,
I can't rule it out."
Emotienza didn't quite believe her words.
"In that case, as a descendant of the sealer, wouldn't Orion be too weak? The inheritance of abilities may be carried forward, or it may be gradually weakened. Plus thousands of years have passed. It is normal."
Emotienza.
Lu Yushi still couldn't convince herself. But no matter how powerful and special this ebony is, it's just wood and can't overcome metal. Isn't that outrageous? According to the mutual restraint of the 5 elements, it is true that wood overcomes earth. Earth overcomes water. Water overcomes fire. Fire overcomes metal. And metal overcomes wood. But Misty Village itself is a Sishon. Perhaps there is some kind of power that reverses the mutual restraint of the 5 elements. Yes. And the metal on the snake mother is not ordinary metal.
Lu Yushi.
So, here, Mukjin,
Baiyu.
It's just the gold that defeats the snake mother.
The muscles at the corner of Emotienza's mouth twitched.
Hack. Bai Qianqian. Your logic is so awesome.
Asterisk. Several ebony swords were quickly made, returning to the original place. Tianza once again used his natural skills to send Bai Yu up. After a few seconds of struggle, puff, the sound of the wooden sword piercing the muscle came from the air. Bai Yu picked up another wooden sword and pierced it again. The snake mother was completely angry. The metal snake scales on its body all turned upside down, and countless tiny earthworm snakes emerged from under the scales, flying towards Bai Yu like slender bows and arrows.
Qian, be careful.
Lu Yushi reached out and waved her hand in the air, and the last defensive item card was thrown out by her. And Tianza also took back the black vines and white feathers at that moment. Earthworms fell like sword rain on top of Bai Yu's head, and were quickly blocked by the golden light from the prop card. The mother snake roared angrily. The snake's head rushed down, and the light cracked with a
sizzling
sound. With a thought, Bai Yu slowly waved her hands. Golden light overflowed, and the butterfly-shaped sharp weapons rotated rapidly above her head, flying towards the earthworms. Pieces of broken snake rain fell from the sky. After the rain of broken snakes, the snake mother shook her head faintly, and then lowered her head. All ding! It is detected that the current dungeon boss has died. Surviving players will be sent to the settlement interface after 30 seconds.
Oh my god. Sister Qian, you succeeded?
Lu Yushi cheered. Bai Yu stretched out his hand to wipe the blood on his face, then put his hands on his waist and panted and replied to her.
Oh, luckily it's over.
Tianza glanced at Bai Yu, and when he saw her tired face, his frowning eyebrows suddenly relaxed. At this moment, a huge snake-shaped shadow glowing with golden light slowly rose from the body of the dead snake mother. When it moved into the air, the mother snake's body on the ground turned into a pool of blood, seeping along the gold mine floor. Rumble. The ground began to tremble violently, and the gold mines began to shatter piece by piece. Soon, a huge, silver-white flying object hovered from the bottom of the gold mine. The illusory snake-shaped shadow glanced at the three of them expressionlessly, then walked along the silver-white passage. The passage quickly closed, and the flying object began to fly into the sky. Lu Yushi.
So, alien creatures are also reborn after death?
Tianza.
This is obviously a snake shed.
Lu Yushi. Bai Yu didn't answer. She took advantage of the moment when the two of them watched the flying object go away, cleared out all the earthworms in the space, and stuffed all the gold mine gravel that could be stored on the ground into it. These gold mines have extremely high gold content. If you get them to Blue Star, you should be able to extract a lot of gold bricks. All ding! There are 10 seconds left in the transmission countdown. Hearing this, Lu Yushi and Tianza withdrew their eyes and thoughts. 10! Soon there was only a silver crack left in the black sky. The shaking of the ground became more and more intense. It felt like the whole mountain was about to collapse. 8.
Lu Yushi.
Sister Qian. That's awesome. We really succeeded.
7. Lu Yushi.
The game is out. Add a friend.
6.
Okay.
Bai Yu smiled and winked at her. Lu Yushi didn't understand. 5. Bai Yu.
Do you still remember the cosmetics I recommended to you?
She said the next few words using lip language.
4.
Lu Yushi reacted. Her eyes flickered for a moment, and she glanced at Tianza out of the corner of her eye. 3. Tianza, who had been listening intently to the countdown with his eyes lowered, slowly raised the hand covered with strange bandages. Chapter 376 Settlement Space 1.
Whoosh! Whoosh! Whoosh!
The overwhelming black vines, as powerful as breaking bamboo, spurted out from the palm of Tianza's hand, stabbing towards Bai Yu and Lu Yushi with murderous intent.
Sister Qian, be careful!
As soon as Lu Yushi finished speaking, he found that Bai Yu's figure had disappeared. Without having time to think about it, she took the slender ancient sword and slashed hard at the vines in front of her. The vines quickly pierced her body, as if they had positioned the attack site.
Ouch!
A tingling sensation quickly spread from all parts of the body. Fortunately, she danced her sword very well and temporarily protected her key parts. But all her cards have been exhausted. After discovering Bai Yu's sudden disappearance, Tianza's lip muscles trembled slightly, but he quickly reacted.
Ha ha! Do you think I can't find him since he's invisible?
He sneered, closed his eyes, and slowly waved his palms in the air, as if he was sensing the exact position of Bai Yu. 2.
Hack! I found you!
Just as Tianza was about to control the vines and move towards Bai Yu's hiding place, he felt a strong force coming towards his bandaged palm at great speed.
It's the bullets and those butterfly-shaped weapons of Bai Qianqian. He reacted quickly, and was about to try to put the two into the bandage space. A cold mechanical voice sounded in my ears. Ding! The player to which the prop belongs is still alive, and space income is not supported. Mo Tianzi was suddenly shocked. Bang! The bullet had already penetrated his palm, and he shrank subconsciously. And the powerful vines drooped instantly. Grass. Pistols and bullets are actually props. If I had known earlier, I would have killed the Yang in advance. The key thing is that he clearly remembers that during the previous battle, the bullets in Bai Qianqian's pistol had been used up when killing the player. And how could she still have the energy to use her natural skills when she was so tired? Grass. This woman. Drama queen. Fraud. Mo Tianzi felt a surge of unknown anger in his heart. And when he looked at Liu Yushi covered in blood, he was shocked again. The cold mechanical sound has already sounded. All, ding! If it is detected that a player violates the relevant agreement of share the shared wealth and suffering lock, and attempts to harm the allied players, double the negative backlash buff will be applied to the current player. Mo Tianzi's face turned pale. He was already prepared and quickly threw a healing item card at him. See law! The light emitted by the card has not yet covered his body, but the butterflies shining with metallic light have already pierced through. Mo Tianzi was instantly stabbed like a hedgehog, and with the double backlash buff of Liu Yushi's body damage, he instantly felt that every pore in his body was bearing tens of thousands of critical hits. Bai Qianqian! He opened his eyes wide, spit out a large mouthful of blood, and collapsed on the spot. 1. Game. Over. Bai Yu, this reminder can't be delayed by 1 second. Why? Ding. Interface transfer begins. Accompanied by the ethereal prompt sound. Everything in front of me disappeared. The figures of Liu Yushi and Mo Tianzi have disappeared. Bai Yu's tense nerves finally relaxed a little. She felt that she really had no energy or strength at all. Fortunately, the water ripples have purifying and healing properties. Bai Yu's whole body was quickly surrounded by warm water ripples layer by layer. The blood stains on his body. The mincemeat stuck to his clothes. Endless fatigue. All old and new wounds, etc., gradually disappeared. Ding! Interface transfer successful. Player Bai Yu, welcome to the game settlement interface. Accompanied by an ethereal prompt, Bai Yu appeared in the white room. The moment he raised his eyes, the long-lost white screen was floating in the sky. She sat down on the white sofa very familiarly, took out a bottle of drink from the space, and drank it as usual. The Coke is gone, but there is still some orange juice or something. She was actually very hungry. After all, she hadn't eaten normal food for several days. The ripples in the water were like a hot spring with magical healing properties. It could restore her strength and heal her wounds, but it could not cure her greed and hunger. There were also chocolates and beef jerky that could fill you up quickly. But she was about to throw up. As for the small hot pot and self-heating rice, Bai Yu swallowed subconsciously and just turned out of the space, looking at the assistant's blinking eyes on the screen. He gritted his teeth and put it back again. Forget it. Just be patient and wait until the settlement is over. Then eat slowly. Otherwise, halfway through the meal, you will be kicked off the line while holding the hot pot. It will be embarrassing. Chapter 377 Settlement Space 2. Player Bai Yu. Congratulations on passing the B3 level game copy, Misty Village. Next, the game will be settled for you. The assistant's voice and orange subtitles appeared in front of me at the same time. Your performance in this round of the game is knowledgeable and talented. Unique craftsmanship. Be brave and resourceful. Your evaluation result is B3. Excellent. The points reward you will receive is 150 points. After the B-level 1.4 bonus factor, the actual points you get are 210 points. According to the evaluation results, you will receive a reward of 150,000 gold coins. After all the B-level 1.4 bonuses, the actual gold coin reward you can get is 210,000 yuan. Ding! Complete the game and become stronger and richer. Your physical fitness has been invisibly improved. Please experience it in reality and in the next dungeon. Ding! It is detected that you have killed players in the dungeon, and you have obtained points, gold coins, and props to be settled, which are being tallied for you. Bai Yu, is there Mo Tianzi? The statistics have ended. The gold coins and props obtained will be automatically updated to your personal game panel. Please check it yourself. After calculation, B-level players Li Yang, Han Su Meishue, and Lu Guodong have a total of 1,780 points. For killing Li Yang, you will receive a reward of 80% of his points, which is 1,424 points. Bai Yu, oh, no. To sum up, plus your original points of 522 points. Your latest points total is 2,156 points. According to the points level, you have been promoted from a B-level player to an A-level player. There are still 2,844 points left to advance to the distinguished S-level player. I hope you will keep up the good work in the next games. Achieve great results again. Listening to the little assistants. Ding ding ding. Announcement. Bai Yu felt both happy and worried. Unexpectedly, she could get so many points by killing Li Yang, which was almost as much as if she had cleared low-level dungeons 10 times. It seems that the further back you go, the more careful you have to be wary of your teammates. And from the moment you enter the dungeon to the end, you cannot take it lightly. Mo Tianzi, who took action at the last moment today, will not be an exception in future dungeon experiences. In addition, there are still so many points behind S-Class. It seems that just relying on the rewards for completing the level won't work. Ding dear. In view of your performance in this copy, you will be given a Space Day Tour Experience card. The card has been put into your item column. Please check it yourself. Bai Yu's heart thumped. Space One Day Tour Experience card? It means I can enter the space? No way. Assistant, yes dear. After you clear the level this time, the space will enable the real space storage function. In the future, there will be an opportunity to activate the human entry function. Bai Yu. Human entry function? Assistant. It can be understood as a safe house. After you return to reality, you can use the Space Day Tour Experience card to experience it in detail. Bai Yu. So, the more dungeons you clear, the more the space will be upgraded. Not only will the area become larger, but the functions will become stronger. If people can live in the future, will it be possible to raise pigs as written in those novels? Vegetables and flowers? If that's the case, then this feature is awesome. However, every time you clear a dungeon, you almost always have to sacrifice your life. And the further you go, the harder it becomes. She didn't know when she would belch. Assistant, it can be understood that way. So Qin still needs to clear a lot of dungeons. Bai Yu. So, I am actually a house slave. Assistant, kissings don't count. As far as I know, residential property rights on Blue Star are only for 70 years. Your space is indefinite. Moreover, you won't be burdened with a mortgage loan. As for clearing the game, space upgrades are just one of the rewards. Bai Yu, good guy. This artificial intelligence. Say one sentence and it will reply 3 sentences. But what it said seems to be somewhat correct. Assistant, okay. Dear, your question and answer time has seriously exceeded the limit today. So I will leave first. In addition, your personal game panel data has been updated. Please check it yourself. After hearing this, Bai Yu withdrew his thoughts and excitedly opened the game panel. Chapter 378 Settlement Space 3. With slender fingertips, the updated personal information has automatically appeared in front of you. Name, Bai Yu. Age, 19 days. My age is finally showing. Gender, female. Number of completed copies, 1. Silent Island, 2. Qingxi Town, 3. Heartless City, 4. Misty Village. Level, A. Points bonus, 1.41.5. Gold coin bonus, 1.41.5. Player points, 2,156. Current gold coins, 325206-2400 plus 210000 plus 769800 equals 1302606. Amount composition description. 1. Original gold coins, 325,206 yuan. 2. Submit shelter accommodation and meal expenses, 2,400 yuan. 3. The reward for this clearance, 210,000 yuan. 4. Obtain 769,800 yuan of gold coins from Li Yang and others. Bai Yu felt a little excited in his heart. It's not easy. He has achieved his $1 million goal. He reached out and rubbed the center of his brows. Looking down. Current props, ranked regardless of level. Idea Space *1. Black Blade *1. Mama Bai's Heart *1. Dagger *1. Grandma's Embroidery Needle *1/3. Limited Time Invisible Feather Coat *1. Unlimited Ammunition PPK *1. Pain Mask *1 out of 3. PADC *2/3. 17th level Rubik's Cube * 1. Power cards. Sweet Words card * 1. Pingbuchinian card * 3. Disappear in Smoke card * 1. Lying flat with bad cards * 1. Because of killing Liang, Baiyu got a lot of props and cards, which made Baiyu's eyes hurt. When I have free time later, I will have to reorganize and categorize them. With these props, it should be said that the next time you enter a dungeon, your chances of winning will be much greater. However, most of them are consumables and will be gone after you use them, so you still have to use them sparingly. It has been detected that the mind space has been upgraded to level 5. Please choose whether to view it. Whether. Excited Baiyu touched yes with his fingers. A row of information appears in front of you. Name, idea space. Type, contract item. SSR extremely rare. Current level, level 5 1 bedroom and 2 bedroom. Current specifications, 64m 81m, cubic meters. Function and purpose. 1. Storage, supports automatic classification of materials and hot and cold temperature zone control. 2. Supports the access of thoughts, which can be accessed in an instant. 3. Supports the storage of non-human items, except props and items belonging to other players, except illegally obtained items. 4 star, new features have been enabled. A. Real space has been activated for you and can support real-life access. This space is different from copy space and exists independently and in parallel. After subsequent upgrades, it will support residential functions. Copy space only supports storage. Function. B. Supports one-way material transfer. Ordinary materials in copy space can be transferred to real space in one direction. But remember that this operation is irreversible. Please think twice before transferring materials. The props in copy space can be transferred to real space in one direction, and the number that can be transferred is related to the space level. The current number of props that can be transferred, 1 piece. In view of the particularity of props, bidirectional transfer between 2 spaces is supported. 5. Other new functions. To be upgraded and activated. Remarks, small space. Big dreams, more loyal than a dog. Once bound, they will remain together until death. Probability of props dropping after the player dies, 0. Baiyu silently looked at the new functions of the space, almost not happy enough to fly. So, she now has 2 spaces? Moreover, the props can also be brought into reality, although you can only take 1 piece, whether it is the black blade or the pistol with unlimited bullets. Her safety factor on Blue Star can be instantly increased. You know, the current situation on Blue Star must be much more dangerous than when she entered the game. And those gold mines. When she pretended before, she was actually betting on whether she could get reality after the space upgrade. If that doesn't work, when you enter a suitable dungeon in the future, you can find someone who refines the gold ore to get it, and then convert it into gold coins. Now it seems that the bet was right. Ding! The current player settlement has ended, and you are being transported to the original world. The excitement was beyond words. And Baiyu was kicked offline by the system again. Baiyu, who was kicked off the assembly line ruthlessly. Blue Star. I'm finally back. Chapter 379 Real World 1. The ripples in the water before his eyes dissipated, and a familiar prompt sounded in Baiyu's ears. Ding! The current environment is detected to be safe. A 20 security protection period will be started for you. After 20 seconds, this system will not be responsible for your life or death. Baiyu Yileng, has the protection period been reduced from 30s to 20s? Looking at this trend, there will be no protection period in the future. 020. The countdown starts flashing. Baiyu opened his eyes and glanced around vigilantly. After finding himself lying on the bed in the cubicle as usual, he couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. Finally back safely. It's not easy. Maybe every day in the dungeon seems like a year. She had only been away for 5 days, but she felt as if she had been away for a long time. Glancing at it, Lin Lily's bed next door was empty. Baiyu felt a thump in his heart, but she quickly relaxed because she saw Lin Lily's favorite bear backpack. Next to the backpack, there is half-drunk mineral water and a freshly peeled orange. She was probably only gone temporarily. I sat up and took out my phone from my bag. Surprisingly, there was no signal. This, Baiyu paused. She remembered that the mobile phone signals on Blue Star came from satellites. There is no signal on the mobile phone at this moment. Maybe there is something wrong with the satellite too. It seems that in 5 days, the situation on Blue Star seemed to have deteriorated a lot due to mutations.
She took a deep breath and glanced left and right. The entrance to the front of the gymnasium is open. Looking at the sky outside, it looks like it's approaching evening and the sun is just about to set. It was a sunny day, with the afterglow of colorful clouds penetrating through the dirty glass plate on the top. You quickly realized something was wrong. There was no one walking around in the cubicle. You could only faintly hear the whisking sound of the machine moving. She couldn't help but narrow her eyes.
Where are the people? Where have they gone?
Midnight, the countdown ends, and the golden cocoon-shaped protective shield lingering on the body disappears.
Grandpa, you have to eat well, and I wish you a speedy recovery.
A milky voice came from the next cubicle. The old man said in a kind voice,
Thank you, Xiaomi.
By you,
Xiaomi.
She stood up and froze. The one who spoke was a silver-white robot over 1 meter tall. It seems to be delivering food to the old man next door. Not far away, there are several identical robots. Some robots are delivering lunch boxes to people, while others are responsible for picking up and cleaning plants on the bed. It seems that there are several people in this third-level shelter who have failed to clear the level at this moment. The swishing sound that Baiyu heard just now was made by the robot when it moved forward. Baiyu glanced around and felt that the popularity in the cubicle had decreased a lot. In addition, it is normal for the elderly not to talk much. The adults may have gone to eat. But what about those younger babies who are unable to take care of themselves and are still drinking milk? He didn't make a sound. He didn't enter the game. And he wasn't there at all, which was very strange. She was about to go out and take a closer look when the robot, Shua, that had just delivered the lunch box to the old man moved in front of her. The eyes on the robot's display screen blinked, looking at her, and said in a sweet voice,
Wow! Beautiful sister! You're awake! Congratulations on your return!
Baiyu almost didn't laugh at her cuteness. She pointed to Lin Lily's bed next door and asked,
Xiaomi, where is this sister who lives next door?
Chapter 380 Real World 2.
She should be eating in the dining area. I'm sorry. Sister, I didn't know you would wake up now, and I didn't prepare food for you. Should you go to the dining area to eat by yourself, or should I get it for you?
The robot apologized seriously.
I'll go by myself. Thank you, Xiaomi.
After Baiyu finished speaking, he asked again,
By the way, Xiaomi, do you know Zhukele and Zhao Fong? Where are they?
Xiaomi blinked and continued to make milky sounds.
Sister, of course Xiaomi knows me. After this wave of games, there are a lot fewer people on Blue Star. And the same is true in S City. Therefore, in order to effectively utilize resources, the official wants to merge the shelters. Level 2 and 3 shelters have all been officially cancelled. And our shelter will be demolished soon. Brother Zhu took the children and the escort to the first level shelter. There are limited vehicles. He will take the rest of the people there later. As for Sister Fong, she hasn't returned to the game yet. I hope she's okay.
After the robot finished speaking, its eyes instantly became pitiful. Baiyu. So, excluding those who have not yet cleared the game, the only 2 young people left in this shelter are her and Lin Lily? The rest are responsible for daily maintenance. Robots? And according to the pace of the number of shelters being reduced, it's likely that the ones in City S will also be cancelled. Because the further you go, the more resources will be concentrated. Children are the continuation and future of mankind, so they are given priority to be retained and taken away. As for these old people lying in hospital beds now, seeing her deep in thought, Xiaomi said,
Sister, I have to go to the dining area to help. If you still have questions, I can set the time in advance and come back to answer you later.
Baiyu smiled.
No, thank you, Xiaomi. You can go and do your work. Okay, see you later. Sister, please eat well later,
Xiaomi said obediently. Then, Shua moved her short legs and left. Baiyu looked at its cute figure retreating, and a trace of sadness and loneliness suddenly emerged in his heart. This loneliness has been with her since she was born. She thought she was used to it. But today, this feeling is even worse. What is the meaning of the game? Can humans put an end to it? In other words, in the end, how many people will be left who can clear all the copies? The joy and excitement at the end of the game were instantly shattered by the cold and cruel reality. But now is not the time to feel sad about spring and autumn. She only had a month off. This month was extremely precious to her. She has more to do. Besides, she opened the real space and got a lot of money. Lin Lily is also still alive. These are all blessings among misfortunes. Baiyu quickly convinced herself. She took a deep breath and suppressed all the negative emotions in her heart.
You're awake!
A familiar voice came from not far away. Bayou raised his eyes, and his eyes lit up.
Lily! I just said, you are a koi body protector. You will definitely come back.
Lily shouted in surprise. And then said,
You are just out of the game. Don't move yet. I'll come over.
As she spoke, she took 3 steps and 2 steps at a time, and quickly rushed to Bayou. Lily wore a high ponytail, a leather jacket, and a black walkie-talkie on her waist. On both sides of her thighs, 2 sharp knives hidden in the black mesh could be faintly seen. How should I put it? The styling is earthy. Looking at her unusual outfit, Bayou joked.
Are you taking the path of dragging your sister?
Chapter 381 Real World 3. Lily reached out to hold her arm, and explained with a smile.
Well, this is not to be cool, but to make it easier to carry these self-defense weapons. Otherwise, you have to hold a walkie-talkie, a knife, and carry supplies, which is quite inconvenient.
Bayou?
Carrying supplies? You just released the copy, so you should add some vitamin C first.
Lily said, handing the peeled orange over to her, and then continued.
Do you still remember the official mission I told you before?
Bayou stuffed the orange segment into his mouth and nodded.
After I released the game this time, I was finally promoted to D-level. I met their entry standards for special tasks. So I signed up. Now I am a member of the S-City's Material Search and Rescue Team, and we are finally considered an established member.
Lily explained proudly. Bayou?
S-City Material Search and Rescue Team?
As soon as he finished speaking, his stomach growled a few times. Lily heard it really clearly and said with a smile.
You must be hungry. Come on. I'll take you to have a big meal. I'll tell you the rest later.
Bayou is indeed hungry. She hadn't eaten a normal meal for 5 days in a row. She swallowed subconsciously as she listened to the feast in Lily's mouth. 2 minutes later, the dining area. A plate of fragrant and golden egg fried rice appeared in front of Bayou. The big meal was quickly delivered to Bayou's mouth. Lily took advantage of the time when she was immersed in eating to educate her about the current situation of Blue Star. Bayou then learned that many people died in this round of the game. It's normal. The difficulty of the dungeon is gradually increasing. After the game was officially launched on January 1st, everyone who met the age requirements was drawn into the game. It is now early March. Excluding the 1-month game break, the average person has entered almost 2 dungeons. It can be said that there are no purely cute new players on Blue Star now. The difficulty of the dungeon is not at the novice level, and the clearance rate will definitely decrease rapidly. So now, more and more cities on Blue Star are invaded by plants and animals. The key is that some cities that have suffered serious losses not only face attacks from predators and colonization by plants, but also natural disasters, mudslides, heavy rains, high temperatures, typhoons, everything. When these natural disasters strike, the lives of people who are already struggling to survive and lack supplies become even more difficult. Even after clearing the game copy, it feels like I'm on the verge of death again. Bayou listened and paused with the spoon in his hand.
What a coincidence. Has the official come forward to explain it?
Lily.
The Zhuan family's explanation is most likely the interaction between natural phenomena. Moreover, the satellite communication has been cut off since the day before yesterday. Now I can't watch the news. All news and consultations are stuck at 3 days ago. So you all use walkie-talkies to communicate?
Lily nodded.
Well, this is from the S-City Material Search and Rescue Team. By the way, Lily, how many cities on Blue Star are there that have not fallen?
Bayou said after eating the last rice on the plate. Lily.
Not many. There are only a few left. And the capital city G is one of the few in the best condition. And the largest shelter in the country is being built there, which can accommodate hundreds of thousands of people. Outside the shelter, troops are stationed and the strictest defense measures are in place. Normal ferocious beasts are basically inaccessible. But inside, it is said that it is equipped with the largest cold storage and the most comprehensive automated breeding and planting system. It is also the place where robots and automation are used the most. It can be said that for at least a few decades, people will not have to worry about material supply issues.
Chapter 382 Real World 4. Lily paused and continued.
Moreover, they will dynamically monitor the people who stay in the game according to the time they enter the game. In this way, The 1-month interval for those who have not entered the game can be well utilized. As for those who are about to enter the game, regardless of the final success or failure, will be easier to manage if they are concentrated together. Is it open there? Not yet. It's still under construction. But I heard that the occupancy standards have been released. Rumor has it that those who meet the requirements include scientists, children with better genes after genetic testing, and S-level players, who are eligible to enter. But they are all it's just a rumor. I don't know the details yet.
After Lin Lily finished speaking, she couldn't help but sigh.
If this S-level player standard is true, then as ordinary members of the Ants, we are not without opportunities. I am afraid that there will be more and more people with high levels in the end, and this standard will rise.
Baiyu gradually frowned as he listened. According to the current trend, Blue Star is indeed heading towards a post-apocalyptic survival environment. Lack of supplies, personal safety issues, etc. are indeed the biggest problems facing everyone. Even one person, no matter how powerful he is, can clear the game. Returning to reality, we will also face the same problem of survival. Therefore, going to these shelters, especially the capital city shelters mentioned by Lin Lily, will become the ultimate first choice for many players. Then, player level status will become a scarce resource. This means that in the dungeon, players will kill each other even more. After all, it was not like she didn't think about this idea when she was settling the accounts. She has this thought. So what about other people? It should be even more so. Lin Lily saw her frowning and couldn't help but said,
Yu, what are you thinking about?
Baiyu spoke for a second and then said,
Why do I feel that there is some kind of power that is screening people and then rushing them to a certain place? So be it. We are all guessing that it is very likely that Blue Star will eventually become a copy of the game. The one who finally clears this copy will be the chosen one and the final winner.
Lin Lily.
So, entering the game now can actually be regarded as accumulating strength for future battles and survival. Of course, the country has not stopped researching the behind the scenes of the game. It just depends on which side comes first.
After she finished speaking, she sighed heavily.
Hey, it's not easy to enter the game. And it's not easy to live in reality. Sometimes when I think about it, I really want to refuse the game and become an animal. But I also feel that being born as a human being is not easy. Not willing to give in.
Lin Lily looked a little heavy. Baiyu reached out and squeezed her hand, comforting her and saying,
It's okay. At least we have successfully cleared the game. Right. Maybe there is a great chance to go to that shelter in the future. Don't give up until the last moment. Do your best. And obey fate. Yes. You are right. Do your best and obey fate.
Lin Lily slapped her thigh and continued.
Let's talk about the material search and rescue team. In fact, the biggest problem of Blue Star now is the interruption of normal people's production in life, coupled with the shortage of materials caused by the encroachment of plants and animals. But in fact, there are some shopping malls, hospitals, cold storages, farms, mines, etc. Wait, there are a lot of supplies that we haven't had time to transfer. It's just that most of these places have been invaded by plants and animals and need to be investigated one by one. So the material search and rescue team came into being. We are responsible for going to these material points to inspect and take the lead. After confirming that there are no problems, a large force will come over to concentrate and transfer the materials again.
Baiyu was stunned.
Do we need so many people? The government itself has a lot of manpower. Right. Today is different from the past. Everyone has to face the problem of entering the game. Transportation and handling equipment are a problem. In addition, once the city falls, the possibility of finding supplies later is very low. So we are all racing against time. We can only rely on the strength of many people.
Baiyu thought about Lin Lily's words.
But if most of the city is now covered with plants, how do you ensure that these potential supply points have not been searched by others? Is there a special map?
Lin Lily nodded.
Well, there is a special internal map. We will divide it into areas and mark them. Each type of material point is there, such as food, clothing, energy, etc. It will be graded,
and then each area will be sorted out one by one like sweeping a building. The coal mines and farms in Area A were just swept last week, although some of them were privately taken away in advance. Most of them are still there because transportation and storage are a big problem nowadays.
Baiyu said,
Oh,
and said,
Is there a gold mining site or a gold refining experience place marked on the map?
Chapter 383 Real World 5 Lin Lily was stunned when she heard Bayu's question. You're not thinking of picking up the leaks, are you? I can't rule it out. They say that antiques in the prosperous times will be gold in the doomsday. Now that there is a shortage of materials on Blue Star, prices will definitely skyrocket. As a hard currency, gold should be more useful in the early stage. As for the middle and late stages, having a bunch of supplies in hand is much more practical than gold and banknotes. After all, without the materials to survive, gold and currency also lose their purchase value. Therefore, seizing the opportunity to upgrade her in the early stage is also one of her next goals. However, that is something that will enter the copy a month later. At the moment, let's get rid of the pile of gold mines taking up space first. I agree with what you said. But places like gold mines have actually been searched many times by officials or private individuals. If we go now, there may only be a bunch of refining equipment and residue left that cannot be taken away. That's it. Lin Lily thought for a while and said, Bayu, that's okay. As long as you have the equipment. She was thinking in her mind whether to tell her that she had a gold mine to refine. But in that case, all kinds of secrets in space cannot be kept. It's not that she doesn't trust Lin Lily. It's just that the fewer people know about these rare props, the better. On the other hand, it can actually be regarded as protecting Lin Lily. If someone knew that she had a large amount of gold and space props on her, and there was nothing they could do to her, they would naturally start with Lin Lily. Lin Lily didn't know anything, which wasn't a bad thing. Thinking of this, Bayu pursed his lips and decided to keep it a secret for a while. Fortunately, Lin Lily is also a person with a strong sense of boundaries. Seeing that Bayu, who was always straightforward with her, didn't explain much, she knew it must be inconvenient for her, so she didn't continue to ask. She squinted her eyes and thought for a moment, then raised the corners of her lips and said, There is one in my mind. It should be the only one on the map. It was searched by another team 2 days ago. On the outskirts of Area W. There are 2 or 3 mountains to climb, and there are winding dirt roads to go there. It is very large. It has been abandoned for a long time. Fortunately, there were originally sparsely populated areas, so there were not many animals and plants that humans transformed into. However, we have to pass through the city center from here. The city center is the first place where S-City fell. I guess it will be very dangerous. In addition, transportation is also a problem. The traffic problem Lin Lily mentioned is indeed a big problem, due to severe encroachment by animals and plants. City S is on the verge of collapse, so all means of transportation are open. However, not everyone can drive. It is also impossible for them to find a driver or a car rental company as usual. There are many car forest shops, most of which have been smashed, and robbed. The most primitive means of transportation, horses, are very good, but unfortunately, they are all under unified official control. The search and rescue team was there, but it was impossible to send Lin Lily alone. The question she mentioned was already within Bayu's expectation. Can I use the little electric donkey on the street? Bayu asked, gently clasping his fingers on the dining table. Lin Lily was startled by her brain circuit. Yes. Compared with cars that can carry people and cargo, there are many emules left. And now that there is no signal, the locks of those emules are invalid. When I go to the search and rescue team, I ride an emule. But you can't get there on a little electric donkey. It was too far. And I had to change cars at least 10 times. And there was nothing on the way. You can't just carry a bunch of batteries with you. 10 batteries. I'm afraid it will be too heavy. Chapter 384 Real World 6. Lin Lily finished speaking in one breath. And she couldn't help but said curiously, Yu, what are you going to do? I feel like you are bound to win. Don't forget, the city center is really dangerous now. We have a small team responsible for searching large shopping malls and supermarkets in the city center. When we encounter ferocious beasts, even though they have guns in their hands and their physical fitness has been enhanced by the game, there are still casualties. Once those ferocious beasts have a numerical advantage, our guns and other weapons do not always have a chance of winning against them. Of course, it is also related to the fact that our people have limited marksmanship capabilities. It can be bypassed from the edge. But back to the problem. Traffic cannot solve it. Bayu smiled. It's okay. I'll just ask. Ha ha ha. After that, she said, if it's convenient for you, can you give me your seat? In terms of transportation, 10 batteries are nothing. Her real space is ready for use, and it's no problem to throw 10 small electric donkeys into it. If that doesn't work, throw away 20 of them and try another one. Lynn Lily struggled for a moment and said, I can give you the location, but I can't transmit it now. You can only view it on my phone. Yeah, that's okay. Lynn Lily then said, by the way, you, have you ever thought about signing up to join the material search and rescue team? Bayou said, oh, are there any other requirements besides D-level or above to enter? And, how do you prove that you are D-level? After all, no one else can see the information on the game panel except the player himself. Lynn Lily. There will be exams. Physical, psychological, and game copies. They have a special question bank. And those who sign up will randomly draw questions. I can pass it. And you, a top student, can definitely pass it. Psychological? Bayou was a little confused. Well, there is no signal now. And the networking function cannot be used. The background check on people cannot be extracted from the system. We can only do some psychological tests. In fact, it is just to prevent people with psychological distortions or people with incorrect views from entering the team. Bayou. Not so complicated. Lynn Lily smiled. Forget it. In the past, you had to go through a background check and there were age restrictions. Now, it's much better. The two chatted some more about dungeons and other things. And after thinking that the time was almost up, they returned to the cubicle rest area. The security of the shelter where they are now is much stronger than before. You can relax and have a rest. However, they all know that daytime is relatively more suitable for action. So they basically go to bed early and get up early now. Try to make the most of your time during the day. Under Lynn Lily's persuasion, Bayou decided to sign up for the material search and rescue team the next morning. In the cubicle, the sounds of old people snoring, grinding their teeth, and talking in their sleep soon came. Lynn Lily next door also fell asleep quickly. Bayou had just returned to reality from the game. She thought she would be very sleepy, but unexpectedly, she was not sleepy at all, but was very excited. In addition, she had more important things to do. So she just leaned on the bed and clicked on the personal game panel. At this moment, in the prop bar on the panel, except for the space experience card, other props are displayed in gray. She thought about it first and tested it. Sure enough, a real space has appeared. The volume is the same as copy space. The only difference is that this real space is empty at the moment, because there are no supplies. There are no partitions for the time being. After confirming that the space was activated correctly, she gently opened the item bar with her finger. Would you like to use the Space Day Tour Experience card? Whether. Bayou chose yes. With a flash of white light in front of his eyes, Bayou found that his shadow appeared in a white, transparent, and empty room. There is an extra circle of land around the room compared to the space in consciousness. The land was dark and empty. It looks like a square box standing on a small, fertile field. Above Bayou's field of vision, a line of subtitles appeared in the sky. Ding! Space Trial Experience is loading. 0%, 30%, 50%, 80%, 99, 100. Please select the current space skin mode, trial version. 1. Birds singing and flowers fragrant. 2. Beautiful mountains and clear waters. 3. Lakes and mountains, for broad sea and sky. 5. Snowy white. 6. Cure cute pets, to be unlocked. Bayou. Is there an undercover agent hidden in this skin? Chapter 385 Real World 7. Time was limited, so Bayou didn't waste much time and clicked on several skins one after another. As the skin pattern changes, so do the walls and surroundings of the white space. At the same time, the original cubic mode is automatically switched to square mode. The 81 square meters of space is all usable area. There is no public stall and no extra walls. It is almost the same as one of those houses on Blue Star that are over 100 square meters. When switching to broad sky skin mode, floor-to-ceiling windows appear on the white space. Outside is the white sand beach and the blue sea. And you can faintly see a few 50-cent crabs with special effects crawling under the coconut trees standing by the window. The corners of Bayou's lips raised slightly. This environment is quite suitable for vacation. And with a beach chair, it's perfect. When switching to Healing Cute Pets, the space is automatically switched to a 3-bedroom and 1 living layout. There are many miniature versions of cute pets appearing in each room. And outside the house is similar to a small playground with colorful hot air balloons. And there are also many cute pets. The cute pets all look like they ran out of cartoons. Although they still look like 50-cent special effects. They are the type that girls like, and they look really healing. She even saw a chinchilla with white fur and a Pikachu with electric light. Bayou said, "Oh my god!" and excitedly raised his legs and walked towards the Totoro and Pikachu. But unexpectedly, before reaching the wall, all the magic in front of him began to fade away. The system prompts that it's time to experience the skin mode. It also says that the official version of the scene will be better and more immersive. Looking at the empty room, the feeling of disappointment passed quickly, and Bayou soon felt better. She also suddenly realized, if this space can support people living in it later, then this skin mode will be more like a magical house decoration plan generated with one click. As for whether temporary replacement can be supported in the middle or how many gold coins it will cost, I don't know. Of course, this is not what she needs to consider now. Ding! After experiencing the space skin mode, you found special seeds. Please choose one to sow. Rice, wheat, morning glory, rose, apple. Bayou's eyes lit up. He looked at the few seeds on the options, thought about it, and pointed to the most practical rice. A line of information appears in front of you. Seed name, rice. Quantity, 1. Production cycle, 20H. Yield, plant 1 grain of millet in spring and harvest 10,000 grains in autumn. The output is absolutely amazing. Bayou, production and harvesting mode, automatic. Plantable area, 81 square meters. Bayou, it matures in less than a day, which is amazing. And if it can automatically plant, automatically harvest, and automatically mature, then if this isn't a safe house, what is it? I really didn't expect that this space could be so magical. In addition, it can be seen that the planting area and the space area are equivalent. When the area becomes larger in the future, she decides to set aside a small area for Lin Lily, who likes flowers and plants, to plant flowers. Of course, the premise is that she can come in too. If it is detected that the seed is not sown immediately after being selected, it will be sown automatically. The beep made Bayou retract his thoughts. The fingertips slipped, and the pale yellow rice seed flew from the sky to the black land around the space like a ray of light. In the blink of an eye, the green rice fields are already in sight. She even felt the breeze blowing on her face, and the faint fragrance of rice seedlings. Amazing! It's really amazing! Bayou, who felt like he had found a treasure, couldn't hold back his inner excitement, and explained repeatedly. Chapter 386 Real World 8. Bayou stayed in the space for a while. When the extremely excited emotions calmed down a little, there was nothing more that could be done. So he reluctantly withdrew. Back to reality. It was almost 12 o'clock in the morning. Lin Lily next to her snored slightly. Bayou then remembered that she still had one important thing to do. You have to take one of the self-defense props in, copy space, and transfer it to real space in case of emergency. She looked at the black blade, and then at the newly acquired unlimited ammunition PPK. After thinking for a moment again, he took out the unlimited ammunition PPK. Although this gun has a long CD time and a limited number of bullets, its shock and attack power are much stronger than those of the black blade. As for the black blade that cuts iron like clay and can eliminate resentment, the worst thing to do is find a fruit knife instead. Please select the props that need to be transferred. Note: the transfer quantity is only 1 piece. Please make your choice after careful consideration. Bayou quickly clicked yes, then found the 2 fruit knives Lin Lily bought for her from the bedside table and threw them into the real space. After everything was ready, Bayou felt relieved and lay back on the bed with peace of mind. Asterisk. The next day, early in the morning, after a simple breakfast, Lin Lily rode on a small electric donkey and took Bayou to the search and rescue team station in S City. The search and rescue team is stationed not far from the gymnasium, in a vocational technical school in S City. There are no students there anymore, and since it is located near a transportation hub and is relatively little covered by plant erosion, it has become a search and rescue team station. Along the way, Lin Lily gave Bayou some popular science. The mission of the search and rescue team is not just as simple as searching for and rescuing supplies. It is more like an official organization for players above a certain level on Blue Star. The ultimate meaning of this organization's existence may involve joining forces to conquer the dungeon. Or there may be others. As for how to jointly conquer the dungeon, the official did not provide information. It may also be that, according to Lin Lily's current probationary status, it is still unknown. But all in all, the country's research and efforts behind the game have never stopped. The reason why Lynn Lilly chose to join such an organization was so that she could get the most out of everything in the future. Bayou listened to her popular science and looked at the deserted street scenes on both sides of the road, feeling a little heavy in his heart. She even saw a lot of green vines growing out of several broken-down cars on the roadside. Everyone knows that he is the kind of person who enters the game halfway and fails to clear the level. The plants that fail to pass the level are transformed into plants with extremely strong vitality and fecundity. On the concrete floor, a flower grew. It used to be just an advertising slogan or metaphor. But now, on Blue Star, it has become a reality. Asterisk. The S-City Search and Rescue Team station arrived soon. Lynn Lilly parked the emu in the playground and walked straight towards the school office building with Bayou. As she walked, she introduced Bayou. There is a dormitory here for the team members. It is a 4-person room. I also have a bed in it. After you pass the exam today, we will move here together so that we can be taken care of. Bayou said a grateful yes in his heart. She knew that Lynn Lilly stayed in a shelter where the elderly gathered for her sake again. The two quickly arrived at the Search and Rescue Team Registration and Assessment Office on the first floor. They came too early, and the people in the office hadn't arrived yet. The door is open, and there is a waiting area. The two pushed the door open and walked in. Chapter 387 Real World 9. By the way, you, that mine you mentioned, when I don't go on missions on the weekends, I will go with you. Anyway, my game break period can match yours. You must not go alone. It is too dangerous. It's time. Lynn Lilly waited for a while and saw that it was about to gather. Then she stood up and said worriedly, this morning she was said to be going to a small shopping mall covered in plants in the West District to search for supplies. And her commander, Captain Bai, would personally lead the team. The journey is far, so everyone agrees to set off very early. Bayou didn't want her to worry too much. So he said, okay, without thinking. Asterisk. 2 hours later, Bayou walked out of the S-City Material Search and Rescue Team station easily. As Lynn Lilly expected, her assessment process went smoothly. Coupled with his unique status as an orphan, he didn't even need to ask about his parents' background. However, when asking about the game level, Bayou still kept it in mind and said that he was C. The examiner responsible for the final document review is called Chungli, a middle-aged man in his 30s. He told Bayou that after the data of the S-City level team here is approved, it still needs to report to the higher level provincial unit, because communication is interrupted. It will take about a week, so please be patient. Bayou was stunned. A week? Such a bureaucratic thing. She wasn't in a hurry to join. She just felt that the registration process was too formal. Does she really need to join such an organization that doesn't know how to make temporary changes? Chumley smiled awkwardly and explained. Actually, it would be great if someone can use this environment now. Not to mention everyone's level is not low. However, the above arrangements and rules are not easy to violate, and the formality still has to be followed. So please understand it. After Chumley finished speaking, he also told her that if she was free during this period, she could come to the team in advance and participate in some study and training. Bayou made an excuse and pushed away. After leaving the gate, she took out the mask from her bag and put it on, then headed straight for an electric vehicle parking spot not far from the school. That parking spot is somewhat hidden. If Lynn Lilly hadn't told her before, she wouldn't have been able to find it normally. The ground was waist-deep in weeds. Most of the car seats were covered in dust, and some wheels were covered with vines with small flowers. The battery cabinet next to it was already empty. The ground was full of broken glass. It seems that it has been taken away long ago. Bayou glanced left and right, and after confirming that no one was there, he quickly checked one by one. Soon, more than 20 electric vehicles were quietly put into the real space after checking the power supply. Riding an electric bike and facing the morning sun, Bayou clicked on the offline navigation on his mobile phone and walked to the gold mine location that Lynn Lilly mentioned according to the map location. She didn't take the road downtown. Instead, I deliberately chose a path that was farther away but safer. Maybe the direction she was walking in was the direction leading to the capital city G. I met some pedestrians from time to time along the way. There are people traveling with their families. There are also backpackers traveling alone. We even encountered some window climbers with murder weapons in their hands. However, when those people were trying to get their ID on her, she had already turned the handle and sped away. On the way, we encountered many animals jumping out of the trees on the roadside. There were mostly cats and dogs, as well as a group of black cockroaches, and some unknown wild animals. Fortunately, we didn't encounter any predatory beasts. However, many originally smooth roads have been torn apart by unbridled vegetation. She was not riding smoothly, with bumps and bumps, and her hands and buttocks were almost numb. Chapter 388 Real World 10. It was about afternoon. After destroying several small electric donkeys, the disgraced Bayou finally reached the third winding mountain road. The gold mine on the map is at the end of this winding mountain road. Bayou glanced at the offline navigation. He could reach that place in a few minutes of riding. Her speed couldn't help but slow down. His eyes looked around more and more cautiously. In her memory, the mines were bare. But at this moment, the mountains are covered with green trees, and the greenness is dim. All kinds of plants are growing rapidly. Even on the dusty road, there were a lot of weeds growing here and there. It was like she was entering a dense forest. Bayou was riding and quickly discovered something was wrong. At the corner of a three-way intersection consisting of two hills, there are very fresh traces of wheels on the ground under a hanging sign indicating S-City Huangwengbao Mineral Concentrator. The wheel of the car came from another winding mountain road. It's very fresh, looks very big, and has deep marks, as if it belongs to a truck. The crushed weeds drooped together, exuding a faint fragrance. Bayou was stunned, got out of the car, and put the little electric donkey into the space. Then he took out the pistol from the space and hid it at his side. Then slowly walked forward with his waist down. Soon, from a corner not far away, there was a faint sound of clang, clang, clang from a machine. Asterisk. S-City Huangwengbao Mineral Processing Plant. Bang, bang, bang. Boom! Creak, creak, creak. Swish, swish, swish. Dot! In the ore crushing workshop built in a metal shed. The noise is deafening, and the dense dust is overwhelming. Two young men wearing vests and gloves were coughing and cursing as they moved chunks of ore into the crusher. Those very large stones were quickly crushed by machines into fist-sized pieces, and then sent to the next process of crushing smaller ones on a conveyor belt. The two people seemed to have been moving for a long time, and there were beads of sweat on their foreheads. The middle of the eye-shaped vest was also quite damp. Hack! You said these stones don't even have a yellow area. There can be gold in them. I can live broadcast on the spot doing handstands and flying. That's right. It's better to grab it directly than to waste all your time here. Damn it! How long have we been gone? It turns out that the batch of gold or raw materials has been taken away by others. And it's our turn? What a fool. In the past, he just relied on his godfather as the director of the factory and could bully us. Otherwise, who would really obey him? A super idiot who takes advantage of others. I have to choke out tuberculosis here. It's so numb. I can't even get a mask or earplugs. He also said that no matter how much he extracts, he will share it equally with us. I don't believe it. It's absolutely a lie. After one of the men with earrings finished cursing, he spat angrily next to him. It's okay. If he dares to break his promise, we will work together to get him. That crusher is his destination. It's so stupid that if he hadn't entered the game and upgraded quickly these few times, as usual, I would have beaten them both by myself. Damn it! Aren't we back from the game too? Haven't we been strengthened by the game? Otherwise, after a while, another red-haired man said, made a gesture. Seeing this, the man with earrings put down the huge stone in his hand and walked toward him with frivolous steps. Soon, the two of them were whispering and laughing sinisterly. Hack! If you two don't work hard, you're here biting your ears like a couple, trying to have sex. A roar broke through the deafening sound of the crusher and came in from the door. Chapter 389 Real World 11. As the roar fell, a big man with a fleshy body, sunglasses, and black and red tattoos on his arms walked in. He was holding a heavy snakeskin bag in his hand, which looked very heavy. The man threw the snakeskin bag on the ground and said in an unhappy tone, "This is a high-quality remnant found in the underground mine. We will refine it together later." Okay. Brother Ma. The man with the earrings trembled, jumped to the side like an electric shock, and kept distance from the red-haired man. Brother Ma, we were just discussing where to go to have fun after the gold is refined. He. The red-haired man was not as timid as him, and explained with a malicious smile. Happy? You, sister? You thought it was 3 months ago. You stupid fool. Brother Ma responded with a slap in the face. After he finished speaking,
He crossed his arms, turned his face horizontally, and stood to the side, looking like a menacing supervisor. The red-haired man looked ugly for a moment, secretly clenched his fists, and then forced out a flattering smile.
Hee. Brother Ma is right to teach you a lesson. I am the one who is mentally retarded.
After saying that, he secretly gave the earring man a hint, and then bent down to move the oar. Halfway through, he suddenly straightened up and looked at Brother Ma in a flattering tone.
Brother Ma, all the protective clothing and masks in the warehouse have been taken away. It's dusty and noisy here. It will be a while before the tempering stage begins. Why don't you go to the car and rest for a while? When it's almost time. Shall we call you? Yes. Brother Ma, the dust is too big.
And it might easily explode. It's too dangerous. You should go and rest first.
Seeing this, the man with earrings quickly agreed. Brother Ma also feels that the air is too dusty, especially since he has rhinitis. However, if he just followed what the younger brother said, wouldn't that be too shameless? Thinking of this, the muscles at the corners of his lips trembled, and he said in a bad tone,
You still have some common sense and conscience. But I'm going to say something ugly here, if I come over later and find you lazy here biting your ears again. Don't blame me for being rude. Brother Ma. Don't worry. We definitely don't dare anymore. We will just immerse ourselves in lifting bricks now, and won't say a word.
The man with the earring smiled flatteringly, and bent down to lift a piece of, or the size of a basketball. Come!
Yes, Brother Ma. Feel free to go and rest.
The red-haired man did the same, nodding and bowing. Seeing that they looked like pugs, Brother Mag couldn't help but feel very satisfied. After snorting coldly, he turned around and walked away.
Whoosh!
He had just taken one step forward when he felt a cold wind coming from the left side of his head.
Hack!
Brother Ma has been on the road for so long, and his reaction speed is very fast. His strong body nimbly dodged away from the side. But unexpectedly, on the other side, a stronger wind came from the right. At this moment, he was no longer in a hurry to avoid it. After the sound of bang, he only felt a burst of stars rising in front of his eyes. A warm, salty liquid flowed from his head.
Your sister? How dare you mess with your grandpa?
One leg of Brother Ma's sunglasses was broken and hung on his ear. He waved his hand and was about to punch her. A knife appeared out of nowhere and slashed towards his wrist. Ouch. 2 minutes later, the fight ended. Brother Ma, who'd lost 2 hands and 1 eyeball, tilted his head and went to the underground Jiuquan. Next to him lay the man with earrings who was also scarred and dying. Chapter 390 Real World 12. The man with earrings begged pitifully.
Brother, those gold mines don't contain gold. You kill me. It's not necessary. Please.
The red-haired man next to him, who was wiping the blood stains from the blade on his clothes, smiled coldly.
How do you know it doesn't contain gold? It's not what you said. The color of these ores is not good. If there is gold, you can live broadcast and eat it while standing upside down.
The man with the earrings stopped talking in the middle of his sentence. After he reacted, he looked at the red-haired man with dead eyes. The red-haired man had already raised the bright dagger in his hand. The man with earrings quickly returned home with his eyes open. The red-haired man wiped the dagger on him again, stood up, and did not forget to say,
Idiot! Don't blame others if you are not good at your business.
Soon, he moved all the ores on the ground into the crusher piece by piece. He also threw the ore in the snakeskin pocket into it, watching the stones getting smaller little by little and heading towards the next step. The red-haired man felt a sense of relief in his heart. At this moment, there was no one to interfere, and his previous vigilance and defense had been put down. Playing with a knife in his hand and humming a song, he walked to the temporary toilet in the courtyard. Just halfway through, I was stunned. The muzzle of a black gun was aimed squarely at his chest. He thought it was because there was so much dust in the workshop that he was confused and dazzled. He reached out and rubbed it, and then he saw clearly that it was not an illusion. The man holding the gun was slightly shorter than him, wearing a raincoat and rain boots, a motorcycle helmet and a mask, dressed very strangely, like a psychopath. There is no discernible male or female, and the person is very thin. But that momentum carried a sense of oppression that was seriously inconsistent with his height and body shape. The redhead shivered, and the urge to pee disappeared instantly, regardless of whether the gun was real or fake. He clenched the knife and subconsciously turned around and ran away.
Bang!
The red-haired man felt a burning sensation in his calf, followed immediately by a heartbreaking pain. Heck! He glanced and saw a red liquid left on his leg. Dot. Turns out, it's a real gun! The marksmanship is so accurate. Who the H? I could have thought of that. Throw the knife over here! The girl's childishness could not be hidden in the deliberately hoarse and low voice. Oops. This is the weapon carrier. Delivered to your door. God help me. The red-haired man was overjoyed and grinned. But he quickly turned away with a timid and frightened face. Boss! Spare your life! As he spoke tremblingly, the red-haired man threw the dagger in his hand to the ground. He deliberately threw it very close, so that he could pick it up by bending down. Baiyu scolded. Kick it over here! Dot! Seeing that her plan had been discovered by her, the red-haired man had no choice but to bend down and throw the dagger in front of her feet. Do you still have weapons on you? No. No more. Stand where you are. Turn around. Put your hands on your head. Move, or I'll kill you. Dot! The red-haired man looked at the gun in her hand with greed and fear. Then he obeyed and stood motionless. The person behind picked up the dagger on the ground and walked over. He soon felt the muzzle of a gun pressed against his chest. The redhead's muscles tensed up. At this moment, he suddenly noticed that the dagger in the girl's hand began to wander restlessly on his body. He could even feel the stinging sensation from the tip of the knife. Boss, I can't believe that you are so playful. Shut up. If you talk too much, I'll let you go with those two people. The red-haired man's heart was filled with 10,000 horseshoes. It seems that the girl has been lurking in the dark for a long time. Everything that just happened was seen by her. So, the mantis stalks the cicada, and the oriole follows behind. Damn it. It turns out he is a praying mantis, and not an oriole. In addition, there is a lot of dust here, and the quenching workshop of the subsequent gold mine contains highly toxic cyanide. Therefore, the way this girl dresses is not crazy. But she is very well prepared. Damn it! The boat capsized in the gutter. The dagger quickly moved toward the trouser pocket. The moment Hamao reacted, his legs trembled and he cried in horror. Oh! Aunt! I don't have a child yet. There is something left under the knife. Chapter 391, Dungeon 01. 5 hours later. Under the skillful operation of various equipment by the lame boy, the red-haired man, the gold refining was completed extremely smoothly. If it were just Baiyu himself, he might not be able to complete it even after dark. After all, the red-haired man could easily find some of the materials needed for the research equipment and later purification processes. The red-haired man also told her that the equipment and technology here are very limited. The purity of the gold bricks finally extracted was only 88%, which was still far from the standard of 99.999%. But it was beyond Baiyu's expectation. And to her surprise, during the final gold brick extraction process, the red-haired man quietly found a sharp weapon from somewhere. But before the sharp weapon was taken out, Baiyu generously gave the second bullet in the pistol to his little heart. After the gold bricks were cooled and shaped, Baiyu put them all into the real space. After that, she walked around the mineral processing plant again. And after collecting the remaining ore explosives and some practical materials such as hammers in the material warehouse into real space, she rode a small electric donkey and rushed to the city. It was all downhill going back, and Baiyu had an impression of the route, so it was a lot faster. Baiyu finally returned to the shelter when the sky was completely dark. The lights had already been turned on in the cubicle. Several cute robots are busy waving their short legs. Shushuashua. Baiyu returned to his own cubicle and stared blankly. Lin Lily hasn't come back yet. Could it be that something went wrong while they were searching for supplies today? Just as I was thinking about whether to go to the material search and rescue team station, an ethereal mechanical voice suddenly sounded in my ears. Ding! Your game will officially start in 1 minute. Please prepare as soon as possible. Baiyu's pupil shrank. Is there a bug in this game? You know, she just released the game. Less than a day. It's a pity that the game didn't give her a chance to appeal. A cocoon-shaped golden light had, consciously, covered her entire body. Ding! Player Baiyu. Welcome back to the survival game again. The rules of this game are as follows. 1. Reject the game and become an animal. 2. The game failed and turned into a plant. 3. Pass the game or become stronger. Or get rich. There are also mysterious blind box rewards. Ding! Welcome to this game, Dungeon. This copy level, null. Participating players, 100/100. Clearance mode of this copy, competition mode. Pass-through conditions, participate in the competition, obtain corresponding points, and be among the top 5 to pass the game. 1. There is no time limit in this game. But if you stay in the dungeon for too long, you will be lost in the dungeon forever. 2. Points cannot be obtained by competing with each other. Ding! In view of the uneven levels of players in the current dungeon. To ensure fairness, all props and talents of current players are temporarily banned. The unlocking time is temporarily adjusted according to the progress of the copy. I wish you a superb performance in this round of the game. A long life. And a smooth pass. As the mechanical beep ended, the water ripples gradually disappeared. The white-feathered man had appeared in a dark red room. The furnishings in the room are very simple. There is only an extremely thin small bed. The bed seemed to be covered with a thick layer of moldy straw. And on top was a dark red sheet that was so worn that the pattern and true color could not be seen. There is a door directly ahead. It is a similarly dark red metal fence. Chapter 392, Dungeon 02. The environment outside is dark. You listened for a while. Nothing was heard. It's so quiet. It was eerily quiet. As if there was no trace of human breath in the entire space. You recalled the game broadcast in his mind. And his heart sank. So, she is in an underground prison now? Could it be that this dungeon environment is an apocalyptic wasteland? As she thought about it, her right index finger felt a faint tingling pain. And the skull pattern of the cursed ring on her finger was faintly visible. You took a breath and his eyelids subconsciously twitched twice. From the looks of it, this is most likely a copy blessed with supernatural elements. After her eyes slightly adjusted to the darkness in front of her, she quietly stood up. He carefully moved to the metal fence and looked around, but found no trace of a lock. With a gentle push of the hand, the fence didn't move at all, as if it was welded to the surrounding walls. Instead, a lot of the dark red objects solidified on the fence got on her hands. The fishy smell was like rust or some kind of dried blood. Looking outside again, Yu suddenly took a breath of cold air. She seemed to be in an area the size of a football field. In the middle of the venue, there is a half-meter-high platform. Above the platform, there was a circle that looked like an octagonal cage. Yu was stunned. This is a gladiatorial arena? Are they going to be thrown into the octagonal cage to fight? She took a breath and looked further into the distance. On the edge of the field, there were huts crowded with huts similar to the room she was in. Oh! No. To be precise, it's a cage. This cage has a strange shape, with 3 solid sides and a metal fence. In some cages, figures were moving. They seemed to be waving and shouting to each other. But Yu didn't hear anything. Logically speaking, there should be people next to her. But she didn't hear a sound. All movement here seems to be muted. There are also some cages that look empty. Maybe the people inside are not awake yet? Yu estimated the number of cages based on what he saw on the other side. About 20. Outside the cage, on the 2-meter-high steps, are rows of spectator stands. So, does the so-called competition in this dungeon refer to players? After Yu observed everything, he stayed at the fence for a while. Seeing that there was still no movement or sound around him, he felt uneasy and returned to the house. She checked the room again and checked herself again. It was empty except for an old, shabby, smelly dark red sheet. The clothes on his body are also provided by the game. The shorts and shorts are a little loose, with floral prints on them, and they look like sauna clothes. And even the only buttons are made of cloth. It can be said that there is nothing that can be used as a weapon. Yu's eyes finally paused on the bed, looking at the moldy straw and worn sheets. An idea suddenly occurred to her. She walked to the bed and sat down, then twisted the thin, small, and old sheets into a rope, and tied it with small sections of straw. Some of the straw was so moldy that it broke when pulled, so she tied it very slowly. While doing this, her brain was not idle, but she quickly recalled the system prompts and ran through the key words in her mind. 1. The dungeon level is null. And then it is said that the player levels are uneven, and her props and talents are banned, indicating that this dungeon is a hodgepodge. And among the 100 players, there are big guys and newbies. But no matter who it is, they are unarmed and need to go into battle naked. Chapter 393, Dungeon 03. As for when Yu fights, will he encounter a boss or a rookie? Maybe it depends on luck. Maybe it depends on the rules. But Yu realized one thing very clearly in his mind. Her powerful props and talents are all from the game. If one day, the game takes away everything, so, what's left for her? Perhaps the body, experience, and wisdom that truly belong to you can be preserved forever. 2. The way to clear the level is to participate in the competition to gain points. Only those ranked in the top 5% can clear the game. Obviously, this is the game hinting that players can kill each other. Therefore, the difficulty of this dungeon is not small. You have to face players who are watching eagerly. And you also have to face indescribable dangers. All in all, it's time to really fight for luck and strength. Baiyu quickly completed the analysis. And the simple cloth rope in his hand was also processed. It's a pity that those straws were too moldy. Otherwise she would have prepared straws, and twisted a straw rope to prepare them. He glanced at his fingers. Fortunately, there are some nails. Without thinking, she put her fingers on the ground, and rubbed them slowly one by one. The flesh on the edge of her fingernails was scratched by the rough ground, which hurt a little. She gritted her teeth and endured it. Soon, a pair of claws were prepared. At this moment, a faint light flashed on his wrist. 50/100/100, a line of numbers appeared. Baiyu was thinking about what the number 50 meant. Ouch! A piercing scream belonging to a young woman broke the silence and oppressive darkness. Baiyu's muscles tightened, and his whole body reflexively ejected from the bed. The sound came from the cage not far next door. Baiyu even clearly heard the sound of bones breaking and teeth chewing raw meat. The silent mode is released, and their hearing is amplified. She looked outside the fence and saw that the world outside was, at some point, shrouded in a thick layer of black fog. Oh my god! There's something weird! Ah! A monster is coming out! Ah! Don't come over! Dot. All kinds of terrifying screams came from the surroundings. Baiyu quickly identified it, and quickly realized something was wrong. All the people who spoke out were women, and their voices sounded very young. She couldn't help but feel a thump in her heart. Could it be that the 100 people in this copy are all women of the same age? Along with the screaming, tearing, and beating, the smell of blood began to fill the dull air. Baiyu took a deep breath and held the cloth rope he had made earlier tightly in his hand. Her eyes were like an eagle in the dark night, scanning quickly from side to side very alertly. In the thick fog, there seemed to be some strange S-shaped figures walking slowly through. At this moment, as soon as she turned her head, she noticed that on the dark red wall behind her, there was a medium-sized human-shaped shadow slowly rising up. It seems to be inside the wall, and it is struggling to get out of the wall at this moment. The first thing that stood out was his somewhat deformed face. Then came a pair of hands with unusually sharp and slender fingers. Soon, a pale, rotten face with no facial features emerged from the dark red wall. Baiyu's scalp went numb, and he suppressed the nausea and fear in his heart and the stinging pain on his right index finger, and took the rope in his hand to put it around its neck. Snapped. I don't know if there is a special force protecting the monster that is not fully visible. When the rope touched the front of the monster, it was blocked. When the monster felt her attack, its bare face began to tremble crazily. Speaking of nail polishing, it reminds me of when I was in junior high school before the basketball game. The girls in the next class would trim their nails, but the teacher finally banned it. HHHH. Chapter 394, Dungeon 04. Bang! The monster's face fell apart in all directions. From the scarlet flesh, swish, swish, stretched out 4 or 5 slender, equally pale and rotten hands, as thick as a baby's wrist. The hands were stained with some smelly blood and mucus. In the palm of my hand, there are the vivid and clear faces of 5 children. They had no teeth or tongues in their mouths, and their malicious eyes stared at Baiyu. The naughty smile is weird, eerie and scary. Hold the grass. What the hell is this? Baiyu was startled, and subconsciously retreated towards the door. The door banged with a bang, but it didn't move at all. We, sister, I'm going to catch you. Don't grab it. Don't grab it. My sister is mine. Sister, I'm hungry. Rise. Can you give me some yang-chi? Sister. Those pale little hands extended outward like snakes while letting out a creepy, high-pitched laugh. In the blink of an eye, the monster's body was squeezed out of the wall. The wall that was full of cracks was instantly restored to its original appearance. 5 small hands with long faces, 2 big hands with long black nails, and a vicious wind carrying a rotting stench, all stretched out towards Baiyu's neck. Suck your sister? Baiyu shouted angrily, nimbly avoiding the monster's attack. Then twisted his waist, raised the rope in his hand, and tied it to the wrist closest to him. Seeing this, the other hand spread out instantly. Bayu's rope only tied one big hand. But she wasn't panicked either. Since you can't catch them all in one go, let's defeat them one by one. Thinking of this, Bayu gritted his teeth, pulled down the tied hand with all his strength, and then kicked its joint with one leg in the opposite direction. Crack! The sound of broken bones came. It hurt so much. Hee hee. Sister, you are not good at all. Dot. The 5 children continued to grin mischievously. The monster's remaining big hand shrank back, and soon launched another offensive to attack her. Although Bayu doesn't have any weapons with her at the moment, her physical strength has been strengthened many times by games, and her body's flexibility and strength are no longer the same as before. A long while passed. The monster, whose head was twisted off and all its tentacles were kicked off and stomped off one by one, was kicked hard against the wall by Bayu. After screaming, "Ouch!" it died. Bang! The monster left a pile of sticky rotten flesh and blood on the wall before falling to the ground. Soon, the flesh on it turned into a pool of blood and dripped to the ground, leaving only 5 small, misplaced, white bones. Next to the bones, there is a small box with a faint light. The cloth rope in Bayu's hand had long been torn into shape by the monster's claws, and was stained with blood and wet. There were scarlet and bloody scratches on her face, neck, arms and feet. The clothes also stink. Feeling a little exhausted, she glanced at the pile of bones, slowly moved her steps, and walked over. The brutal screams outside began to become smaller. Soon it was gone. The thick fog also dispersed. The entire cage area seemed to have returned to its previous silent mode. However, the smell of blood and rot became even stronger. You? Bayu couldn't help the discomfort in his stomach, covered his mouth and retched. At this moment, she caught a glimpse and saw that the number on her wrist had been updated to 50/78/100. Therefore, in the round of monster attacks just now, 22 people were lost. Does the number 50 represent the number of survivors in the first round? Bayu's heart sank. Chapter 395, Dungeon 05. The small box with a faint light opened automatically the moment Bayu touched it with his fingers. There was a palm-sized piece of bread and 2 palm-sized bags of water inside. Yes, 2 flat bags of water. It looks like a food reward after killing a monster. Bayu frowned and glanced at the narrator's bones and blood stains, then reached out and took out the bread and water. The box instantly turned into nothingness. The moment her fingers touched the bread, a line of information appeared in her field of vision. Food name, whole wheat bread. Origin, underground city. Human world. Ingredients, wheat, sugar, cream, yeast, butter, salt. Energy, 350 calories. Shelf life, 3 minutes. Remarks, 1. Please do not use expired food. 2. Expired food will be contaminated. Please use it as soon as possible within the shelf life. Information about bagged water also appears. Food name, water. Origin, underground city. Human world. Ingredients, natural mountain spring. Energy, 0 calories. Capacity, 100 milliliters. Shelf life, 3 minutes. Remarks, 1. Please do not use expired food. 2. Expired food will be contaminated. Please use it as soon as possible within the shelf life. The shelf life of both is the same. 2:59, food preservation countdown appears. Bayu's eyes pause for a moment on the place of origin, and remarks. She looked thoughtfully at the words. Underground city. Human world. The underground city is the human world. So is this a dungeon? A world of monsters? In addition, the pollution should come from strange objects. After thinking for a moment, she suppressed the discomfort in her stomach and stuffed the bread into her mouth. Compared with starvation, food poisoning is obviously better. At least he died with a full stomach. Without tools, she simply bit open the bag with her teeth. 2 bags of water and bread were eaten quickly. After eating the food, she obviously felt that her strength and energy had recovered a lot. Ding! The current player score is 1 point. Current player points ranking, 4. A mechanical sound suddenly sounded in my ears. It seems that you can get 1 point by killing a monster. This order should be based on the time it takes to kill monsters. Bayu rested for a while, and then returned his eyes to the pile of bones in the corner of the house. She got up and walked over. The pool of blood on the ground has dried. She gritted her teeth
and broke off the relatively hard bones on top of the white bones one by one. An iron rod sharpens a needle. That night, Bayou stayed up all night. No more monsters appeared in the wall. I don't know how much time has passed, but the sky outside seems to be getting brighter. But this brightness has a strange red tint. It's a bit like the way the bloody moon rises and shines over the wilderness. The bloodied light cast a strangely elongated shadow on the metal fence in the house. In the cage opposite, a figure has begun to move. Bayou stuffed one of the sharp tools ground with white bones into the sole of her shoe. The other one was wrapped in a torn piece of blood cloth and put into her trouser pocket. The rest she spread out and hid under the moldy straw. Shadows began to move outside. Those shadows seemed to crawl out of the ground. They come in different sizes and shapes. After glancing at the cage, they walked towards the surrounding spectator stands. There are more and more shadows on the ground, one after another. The temperature in the air began to gradually drop. There is water vapor, slowly floating in the air. Bayou's fingers felt excruciating pain, and she felt that the hairs on her hands had stood up one by one.
Bang! 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 Dot!
The silent mode was released, and the sound of the metal fence opening suddenly sounded. The metal fence on the door disappeared. Chapter 396, Dungeon 06. Bayou stood at the door and glanced around. There were no shadows on the ground outside, but in the empty stands, there began to be a strong, uncomfortable sense of oppression. It was as if those seats were filled with tens of thousands of bloody eyeballs. Bayou took a deep breath. Are they those shadow monsters? It can be felt that the strength of these monsters is much stronger than the one who came out of the wall last night. In the cages on the left and right, someone had already stuck his head out desperately. Without exception, everyone has messy hair and scars on their bodies. A harsh and cold voice suddenly came from the air.
Zila, please leave the current room within 15 seconds and gather at the central arena. Violators will be responsible for the consequences.
The sound was seriously altered, just like the electric sound in a ghost movie. Bayou raised his eyes and his breath was stagnant. Human beings. In midair, there was a
will-o'-the-wisp
with red and green flames floating in it. The
will-o'-the-wisp
consists of 3 solid sides. Each side has very abstract eyes, nose, and mouth. The sound came from the mouth of the
will-o'-the-wisp.
As it spoke, it moved up and down excitedly. Someone heard this and hurried out of the door. There were also people huddled at the door, watching carefully. Bayou thought it was almost time and followed him out. As soon as she stepped onto the ground outside, she felt a strange gaze. This feeling of gaze comes from all directions, like a cold and heavy tide, which makes people feel depressed. She quickly took a deep breath, calmed herself down, and walked forward calmly.
Snapped! Snapped! Snapped!
The sound sounded, and 3 bloody moons appeared on top. The light at the scene was stronger, but the strange atmosphere was also heavier. In addition, everyone's expressions were solemn, and the cold red color at this moment seemed to give them a layer of sinister light. A bunch of people with messy hair and slow steps walking toward the central stage looked like a mini version of Dead Rising. Bayou observed secretly. As she expected, the people in the cage were all women. There are white, black and yellow skin colors. The number of people was also larger than she expected last night. Depending on their age, they range from 17 or 18 to over 40. This is a bit intriguing. In addition, there are 100 players. Where did the rest go? Are they all women? Presumably other people also noticed the strange gaze, and everyone remained silent and did not speak. After all, the players who enter this dungeon are at least those who have entered the game twice, compared with the high-level players who have entered the game many times and upgraded very quickly. They are considered newbies. But in fact, they are no longer newcomers. Those who can survive can be regarded as people with 2 brushes. It is basic practice to talk less, stay silent, and observe more. Wisp began to speak.
Zila, ladies and gentlemen. Tonight's preliminary round of our
zero-sum game
competition, human-female adult category, is about to begin in groups in the octagonal cage. Observation time is 3 minutes. 3 minutes later, the betting mode starts. Please choose your favorite human with a higher winning rate. Betting is risky,
so be cautious. In addition, the live barrage is open, and everyone can actively speak and communicate.
Zero-sum game? Women's senior category? On gambling? Bayou couldn't help but feel his heart thumping as he listened to its words. As soon as
Wisp
finished speaking, those black shadows appeared in the empty stands around him. At a glance, it looks like a pile of black mud. Lines of bloody subtitles floated into the air from the stands. Bayou glanced at it. All characters he didn't recognize. Ding! Next to where the Will-o'-the-Wisp was floating, a translucent trihedral void screen appeared. Rows of names appeared densely on each side. Next to the names, there were corresponding numbers, avatars, and ages. They are all in the form of 1v1. There were 27 people in total, 13 groups, and one person was alone. Bayou quickly found his name. Chapter 397, Dungeon 07. For Whitefeather. 19, vs 3 Elizabeth. 20. She was facing a blonde and blue-eyed Western girl, 1 year older than her. That number is like the order in which the monsters were killed last night. The only undressed person at the scene, code 27, was a girl who looked pale and thin. At the same time, 2 things appeared above everyone's heads. A blue health bar divided into 10 small segments. A code. Everyone was following the code to find the person they wanted to PK. With a pop, a ball of blood mist exploded around everyone. Finally, chopped meat splashed all over the floor. It's the girl with code 27. The words of the Will-o'-the-Wisp in the air came out faintly. Zila according to the rules of a zero-sum game. One party's gain must mean the other party's loss. People who cannot provide benefits to others should not exist alone in this world. Bayou frowned when he heard this. According to the 2-2 PK, and combined with its words, someone will eventually place a single order. According to this logical reasoning, no one will survive and pass the level. Since everyone is dead, ranking 5% has lost its meaning. This dungeon clearly dug a big hole for their clearance conditions. But right now, that's not the point. The point is, try to survive the first few rounds of PK first. 50/77/100, the codes on everyone's wrists have been updated. Ah, this is a hacking unsolvable copy of death. Someone finally reacted and couldn't help but scream in horror. As soon as she started, the others also started shouting. Hack. Dog games are so immoral. Trash game. What the? A C. Dot. Curses began to be heard in various national languages. The scene was a little messy. The Will-o'-the-Wisp and the surrounding shadow spectators all watched quietly with interest. No one wanted to stop him. Even the barrages of terrifying colors stopped at this moment. Those who cursed before their eyes were not punished at all. More and more people are beginning to temporarily vent their depression and pain through cursing and roaring. In the middle of the venue, Noda instantly transforms into a street food market. Bayou glanced around and found that no one chose to communicate and cooperate. Because, in a zero-sum game, cooperation is impossible. In each other's eyes at this moment, everyone is the enemy in the octagonal cage the next second. The stumbling block, and the person who will die. Ouch. Several screams came from the other side of the octagonal cage. Bayou looked at Shuadin and couldn't help but take a breath of cold air. In the chaos, someone followed the PK target given on the screen and launched a sneak attack on the opponent in advance. Some people stepped forward and violently choked people, while others took off their clothes and turned them into weapons to strangle people. Bayou's eyes froze. You know, this copy is very clumsy. Everyone is only given a sauna suit. Bayou soon saw the blonde girl he was facing walking towards him. The two are of the same age and ranked equally. However, the other party's height and shape were obviously much better than mine. He is very strong, and his whole body is full of strength that is ready to go. Bayou's body was covered with scarlet scratches, and scabs formed in some places. Blondes also have it, but it's obviously much less dense. After the blonde saw clearly the size and injuries of Bayou's thin arms and legs, a trace of disdain flashed in her eyes. After snorting coldly, she stopped not far away. It seems that she is more willing to go to the octagonal cage and give Bayou a good beating as she is sure of victory. After all, since it is a game, the winner will be rewarded. Snapped. 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 At this moment, 3 clouds of blood mist exploded in the crowd again. It was the 3 women who took the initiative just now. A salty smell began to fill the air. The others who were originally eager to follow suit were stunned. Bayou moved his eyelashes and jaws, and the numbers on his wrist were updated again. 50/71/100. Zila, any game has rules. Anyone who wants to break the rules will die. The Will-o'-the-Wisp began to burn ferociously, and words full of anger came from the air coldly again. Chapter 398, Dungeon 08. In just 2 or 3 minutes, The number of people playing live on the screen has been reduced from 27 to 20. Almost all of the 6 girls who died were at the lower end of the coding spectrum. The sense of crisis and desire to survive are stronger than those who are coding first. After the sound of T-Law Z-Law, the Will-O-the-Wisp in midair spoke coldly again. 3 minutes of observation time are up. The betting time is on. To save time, everyone in our group will compete at the same time. Its first words were spoken to the shadow spectators in the stands. As it finished speaking, the black shadows in the surrounding spectator stands changed significantly. One black and one gray, as if split in two from the middle, automatically divided into 2 camps. At the same time, in the middle of the venue, 9 more octagonal cages appeared in the sky, including the previous one. There are exactly 10, which corresponds to the latest 10 groups. Above each octagonal cage, the code, name and avatar of the person who needs to enter has been displayed in the air. Most people's faces turned pale the moment they saw their code and avatar appear. But no one spoke. No one asked questions. The Will-O-the-Wisp said earlier that those who violate the rules of the game will be punished. In Bayou's view, the rules of the game are actually very vague. Those so-called punishments seemed more like the preferences of the Will-O-the-Wisp, or just a small move to kill chickens and scare monkeys, for humans like them. And it was obvious that the people present were smart people. The rules of the game are vague, which isn't necessarily a bad thing. If there is ambiguity, it means that there are opportunities to take advantage of loopholes. However, many people are still a little uneasy because everyone has to compete at the same time. After all, there was no one to prove it. And this Will-O-the-Wisp killed people whenever it said it would. So the danger level skyrocketed instantly. Bayou secretly let out a sigh of relief. The fist clenched at his side touched his trouser pocket inadvertently. Everyone competing at the same time is not a bad thing for her. The Will-O-the-Wisp raised its eyelids, glanced below, and said, "All humans, please follow the code and enter the corresponding combat cage." The word human it specifically emphasized in its mouth made most people feel extremely unhappy. Under such a scenario, humans, who had always been at the top of the food chain, became like those guinea pigs who were allowed to be experimented on and slaughtered. Oh, no. Now they have a new identity. They are the living chips for those strange creatures. Resistance and questioning are useless at this moment, because no one wants to turn into a ball of blood mist before finishing speaking. Bayou walked towards his own octagonal cage while silently scanning the surroundings. She never stopped thinking for a moment. Is this copy just for them to kill each other? If this is the case, just pull it to a venue. Why do you have to pretend to be mysterious and come to such a place full of strange things? Moreover, their victory or defeat is also related to the outcome of the monster bet. Obviously, the black square and the gray square represent 2 camps at this moment. What happens to the losing side? What will you get if you win? She always felt that there was something hidden behind this vicious competition. The blonde was standing very close to the octagon. She had already walked in first and started to hum and get warm. Seeing the thin Bayou walking in with a solemn and steady face, her eyes swept Bayou up and down several times again. And then, as if looking at the prey she was about to catch, she grinned and said low proactively. "Hi, cutie girl." Bayou was about to speak coldly, but suddenly felt a strange and extremely cold gaze coming from above his head. Chapter 399, Dungeon 09. Bayou raised his eyes, but the feeling of gaze disappeared with a swish, for blood-red full moons hung high above. Beyond that, there was the endless coldness and darkness similar to the night sky. Logically speaking, the name of the dungeon is Dungeon, which means that they should be underground now. But looking at it now, it doesn't look like it. There was no wall visible behind the spectator stands where the shadows were sitting. What you see is the same endless darkness. The entire stadium venue is more like located in an independent void filled with darkness. Bayou took a deep breath and recovered his thoughts. If the time and space here are independent, then the idea of escaping secretly is not realistic. "Zilla! Ziz!" Seeing all the little white mice obediently enter the octagonal cage, the Will-O-the-Wisp started to speak again. "The preliminary round of the zero-sum game competition, human-female adult category, is about to begin. Please check the rules of the battle yourself." After Ghostfire finished speaking, new subtitles appeared at the top of the screen. First round women's group. Battle time, 10 minutes. Number of players, 20 people. Illustrate. 1. Each person has 10 levels of health bars, and the blood bar threshold is 0 to 10 levels. 2. The number of health bar segments represents personal health value. After the number of blood bar segments is displayed as 0, the health value is 0. 3. After the game officially starts, each player will automatically consume a certain amount of blood bar every minute. 4. You can obtain health bars from your opponents. The number of blood bars that can be obtained is the number of blood bars currently remaining on the opponent. 5. Obtaining blood bars can only be done in the same battle cage, and grabbing across cages is strictly prohibited. Everyone subconsciously glanced at the health bars hanging above their heads, and secretly estimated the opponent's strength. Everyone couldn't help but take a breath. There was panic spreading throughout the 10 octagonal cages. Some players who are grouped together in the octagonal cage seem to have a huge disparity in strength. Just like Bayou and the Blonde, the stronger party should be relatively calm. But it's just this round. Besides, people cannot be judged by their appearance, and seawater cannot be measured. This battle is related to personal life and death. But no one dares to take it lightly. Even the tall blonde girl opposite Bayou couldn't help but look a little more serious after reading a few rules. Bayou silently analyzed while watching. A certain amount of blood bar is automatically consumed every minute, which means that even if you choose not to participate in the battle, you will die after 10 minutes because the blood bar is automatically exhausted. To ensure survival, it means that at least one health bar can remain on the body at the end of the 10-minute battle. And this blood bar, obviously, comes from killing the opponent. Each person can only have a maximum of 10 health bars, which means you can't kill your opponent in the first minute. Finally, if you want to survive, your opponent must be eliminated by the 9th minute at the latest. All in all, this battle game is extremely sinister. It was Chigwugwa who was forcing them to kill each other. Fortunately, those are the rules. After all, they all came here empty-handed and unarmed, and all the props and skills they had were banned. But there was no mention of the prohibition on carrying weapons. Compared with the blonde opposite who looked calm and composed, Bayou actually acted a little panicked. She took a few deep breaths, and then started to do warm-up exercises, while the other party looked at her with slight disdain. It was said to be a warm-up, but in fact it was just like moving the wrists, ankles, and head like in a physical education class, without even doing leg presses. After all, there was a bone in the shoe, so she didn't dare to exert too much force. Chapter 400, Dungeon 10. Bayou's slightly timid expression and unprofessional warm-up movements all fell into the blonde's blue eyes, as clear as lake water. The corners of her lips curved slightly, revealing a meaningful smile. Sizzle! Sizzle! The will-o'-the-wisp glanced at everyone, moved up and down excitedly a few times, and then gave an order. Everyone! The auspicious moment has arrived, and the competition has officially begun. Bayou. Dot! Auspicious time? 9:59. A 10-minute countdown appears on the screen, and in everyone's field of vision. The group of shadows, who were watching quietly around them all stood up with a crash. Bayou felt the gaze from above appear again. The temperature in the air felt like it had dropped several degrees in an instant. But at this moment, she didn't dare to be distracted at all. There is no referee in the octagon, which means that all methods and actions are allowed. They were also not asked to take off their shoes, because everyone's shoes are uniformly equipped for the game. The soles are thin and soft, similar to children's dance shoes. The only proof of defeating the opponent is that after 10 minutes, there is still a blood bar left on the head. Thinking of this, Bayou took a deep breath again, waved his hand, and inadvertently glanced at the other person's body. The blonde girl opposite had already tightened her abdomen, raised her waist, clenched her fists, and assumed a very standard fighting posture. The two began to carefully observe each other, and their footsteps slowly moved clockwise. Ouch! Grass! Ah! Ouch! Bang! Dot! Screams kept coming from the octagonal cage next door. Soon, the sounds of crackling, scuffles, clanging, banging sounds, the sound of clothes tearing, and the faint gasping sounds of someone's throat being pinched were heard endlessly. Some even started to open their mouths and bite like wild beasts. The primitive instinct of survival was aroused, and the fresh smell of blood began to fill the air. This kind of bloody smell made everyone participating in the war tremble. But it made the shadow audience extremely excited. They twisted their bodies excitedly in the stands, and their shrill cheers of support lingered over the auditorium for a long time. 8:59. 1 minute passed, and the health bars on everyone's head simultaneously decreased to 9. Bayou and the blonde were still walking slowly in step with each other. The two of them obviously read the rules thoroughly, and neither of them had any intention of taking action in advance. They all seemed to be conserving their strength. looking for the opponent's weakness at the right moment, and then hit it with one strike. The screams around him became more frequent. Bai Yu glanced at his wrist. 50/70/100. Not long after a minute passed. There was no one left. Finally, the blonde takes the initiative. She curled her lips and charged up her fist. Whoosh! A windy straight punch hit Bai Yu right in the face. Bai Yu's waist flexed, and he lowered his head to avoid it. The fist hit her waist directly. The person on the other side was not an ordinary person. His calf, which was full of muscles, jumped to the side, and he easily dodged it. The two began to go back and forth with various tests. 759, the health bar is reduced by 1 again. 50/69/100. The numbers are still decreasing. Beads of sweat began to form on Bai Yu's and the blonde's faces. After the previous testing, the two of them had already begun to take action in earnest. 433. 50/65/100. In most octagons, the fight is over. However, those who lost their health bars did not turn into blood mist and die immediately. And most of the other people who still had blood strips on their heads were dying. They lay on the ground helplessly, wearing thick clothes, staring blankly at the blood-red moon above. Chapter 401, Dungeon 11. There is indeed a huge gap in strength between Bai Yu and the blonde. Her body had been strengthened by the game, but so had the opponent. The blonde's raw physical strength and endurance were indeed much stronger than Bai Yu's. It was even difficult for her to get close to him. Soon, during the fight, she couldn't dodge, and was hit hard on the temple by the opponent's left hook with a beautiful arc. While she was briefly dizzy, the other party's hands, like steel pliers, pinched her neck directly. Like a golden brown lion, the blonde bit hard at the lifeblood of her prey. Bai Yu tried to break free, but all failed. The other party used his hands hard again, and veins popped up all over the backs of his hands and arms. Her breathing became increasingly labored, and she was almost out of breath. Looking at Bai Yu, whose face was red and his eyes were as unwilling as a lamb waiting to be slaughtered, the joy of victory began to appear in the blonde's sapphire eyes. 256. 50/63/100. The only 3 small blood bars left on Bai Yu's head began to flicker. The blonde girl's lips curled up confidently, revealing a bright smile. Bye-bye. After she finished speaking, she gritted her teeth, used both hands to exert force again, and her eyes were violent as she was about to break Bai Yu's neck. Crack! A bone-breaking sound sounded in Bai Yu's ears, and the smile on the blonde girl's lips became wider. The blue blood bar on Bai Yu's head flashed faster, as if it was about to run out of power. She is dying. With victory in sight, the blonde couldn't help but feel excited and was about to start celebrating. Of those still fighting at this moment, there are only 2 groups left that have yet to decide the winner. The attention of those strange shadows were all focused on these 2 octagonal cages. The cheers and cheers from the surrounding people became even louder. Ouch! Suddenly, a shrill scream echoed throughout the scene. The 2 most beautiful sapphires on the blonde's face were forcefully dug out by a pair of sharp-nailed hands. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Before she could finish her words, there was a pop sound, and the sound of bones piercing into her neck came again. Pft, pft. Ouch! Gulyulu, there was a sound of blood rushing to her throat, and she was speechless. Bai Yu, who had been holding back for a long time, stretched out his hand to wipe the blood on her face, and finally stabbed her with a puff, sending her to see God completely. The blue blood bar on the blonde's head had begun to flash crazily, but she had long since lost sight of it. After an almost inaudible pop sound, the blood bar disappeared. The situation of the battle was reversed at the last moment. That thin, yellow-skinned girl like a weak little lamb. At this moment, he looks very much like a madman, more like a devil. The sharpened bone in her hand was already stained red with blood. Finally, it's over, Bai Yu muttered to himself and collapsed to the ground. 106. 50/61/100. The battle time ends with 1 minute left. The will-o'-the-wisp floating in the air wanted to say, outside weapons are strictly prohibited. But after glancing at the bones from the monster in her hand, she said nothing. The rules of the game are usually explained before the game starts. Now, it seems, it's too late. It could not help but feel a little angry that this tiny human had accidentally taken advantage of it. But now that the first game has ended, the authorization given to it by above is that before the start of each game, it can kill 2 people at will to calm the scene. It's already after the game, and its killing authority is no longer valid. When he thought of this, the flames on the willow's head began to fly angrily. However, there will be another game soon. It has many opportunities to make her suffer. Maybe I can take the opportunity to crush her and turn her into a ball of blood mist. Thinking of this, Will-o'-the-Wisp chuckled inwardly, and his anger calmed down a lot. Chapter 402, Dungeon 12. Damn it! If I had known it was going to be such a cruel duel with no dignity and humanity, I would rather refuse the game and turn into an animal when I enter the game. In a certain octagonal cage, a survivor cursed angrily. The others said nothing. Most people's hearts are heavy and contradictory. Some of them have experienced many dangerous games and survived from the jaws of death, compared with clearing the game and returning to reality alive. The dignity and humanity lost here are nothing. What's more, if you become an animal, can you have humanity and dignity? The law of the jungle. The law of the jungle can teach him how to behave in an instant. Midnight, 50/61/100. The countdown is over. See la ji la. The will-o'-the-wisp in the air stopped jumping up and down this time. It floated quietly in midair, and announced with a serious and cold face. Gentlemen and ladies, the preliminary round of the zero-sum game competition, human-female adult group, has ended, and the winner has been born. Please take your seat and rest. The later battle will start in 20 minutes. Dot. Listening to its words, everyone suddenly wanted to die. It will open in 20 minutes. Do you want anyone left alive? Oh, no. This game originally wanted them to die. Fortunately, according to the zero-sum game rules mentioned earlier by the will-o'-the-wisp, the 10 people now happened to be divided into 5 groups, and there was no such thing as falling alone. However, how will the battle be distributed for a while? A bunch of almost all disabled people. A naughty child with normal physical strength could probably kill them. In the audience stands, as the Ghostfire's voice fell, the howling of ghosts and wolves stopped. The entire venue was dead silent. The 10 groups of octagonal cages on the scene gradually turned into void and disappeared. Bayou was stunned. Could it be that the competition was in another mode? Moreover, the women's adult category has been emphasized just now. Among the number of people displayed, there were only 10 people present, and the remaining 51 people were men? Or rather, children? Where are they now? As she thought about it, she and the other 9 victorious people were levitated under the control of some kind of force. Soon they found themselves being sent into a transparent room that appeared in the middle of the venue. There are 10 sets of furniture in the room, all with a table and a chair. On each table was a small box with a glowing light, and a small lamp in the shape of a skull with red flames flashing. It was obvious that the box contained food. The few people who had narrowly escaped death looked at each other for a second, wondering whether they should just choose a seat and sit down. The will-o'-the-wisp outside didn't seem to have any instructions. Bayou didn't think much about it. She was so weak that she couldn't stand for too long. So she simply chose the nearest seat and sat down. She stretched out her bloody hand and slowly opened the box. There appeared a sandwich, a fist-sized meat bun, and a 500 milliliters cup of green tea. The place of origin of these foods is no longer the underground city or human world, but the underground city. Bayou frowned and glanced at the sandwich. The bacon mixed in was scarlet in color, unlike normal meat. Bayou's throat was blocked, and he didn't have the courage to take it. The tea seemed to be freshly brewed, steaming, and there were still some water drops hanging on the rim of the cup. Seeing this, other people followed suit and looked for seats to sit down. Hack! Are we captive fighting chickens? Someone said angrily. This dungeon boss is absolutely a pervert with a twisted mentality. Sisters, be careful what you say. You can save a small life at last. Don't accidentally violate the rules again later and turn into blood mist. After a desperate struggle, everyone's sense of distance from each other was reduced a lot, but wariness and hostility remain. Hey, I would rather turn into blood mist. I never thought that I could become so cruel. Don't think too much. It's just in the game now. Another person comforted. Let's get something to eat quickly. There will be a competition later. This life is worse than death. It would be better for me to die directly. Dot. Bayou, whose mouth was chapped and stained with blood, did not participate in their chat. She took a sip of tea with a pained expression, then broke open the meat bun, removed the meat inside, and chewed it slowly. The blonde had knocked out several teeth before, and a small piece of the bone in his neck was cracked. Every time he chewed it, he felt excruciating pain. Woo 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 woo! The cries of ghosts and wolves howling in the stand sounded again. She glanced at the scene outside the house inadvertently from the corner of her eye and was stunned.
Chapter 403, Dungeon 13. Spectators stand. Amidst the sharp and piercing screams, the black shadow was opening its bloody mouth, devouring the gray shadow on the opposite side. As it is devoured, the size of the black shadow slowly expands. The gray shadow was torn into pieces by an invisible force during the transformation. Soon, all the gray shadows on the scene disappeared. The environment on site is also changing rapidly. The number of seats is reduced by half, but the size is doubled. Soon, the remaining black shadows filled the audience stands again. Bayou stopped chewing and choked. Therefore, every time humans compete, those shadows will participate in a bet. Then, the losers are devoured by the winners? So, the zero-sum game is not only against humans, but also against themselves? So, what is the purpose of doing this? Others also noticed the strange changes outside. Someone quickly reacted. So, are those gray shadows the ones who lost the bet just now? Should be. If I remember correctly, those gray shadows also transformed from those black shadows at the beginning. It should have something to do with betting allocation. I'll go. What kind of weird way is this? I don't know. I don't understand. Someone shook his head and sighed helplessly. Sisters, how about we resist collectively? Someone punched the table, but the person quickly hissed with a painful expression and retracted his palm. There were wounds on her palms, with the bones exposed. Someone snorted and questioned. How can you resist? Before you were ready to take action, the other party turned you into a ball of blood mist. This disparity in power is so great that we are not even as good as a guinea pig. But just sitting there and waiting for death is not an option. What can we do? Just take one step and watch. But based on my understanding of past games, it's impossible for the game not to give you a way to survive. Ha ha. According to my understanding of previous games, I only enter the game once a month. Who would have thought that I would just come out of the settlement space with my front foot, and then be pulled into this death instance with my back foot? This is a stupid game. Mater is having a seizure. All the key items are banned. The one who spoke angrily was a girl with short ear-length hair. One of her eyes was missing from the battle just now, and the remaining eye was also full of red bloodshot eyes. The corners of his mouth were also split and badly injured. But at least he survived. As soon as she finished speaking, others began to discuss it. Yes, yes, I have only released the copy for a few days. Me too. Dot. Several other people quickly confirmed. The short-haired girl pondered for a moment and looked at Bayou, who had been eating quietly. Sister, what about you? She looked at Bayou's one eye with a hint of admiration, but also a hint of fear. Others were actually a little afraid of Bayou. They all prayed secretly in their hearts that if there is another round of battle, they must not be paired with her. After all, when she finally killed the blonde, almost everyone else saw it. The little girl looks very weak and harmless in appearance, but at the critical moment, her methods are very vicious and vicious. Bayou ignored the defensive looks of others and looked at the short-haired girl and nodded gently. With such a small movement, she felt like her neck was about to break. Therefore, she was not the only one who was temporarily pulled into this copy. This is a bit strange. Chapter 404, Dungeon 14. However, Bayou still did not participate in the discussion. Swallowing food in small bites was extremely painful for her, let alone speak. The only thing she can move relatively smoothly now is her brain. Look! There are changes outside! Someone roared in a low voice. Everyone put down the food in their hands and looked out again. Bayou. Dot! A puff of black and red smoke drifted past. When the smoke cleared, a group of people appeared inexplicably on the field outside. A bunch of men with intact bodies, also wearing sauna suits and dance shoes. Judging from their appearance, they range from 17 or 18 to 30 or 40 years old. There are also many different skin tones. Also black, white, yellow, all available. Compared with some of the girls who are thin, these men are all tall and they look like they have been specially selected. Among them, some look calmly and observe the surroundings, while others looked confused and whispered to others. It felt like I was temporarily pulled down to this venue. Bayou roughly counted 51 people. TSK. Just one. Hey, can't they see us? Someone wondered. The hut they were in was right next door to those men, but the way they looked over was clearly through the hut. It seems like I can't hear the sounds outside. I can only see the picture. Girl, what kind of airplane are you going to do with this stupid game? As soon as the woman finished speaking, A man outside had turned into a ball of blood mist. There is a high probability that he is the unlucky guy who came out alone. The few people in the room were not too surprised. At this moment, everyone seems to be a little numb to such a scene. The short-haired woman took a sip of water and said,
"What else can we do in the dog game? There is a high probability that we will be allowed to watch the battle and engage in murderous and heartbreaking tricks. Heck, we won't have to fight them in the end, let alone physical strength. How can we fight with such a big difference in body size? Maybe mixed doubles? Are you here to play badminton? There are so many men. Can't we fight in doubles? Fifth row. That's it. Right. There are exactly 4 men and 1 woman in each team.
By you.
Dot.
Could this building be any more crooked?
I said. What are you talking about all this nonsense? Didn't you just lose your mind? How else can I fight? You're going to die anyway. So just let it go and fight. Then it's better to wait for death where you are and have a good time. How about we convince each other and face death together? Yes. It feels like this game is screening. So we won't let it get what it wants.
They probably all guessed that they would definitely die. So most people started chatting away. And the scene once again returned to the street food market mode. Bayou felt like his head was buzzing.
That's what we think. Others may not think so. Look at that black guy. He's a muscular man. He's a born warrior. He feels like he can kill all of us instantly.
Someone pointed at a young man outside. He was a tall man with shiny black skin all over his body.
Here I go. With this figure and this physique, one punch can knock me into the audience. By the way, what are those shadows in the audience? It's a monster. What else could it be? Dot. Look. They seem to be starting to fight.
As soon as a girl finished speaking, a bunch of octagonal cages appeared out of thin air in the open space outside. A dark blue light swept across all the men quickly. Chapter 405, Dungeon 15.
This is?
A girl covered in blood clenched her fists tightly and stood up calmly. After all, they had never experienced this link before.
Maybe it's a check to see if anyone is secretly carrying weapons. After all,
someone hesitated to speak. Speaking of this, several people looked at Bayou cautiously with curious eyes. Unexpectedly, Bayou just raised his eyes and met their eyes. Several people looked embarrassed for a moment and said sarcastically,
"Sister, you are so amazing. You can think of such a way. Yes, yes. Your opponent is tall and tough to deal with. Fortunately, you are prepared." Dot.
Several people praised me with each word. Bayou could clearly see the defensiveness in their eyes. She reached out and gently wiped the corners of her mouth, politely forced out a very shallow smile that was uglier than crying, and then concentrated on eating again. When those few people saw this, they were a bit asking for trouble. So they stopped talking. Bayou also learned from previous chats between several people that the monsters that attacked everyone last night were actually of different types and abilities. That monster is related to one's basic strength. People with stronger raw strength will be stronger when they encounter them. Of course, not everyone encounters a monster with bones. Some people encounter monsters similar to soft octopuses. Therefore, there are even fewer people who can take advantage of the loopholes and think of making weapons from bones.
Sky!
Amidst the girls' screams, several clouds of blood mist rose up outside. Many men resisted and attacked the will-o'-the-wisp. Unfortunately, without their props and skills, without exception, they were all easily crushed by their opponents. The number of men, unconsciously, decreased by many. Soon, like obedient white mice, they entered the octagonal cage with blue blood bars on their heads. Bayou glanced at his wrist. The numbers above have been updated. 20/50/100. In the blink of an eye, 11 men were gone. Bayou looked at the number, 20, and frowned tightly. In the spectator stands outside, those black shadows split into 2 again.
Look! There seems to be a new bet between the shadows.
Someone saw the clues.
At this pace, there are still many rounds left in our battle. Then in the end, won't this shadow become as big as this stadium? Who knows? No matter how much you love me, I'm not afraid of becoming as big as the sky. Know yourself and your enemy, and you will win every battle. Grit your teeth and take a look at the seed players here. When you meet them, see if you have a chance to survive. Dot!
Everyone started talking again. In fact, they were talking about showing off and not being afraid. But they were extremely panicked inside. Those words that persuade people to behave badly and to give up quickly are more like they are said to others. Bayou has already eaten all the edible food. She felt that her condition had improved a lot. Maybe there is some kind of healing ingredient in the food. As for whether this food would pollute her, she had no time to care. The battle situation outside seems to be more brutal than that of the women's team. Although there was no sound, I could see flesh and blood flying everywhere in the high-definition picture. Everyone was still frightened. And in many cages, there is a quick battle mode. The black brother they saw earlier even ripped off his opponent's head. Very cruel and simple. The 10-minute battle time ended quickly. The 20 victorious men outside disappeared. Those octagonal cages are also gone. In the spectator stands, the devouring among the shadow monsters began again. Their size has doubled again. Chapter 406, Dungeon 16. Bayu walked to the transparent wall, raised his face, and looked outside. At the top, there was nothing but 4 scarlet blood moons. That sense of voyeurism, appearing and disappearing from time to time, was not present at the moment. It may also be that it hides its own aura.
Who is that? Is it the boss who is silently observing everything from behind? She was about to look away when she suddenly saw the three-faced
Will-o'-the-wisp
in midair, staring at her with a malicious expression. The corners of Bayu's dry lips curled up slightly, and he said,
"I."
Silently, "Will-o'-the-wisp,
Is it our turn?"
a girl asked cautiously. The short-haired girl sighed and raised her eyelids.
It should be.
The numbers on everyone's wrists are updated again, 20/30/100. Everyone's heart sank. In less than an hour, 70 of the 100 people were gone. Looking at these numbers, 10 people will be eliminated in the next session?
Zilla. Zilla.
A strange radio sound suddenly came from the room that had been quiet for a long time. That will-o'-the-wisp is about to speak. Everyone stood up as a result of conditioned reflex.
Whoosh. Gentlemen. Ladies. In 1 minute, the zero-sum game rematch, human mixed group, will officially begin.
Hearing this, several girls turned pale.
Hack. We really need a mixed battle. Going crazy. Almighty God. Good Lord. I hope that black brother and I can be in the same group. It is better to seek help from others than from yourself. Miss, you asked for the wrong thing. It's strange that gods would come to a place like this. Satan. King of hell. I wish that black guy and I could be in the same group.
After saying a few nonsensical words, everyone's eyes went dark. When they opened their eyes again, they were already standing on the field where the previous competition was. The 20 men who won the second round were also standing next to them. A bunch of people looked at each other for a second. There were several men who looked very vigorous, with their fists clenched tightly. The will-o'-the-wisp in midair continued to jump up and down. Bayu found that he was extremely excited before every game. The small red and green flames flickered like a child rubbing his hands in excitement.
Zee-law, Zee-law.
The ghost fire said angrily.
Ouch. There are too many people in this game. If this continues, how long will we have to bet against each other? Ouch. We have to find a way. It's not possible for so many people to rematch together. Ouch.
It was like a lunatic, muttering to itself. The shadow monsters in the stands were whispering and commenting on the 30 humans in the center of the field. The screen hanging in the air was completely blank at the moment.
Is it over yet?
The one who shouted angrily was the
genius warrior,
a goo who twisted off people's heads with one hand. Everyone's pupils instantly burst.
Dot.
How dare he confront that will-o'-the-wisp? Aren't you afraid of turning into blood mist? And, wait, what can I understand what he said? Bayu also glanced at him. His expression was serious, not like he was deliberately looking for death. The will-o'-the-wisp was startled when he heard this, and the little flames of excitement instantly subsided. His cold eyes swept across Brother Hay's face, and he paused. Everyone's breath froze. Just when they thought Brother Hay was going to turn into a ball of blood mist, the will-o'-the-wisp withdrew his gaze and spoke.
Fellow humans, today is a showdown of strength. When it comes to strength, your human world always says that luck is also a part of strength. So today we will see who among you is the unlucky one.
It sounded sharp and harsh, making people's eardrums feel uncomfortable. As the will-o'-the-wisp words fell, the trihedral screen disappeared in midair, replaced by a pile of scattered and disordered playing cards. On the front of the playing card were the faces and names of the 30 people present, and on the back was a glowing flame pattern. Bayu glanced at it casually, and felt a thump in his heart. The 2 playing card avatars at the top. One is of Brother Hay who just shouted, and the other one is none other than herself. Chapter 407, Dungeon 17. Bayu frowned subconsciously and glanced at Brother Hay. But unexpectedly, The other party happened to look over. There was a fresh scab on his face. It looked like a dark red caterpillar lying on the dark ground, which was a bit scary. The scar was scratched by his opponent during the previous battle, so it was no wonder that he twisted the opponent's head in anger. Thinking of the bloody scene, Bayu's heart trembled, and he silently withdrew his gaze from the other person's face.
Zila Zila.
The will-o'-the-wisp in the air shook its body and continued.
Dear gentlemen and ladies, as I said just now, I will draw unlucky people from this pile of playing cards in a while. 1 in each round. For a total of 6 rounds. Of course, everyone also needs to continue betting at this stage.
The will-o'-the-wisp's words were addressed to the shadow spectators in the stands. After hearing this, the shadows began to twist wildly. They seemed to be shackled by something. They could only talk and obey the arrangements of the will-o'-the-wisp. A sharp and harsh sound began to come from the spectator stands. They should be communicating with the will-o'-wisps. Will-o'-the-wisp.
Of course, for the convenience of betting, you can bet on whether the card I drew is male or female. No need to specify who it is.
Therefore, they were discussing a gambling model just now. This time, the shadow audience on the auditorium remained silent. Some people on the ground turned pale and weak after listening.
Tired.
Destroy. Some people simply slumped down on the ground with expressions of despair. 1 is drawn each round. 6 rounds. That means 6 people will die. The key is this is not a formal game yet. Bayu bit her lip tightly, recalling all the details quickly in her mind. From the moment they entered the dungeon, every step they experienced was full of malice. But now, this malice has simply reached the extreme. In a battle match, it is relatively reasonable to be willing to admit defeat if your skills are inferior to others. Isn't it too ridiculous that the so-called luck alone has to determine a person's life or death now? However, even if your skills are inferior to others, should you be deprived of the right to live? What is the purpose of this game with the word
competition
behind it? There was a sense of powerlessness that began to fill Bayu's heart.
This copy is so disgusting. Why do I feel like I'm not a human being here? Humans? We are those fighting cocks now. Yes, this is the Rhode Island Rooster game.
What's the meaning? It is the most cruel game for animals in the world. 2 roosters are locked in a cage and peck each other until one of them dies or is unable to take sides. Isn't it exactly the same as what we experienced before? How long has it been since you still have the energy to popularize science here? SB, who are you talking about? Speaking of you, SB, hack, stop arguing. If you have the guts, go ahead and argue with it. If you fight in this nest, you are nothing. Trash. Dot. As human beings, we cannot die in such humiliation. How about we resist? Yes, resist. Resisting is death. Not resisting is also death. Since I have to die, I would rather die with dignity. I join. How to resist? Comrades, the game wants us to peck each other like those lower animals. But we don't want to do it. If we want to live, let's live together. If we want to die, let's die together. Let's show some human dignity.
The person who spoke this time was a man with a sinewy face and a short haircut. Chapter 408, Dungeon 18. Like the others, Guozixian was covered in blood and scarred. However, standing upright, he looked very strong and upright. The traces of formal training are evident in his words and deeds. After the Chinese character face finished speaking, he closed his eyes and sat down on the spot. His words were so powerful and appealing that some people sat down without even thinking about it. Others insisted on standing. Both men and women. The first person to bear the brunt was Brother Hay. The will-o'-the-wisp suspended in midair noticed something strange on the ground. After the flames flickered a few times, it became smaller. It fell faintly from the sky. As it got closer and closer, the cold chill began to penetrate into everyone's body.
TSK. Look. Look. What are you doing?
It floated to the face with the Chinese character first. The Chinese character face had his eyes closed tightly, and he seemed to be in a trance, ignoring it. However, his fists secretly tightened, visible to the naked eye. The hairs on his arms and legs had stood up one by one. The others didn't dare to move, because when Onihyo was looking at the Chinese character face, the other 2 faces were staring in 2 other directions. The bottomless eyes and mouth on the ghost's face were deformed and drooping. Indescribably weird and terrifying.
Oh, I don't even dare to play games. I'm such a coward who only knows how to escape.
After the will-o'-the-wisp spoke in a provocative tone, a cluster of flames on his body transformed into a hand. He raised a finger and raised his chin upwards. After letting out a light tsk, he glanced at everyone gloomily and said,
"Human dignity in the underground city is just like the ants under your feet before. Worthless. Since you want to die so much, then I will help you."
After saying that, it quickly flew into the air with a swish, and its body size returned to its original size. The pile of playing cards in the air began to spin rapidly. It reached into the air and grabbed it randomly, and a pile of playing cards was picked out individually. The faces on the playing cards are none other than the Chinese character face, and all the people sitting on the ground with their eyes closed and resisting. These playing cards, headed by the Chinese character face avatar, lined up in a row and slowly floated towards where the will-o-wisp was standing. The playing card that arrived first touched the will-o'-the-wisp and ignited in the air. The playing cards burned while falling, and turned into ashes the moment they hit the ground. The Chinese character face on the ground also exploded into a ball of flesh and blood with a boom at the moment when the playing cards were burned out. Liquid and mincemeat splashed all over the faces of those around him. This, everyone avoided with frightened faces, and there was an uproar. This is not a matter of luck and probability. This is Chigwagwa's revenge. Some people reacted and wanted to get up, but they felt as if their whole bodies were filled with lead and were as heavy as lead. They struggled for a long time before they stood up. There were also people whose faces were ashen and motionless. In the audience, those shadows began to devour each other again. Soon, the second playing card was set on fire.
Boom!
The third one.
Boom!
The fourth one. Waves of scarlet blood mist filled the scene. 10/22/100, the numbers on the arm began to decrease one by one. All the people here are no different from the animals being slaughtered on those farms. They are simply lifeless chips. The shadows on the audience stage are also visibly reduced with every bet. And at the same time, their size is growing rapidly. The temperature in the air is getting lower and lower. And it is getting thinner and thinner. How can this ridiculous killing be stopped? Baiyu clenched her fists so tightly that she felt like her head was about to burst. At this moment, the gaze above his head finally appeared again. Chapter 409, Dungeon 19. Baiyu raised his eyes, feeling the gaze from the front. This time, the feeling of staring didn't go away. However, it is hidden in the dark void and cannot be seen at all. Baiyu just raised his face, silently observing and waiting. Soon, she discovered the clue. The 4 blood-red moons hanging overhead began to approach slowly. Every time the shadows on the audience stage devour each other, the closing speed of the 4 blood-red moons increases. The whole place seemed to be undergoing some kind of ceremony. The humans who had turned into blood mist before were more like a part of the ritual. The blood mist, I don't know when it started, is all lingering around those moons. Therefore, human death is without cause or distinction. Those competitions and battles were just a gimmick to give them death. In other words, it is just a way for those shadows to gamble. But this setting, isn't it too ridiculous? Amid everyone's anxious speculations, a series of cold mechanical sounds suddenly crackled in everyone's ears. All, ding, detected the awakening of a key NPC in the current dungeon and modified the progress of the dungeon privately. All, ding, a serious and irreparable bug behavior has been detected in the previous copy. All, ding, the current game progress is being fast-forwarded at 3 times the flow rate. All, ding, all skills and props of the current player have been unlocked. Everyone.
Dot! Did you hear that? Kindness! What nonsense! NPC awakens? So what we are experiencing is not normal. Nima, did those people in front die in vain? I just said, why did I get in here so confusedly? There are bugs in the cheating game. The question is, what should we do now? Is it to kill the will-o'-the-wisp? Then it's over. We can't defeat it at all. With just one thought of that will-o'-the-wisp, we will be gone. Hey, that will-o'-the-wisp is gone.
Baiyu, who took out the black blade as soon as he heard the beep, raised his eyes and saw that indeed, the will-o'-the-wisp in midair was gone. The bunch of shadows in the audience's stands began to devour each other crazily.
Over there!
Someone stretched out his hand and pointed in a certain direction above his head.
God! What is that?
Someone exclaimed again. The 4 red moons on top are very close now. Under the stunned gaze of everyone, they slowly came together. Then, it slowly transformed into a golden eye with scarlet vertical pupils. The 3-sided will-o'-the-wisp stopped in the dark corner and slowly drifted towards the eyes. Soon, a raging fire burned around his eyes. But the surrounding temperature dropped rapidly again.
It was like everyone was thrown into an icy lake. Bai was startled. The gaze he felt before came from these eyes. This is some kind of awakening ritual. Right? Someone once again exclaimed. Oh my god! Does that look like the Eye of Sauron? Everyone, Eye of Sauron? It's the boss! Bai reacted and shouted loudly. At this moment, the shadows in the audience's stands devoured each other, leaving only a huge mass. The shadow began to get smaller, lighter, and slender. And then, like a winding and twisting snake, it flew toward the sky. Soon, it turned into a thick puff of smoke and got into the scarlet pupils. The golden eyes, burning with blazing fire, began to be filled with black mist. Soon, black and red cracks began to appear on the golden eye. At the same time, a fragment of memory flew into everyone's mind. They were pulled to a planet with ghosts in the universe, commonly known as a strange star. Scientists called it Fomalhaut X. This planet is very small, probably not as big as a county-level city on Blue Star. The Wei tribe and humans are two opposing camps, each protected and blessed by different powers. One that lives on the earth is called an underground city. In the underground city, humans are like gods to the Kwai tribe. If humans snap their fingers, all the evil will be wiped out. One lives underground and is called an underground city. Similarly, in the underground city, humans are as fragile as ants. Every 100 years, the two sides will fight. Later, in a certain battle, humans completely defeated the Wei tribe. The leader of the Kwai clan, King Kwai, was wiped out in ashes during the battle. The remaining Kwai tribe was also sealed underground. But in fact, King Gui divided his soul into 5 parts before the battle. 4 of them are hidden in the 4 blood moons over the dungeon. Among the Kwai tribe, there is some kind of ancient mysterious ritual. As long as fresh humans sacrificed themselves in some way before King Gui died for 1,000 years, then he would have a chance to wake up. However, this also requires ordinary Kwai tribes to devour and sacrifice each other to form some kind of power that truly awakens the Kwai king. Among the sacrificed humans, the Kwai clan will select some men and women who are good at fighting and fight alone. 1 winner each. If King Gui chooses one of the combinations, the offspring he will eventually produce will be able to perfectly resist the power of humans from the underground city. Eventually, the king of creatures will become invincible and rule the world above and below. The fragmented memory was implanted quickly, and everyone quickly learned the background. Indeed, this background is completely different from what they are experiencing now. Of course, it's also outrageous. Obviously, the awakened NPC is most likely the will-o'-the-wisp that is full of malice toward humans. Someone finally couldn't help but ask, so, King Gui is a hermaphrodite? Who knows? I want to know now. How to pass the level. If those eyes are the king of deception, then they look even more powerful. Around the eyes, black ghost energy began to surge. If it doesn't work, take out all the props and skills and use hard steel, someone suggested. Everyone was anxious and dug out a bunch of props. In midair, the cracks on the eyes were getting bigger and bigger, as if they were about to explode. All, ding! It is detected that the king of creatures is about to be resurrected. Considering the disparity in strength between the two sides, all players will be teleported back to reality in 3 seconds. 3. By you, teleport directly to reality. You heard that right. Others also look stunned. Dot! Let them sacrifice so much in vain, get no settlement reward, and be thrown back to reality like this? Are we hacking being paid for by the game? Someone roared angrily. Another person responded directly. Just be content if you can live. Hack. Those people whose sacrifice died like this? What a crappy game. 2. The surrounding noise could no longer be heard. 1. Ding. Start teleporting. Ding. Transmission successful. Bayu's eyes darkened. When she opened her eyes again, the surroundings were still dark, but her fingers finally stopped hurting. Ding. It is detected that the current environment is not in safe mode. A 30-minute security protection period will be activated for you based on the situation. After 30 minutes, this system will not be responsible for your life or death. Bayu, who just came back from the H.L. gate, although she was still covered with a light golden protective shield, she still smelled a strong burnt smell in the air that made her breathless. Lily, she called out very quietly. No one answered. Anyone there? There was silence. She just left the shelter for a day. Something happened? Bayu was shocked, and quickly took out the flashlight and mask from the copy space and put them in the real space, and quickly took out the 2 items from inside. Chapter 410 Real World 1. Bayou put on his mask and realized that he had a gun. She quickly freed the gun from the two spaces. Then, he took the flashlight in his left hand and the gun in his right hand. After being fully prepared, he carefully turned on the flashlight switch. Special, the light shines outward through the light golden aperture of the protective layer. Burnt smoke, deformed black steel frames, puddles of gelatinous substances that solidified together, and several highly charred mummies looming under the deformed steel frames. The scenes of devastated ruins are shocking. Apparently, the shelter suffered a fire when she entered the game. This fire probably burned all the people inside. After all, except for a few young people. The rest are old people who can't move much. Bayou didn't dare to think any more, and his body shivered in response. If it weren't for the light golden light emitting from the cocoon-shaped protective shield, she would have thought that she had gone to a new and inhumane copy at this moment. A trace of inexplicable fear began to take root, sprout, and grow in my heart. She raised her legs and was about to walk out when a cold mechanical sound rang in her ears. Ding! The current safety protection time of the protective cover is 25 minutes. It is detected that there are potential safety hazards in the current external environment. Please choose whether to actively close the protective cover. Ding! Once the current protective cover is closed, it will not be recovered. Yes, tens, no ones. Bayou frowned slightly. She always thought that this protective shield was always with her. Now it seems that you really shouldn't go out easily before you are fully prepared. Thinking of this, she quickly clicked, no. After taking a few deep breaths to calm down a little, she suppressed her fear and quickly took a look around. As far as the eye can see, there are all traces of the fire. Fortunately, there was a cocoon-shaped protective cover where she was, helping her to hold up an independent space. The oxygen in the space seems to be supplied independently. The area next to it was almost completely filled with collapsed and deformed steel frames. Lily! Lily! Anyone there? She raised her voice and shouted again. However, what answered her was the endless darkness after the fire. Bayou suddenly saw in his heart that Lily was not already. According to her position before entering the game, she was lying on her bed. If her body had not been moved, then her left side was Lily's bed. But there is only a pile of white ash over there now. And there is no charred mummy. Moreover, when she entered the game, Lily had not returned yet. But this does not mean that she is still alive. If she died too. Bayou's eyes were stunned for a moment. And he murmured, Lily, looking at the extremely dark surroundings. A trace of loneliness and despair emerged inexplicably in her heart, which made her nose sore. The tears in his eyes couldn't help but fall down. Some soaked into the mask and flowed into the corners of the mouth. Feeling salty and warm, she really wanted to cry and vent. But now, she couldn't help it. She still has to find a way out alone and try to survive. Even if she is the only one left in this world, she will work hard to move on. Thinking of this, Bayou gritted his teeth and suppressed all the pessimism and negative emotions in his heart. She raised her hand to wipe her tears, sniffed, and took a few more deep breaths, trying to calm down her heart as soon as possible. Chapter 411 Real World 2. It is said that after concentration, one can be still. And after being still, one can be wise. I have persisted through so many difficult copies. She couldn't mess up her position at this time. Thinking of this, Bayou concentrated his thoughts and began to think seriously. There are still 25 minutes left for the protective shield. During this time, she has no problems. But what about half an hour later? She must be sealed under the ruins now. Normally, she would have been rescued until the fire brigade rescue arrived. But now, in the entire S-City, except for the material search and rescue team, there are no redundant people. Even if there are people, everyone can't protect themselves. Who would think of coming to rescue? In addition, there is no collapse here yet. And there is still a little air. But what about behind? She definitely can't sit still and wait for death. She can only save herself. Fortunately, this shelter is built in a closed gymnasium. On the top of the gymnasium, in addition to the steel frame, there are some fireproof air films and fireproof glass. Relatively speaking, the covering above is not much. But these air films and glass will most likely form something like a hard SH/L at high temperatures, covering the entire area. Inside the SH/L, there should be some honeycomb-like structure because of the stacked deformed steel frames. The cubicle she lives in is not far from the door. But the problem is that there are blockages all around now. If you go wrong, you are likely to face the thick wall more than 2 meters high. Therefore, Her only way out now is upward. You can only choose a direction. Climb up along the honeycomb formed by the steel frame and melted matter, and then remove the covering on the top to dig out an exit to the ground. This is the most feasible approach at the moment. However, the steel frames here are all deformed, and you have to be careful of new collapses when crawling and digging. So your head needs to be protected. Finally, there is still a puff of smoke and dust outside, and this mask alone is definitely not enough. She carefully recalled the survival videos she had seen before in her mind, and pulled out the motorcycle helmet, gloves, mineral water, etc. from the space. He took out the remaining piece of chocolate and a bag of beef jerky. These materials are all empty from copy space, although it can't be put back again. It is urgent to solve the current problem first. Looking at the pile of golden bricks and the pile of props displayed in gray in copy space, Bayou couldn't help but sigh. If she could take out the black blade that was as sharp as clay, most of the problem she was facing now would be solved. Unfortunately, forget it. Don't think about it anymore. Chewing beef jerky, she rummaged through the supplies she had bought in the dungeon before, and finally took out a butcher's knife and 2 cast iron fire sticks. When everything was ready, she glanced at the protective cover countdown. 15:09. Time has passed 15 minutes. After preparing all the supplies, Bayou sat down on the spot, then began to concentrate and waved his fingertips. As the slender fingers waved gently, wisps of light golden light overflowed and transformed into several very small butterflies. The butterflies flapped their wings and spread out, slowly flying towards the dark ruins. After a few seconds, a butterfly came back. The road it went to explore should be a dead end. Bayou spread his palm and let it fall into his hand at will. The butterfly stayed there obediently, flapping its wings slightly, as if staring at her. Bayou looked at it and muttered nervously in his heart, little butterfly, it would be great if you could talk." Chapter 412 Real World 3. 30 seconds later, all the phantom butterflies released flew back and brought back 2 pieces of news. Good news, there are indeed 2 exits to the top, one of which isn't too far. Bad news, the passage is very narrow, and some people may not be able to get through it. In the middle, there are many deformed steel frames blocking the way. Besides, it was dark outside, and there was no one around. After Bayou thought about all the information from Huan Dai, he took a deep breath, rested for a while, and then stood up. She sprinkled some mineral water on the outside of the mask, put on the motorcycle helmet, and closed the cocoon-shaped protective cover manually. She began to follow the phantom butterfly, climbing up step by step and cautiously. Soon she encountered a very narrow area or an area blocked by those deformed air molds. So she had to take out a cast iron fire stick and pry it bit by bit. Then, keep going up, climbing little by little. At this moment, she clearly felt the ground shaking. Earthquake. Asterisk. City S. The third People's Stadium, where the level 3 shelter is located. The night was dark, and from the ashes-filled ruins, bursts of anxious insects could be heard. A modified minibus with its top loaded with cargo passed through the charred ruins and stopped on the outer passage of the venue. The car door opened, and several young men and women, holding cold weapons in their hands, looked around with wary expressions and then jumped out. The one hurriedly walking in front was a tall young girl with red and swollen eyes, wearing a black leather coat. "Damn it! This place has been burned like this! Lily, are you sure your friend is really still in there?" The person who spoke was the tall, thin man with a crew cut who was walking in second place. "Yes," Lily responded firmly, tears starting to well up in her eyes. She bit her lip and raised her face slightly. "No, you can't wipe your tears. Can't let the tears fall. You can't let your teammates laugh at you." "Oh, I have indeed seen players come out and encounter special dangerous situations, and they will be well protected by the protective shield. However, the situation here is a bit special." Zhou Minglei hesitated to speak. Lily, who was anxious, ignored his words. She took long steps and walked quickly to the edge of the ruins. "It's not just special. Maybe people would have been burned to ashes. I heard that this fire lasted for a day and a night. TSK, I heard that all the old people inside were dead." The person with a somewhat unkind tone was a person, a voluptuous woman with short hair. Her hair is half red and half blue, resembling ice and fire, and very individual, but probably because I haven't dyed it for a long time. My hair has turned quite dark at the root. When Zhou Minglei heard this, he glanced at Lily's back and said, "Xiao Lei, The deceased is the greatest. Please speak with some moral integrity. That's right. We are all teammates. Please be careful with your words. Also, don't forget that you are making up your identity now. So be careful about the impact.
The short-haired man behind her also advised.
Oh my god. Zhou Minglei. Zhong Man. Did Lin Lily feed you ecstasy? Why are you both defending her? Besides, what I said is obviously the truth. Okay. What's going on? It's the end of the world now. So I'm not allowed to speak freely. If it weren't for the material rewards for joining the ranks, who would care whether it was a rank or not? Besides, today we had a narrow escape from death. And now we have to work here for free. I don't know what she told the captain to bring us all here. We are a core material search and rescue team, not a charity waste search and rescue team. She's just a D-class member who hasn't joined the team yet. So what's so great about her? I'm a B-level guy, and I'm still here without saying anything.
Ji Xiaolei became angrier as she spoke, and simply stood there and folded her hands. Zhong Man frowned and said,
Keep your voice down. The captain said he will come over to join us after he has finished handling the matters over there. We'd better take a look at the scene first before talking.
He was a tall man with a large chainsaw in his hand. It's late at night, and at first glance, it looks a little creepy.
I want you to go. There are so many people dying here. It's unlucky to think about it. Maybe a ghost will appear out of nowhere.
After Ji Xiaolei finished speaking, she twisted her hips and turned back to the minibus. Chapter 413 Real World 4. Zhong Man knew that she had resentment in her heart these past 2 days, and it was hard to persuade her. So he chased Zhou Minglei and Lin Lily with a chainsaw. Ji Xiaolei and Zhou Minglei are both members of the 4th team of the S-City Material Search and Rescue Team. They were temporarily assigned to their first team today. 1 day ago, the 4th team happened to encounter an earthquake when they went to search for medical supplies in a hospital warehouse in the city. The epicenter happened to be the city center. The magnitude of this earthquake was actually not that big, but that area was seriously eroded by vegetation and collapsed quickly during the earthquake. The team members on the scene had no time to evacuate, and most of them were killed or injured. Captain Zhou Yu was also hit in the head by several falling buildings and died. Those who survived were divided into other teams according to the opinions of their superiors. Ji Xiaolei always believed that the reason why they were in trouble was because the medical warehouse happened to be built not far from the hospital morgue. The hospital is seriously eroded by plants. In fact, from a certain perspective, these plants are also closely related to those who died in the game. Therefore, when she hears that there are many plants or many dead people, she is very taboo. But in Zhong Man's opinion, the current situation on Blue Star is basically like this. It's not like she can just avoid it if she wants to.
White feather! White feather! Dot!
Over there, Lin Lily was frantically banging on a deformed door under the ruins with a small hammer, shouting while banging. Zhou Minglei frowned and stepped forward.
Lily, your captain told us to repair and observe the surrounding area first when we arrive. He will come over to join us in a while, so don't be too anxious. Besides, I remember that he had the cross-section drawings of the main buildings in S-City, and he should also have the drawings of the stadium. When he arrives, we can confirm the drawings, make a detailed guess at your friend's location, and then rescue her from above. It may be faster.
When Lin Lily heard this, she stopped moving her hands. She lowered her head and was silent for a moment. He raised his eyes again, and the tears that had been suppressed for a long time rushed out as if a valve had been opened. After a while, she shook her head slightly and murmured to herself.
If I had known earlier, I shouldn't have been greedy for that batch of supplies. I should have gone back earlier. If I had gone back earlier, then she wouldn't have been trapped in the fire. My parents and relatives are all gone, and I can't afford to lose my best sister again. Otherwise, I won't have a single family member in this world.
She cried so hard that she almost beat her chest. Zhou Minglei was stunned and rummaged around in his pocket for a long time, but couldn't find a tissue. He glanced at Zhong Man, who shrugged, but neither did he. Lin Lily's parents disappeared before Baiyu came out of the Misty Village dungeon. At that time, she had just released the game 2 days ago, and the satellite communication was still there. It was the community who called to tell her, because her grandfather is dead at home. The community said that in the flower pot in the living room of her home, there was a well-grown mimosa and a bird of paradise. These 2 kinds of plants cannot be grown in their city. Her parents have been in the game for a long time and have never come out. Anyone with a discerning eye knows what that means. In fact, It also shows that her parents died a long time ago. But her grandfather has been hiding it and not telling her. When Lin Lily learned this information, she almost fainted. Chapter 414 Real World 5. Lin Lily finally gritted her teeth and held on, and pretended like nothing happened in front of Bayou. She also thought about whether to go back to her hometown and collect the 2 plants as a souvenir. But it is definitely unrealistic for her to do it on her own. Choosing to join the urban material search and rescue team actually has some selfish motives in this regard. After all, according to the official positioning and planning of the city's material search and rescue team, after the city's material search and rescue is completed, the remaining members of the material search and rescue team will merge with each other, and then go to the base camp of capital city G to rendezvous. This process takes a long time. In the middle, some team members will definitely die while entering the game or performing tasks. But in the end, no matter how they are merged and split, according to the map, the remaining troops will most likely pass through her hometown.
Hey, Lily, I actually just lost my beloved wife and son last month. But people always have to look forward, right?
Zhou Minglei's eyes turned red. He took a step forward, put his palm in the air for a moment, then finally dropped it, and lightly patted Lin Lily's shoulder. Lin Lily,
I know. So I must work hard with you to clear all the games and destroy all those harmful game copies.
Zhong Man.
Dot.
Lin Lily gritted her teeth and finished speaking angrily, wiped her tears, and continued typing.
If I guessed correctly, this should be the main entrance closest to our bed. I just want her to know that there is someone outside, and she will definitely be rescued. But you can't do this. It's night now. Let's not talk about whether it will attract wild animals. If someone with ulterior motives comes, we will spread out like this. The supply is in the car. I heard the people from the 5th team say, Now S City has a special material plundering team composed of high-level evil players, specifically following us. And once we obtain the materials, they will come directly to snatch it.
Lin Lily glanced at him with red and swollen eyes, sniffed and said,
There are so many of us. Are we still afraid of them? It's not a question of whether you're afraid or not. It's a question of doing less than doing more. Lily, I know you're anxious, but the area here is too big. You just knock on it bit by bit. How long do you need to knock on it? If she is at the bottom, she may not be able to hear you. Even if she hears you, the risk is actually greater if she comes in your direction. So you come out first, and we can take a look around. Okay?
Zhou Minglei continued to persuade her with serious words. He is the oldest in the team. His daily behavior is also relatively steady and steady.
Dot!
Lin Lily said nothing this time. She glanced at the dark ruins and lowered her head in frustration.
Yes, Lily. Brother Joe is right. If your friend can successfully pass the game, judging from the shortest 3 days that everyone has experienced so far, she will not come out until tomorrow morning at the earliest. We will find the accurate cutting point from the top. It's too late, so don't worry.
Seeing this, Zhong Man also comforted her. Lin Lily looked at the chainsaw in his hand, and then at Zhou Minglei. She was silent for a moment and nodded. The 3 of them took out the flashlights from their backpacks, and began to shoot slowly along the roads around the stadium.
Hey, it would be great if we had an excavator.
Lin Lily glanced at the ruins and sighed.
There are a bunch of excavators parked in a car market in Xiqing. Unfortunately, we don't know how to drive them. Besides, getting them here is also a problem.
Zhong Man recalled it and said, Chapter 415 Real World 6. Zhou Minglei quickly rejected their proposal.
You can't use an excavator. There are deformed steel frames and some melted debris here. Not only can't you dig it with an excavator, but it can also easily cause new collapses. You can only accurately locate it, and then use the electric saw in your hand. Cut out a small channel.
Lin Lily.
Dot. But Brother Joe, do you feel that this fire is a bit evil?
Zhong Man glanced at the gymnasium. The surrounding areas were all good, but a fire broke out in the only inhabited gymnasium. It feels quite targeted. After all, the space inside was so large, and many of the materials were fireproof. But even the ceiling was burned. The intensity of the fire is evident.
Look, this place is locked from the outside.
Zhou Minglei shined his flashlight on the side door of the gymnasium and stared blankly. The side door had long been burned and deformed, and was blackened by the thick smoke. But there are still signs of being locked outside. Lin Lily was stunned and quickly stepped forward with a flashlight. But at this moment, buzzing, the stable ground suddenly began to tremble. A trace of panic flashed across Zhou Man's face and he said,
Brother Joe, there's another earthquake.
Zhou Minglei stood there, felt it, and said calmly,
Don't be afraid. This is an aftershock. Generally speaking, the magnitude of aftershocks is smaller than before and will not have much impact. When there was an earthquake in my hometown, there were 7 or 8 aftershocks a day.
After Zhou Minglei finished speaking, he probably realized that everyone was in a serious and dull state throughout the whole day, so he couldn't help but talk about the topic.
When I experienced that big earthquake, I was just 18 years old, and I had just returned to my hometown in the countryside after taking the college entrance examination. My hometown was full of mud houses. A 6.5 magnitude earthquake was still very strong,
and many houses collapsed. However, our home is in an earthquake zone and everyone has experience. We ran in time and not many people were injured. The only person who died was a foreigner who was doing business in the town. He was hit by a stone because he forgot to take his wallet and encountered an aftershock when he turned back. Therefore, when encountering a catastrophic disaster, money are all external possessions. So run out to save your life first.
After he finished speaking, the conversation suddenly changed and he teased Zhou Man.
Speaking of Xiao Zhong, you look so young. You must be over 18.
Right? Zhou Man has a very childish baby face, which looks particularly small. He is tall, and his whole body looks very fragmented. His favorite daily use is the rechargeable dual-purpose electric saw in his hand. However, the chainsaw consumes a lot of electricity. He usually holds it just for show, and usually doesn't turn it on unless there is a special moment.
Why do you look so small?
Zhou Man looked embarrassed for a moment and glanced at Lin Lily next to him. Lin Lily had never experienced an earthquake. When the ground shook just now, she had already squatted on the spot, because she remembered others telling her that if you accidentally fall during an earthquake, you can easily suffer a stroke. Although it was just a rumor, she thought it was better to be cautious. Zhou Minlei laughed.
You are said to be young. Don't get it wrong. Ha ha ha.
When Zhou Man heard this, he couldn't help curling his lips.
Brother Zhou, I'm already 23. I'm not even a few years younger than you. Ha ha. You really can't tell.
Zhou Minglei said, reaching out and hitting him on the shoulder. The aftershock occurred for a very short time. Only a second or two. After the 3 people finished talking, they were ready to move forward to check. Bang! At this moment, a faint gunshot came from near the minibus. Chapter 416 Real World 7. Zhou Minlei frowned.
There were gunshots. Did you hear it?
Lin Lily.
No.
Zhou Man also shook his head.
Only our captain has a gun. And there is no trace of their car yet. How could the others have guns? Brother Zhou, you must be hallucinating.
Bang! There was another gunshot. This time, all 3 people heard it clearly. The 3 of them looked at each other for a second. Lin Lily.
Can't someone be playing a prank with a starting gun? The sound was a bit far away, so I couldn't tell. Why did I feel that the gunfire was underground?
Zhou Man recalled the sound and analyzed it. Lin Lily's heart skipped a beat.
Underground? Evacuate first. Go back to the minibus. Be careful. They are coming to grab supplies with shotguns or the like.
Zhou Minglei reacted and said quickly. The 3 of them hurriedly walked towards the minibus, but saw that Xiaolei, who had angrily returned to the car to rest, had jumped out of the car before them. Her beautiful eyebrows were tightly knitted, and she was pacing back and forth in front of the ruins with her hands folded. Zhou Minglei glanced around the minibus several times with a vigilant look on his face, but didn't see a single figure. Lu Rui, the driver in charge of driving, also sat calmly in the car. He couldn't help but secretly let out a sigh of relief. Zhou Man quickly stepped forward and said,
Xiao Lei, did you hear the gunshot just now?
Xiaolei glanced at him and nodded. She didn't know if she had reconciled with herself just now, but the anger on her face had disappeared now.
Oh, you are closer. Do you remember where the noise is coming from? That's where it came from.
Xiaolei coldly pointed at the ruins not far away. After saying that, she turned around and went back to the minibus. Lin Lily's eyes lit up.
It must be you. She must have passed the level. It must be her. I said. She can definitely do it.
After saying that, she took the hammer and walked towards the ruins.
Lily, wait. Be careful.
Zhou Minlei grabbed her.
Does your friend have a gun? I remember that you are all students who have not graduated from college. There shouldn't be. It might be the sound coming from other items. But I'm sure that location is near the cubicle where we lived before. But the shortest game time is 3 days. And these 3 days haven't come yet.
Zhong Man also persuaded her.
I don't care. There's something wrong with the time she entered the game. I have a very strong sixth sense that it must be her.
After Lin Lily finished speaking,
she broke away from Zhou Minglei's hand with a force on her wrist. She held up the flashlight and walked towards the ruins.
Lily, it's dark here. Your flashlight is not bright enough. Be careful. Don't get hurt.
After Zhou Minglei finished explaining, he quickly turned to Zhong Man and said,
Xiao Dong, go take a look. That emergency light is the power supply fully charged.
But over there, Ji Xiaolei jumped out of the car with a lantern in her hand and walked over with an indifferent expression. But her pace was obviously very fast. Ji Xiaolei handed the emergency light to Zhong Man.
It's full. Here it is. Thank you, Xiaolei.
Zhong Man looked surprised for a moment and quickly took it. He was about to praise Ji Xiaolei for being cold-hearted, but saw the other party saying, no need coldly. Then turned and left. Zhong Man.
Dot!
Lin Lily over there had already walked near the location where the gunshot had been heard. She took out a small hammer and started tapping regularly on a deformed steel frame.
Dang dang dang.
A dull voice sounded.
Dot!
The 9 sounds were struck together 3 times in total. The same knocking sound soon came from inside. The sound is small, but obviously the rhythm is the same. They are all 3-9, which means save, save, save. This was something she and Baiyu thought of together when they were chatting about Morse code. Lin Lily burst into tears of joy, turned to Zhou Minglei and the others and shouted,
It's you. She's still alive. Brother Zhou. Zhong Man. Come and help me.
Chapter 417 Real World 8. Under the ruins. Baiyu felt like a little ant frantically digging holes in a narrow nest to find a way out. My body was covered in sweat, and the clothes on my back were wet with water. The mask that was splashed with water was still stained with black ash even though it had been replaced several times. The protective mask on the motorcycle helmet also cracked. It was caused by falling gravel when I was trying to pry off a piece of shelter. There were also several cuts on the arm, which were already scabbed. Fortunately, his head was protected by a helmet, and he was not injured. However, the air under the ruins was already thin, and she was wearing a mask and helmet. So she felt that her lack of oxygen was even more serious. When she heard Lin Lily's voice, she thought she was hallucinating. But her strong sense of survival made her respond quickly. The butterfly that had been leading the way, its body glowing with light, was taken back by her. His fingers drew a beautiful arc in front of him. And as the light overflowed from his fingertips, several other butterflies that looked more real and had less mysterious shapes were transformed. With a gentle wave of his fingertips, the butterflies stuck together and flew toward the hole. Soon, unclear cheers came from above.
Oh my God! There is a butterfly here. It must have flown up from the ground. Quick! Zhong Man! Cut here! Hey! Why are there butterflies? There was such a big fire and no one was alive. But the butterfly didn't turn into ashes. How weird! I heard that dead people can turn into butterflies. Ah, bah. Maybe it was the butterflies outside that flew in. Brother, stop talking so much nonsense. Save people first. Ahem. Lily, don't be impatient. You don't use your mouth to save people. Wait for me to put on a blindfold. Otherwise you will definitely go blind later. Oh, yes. There will be sparks when cutting. You? Let's cut some of the steel frame at the entrance of the hole. You can find a place to hide first.
Baiyu basically heard the last sentence clearly.
Okay.
The sparks of the electric saw actually go out very quickly. But when cutting, there will be accidental falling objects, which is a problem. She looked behind her and saw that there happened to be a small space, and quickly moved her body carefully.
Buzz buzz.
Soon, the piercing sound of a chainsaw came from not far away. Soon, the sound of the chainsaw became louder and louder. It should be very close to me. You can see tiny sparks falling from a short distance away. Baiyu suddenly realized that she should also find an opportunity to buy some electric saws and put them in the space. This is much more efficient than her digging here for half a day. After a few minutes, the passage was gradually widened and deepened. Baiyu slowly climbed up. Soon she saw Lin Lily's face crying with joy. Next to Lin Lily, there was a boy with a baby face. The two of them were half kneeling at the entrance of the cave and stretched out their hands to her.
You, hurry! Let's pull you out. even though Bai Yu was fully armed and wearing a helmet and mask. Lin Lily recognized her at a glance. Bai Yu stretched out his hand. I'll do it alone. After Zhong Man said that, he directly lifted Bai Yu up. He is indeed very strong and tall. Lifting Bai Yu is like lifting a little chicken. Thank you. Before Bai Yu could finish his words, Lin Lily rushed over with tears streaming down her face. Lily, get out of there first. Be careful for aftershocks. Zhou Minglei stood on the road outside and saw the two embracing on the ruins. So he urged them anxiously. Chapter 418 Real World 9. Okay, Brother Zhou. Lin Lily wiped her tears, smiled, held Bai Yu's hand tightly, and walked towards the road. Bai Yu took off his helmet and mask and took a few gulps of fresh air. She also took the opportunity to quickly scan her surroundings. Outside the stadium, everything was devastated. At first glance, under the cold moonlight, it looks desolate and dilapidated. But no matter what, it is the happiest thing to be able to return to Blue Star alive. Asterisk. After Lin Lily introduced Zhou Minglei and the others to Bai Yu, she helped her get into the car and rest. Zhong Man and the others glanced around, and after confirming that it was temporarily safe, they also entered the car. For them, the purpose of this trip is to rescue Bai Yu. At this moment, the goal could be achieved ahead of schedule, and several people breathed a sigh of relief. However, they had previously agreed with the captain and the others to meet here, so they had no choice but to wait patiently in the car. You must be hungry. Eat something to cushion your stomach first. Lin Lily dug out a pile of bread and milk from her backpack for Bai Yu. Then she pulled out a first aid kit from the luggage rack and helped Bai Yu carefully treat a bunch of wounds on his arms. Thank you, Lily. Bai Yu experienced 2 survivors in a short period of time, but he felt inexplicably calmer. Lin Lily looked at her with red and swollen eyes and bared her teeth and said with a smile, Well, considering our relationship, why are you so polite? Bai Yu couldn't help but be amused by her expression and words. The heavy mood before was instantly relieved. Zhou Minglei and the others had automatically sat around. After hearing from Lin Lily that Bai Yu had cleared several games, Zhong Man and the others had shocked expressions on their faces. Young people are still amazing. Zhou Minglei looked at Bai Yu and let out a light tut. Well, our first team welcomes Sister Bai to join us at any time, Zhong Man said from the side. When Zhou Minglei heard this, he burst out laughing. Ha ha, you kid can do it. Because of your understanding, I'm afraid you must be the next vice captain candidate. There were deep wrinkles on his face, and it felt like he could kill a few mosquitoes with his smile. Lu Rui, the driver in the driver's seat, also joined in the chat and said, It's true. The young man has a bright future. Zhong Man looked stunned and said awkwardly, Ahem. Cough. Brother Zhou. Brother Lu. Don't bury me. It wouldn't be good if the captain heard this. Lu Rui looked outside and then said, Don't worry. The captain has a broad mind and won't argue with you. GCLA, who had been sitting silently with a straight face, probably didn't like their business model of exchanging blows. After snorting lightly, she opened the car door, got up and got out of the car. Bai Yu couldn't help but raise his eyes and glance at her back. She has bad face syndrome, a sharp mouth, and a tofu heart. She is actually quite nice. Lin Lily leaned into Bai Yu's ear, whispered, and then briefly told her about GCLA's original team. During the earthquake, almost the whole army was wiped out. After hearing this, Bai Yu silently withdrew his gaze. Speaking of which, Bai Yu, when you came for the interview earlier, did you tell Brother Chung which team you wanted to join? Zhou Minglei over there picked up the topic he had just put aside. The Brother Chung in his mouth was the Chumli whom Bai Yu last met during the interview. Bai Yu? No. Lin Lily slapped her thigh. Yes. Yu, your employment application should be coming out in the next 2 days. How about you apply directly and join our first team so that we can have company when we go on missions? Chapter 419 Real World 10. Lily, I'll tell you about this later. Bai Yu looked at her and smiled sincerely, but did not agree immediately. Compared with joining the material search and rescue team, she always felt that she had more important things to do. Glancing at the ruins outside the car window from the corner of his eye, Bai Yu felt mixed feelings in his heart. Those who save others must save themselves first. This time she had a lucky escape from both the copy and reality. What about next time? Dot! When Lin Lily heard this, her eyes were stunned for a moment. Somehow, she always felt that her little sister had indeed changed. People have become calmer, and their temperament has become much cooler. It feels like,
After not seeing each other for 3 days, the person has matured a lot instantly. The others listened to Bayu's words and stared at each other. This was the first time they heard that someone was not so willing to join the material search and rescue team. And that's even after passing the hard-working interview. The brief silence in the car was quickly broken by the sound of a speeding car not far away. At the gate of the stadium, a black off-road vehicle drove in the night. The off-road vehicle was traveling very fast, kicking up a burst of flying sand and rocks. The car made a U-turn and stopped not far from the minibus.
Captain and the others are finally here.
Zhou Minglei stood up with a whoosh when he saw this.
Xiao Bai is still a little weak. Lily, please stay with her in the car. Let's go down and briefly discuss the situation with the captain.
After Zhou Minglei finished speaking, he got out of the car.
Brother Zhou, thank your captain for me too.
Baiyu opened the car window and looked at Zhou Minglei's back. Zhou Minglei waved his hand and said,
Yes.
Zhong Man also followed closely and got out of the car. The door of the off-road vehicle over there opened, and a young man got out first. And another middle-aged man also got out of the passenger seat. The young man has clean, short hair and wears a black combat uniform. He has a tall and straight figure and an outstanding temperament. But there was some distance, and it was night, so I couldn't see his face clearly. Baiyu glanced through the car window. The standing posture looked familiar, but he couldn't remember where he had seen it before.
You, that's Gu Qing, the captain of our first team.
Lin Lily pointed at the young man and introduced her to her side. Zhou Minglei and Zhong Man had already walked up to Gu Qing and roughly briefed him on the situation of Bayu's rescue. The other party frowned as he listened, and inadvertently glanced towards the window of the minibus. Baiyu listened to Lin Lily's introduction, said "Oh," and withdrew his gaze.
He is very powerful. It is said that before joining the material search and rescue team, he was a well-known lawyer and even won the National Amateur Sonda Championship. He seems to be one of the first people to enter the game, probably earlier than you. It is said that he is also a core member of the National Secret Task Team. He was only temporarily left in S City, so he temporarily held a concurrent position here. He won't be able to stay here for long. However, our material search and rescue team cannot stay in S City for a few days.
Lin Lily continued to popularize her. Speaking of Gu Qing, there was a hint of excitement on her face. Baiyu raised his eyebrows.
Secret Task Force?
Lin Lily said proudly.
Well, it is the official mission organization that I told you before. Only S level and above can join.
Baiyu took a breath.
So your captain is S level? He didn't tell us that he was a member of this secret task force. I heard Zhongman and the others say it privately.
Lin Lily suddenly remembered something, reached out and grabbed Baiyu, and asked her,
By the way, you, after listening to what you said just now, did you change your mind temporarily and don't want to join the material search and rescue team?
Baiyu nodded and said, yes, softly.
Huh? Why? Isn't it good to follow the country?
Lin Lily's eyes widened instantly, and her eyes were full of disbelief. But looking at Baiyu's sincere face, it didn't look like he was joking. Lin Lily was puzzled. God, what exactly did you go through in this dungeon he just entered? How did it change so much? Baiyu glanced at the back of the driver's head, pondered for a second, then lowered his voice and said,
Lily, I want to find supplies by myself and build a safe house for myself when entering the game.
Lin Lily.
Dot.
What? Chapter 420 Real World 11. Over at the off-road vehicle, Gu Qing had finished listening to Zhou Minglei's report. He glanced at the minibus and walked over. Upon seeing this, the driver Lu Rui quickly started the car and turned on all the lights in the car.
Brother Qing.
Ji Xiaolei stood outside the car door and shouted. Gu Qing nodded slightly and stepped into the car. Baiyu and Lin Lily stared at each other. The next second, Lin Lily stood up with a swish.
Brother Qing.
Gu Qing nodded slightly and said, yes. Baiyu took the opportunity to glance at him. Unlike what she thought the other person might be, a cold and tough guy, Gu Qing, who was upright and wearing a black combat uniform, looked very approachable from a close distance, and his words and deeds were also well educated. He is in his early 20s, with black hair and black eyes, making him look cleaner and neater. However, the middle-aged man following him had a sinister look on his face and a fierce look in his eyes, and he looked like he was not easy to mess with. The two stood together, with a strong sense of contrast.
You just came out from below. Try not to move first.
Just as Baiyu was about to stand up, Gu Qing had already spoken. After speaking, He leaned over and stretched out his hand, looked at Baiyu and said with a smile,
Guqing. Baiyu?
Baiyu could only smile politely and generously stretched out his hand to shake it. Looking at the black gilt wristband wrapped around his wrist, she was startled. This wristband is very distinctive. I seem to have seen it somewhere, but I just can't remember it. After shaking hands, Guqing didn't waste any time and went straight to the point.
Brother Joe briefly discussed your situation with me. However, it is not suitable to stay for a long time in the wilderness here. You go back to the base with us first. If anything happens, we will talk about it tomorrow.
Baiyu didn't hesitate at all.
Okay, I'll leave it to you, Captain Gu. You're welcome.
After Guqing said that, he turned around and got out of the car. It can be seen that his style of speaking and doing things is polite and courteous, but yet vigorous and resolute. Ji Xiaolei and Zhou Minglei got into the car one after another. As soon as the car door closed, Lin Lili came to Baiyu's ear and praised.
Let me tell you, our captain is a very good person. He is friendly and very capable. Working in his team does not feel very tiring.
Baiyu asked.
Who is that person next to him? Big Bear. That man is also very powerful, and his level is not low. When I joined the search and rescue team, he was with the captain. He and the captain both came from the capital city G.
Baiyu said, Oh. The minibus had already started, left the stadium, and drove slowly towards the temporary base. It was pitch dark outside, like entering an empty ghost town. Lin Lili said that most of the public power supplies in S-City have been shut down due to the lack of professional maintenance after the earthquake in the past 2 days. The temporary base they were in was fine. The school previously installed solar photovoltaic panels on the roof of the building. The electricity generated during the day is basically enough for regular use at night. The two chatted for a while, and Lin Lili's topic returned to asking her to join the material search and rescue team.
Yu, have you ever thought about how material transportation and daily safety are a big problem if you rely on yourself alone? Moreover, even if you go to a city that has not been occupied and has relatively abundant supplies, prices are skyrocketing everywhere. What we earn in the game you can't buy much with gold coins, but by joining the material search and rescue team, you can not only protect your supplies, but also your personal safety.
There were other people in the car, and Baiyu couldn't explain too much to her in detail. Chapter 421 Real World 12. Baiyu glanced out the window and said,
That's true now. But what about in the future? Lily, have you ever thought about the situation you will face on Blue Star in the future? The future?
Lin Lili shook her head. A trace of confusion appeared in her eyes.
No.
Humanity now enters a survival game once a month. No one knows whether he can come back alive from the next game. It's better to live in the present. She originally wanted to tell Baiyu that another reason why she joined the material search and rescue was to take the opportunity to go home to get the plants that her parents had transformed into. But after seeing other people in the car, she finally held back. Baiyu was silent for a moment and said,
If I guess correctly, there is a high probability that Blue Star will become one of the dungeons in the game in the future. It is hard to say whether these animals and plants will mutate, but the frequent occurrence of natural disasters and lack of food will become our first priority. Question: as our abilities become stronger and the number of props increases, we may not necessarily die in the dungeon, but we are likely to die in reality due to food and natural disasters.
Lin Lili was stunned.
Yu, if that's really the case, what can be done? So wouldn't it be more appropriate to join the material search and rescue team and finally get a place at the headquarters base? Then what if there are too many people who sign up and the base can't accommodate so many people?
Baiyu finished speaking and glanced out the window. Lin Lili's words stopped abruptly. She hadn't thought about this question carefully. Baiyu had made a silent estimate after returning from an interview with the material search and rescue team. There are more than 7 billion people in Blue Star. After several rounds of the game, based on the pass rate, there are less than 3 to 4 billion left, including the elderly and children who have not entered the game. There are still about 1 billion, and our own country accounts for a large proportion of Blue Star. No matter how many 100 million people there are, even if there are many games and tens of millions of people in the future, there will still be some left. However, the shelter in the capital city G can only accommodate hundreds of thousands of people. Even if there are multiple expansions, it can accommodate a population of 2 to 3 million, which is considered top-notch. And the people who can live in it are either rich or noble, or they are top scientists, top talents in various industries, and so on. Both of them? He is neither a second-generation character nor a protagonist. No matter how you calculate it, you can't qualify. Lin Lily's idea is very beautiful, but the actual objective data is indeed too cruel. Therefore, in Bayou's opinion, instead of relying on shelter, it is more realistic to try to enter the game twice more. Try to clear the level, and then upgrade your own space. Of course, entering a copy is also very dangerous. If you don't do it right, your life will be lost. But if this continues, he will lose his life sooner or later on Blue Star. It's just the difference between dying early and dying late. Speaking of space, she suddenly remembered the rice she had planted in real space before. According to time, it should have already matured. When I picked up the supplies earlier, I didn't pay much attention. She decided to return to the base later and look for a chance to take a good look. As for the matter of owning material space and a pile of gold bars, Bayou hesitated for a while. She couldn't make up her mind whether she should share this secret with Lin Lily now. After listening to her previous words, Lin Lily fell into deep thought and said no more. The off-road vehicles and minibuses came one behind the other and quickly returned to the base. Gu Qing and Da Xiong had already entered the house in advance. Zhou Minglei stood up, turned around, looked at the two people and said, "Xiao Bai, you can stay with Lily, Xiaolei, and the others tonight." "Okay, thank you, Brother Zhou." Bayou quickly thanked him. "Don't thank me. It was arranged by Brother Qing." Zhou Minglei smiled and said politely. When Ji Xiaolei heard that Bayou wanted to live with them, she glanced at Bayou and Lin Lily. Without saying anything, he picked up his backpack and got out of the car alone. Seeing that Lin Lily's face was a little solemn, Bayou took her hand and said, "Both your captain and Brother Zhou are very polite and even call each other brother." "Oh, yes. Both of them are pretty good." Lin Lily retracted her thoughts, picked up her backpack, supported Bayou, and got out of the car. Chapter 422 Real World 13. The dormitory of the temporary base of the S-City Material Search and Rescue Team is also the dormitory of this vocational technical school. However, there were not many of them, and they only occupied 2.5 floors. After experiencing several games, most of the students in the technical school were transformed into animals and plants. The few who survived had already left in advance before S-City began to fall. Lin Lily's girls' dormitory is on the 2nd floor. It's a 6-person room near the entrance of the corridor. There are 4 people living inside now. In addition to Lin Lily and Ji Xiaolei, there are also 2 other girls from another team. Of the remaining 2 beds, one was filled with luggage and miscellaneous items, while the other was just empty. Everyone was about the same age. So when they saw Bayou, the 2 girls got excited for a while. However, they both felt a pity when they heard that she had not officially joined the search and rescue team. After putting away the items, they chatted for a while, and then Lin Lily went to wash up. Bayou's body was covered in sweat, but the wound had just scabbed over, so he could only endure it for now. She was just about to lie down on the bed and take a nap to enter the real space to take a look. But she heard a dong 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 knock on the door of the dormitory. Glancing out of the corner of his eye, Ji Xiaolei was sitting with her legs crossed with her eyes closed, listening to music on the bed with headphones on. The other 2 girls were half lying on the bed playing offline games. She had no choice but to get up and open the door. The one who knocked on the door was baby-faced Zhong Man, holding a large blue storage basket in his hand. It contains walkie-talkies, power banks, flashlights, thermal blankets, as well as self-heating rice, a treasure porridge, nuts and other supplies. Seeing Bayou, Zhong Man grinned. "Bayou, just in time. The captain asked me to bring these supplies to you. Why are you so embarrassed? There are many of you now, so I'll leave it to you. I still have some spare supplies myself." Bayou smiled lightly and declined. She is not a member of the search and rescue team now, so she feels something is wrong living here. How can we get their supplies again? Zhong Man seemed to have guessed that she would say this, and said bluntly, "Ahem. The captain said that these supplies are all redundant in the team and cannot be taken away. Food and other items have a shelf life, so you should accept them first. You also know the situation on Blue Star now. Can everyone, it's not easy to survive. We should help each other as much as we can, so don't treat yourself too much." The other party's words had ended, and Bayou couldn't be more pretentious. She said, "Thank you," and reached out to take it. Zhong Man finished delivering the supplies, and was about to leave when he was stopped by Bayou. "By the way, Zhong Man, I heard from Lily. Are there any temporary plug-in members in the search and rescue team here?" On the way back to the base, Lin Lily came up with a new idea after knowing that Baiyu didn't want to be constrained by the organization of the search and rescue team. Being a plug-in member of the material search and rescue team is actually a non-staff member. Such members are, from a certain perspective, relatively free and flexible. Participation in search and rescue team missions is optional. However, based on the principles of responsibilities, rights, interests, etc., the corresponding material rewards received will be less. In addition, there is some kind of mission point reward in the material search and rescue team. The more points you get, you should be able to enjoy certain benefits in the later stages. As for what the benefits are, most people guess that they are related to staying at the headquarters base in G City. However, it is not specifically stated above. As for non-staff personnel, there are no point rewards. Chapter 423 Real World 14. But to Baiyu, these are not important. She suddenly wanted to participate in a mission temporarily. First, she didn't want to owe the search and rescue team this favor. On the other hand, she learned from Lin Lily that not all the materials found by the material search and rescue team could be taken away. And she just wanted to take advantage of this to pick up some leaks and throw them into real space. Zhong Man nodded.
Yes. Then can you help me ask your captain? Can I temporarily participate in your mission tomorrow?
Baiyu put the storage basket on the ground and asked him.
Okay. I'll ask now. I'll contact you directly through the intercom after I've said it.
Zhong Man seemed to be very excited about her choice to join the mission, and turned around to leave. Baiyu closed the door and just walked back to his bed with the storage box when an ethereal mechanical sound suddenly rang in his ears. Ding! It is detected that you have a compensation package waiting to be checked. So, the last dungeon was not in vain? Baiyu felt happy, quickly put down the storage box and jumped on the bed. The excited little hands quickly clicked on the personal game panel. Sure enough, there was something like a gift box lying in the prop bar. Please select whether to open immediately. Whether. A row of information appears in front of you. A small bag of seeds *1. Real space experience day pass *10. Material gain converter fragment *1/8. Number of space upgrades *1. Real space experience card. She knows how to use it, since it is a daily pass. It means that you can enter for 10 days per time. The third one was a bit strange and incomplete, so she decided to check it out one last time. The final space upgrade is a bit exciting. Baiyu suppressed his excitement and opened the seed bag. A row of seed names and quantities appeared in front of him. Chinese cabbage *1 piece. Chili *1 capsule. Eggplant *1 piece. Soybean *1 capsule. Potato *1 piece. Morning flower *1 capsule. Hey, good guy. There is only one portion. And the last morning glory seed? Baiyu feels that the game uses it to make up for the numbers. However, recalling the grain of rice planted in real space earlier, Baiyu felt that these seeds should have the same magical effect. However, looking at it this way, I don't know if the seeds in reality can be planted in that space. After putting away a small bag of seeds, Baiyu reached out and clicked Space Upgrade. Ding! It is detected that the mind space has been upgraded to level 6. Please choose whether to view it. As the fingers operate, a row of information appears in front of you. Name, idea space. Type, contract item. SSR extremely rare. Current level, level 6 2-bedroom and 3-bedroom apartment. Current specifications, 81m 100m, cubic meters. As for the other attribute descriptions of the space, Baiyu glanced at them and found that they were all the same. The only difference is that because real space and copy space are measured in different ways, the difference is displayed in the end. After upgrading to level 6, real space is 100 square meters and copy space is 100m cubic meters. Out of the corner of his eye, he glanced at Ji Xiaolei opposite, who was shaking her head to the rhythm of the music. Baiyu tried his best to hold back his excitement. In the bathroom, there was the sound of Lin Lily blowing her hair. Baiyu took the time to take one last look at the points and levels displayed on the panel. But they still remain the same. It seems that the gift pack reward this time does not involve points reward. However, it was beyond Baiyu's expectation. Chapter 424 Real World 15. Baiyu clicked on the one with the strangest name, Material Gain Converter Fragment *1/8. And a line of information appeared in front of him. Item name, Material Gain Converter Fragment. SSR level. Extremely rare. 1. Current possession quantity, 1/8. After collecting 8 fragments,
Material gain converter can be automatically synthesized. 2. After putting ordinary materials into the material gain converter, they can be randomly converted to produce special materials. Ordinary supplies, unlimited. Special supplies, including but not limited to food, medicine, tools, and other raw materials. 3. Transformation CD duration and quantity depends on the material being transformed. 4. Source of fragments, randomly dropped after clearing S-level, inclusive, dungeons. Bayou took a breath, and his eyes paused on the last line of subtitles. She felt like her mood at the moment was like riding a roller coaster. At the beginning, damn, this is so big. At the end, I'm done. So be it. After all, it is randomly dropped after clearing the level S or above dungeon. Oh, if I have to collect all 8, I'm afraid it will be the year of the monkey and the moon of the horse. I don't know if I can survive an S-level dungeon. Bayou smiled bitterly for a second and threw this super powerful looking fragment into the space. Then she bent down and went through the storage basket that Zhongman brought for her. Sure enough, a bag of raw peanuts was pulled out. She grabbed 2 at random, then closed her eyes and fell asleep. After using a Space Experience Day card, she entered the real space again. What you see is golden rice fields. A line of subtitle options appears. The rice is now mature. Please choose whether to harvest it. Whether? Bayou quickly clicked yes. As if playing a mobile game. The golden rice fields in front of me disappeared in an instant, and several large bags of plump rice appeared in the corner of the house. Outside the house, it has returned to black fertile fields. Please select rice processing program. 1. Unpacking. 2. Save normally. 3. Other ____. Please fill in manually. Bayou chose 2. Looking at the empty room, she felt that she really needed to buy too many things and items. But these are not the key. She walked out of the house and tried to sow peanuts. And the sound sounded in her ears. Ding! Detected that the current species cannot be seeded. Bayou. Dot! It seems that her dream of biodiversity has come to nothing. Helpless, she had no choice but to dig out the small bag of seeds awarded in the game. Looking at the seeds inside, she thought for a moment and threw the cabbage down. Something magical happens again. The seed quickly turned into countless seeds as if it were dividing cells. And soon a patch of green vegetable seedlings appeared in front of the eyes. The vegetable seedlings are growing at a speed visible to the naked eye. And there is no need to water, fertilize, weed or catch insects. Bayou was overjoyed. It's like discovering a new world. Undoubtedly, now that she has this real space, even if there is a shortage of supplies on Blue Star, she can at least be self-sufficient. Of course, if there were only these types of seeds, she might eat the same items until she vomited. But it was better than starving to death. If it doesn't work out, there are more than a dozen ways to prepare a cabbage, and eat it in different ways. But a question suddenly popped up in her mind. When these cabbages grow up, they are harvested. Where are they stored? It seems that this space needs to be upgraded. Not only is the size not enough, but at present, it seems unreasonable to plant one kind of one. You? Lin Lily's shout suddenly came from her ears. Chapter 425 New Copy. Bayou was stunned, retracted his thoughts, and quietly retreated from real space. She opened her eyes and saw Lin Lily with long hair shawl and a fragrant body. The other party was sitting beside her bed, looking at her with a worried expression. You, are you sleepy so early? Are you feeling uncomfortable somewhere? Bayou smiled coquettishly. I'm not uncomfortable, but maybe a little tired. So I fell asleep just now. Next time you go to bed, cover yourself with a quilt. You'll be cold. You? Lin Lily said, pulling her quilt over. After Bayou said thank you, he took the opportunity to tell her about Zhongman coming to deliver supplies. He also told her incidentally that he was going to temporarily participate in material search and rescue the next day. Lin Lily was very happy when she heard this. She had just taught Bayou how to use the walkie-talkie when Zhongman had already called. As they expected, Gu Qin welcomed Bayou's temporary joining. The location where we were going to search for rescue supplies the next day was also in the city center. It's an underground supermarket. Because it is underground, supplies can remain. Earthquakes should never come again. However, as Lin Lily said before, there are many wild animals gathered in the city center, and the risk is very high. Now that there is an extra D-level manpower to help, it is indeed much better. Asterisk. In the following time, while Bayou was researching and testing her real space, she secretly stockpiled supplies crazily while temporarily participating in material search and rescue missions. Of course, most of these supplies are things that the search and rescue team would not choose to take away, such as bedding, kitchen utensils, pots and pans, etc. After all, she already has a 3-bedroom apartment. Although she can't live in it for the time being, it's not a bad thing to prepare it in advance. The 100 square meters, real space, was quickly filled with all kinds of materials. And this space is not like copy space, where materials are automatically classified and stored. Baiyu was sorting it out slowly, just like decorating a new home. Almost a month has passed in the blink of an eye. As a temporary plug-in, Baiyu participated in several search and rescue team missions. But she finally decided to be a free agent and not officially join. The material search and rescue team quickly set off to City C to clean up the situation in accordance with the regulations of their superiors. Baiyu, on the other hand, rode a small electric donkey alone, like an ant, fixing things as he went. After stumbling and struggling for many days, he finally reached the nearby city Y. She and Lin Lily made an agreement that if they could successfully pass the game later, they would meet in Y City. The situation in Y City is not bad. This was originally a small border industrial town with a very small population density, a very high coverage of automated production, and the erosion of animals and plants was not too serious. However, there is also a serious shortage of supplies here, and prices have skyrocketed, making it impossible for ordinary people to survive. Those left behind are either rich or noble people. Baiyu bought a lot of supplies here, guessing that he was about to enter the game. So he rented a relatively safe house to live in advance. That day, she had just finished eating when a familiar sound sounded in her ears. Ding! Your game will officially start in 1 minute. Please prepare as soon as possible. As soon as the notification sounded, a cocoon-shaped golden light consciously covered her entire body. Then, this cocoon-shaped golden light and her entire body slowly disappeared in the room. Ding! Player Baiyu. Welcome back to the survival game again. The rules of this game are as follows. 1. Reject the game and become an animal. 2. The game failed and turned into a plant. 3. Pass the game or become stronger. Or get rich. There are also mysterious blind box rewards. Ding! Welcome to this game, Dream City. This copy level, A3. Participating players, 6. Clearance mode of this instance. Role-playing plus plot exploration plus escape mode. Due to the high difficulty level of this copy, this game provides the following clues to pass the level. 1. There are unknown secrets hidden in Delusion City. As an ordinary and special member of it, you have a special mission. The mission requires personal exploration and discovery. 2. Don't be discovered while exploring the secrets. 3. There is no time limit in this game. But if you stay in the dungeon for too long, you will be lost in the dungeon forever. 4. Due to the special nature of the copy, please do not kill key NPCs. Otherwise you will be responsible for the consequences. I wish you a superb performance in this round of the game, a long life, and a smooth pass. Baiyu. Chapter 426, Delusion City 01. As the cold mechanical prompt ended, the water ripples gradually disappeared. Baiyu has appeared in a slightly noisy and unfamiliar environment. She was dressed simply. Her face was pale and haggard, and she was holding a hospital payment notice in her hand. There was a black, old-style large handbag beside him, and he was sitting on a stainless steel waiting chair not far from the payment window, with a blank look on his face. There were a lot of people lined up at the payment window, and the red numbers above scrolled through the current payment number range. A white coat hurried past her. The pungent smell of disinfectant hit my face. Baiyu frowned slightly. So, she is in the hospital now? Before she had time to check anything else, she first felt the space and props with her mind. Great. It works fine this time. That would be much easier. Next, you need to figure out your identity information and current background environment. His eyes first glanced at the A5 size paper payment slip in his hand. A line of information appears in the field of view. Name, Guamiling. Gender, male/female female. Age, 50 years old. Hospitalized, yes/no yes. Diagnosis, UN at #% and *6. Remarks, % UN and % UN. Total amount, 6,288.00 dream coins. This Ms. Gui is most likely her mother or something. The diagnosis and notes are all handwritten by the doctor. Like the doctor on Blue Star. The calligraphy was so colorful that Bai Yu couldn't recognize a single word. Bai Yu's eyes paused at the payment amount. 6,288. Not a small amount. Also, what the H.L. is Dream Coin? Is it the currency unit here? After reacting, she quickly clicked on the game panel. Sure enough, the hundreds of thousands of game gold coins lying on it were gray and unavailable. Therefore, as the saying goes, when God opens a door for you, he will surely open it for you. Bai Yu couldn't help but curse secretly. Dog game! He picked up the black handbag next to him and opened it. There was a bunch of things inside. A very ordinary smartphone. A resume. A lip balm. A red bean paste lipstick. A box of powder. A small box of chewing gum. A small pack of tissues. A small mirror. A bottle of pepper spray. And a bunch of keys. An electric car key. The lipstick and powder look like cheap brands. There are not too many things, but they are arranged fairly neatly. The item types are also quite satisfactory. The only special thing is the bottle of pepper spray. But this is not the focus of Bai Yu's observation. After checking the items, she took out her resume first. Among the thick pile of information, the resume content is actually only one page of A4 paper. The rest are copies of certificates and award-winning materials. After a quick glance, Bai Yu had a rough idea of this character's identity. Bai Xiaoxiao. 25 years old. Female. Height 168 centimeters. Weight 50 kilograms. Dream City. Dream University. Fresh graduate with a master's degree in medicinal chemistry. Lives in room 104. Building 9. Community number 51. District A3. Dream City. Dream Old City. Currently looking for a job. One parent family. The mother's name is Guimiling, and her unit information and contact information are both marked with a slash. The father's information is unknown. After that, there are some scattered information about part-time jobs in universities. These part-time job information started when I was a freshman and have never stopped until now. At the end of the resume, there is a sentence printed in bold color font. I solemnly promise, if I am lucky enough to be hired by your company, I will actively look for a partner and strive to realize my plan of having 2 children in 3 years. Bai Yu looked stunned. Oh, these words are so poisonous. Feelings. Bai Xiaoxiao is a lunatic. Crazy? Or should we say that this world is completely opposite to the reality of Blue Star's past? Chapter 427, Delusion City 02. Bai Yu took a deep breath. His eyes glanced at the word, dream, that appeared repeatedly on his resume. He was stunned for a moment, and his mind couldn't help but think of the copy of Unintentional City. However, the name of this dungeon is Dream City, and the names of the scenes that appear in it are all dreams. It's a game. Is it intentional? In Bai Yu's opinion, this dog game, playing word games, is not just a once or twice. Delusions and dreams are the same word, but their meanings are vastly different. Dreams are good expectations for the future and a positive belief. A delusion is a false belief that is inconsistent with reality and cannot be realized. To put it simply, if you don't work hard and can't achieve it at all, it is just a delusion. That's why words like wishful thinking appear. Buzz! The phone in the bag vibrated at this moment. She took it out, swiped her thumbprint as usual, and unlocked it easily. Buzz! The phone vibrated again, and a text message jumped out from the bangs of the phone. Ms. Bai Xiaoxiao, congratulations on passing the preliminary resume screening by the company's Human Resources Department. We sincerely invite you to come to the company for an interview at 9 a.m. on September 30th, tomorrow. Interview location, Dream City. Dream New City. Number 1. Dream Road. 3F. Dream Building. Human Resources Department of Dream Company. Contact person, Ms. Jiang. Phone number, XXXX. After Bai Yu read the message, he looked at the words, Dream Company, thoughtfully. After pondering for a moment, she opened the search software on her phone and entered the words, Dream City, and Dream Company, respectively. A lot of search results popped up. It probably means a few things. 1. The name of Dream City comes from Dream Company, because it is the chief funder and chief sponsor of the entire country and city operations. 2. Dream Company is a cosmic-level group company with a wide range of businesses, distributed around the world, and related to the national economy and people's livelihood. 3. The founder of Dream Company is very mysterious and has always been reclusive. However, he has his own chief spokesperson. This chief spokesperson is equally mysterious, and no information can be found online.
4. Dreaming about the new city and dreaming about the old city are two different worlds. 5. The dream company is the dream company that all graduates dream of. It is famous for its strict standards, high threshold, good reputation, high salary, good benefits, strong overtime, etc. The rest is all common business information. Without exception, they are all good news and good comments. As if all the trolls have been bought by Dream Company. And there is no more practical or objective information. Baiyu took a quick glance and then closed the search. It seems that this company has a great connection with copy clearance. But what exactly it is? It seems we won't know until we get in for the interview. I looked at the app on my phone again. Bai Xiaoxiao has several bank apps installed on her phone. Fortunately, you can log in with your fingerprint. After checking them one by one, Baiyu fell into deep thought. One sentence summary. Bai Xiaoxiao has many bank cards and credit cards. But I don't have much money in my bank card. And my credit card limit is also very low, ranging from 2 to 3,000 each. There is even a high-interest online loan of 90,000 yuan. If it weren't for the vicious text message threatening debt collection, she wouldn't have discovered it. The online loan is still accruing interest at a rapid rate and has reached the point of repayment. No wonder Bai Xiaoxiao has to carry pepper spray with him. It seems that the role she plays this time is a more difficult role than she did on Blue Star. At least she's on Blue Star, has scholarships and grants, and doesn't have any messy online loans. And now, looking at the remaining 308.00 Dream coins in his bank account, and then at the 6,288.00 hospital bill, Baiyu frowned. Can she choose to avoid it? While thinking about it, a loud female voice sounded in my ears.
Excuse me, are Guan Miling's family members here?
No one answered. The other party raised his voice and asked again. Baiyu raised his eyes and saw a tall lady in a white coat. She thought for a second. She needed to follow the plot after all. But finally she raised her hand.
Doctor, I'm here.
The man in a white coat strode up to her and asked angrily in an anxious tone.
Oh, little girl, your mother is waiting for surgery. Have you paid the fee? Why haven't you said anything for a long time?
Baiyu lowered his eyes and said calmly.
Not yet.
The white coat's face fell.
Oh, little girl, go and hand it in quickly. If you miss the time, you will be hopeless. Don't you want to live?
Baiyu.
Dot.
Why is this still related to his own survival? She took a deep breath and was about to stand up with her bag when a harsh sound came from her left wrist. Baiyu glanced over subconsciously, and his breath suddenly stopped. On the skin of the wrist, an icon similar to a switch button appeared with a red light shining. Chapter 428, Delusion City, 03. Baiyu thought quickly in his mind for a moment, and then gently touched the button icon with his finger.
Drop!
After a brief sound, a long and thin red blood bar appeared on the skin of the arm, which was the same as the battery power indicator. She glanced at it and saw that it was exactly 10 paragraphs. However, 9 sections were now empty, and the last section of the remaining health bar became very light in color and flashed crazily with red light. There is also a countdown on it, 29:48. Judging from the time countdown, it should mean there are 29 minutes left. And the way the blood bar and skin naturally blended into one, made Baiyu couldn't help but take a breath of cold air. Could it be that this time I am playing a robot that has awakened its consciousness? However, where is the charging interface of this robot body? The nurse in the white coat had already turned around and walked away. He glanced back casually and saw that she was motionless on the spot. He couldn't help shouting anxiously.
Ah! Little girl, why are you still dawdling there? Go and pay the fee. Do you still want to have your mother's surgery? Yes, doctor. I'll go right away.
After Baiyu finished speaking, he stood up with the payment form in hand, and inadvertently swayed one side of his glowing red arm towards the white coat. When the man in the white coat saw this, his eyes widened a bit, and there was a hint of fear in his eyes. Baiyu could see all the micro-expressions. Pretending to be calm, she walked to the back of the line and got in line. The red light on his arm has stopped flashing, but the time countdown is still decreasing by the second. There are far fewer people paying fees now. There were 3 or 4 more people, and it was her turn. At this time, the white coat rushed to Baiyu in 3 steps and 2 steps, and whispered in her ear,
When you pay, please open 2 bottles of Dream Puree. Dream Puree is out of stock during this period. Fortunately, our hospital happens to have it. Otherwise, you would be dead today.
She doesn't mean well.
If this little girl dies, no one will pay the patient's fees. How could you let a duck fly when it was about to reach your mouth? Baiyu felt a thump in her heart when she heard this. But she remained calm on the outside. After saying thank you, she clicked on the payment code. The man in the white coat was also afraid that something might happen to her temporarily. So he simply didn't leave and just stood there waiting, staring at her. 2 minutes later, Baiyu swiped the last credit card and had a payment voucher and 2 small bottles wrapped in silver metal in his hand. Each small bottle has a capacity of 10 milliliters and is priced at 299 dream coins, which is not cheap. Little girl, give me the payment receipt. Drink the dream puree now. The white coat was a little anxious. Baiyu handed her the payment voucher. The white coat took the order and turned around to leave, and she quickly followed. After all, she didn't know which ward Ms. Guamiling lived in. As she walked, she took the small bottle and examined it carefully. The fonts above are very small. On the front are 4 gilded characters, Dream Puree. Below the big characters is a sentence. Dream Puree. Help achieve your personal dreams. On the back of the bottle, some material ingredients are written. The names of those materials were very similar to the ingredients of Western medicine on Blue Star, and Baiyu didn't recognize any of them. As for the remarks the drugs should have regarding their therapeutic range, there are none. There is no medical approval document either. There is only one dosage recommendation. Adults, 3 bottles/month. Children 1 bottle/month. Overall, it looks like a 3-no product. It was the last line of words. Manufacturer, Dream Company's 5th Biological Products Workshop. That caught her eye. Chapter 429, Delusion City, 04. Baiyu recalled everything he had found out about the Dream Company in his mind. Thoughtfully, it only said that Dream Company has a wide range of business and is related to the national economy and people's livelihood. But it did not mention this Dream Puree product at all. While she was thinking about it, the white coat took her to the service desk to hand over the payment voucher and make arrangements for the surgery. He immediately took her into the elevator and went up 2 floors before stopping in front of a ward in the middle of the corridor. She didn't push the door open immediately, but suddenly turned around and subconsciously glanced at Baiyu's wrist. Seeing that the red light began to flash again, the white coat's pupils instantly burst, and he pointed at her arm and said, Little girl, why haven't you drank that dream puree yet? The countdown is not long. Baiyu smiled, raised his arm to look at her, and said, Doctor, I'll drink it later. No, there's still 20 minutes left in the countdown, so there's plenty of time. I'll go and see my mother first, who would just enter the game and drink an inexplicable thing that is closely related to the game copy. Unexpectedly, when the man in the white coat heard this, his face instantly became serious. Then when the beep sounds again later, you must drink. Otherwise, you will explode in the room and it will be difficult to clean. Our head nurse's monthly bonus will be gone. Baiyu, explosion? These words actually sounded a bit problematic to Baiyu. But when she thought about it, it should be the hint given to her by the NPC, and she could think clearly. Let's think about drinking that dream puree. In this world, it should be something that everyone knows and everyone does normally. After the white coat finished his instructions, he turned around and opened the door. The two fell silent for a moment and walked in. In the corridor outside the door, people were coming and going. The ward was very quiet, and the only sound that could be heard was the beeping sound of the equipment. There are 3 beds in total, 2 of which are empty, separated by beige curtains. The white coat walked towards the innermost area, with Baiyu following closely behind. An old, unfamiliar face appeared in front of Baiyu. It was Bai Shishi's mother, Guamiling. She has white hair and deep wrinkles. She does not look like she is 50 years old. He was lying on the bed, with his eyes closed and his brows were furrowed. His expression was filled with bitterness and hatred. His breathing was slow and rapid. He must have been asleep. The electrocardiogram next to her was also irregular. Bai Dako looked at the data displayed on each instrument, made some records in the medical record, and then told Baiyu to call them as soon as Guamiling woke up. After saying these instructions, she left. Finally, only Baiyu was left in the room. She sat down on the stool beside the bed, picked up Guamiling's medical record in her hand, and began to think about the contents of the copy in her mind. At this moment, Guamiling's arm made a beep sound. Baiyu was startled and looked over. Sure enough, the glowing red switch button appeared on her arm. Baiyu stepped forward and touched it lightly with her fingers, and the same blood strip appeared on her arm. The exact same countdown. Baiyu pondered for a moment, then took out a bottle of dream puree and carefully opened it. She took it under her nose and smelled it. The smell was like seaweed, with a faint fishy smell. The color is green. Baiyu didn't think much and fed Guamiling directly. As the bottle became empty, the 10 blood bars on Guamiling's arm filled up instantly at a speed visible to the naked eye, and the glowing red button disappeared from the skin. It was as if all the scenes just now were Baiyu's hallucinations. At this moment, she clearly saw that Guamiling, who originally had a frown on her face and had a painful expression on her face, changed her expression to a smile. She seemed to be having a wonderful dream. The electrocardiogram over there showed a much normal trend. There suddenly started to be noisy outside the door. Boom! An explosion and people's screams came from outside the door. Baiyu raised his eyes and saw that the glass window on the door was covered with scarlet liquid and mincemeat. Chapter 430, Delusion City 05. Baiyu put down the medical record and glanced at the sleeping Guamiling before getting up and walking towards the door. The glass window was filled with blood red, which was shocking. She pinched her fingers, ignored the mincemeat and liquid, stood on tiptoes slightly, and looked out through the remaining gap in the window. Old immortal, give it to me quickly. You're robbing someone. You're robbing someone. I bought this for my wife. Old man, try to break your throat. Whoever dares to come forward, I will die with him. In the hallway outside the door, 2 young men and a gray-haired old man were wrestling with each other. Not far away, there was a small row of people watching the theater, including 2 people in white coats. But no one had any intention of trying to dissuade him. The young man seemed to be grabbing something from the old man's hand. You can see red, flashing light coming from the arms of the 2 young guys. The colors flashed very quickly and brightly, just like fried eggs on a timer. Soon, a small silver metal bottle was thrown out by the old man with a bruised nose and face. It was the dream puree that Baiyu had previously spent 299 dream coins to buy. The bottle of dream puree, Gulyalu, rolled out on the ground. One of the guys with long hair ran towards the vial like crazy. The people behind him had just arrived, and he had already unscrewed the cap of the bottle, raised his face, and poured the liquid into his mouth. It only takes 2 or 3 seconds, and it's done in one go. The red light on his hand disappeared instantly. The originally murderous face was replaced by a soft and satisfied expression. The young man who hadn't drank had a ferocious look on his face, and he reached out to pinch him. At this moment, there was a harsh sound of dee-dee-dee-dee-dee. Boom! That man exploded. Baiyu's pupils shrank. After a red mist of blood passed, the long-haired boy's face and body were covered with mincemeat. He raised his hand to wipe away the scraps of flesh on his face. With a happy smile on his lips, he glanced back at the old man who fell on the ground, then raised his feet and left. The onlookers immediately dispersed. Everyone's face was numb, as if he was not surprised by such a scene. Soon, 2 cleaning ladies with mops and buckets came out and began to mutter while cleaning. Hey! The dream puree has been out of stock recently. Look, it's all taken to the hospital. Yes. Originally the hospital's inventory was only for sale to hospitalized patients. Fortunately, these people found the loophole and came here to grab it. Fortunately, although we are non-staff, we can receive 2 every month. So, it is better to be in the dream company. Yes. Yes. Try to perform well and work here until retirement. The 2 eldest sisters were chatting without a word, and just as they were about to sweep to the door, one of the eldest sisters answered the phone and hurried away carrying a mop and bucket. There is only one eldest sister left, who continues to clean. The bucket at her feet was red, but she had no intention of changing it. Baiyu lowered his eyes and glanced at the countdown on his wrist. 8 o'clock, a full 8 minutes remain. She thought for a while, took out a bottle of mineral water from the space, opened the door, and walked out. The ground is a pool of bright red, and so are the walls. Oh my God! There's so much blood. It's too difficult to clean. Baiyu pretended to be surprised. When the eldest sister heard this, she stopped what she was doing. She raised her eyes, glanced at Baiyu, and said in a complaining tone, That's right. Too many people blew themselves up in the hospital this month. Hey, sister, I'm really lucky for you. You look like you're sweating profusely. Do you want to drink some water and take a rest? Baiyu said, and handed her the mineral water in his hand. Chapter 431, Delusion City 06. 5 minutes later, Baiyu, who had finished chatting with the cleaning lady, returned to the ward. From the mouth of the fast-talking elder sister, she managed to get a lot of words out of her mouth. Of course, these words are more about Dream City, and a little about Bai Xiao and her mother. The eldest sister is mainly responsible for the cleaning of this floor. She goes into the ward to clean several times every day, so she has a deep impression on her mother. Naturally, Bai Yu also learned that Bai Xiao had a younger brother. However, these are not reflected on her resume. That younger brother has a bad temper and extremely bad conduct. Once in the ward, in front of the nurse and the cleaning lady, she punched Bai Xiao and Guamiling, just to get a sum of money to pay off their gambling debts. The reason why Guamiling was hospitalized seemed to be directly related to her brother's daily violence. The plot and characters are actually a bit cliché. According to Bai Yu's game experience, the plot and characters arranged in the game have their own purposes. So, what is the purpose of arranging such a tragic demon character for her? Of course, it's okay for her to go through the plot a bit. After all, I have to maintain my character for the time being, and maybe I can get some clues to pass the level from them. But if she was shackled by this, then she would have no choice but to kill her relatives out of justice. Bai Yu retracted his thoughts and glanced at Guamiling on the bed. She was still sleeping, but the smile on her face had obviously faded a lot. And it seems that it is a bit more vicissitudes than before drinking dream puree. Bai Yu looked at the small silver metal bottle in his hand. Thoughtfully, she opened her handbag, took out a small mirror, and looked at her face. Sure enough, an unusually tired face appeared in the mirror. She looked more like 30 than 25. And the whole person is wilted, without any youthfulness and vitality that young people should have. This was within Bai Yu's expectation. The button on Dee's arm lit up again. 0:59, along with the countdown. The red light began to flash crazily. Her fingers touched the button. The remaining red blood bar on his hand has become very pale, as if it will be exhausted in an instant. 0:30, the red light flashes faster. It seems that I can't do it without drinking. After all, she didn't want to turn into a blood mist as soon as the game started. In addition, there is probably something wrong with this dream puree. Since the game was arranged in this way, it was obvious that he wanted to lay a trap for her from the beginning. But at this moment, she could only try her own way to see. After taking a deep breath, Bai Yu unscrewed the bottle cap and drank the expensive dream puree. There is a bit of sea smell in the mouth, and there is also a bit of cold sweetness. It is not unpleasant to drink, but the taste is weird. The blood bar on his arm filled up instantly, and the red flash disappeared. Soon, the liquid seemed to flow along the blood and instantly covered the whole body. Every pore on her body felt like it had been opened and cleaned, making her feel indescribably comfortable. My whole body was extremely excited and full of positive energy. I started to feel indescribably happy. At this moment, she seemed to be lying on a soft marshmallow, sweet and light. Bai Yu was stunned. This potion seems to have a stimulating function. But is the effect that simple? According to dog play ethics, it should not be the case. Bai Yu frowned. And at this moment, something strange happened. Chapter 432, Delusion City 07. I'm Bai Xiao. I have a dream. A soft, bewitching voice sounded inexplicably in her mind. At the same time, thousands of transparent silk threads appeared faintly from the void with a sense of voyeurism, slowly approaching her body. The thread is actually almost invisible and very hidden. But since Bai Yu used the mind space and phantom butterfly skills, and his body has been upgraded many times in the game, his mind perception ability has become stronger many times. Those threads, like tiny daughter flowers, were wrapped around her body. Testing. Seeing that there was no obstruction, he quickly penetrated every pore and got in with a swipe. I'm Bai Xiao. I have a dream. The soft voice sounded again. Bewitchingly, Bai Yu rolled her eyes and subconsciously began to think about what her dream was. Oh, no. What you should be thinking about is, what would Bai Xiao's dream be? She wants her mother to get well soon. She wants to find a good job and earn a lot of money. She wants the devil brother to change his ways. Bai Yu raised his face slightly, with a smile on his lips, eyes flashing with excitement, and the fists in his hands clenched tightly, as if he was determined to achieve these dreams. She just thought about it bit by bit, her thoughts getting deeper and deeper, her dreams getting bigger and bigger, and becoming more and more divorced from reality. Those daughter flower-like threads have penetrated into her blood. They seem to be absorbing nutrients, absorbing their own consciousness and strength. Soon, her whole figure seemed to fall from the clouds. The excitement in my body disappeared, and my relaxed and happy mood was taken over by fatigue and powerlessness, and even a little bit of depression. At this time, she clearly felt that those daughter-like threads were quickly fading away like the tide. Finally, that strange sense of voyeurism completely disappeared. Baiyu pretended not to know. She took a deep breath and looked at her face in the small mirror. As she expected, in less than a few minutes, she became even older and tired. Baiyu, who had finished testing the law with his own body, was silent for a moment. That dream puree is more like a catalyst that makes people excited instantly, allowing her to have all kinds of fantasies. At first, it was close to reality, but slowly it started to become unrealistic. But she didn't want to stop thinking at all. It felt a bit like she was possessed. So where did those weird threads just come from? What do they do by absorbing the consciousness and power from themselves? Could it be related to the dream company where I will interview tomorrow? Xiao, a weak voice came from the bed. Baiyu quickly retracted his thoughts and looked towards the bed. Guamiling woke up with a smile on her face, and she was looking at her daughter with her eyes open. This is Baiyu's second time playing the role of a daughter. However, compared with the white mother who loves her daughter in Heartless City, Guamiling, the white mother, obviously looks very uncomfortable to her. The feeling in her eyes was not the loving feeling that a mother should feel when seeing her daughter. Instead, there is a hint of meanness and calculation, and a feeling of being smiling but not smiling. Mom, you're awake. After all, he had to go through the plot. So Baiyu managed to smile and sat down next to her. Xiao, I'm sorry. This time your brother's matter has cost you money again, Guamiling said and held her daughter's hand. Guamiling's fingers were cold and stiff, and Baiyu subconsciously shrank back. Chapter 433, Dream City, 08. Mom, don't worry. There won't be a next time. The smile disappeared on Baiyu's face, and there was a hint of indifference in his calm words. Maybe she realized that her behavior of shrinking her hands was inappropriate. So she simply stood up and used an excuse to help Guamiling shake the bed. She had previously learned from the cleaning lady that one afternoon, when the eldest sister was about to go in to clean the room, she saw Bai Shixiao's brother kneeling beside the bed, with runny nose and tears, saying that he knew he was wrong. And Guamiling forced her daughter to borrow a large amount of high-interest loans to pay off her son's gambling debts. Baiyu felt extremely angry when he heard it before. Such things are in the copy. If in the real world, she would have shattered Guamiling in her infancy. But at this moment, the word, spending money, could be said easily from Guamiling's mouth, and Baiyu instantly lost all thought of pretending. However, she still had to go through Bai Shixiao's plot for the time being. She finally suppressed her anger for the time being. In addition, she was a little curious. In such a family, how did Bai Xiao obtain a master's degree in medicinal chemistry? Baiyu's words contained a double entendre, and Guamiling couldn't help but choke. She was a little confused. Her daughter was used to being submissive, so why was something suddenly different today? However, she still changed the subject and said, By the way, Xiao, is the interview time for the dream company confirmed? Baiyu's heart skipped a beat, and his expression remained unchanged as he said, It's decided. Tomorrow. After saying that, she got up and rang the call bell. By the way, Xiao, what about my hospitalization? Guamiling is also an old fox. Don't worry, Mom. I've just paid the fee. You can just rest in peace and recuperate. Baiyu comforted her while enduring the discomfort. The embarrassment in Guamiling's eyes disappeared momentarily. Oh, that's good. Thank you for your hard work. Smile. After saying that, she seemed to have remembered something and said, By the way, although you are considered a directional trainee at Dream Company, when you go for the interview tomorrow, don't say that your father worked at Dream Company. Baiyu. My brother just left. Why did a father appear again? In addition, the directional management trainee of the Dream Company? This is new information. My father. She pursed her lips tightly and deliberately hesitated to speak. Guamiling sighed. Her shrewd eyes instantly dimmed a bit. He died very young. Technology was not yet developed at that time. There would be no records of him in the company. From the tone of her voice, Bai Shixiao's father most likely died unexpectedly, and he seemed to have something to do with Dream Company. Perhaps, this is the reason why she was given the identity of Bai Xiao. But now, except for the information on the search engine, she knows nothing about the Dream Company. Oh, okay. In order to avoid revealing his identity, Baiyu didn't hesitate to ask more questions. Creak, the ward door was pushed open at this time. A male doctor wearing gold-rimmed glasses walked in,
with several doctors and nurses. After the regular greetings, the other party began to examine Guamiling. Soon, Guamiling was transferred to the operating room. The operation is not very risky, but it is said that it will take an afternoon. Bai actually wanted to leave a long time ago, so he simply made an excuse, saying that he still had to prepare for the interview, and left early. In fact, after Guamiling knew that she had paid the corresponding fees, she kept urging her to go home quickly and let her prepare well first. After all, it is this daughter who has to make money to support the family. If her daughter's interview was delayed because of her surgery, then her and her son's little money spinner would be gone. After Bai watched Guamiling enter the operating room, he took the bag, pretended to be extremely worried and reluctant, turned around and quickly went downstairs. The world outside the hospital was pretty much what she expected, but the sky and clouds here seemed to be motionless. Chapter 434, Dream City, 09. Bai thought he was being blinded. I looked around and saw a big tree at the side entrance on the right side of the hospital, which could be used as a reference. She didn't think much and walked over. 10 seconds later, the cloud was still motionless, following the painting. This is a bit interesting. At this moment, she discovered that the tree next to her and the flowers and plants in the flower bed next to her looked very fake. It's like that kind of picture that is well modeled but not completely rendered. Looking at the bustling traffic on the main road in front of him, Bai couldn't help but take a deep breath. Is this just a man-made scene? But everyone on the street looks very alive, without a trace of falsehood. Not far away, there was a man with red lights on his hands, screaming and running wildly. Before he blew himself up in the street, Bai looked at the red mist, and suddenly a bold idea came to his mind. Find a chance to get someone to see if there are any circuits or chips in his wrist. But at the moment, she had better go home first. Thinking of this, she took out her mobile phone and searched Chixing. Bai Xiaxia's home is still a little far away from here, but there is a subway that can go there. But something strange happened again. On the map, only the Dream Old City area is shown. All around, there is a blank. At the far corner of the Dream Old City, there is a sign. Dream New City Entrance. Beyond that, nothing more. On the map, there are also many businesses shown. There are the most maternity hospitals, followed by schools, then restaurants, shopping malls, and street shops. They are all large and small, row after row, but most of their names have the word Dream on them. It feels like the Dream Company is about to cover all industries, large and small, in the entire old city. This reminded her of what she had seen on TV before. Some chaebol groups in a certain kimchi country. Their business scope was so wide that it could involve everything from birth to death, including delivery rooms, kimchi, and funerals. Bai retracted his thoughts, clicked on the walking navigation, and walked towards the subway entrance. It's not rush hour, so the subway is not crowded. However, it can be seen that the subway station was built very early and looks very old, with a style that feels like the old industrial era. The only bright colors are the various slogans that can be seen everywhere. Dream. Make life better. Without dreams. What's the difference between that and salted fish? Work hard. The stars are hidden deep in your soul. Dream a distant dream, and every dream will surpass your goals. More lives. More happiness. Add bricks and tiles to achieve your dreams. Blessed are the lives. The seeds of dreams take root and sprout here. Dot. Good positive slogans. Densely pasted here. Just like CX brainwashing words. But looking at it, the slogan only has two keywords, dream and many lives. Bai took a deep breath. No wonder Bai Xiaoxiao had to write such a weird quote at the end of her resume. Try to have 2 friends in 3 years. She looked away, glanced at the Dream New City entrance on the map, and finally bought a ticket to go there. The carriage was very empty, and you could see at a glance that there were very few people going to the entrance of the new city. Bai looked at the cameras everywhere, and finally gave up the idea of walking from the front of the car to the back to ask. She sat down on her seat, took out her mobile phone, deliberately avoided the direction of the camera, and then searched for the orientation training program of her dream company. A few seconds after the train started slowly, a pair of beige high-heeled shoes walked up to him, but Bai pretended not to know. Miss, are you also going to Dream City? A slightly hoarse female voice sounded in my ears. Bai raised his eyes, and a face that was a little haggard but had good facial features came into view. The other person also looked 30 years old, had long wavy hair, and was wearing professional attire. Yes, Bai responded softly. The question of weighty girl is somewhat knowing. This line has only one destination and only one transfer point in the middle. In addition, the fare is expensive. Other subway lines range from 2 to 4 dream coins depending on the distance. This line costs 100 dream coins one way.
Panting.
The other party sat down next to her, then stretched out her hand. After introducing herself, she lowered her voice and said,
Miss, if I guess correctly, we should be going to the same place.
Chapter 435, Dream City, 10. Bai smiled politely and said noncommittally,
So?
Obviously, the opponent has a high probability of being one of the 6 players. Of course, it is not ruled out that some copies will contain some NPCs whose authenticity is difficult to distinguish. However, she still doesn't know what the key to clearing this copy is. And she doesn't know if there will be competition in the later stages. So she doesn't want to expose herself so quickly. What's more, the difficulty level of this dungeon is not low. And the players who come in are all experienced players who are extremely vigilant. It is hard not to make people suspicious that the other party has ulterior motives when he takes the initiative to announce his family status.
So, you said, out of the 6 people, we met first. Does it count as fate?
The other party's hint was obvious. After she finished speaking with a smile, she clicked on her phone and continued.
How about we become friends first? Sorry, I don't understand what you are talking about.
Bai smiled, and then continued to look at his phone. The other party looked embarrassed for a moment, then whispered, oh. However, her eyes still stayed on Bai for a while. Seeing that she still didn't pay attention to him, he moved his seat to the side and took out his mobile phone to consult. The subway to the entrance of Dream New City is very fast. After all, there is only one transfer point in the middle. Before Bai could understand the message, the radio announced that the terminal had arrived. Pan Ting had already stood up first, looking outside and around. Bai took out a mask from his bag and put it on, then deliberately and slowly followed her out of the car. Although there are few people arriving at this station, the route is clear. Bai followed these people while looking at the road signs. The environment here is much better than that at the starting point. The style is also more fashionable and modern. Those strange slogans were not seen. Instead, there were some billboards for medical beauty and health care. Just like the information Bai had seen on previous searches. The Dream New City and the Dream Old City are 2 different worlds. She clicked on her phone and looked at the map again. His eyes paused for a moment. The map of the Dream New City appeared. However, unlike Dream Old City, the businesses displayed on the map are more medical beauty. Banks, hospitals, parks, and entertainment cities. Similarly, their names all have the word dream on them. So, this is considered a wealthy area? Before Bai could think about it, she had already followed the loose flow of people and walked into a spacious and bright hall. On the left side of the hall is a row of luxuriously decorated offices, one of which has the words, Dream Coin Special Channel Exchange Office, written on the door. The woman named Pan Ting, after looking around, turned around and went to the Special Dream Coin Exchange Office. Directly in front of the hall is a row of bright machines and people in uniforms, which looks very much like the security checkpoint at the immigration window. Further inside, there is a void, as if filled with transparent white mist. Most of the people Bai met on the streets of Dream Old City had haggard faces and looked older than their actual age. And the staff here are really refreshed. And the skin on their faces is so tender that you can pinch water. However, the traces of technology and hard work are obvious on most people's faces. There are also some silver-gray robot dogs patrolling quietly around. Bai raised his eyes and noticed that there was a large screen at the top of the hall, scrolling and broadcasting a line of subtitles. Dream New City's entry quota today, 100. Today's entry quota, 89. Today's remaining quota, 11. Bai. Entry. Why is there a limit? She took a deep breath and walked towards the window closest to her. When she got close, the other party had already reached out to stop her in advance.
Hello, madam. Could you please show me the invitation letter?
Invitation card? Bai's heart skipped a beat. But she immediately reacted and pulled out the text message on her phone that the Dream Company invited her to participate in an interview and handed it to the other party. The other party was a young guy. After reading it quickly, he kindly reminded her.
Madam, this information can only be used once. The time written above is tomorrow. Are you sure you want to use it in advance? Oh, that's it.
Bai pretended to be confused, raised his eyebrows,
and said with a smile, "Then I'll come back tomorrow. Thank you." After saying that, she turned to leave. "Stop him!" A scolding came from a window not far away. Bayou turned around and saw a slightly older middle-aged man with a kitchen knife in his hand. He broke through the level and was about to run inside. But before he could take 2 steps, a robot dog opened its mouth like a silver lightning and bit his calf hard. After the man screamed, "Ouch!" The powerful electric current on the robot dog's electric fangs swished and penetrated along the bloody wound. Bang! The man's body fell to the ground, turning into a black mummy. The smell of burnt protein permeated the air. Chapter 436, Dream City, 11. Roar. The remaining robot dogs rushed to the mummy, opened their fangs, and tore him apart in 3 blows. Under the stunned gaze of the onlookers, each robot dog had a tongue covered with soft tentacles sticking out of its mouth. The debris on the ground quickly disappeared without a trace. "Hold the grass! Is it so dangerous? Ahem. Human life in the old city is not valuable to begin with. Keep your voice down. Be careful if you talk nonsense and get blacklisted. You won't be able to go there even if you think about it in the future. Dot!" When a few people from the old city saw this, they were frightened for a moment, wiped the cold sweat from their heads, and turned back to the subway station. The staff standing next to the machine seemed not to be surprised by the mummy just now, and their faces were very calm. The entry security checkpoint quickly returned to normal. Bayou looked at everything in front of him and was silent for a moment. The woman named Pan Ting had already walked out of the Dreamcoin Special Channel Exchange office. Her face looked a lot more haggard. After giving Bayou a solemn look, Pan Ting walked towards the security check channel closest to her. Is there something fishy about the exchange office? Bayou thought for a second, and while she was talking to the staff, she quickly walked towards the exchange office. After entering the door, Bayou quickly glanced at the environment. There are no cameras and no staff. There was nothing in the room except machines with a blue glow. As soon as she stepped into the house, the door behind her was already closed tightly, and she has been transported to an independent machine. It was dark all around. "Hello. How can I help you?" A screen appeared on the machine, and the sound came from the screen. "Bayou, I want to exchange dream coins. How can I exchange them?" A bunch of redemption methods quickly appeared on the screen. Bayou quickly read the 3 lines at a glance, and finally paused at the first and last redemption methods on the homepage. Way 1, hashtag dream redemption, hashtag contribute 3 minutes of dream time, and you can redeem 100 dream coins. Way 30, hashtag rare metal exchange, hashtag 1G of vibranium can be exchanged for 100 dream coins. 1G of mithril can be exchanged for 100 dream coins. 1G of gold, limited to 999 purity and above, can be exchanged for 50 dream coins. Bayou. Dot. Gold is here. Is it so worthless? In addition, the 3-minute dream can be exchanged for 100 dream coins. Isn't it too simple? If this were the case, wouldn't those people with unlimited dreams become millionaires? She reached out and clicked on the first one. A red warning, clang, appeared on the screen. Warning, once dreams dry up, life will face death. Please pay attention to reasonable exchange. Once dreams dry up, life will face death. Bayou silently reread these words, thinking about everything he had encountered before, and began to have some suspicions about this copy. However, there are still some things that she needs to verify. Perhaps these verifications are hidden in the new Dream City. In addition, thinking of Pan Ting who had just gone out, she also understood instantly. Forget it. She decided not to try the law for the time being. It is very likely that after choosing this option, those strange daughter threads that absorb people's spirit and thoughts will appear again. That's why Pan Ting became so haggard in an instant. Bayou pondered for a moment, then took out a gold brick from the space. He then took out the black blade that was as sharp as clay, cut a part of it, and put it on. Bayou, who exchanged a sum of dream coins, put the money into the space. She decided that as a last resort, she would max out by Shishia's credit card first. Anyway, it's still early for the billing date. Just try to clear the game before the bill date comes. Chapter 437, Dream City 12. After Bayou finished everything, he went straight to the window to buy a return subway ticket. The return fare is only 50 dream coins, but it's still quite expensive. She was about to head to the platform when she heard more noisy voices and footsteps in the hall not far behind her. Bayou glanced back, as if it was approaching the rush hour after get-off work. He could see many people coming out of the entrance of Dream New City. All of them were carrying backpacks. Their faces looked tired, and each of them held a work card tightly in their hands. Someone has already raised his legs and ran towards him. Seeing this, Bayu also raised his legs and walked quickly to the platform. As soon as she sat down in her seat, a bunch of people were already pouring in. The subway was soon overcrowded, and everyone standing was so crowded that their chests were pressed against their backs. Those who had seats began to close their eyes and pretend to sleep. Although the air became bad, Bayu suddenly realized that he had not felt this popular, urban feeling for a long time. She pulled up the mask and glanced around casually. The work cards in the hands of those people are still tightly held in their hands. It seems extremely important. Bayu withdrew his gaze. Thoughtfully, it seems that I must pass the interview at Dream Company tomorrow. She lowered her eyes and looked at the clothes she was wearing, and frowned. I don't know if Bai Xiao still has suitable clothes at home, but at least the clothes he wears are wrinkled and slumped. It's damn good if he can pass the interview, and his own face that has experienced many vicissitudes of life. In addition, the shoes on the feet also have some serious signs of wear. During the interview, personal appearance, temperament and dress are actually very important. She remembers that when she was on Blue Star, the HR of some companies would basically determine whether the candidate would pass within a few seconds of seeing the candidate before even talking to them. Bayu thought for a while and felt that he should go shopping to be more cautious. In addition, although the dream old city looks a bit shabby, at least except for the failed modeling, street decorations, it is still normal. She happened to have money now, and wanted to see if she could add some items to put in the space. After all, the supplies I bought in those dungeons in Qingxi Town have been used to a great extent. However, supplies are currently very scarce on Blue Star, so she just takes the opportunity to buy some goods, which is not bad. Asterisk. After thinking about it, the subway has arrived at the station. The door opened, and the crowd poured out like a tide. Seeing that it was almost done, Bayu stood up and walked out slowly. After getting out of the subway, she yawned tiredly. The sky outside became gloomy, as if it was going to rain. It was windy and a bit cold. She tightened her clothes, took out her phone, and looked at the map. Strangely, the Dream New City area has disappeared from the map again. So, it will be displayed only when it reaches that range? Bayu didn't think much and searched the nearby shopping malls. 2 kilometers away, there was a Dream XXX shopping mall. It showed supermarkets and restaurants, which was exactly what she wanted. The electric donkeys and bicycles next to them had all been ridden away. Looking around, there was no taxi or anything in sight. She does have a few small electric donkeys in the real space, but unfortunately, the materials in that space cannot be obtained in the copy space. She had no choice but to take out an umbrella from the space, open it, and walk quickly towards the shopping mall. About 20 minutes later, Bayu arrived at the mall. The mall looked a little old and rundown, and the lights were a little dim. Bayu always felt like he had entered the 1980s. Chapter 438, Dream City 13. The outer wall of the shopping mall is covered with layers of black flowers splashing up. Apparently, there are quite a few people who accidentally self-destructed here. At the entrance of the shopping mall, people are coming and going. There are people who come shopping with their families. There are loving young couples. And there are also people like Bayu who are alone. If you ignore the strange tiredness and oldness on their faces. In fact, everything here is relatively normal. Bayu put away his umbrella, glanced around, then walked in. Judging from her experience in dungeons, there are not many dungeons with shopping malls like this. So she planned to buy all the supplies she could before it reached the dangerous stage. After all, starting from tomorrow, there is a high probability that he will enter a war state. After making a general inspection, she first bought herself a few clothes, a slim suit to wear tomorrow, and the rest are convenient and comfortable sportswear that she can wear even if she returns to Blue Star in the future. She even found a store selling camping equipment. I bought windproof jackets, hiking boots, hiking poles, tents, barbecue grills, fishing poles, everything. Then, there is the food and beverage section, the rice, flour, grain and oil section, the meat section, the frozen section, etc. She basically swept away all these supplies. In fact, if she had time, she thought she should book a reservation or make a bulk purchase. But there is nothing we can do now. The other customers looked at her strangely. However, Bayu wore a mask and simply chose to ignore it.
The mall manager's surname was Zhao. He soon learned that a big customer was coming and greeted him personally with a smile. He is actually only 27 or 28 years old. But he looks like he is already in his 30s. The crow's feet at the corners of my eyes are so deep that they can trap mosquitoes. Looking at Bayu's rhythm of almost emptying half of the supermarket, Manager Zhao was so happy that he couldn't close his mouth. Not only did he say that he would give her a lot of gifts, he also said that they could be delivered to her door. He even asked her how she came here and said he would drive her back in person later. What Bayu wanted was door-to-door delivery. After leaving Bai Shishia's home address and paying the money, Bayu went straight to the dining area. When Manager Zhao saw this, he wanted to invite her to dinner. But Bayu didn't refuse. After all, it just happened to be an opportunity to ask him for some information. So it wasn't a bad thing. Bayu specially chose a small hot pot that he hadn't seen for a long time. First, I haven't eaten for a long time and I'm hungry. In addition, eating hot pot takes a long time. So you can also take the opportunity to chat more. The two of them are familiar with each other. And they quickly started chatting while eating one pot at a time. After a while, maybe it was because the information obtained by Manager Zhao was limited. Or maybe it was due to the game settings. But Bayu didn't get much information out of him, especially about Dream City and Dream Company. In fact, what Manager Zhao knows is basically what Bayu can search online. In addition, Manager Zhao told her that the company that produces Dream Puree is the core company of Dream Company. It is independent from other businesses. As for the information related to Dream Puree, Manager Zhao knew nothing about it. Just tell him that drinking this has become a habit since he can remember. No matter how poor or difficult it is, I will borrow money to buy something because I don't want to die like that. As for why he would blow himself up if he didn't drink, he didn't know. In other words, no one who dreams of the old city knows it. In addition, he has never been to Dream City in his life because he has never received an invitation. Those who can go to dream of a new city are those who have two brushes. Usually people who dream of the old city have a chance to go there by posting their resume or personal information online and receiving various invitations. Of course, everyone who goes there has to sign a confidentiality agreement. So people who have never been there know nothing about it. I just guess that the technology there is very advanced. The environment is very good. And the people living there feel like they are living in paradise. As for the pictures over there, I can't bring them over. Some people have secretly photographed them, but they will be automatically deleted when entering the country. Some people also tried to share, but unfortunately, they blew themselves up as soon as the words came out of their mouths. Bayu can understand. After all, sometimes, what she can find out may be just what the game wants her to know. She asked for a long time, and was almost full when she suddenly thought of a word. By the way, Manager Xiao, since you are also an employee of Dream Company, have you ever heard of the internal orientation management trainees of Dream Company? Hearing this, Manager Zhao held the spicy hairy belly between his fingers and paused. His face became solemn for a second, and he cautiously tried. Miss Imo, are you? Chapter 439, Dream City 14. MOU is the name Bayu just gave himself. She didn't answer Manager Zhao's question immediately, but slowly took a piece of beef roll and put it into the pot, and then said, Of course I'm not, but a relative showed off in front of me, saying that her son is an orientation trainee at Dream Company, and he's so awesome. Manager Zhao's previous subtle expression was captured by Bayu's eyes. In her opinion, his reaction was extremely abnormal. Guamiling said that her daughter Bai Xiao is an orientation trainee at Dream Company. Bayu searched on his mobile phone before, but did not find the corresponding information. According to her understanding at Blue Star, management trainees are actually management trainees. That is to say, some well-known large companies, in order to meet the needs of subsequent management teams, select some excellent college graduates with excellent potential and train them in advance. These management trainees are all good candidates carefully selected from major universities. They are also the youngest and most potential and most effective direct troops in the company. They will all go to senior management positions in the future. They are promoted very quickly, which can be described as rocket speed. And before the fall of Blue Star, many CEOs and CFOs of well-known large companies were born as management trainees. It can be said that if the Dream Company is the Dream Company among graduates, then a position like management trainee is the dream job in Blue Star. But judging from Manager Zhao's reaction, it seems that this is not the case. Manager Zhao? Bayu saw that Manager Zhao's eyes were a little distracted, so he couldn't help but call him tentatively. Manager Zhao was stunned for a moment, came to his senses, glanced around a few times, and then lowered his voice and said,
Ahem. Cough. Cough. Ms. Mo, this relative of yours must have lied to you.
Bai pretended to be surprised and confused.
Lied to us?
Manager Zhao put down his chopsticks, glanced at her, and said,
As far as I know, Dream Company's orientation trainees are all women and there are no men. Moreover, this trainee is actually very sad and has nothing to show off. Why? Generally speaking, don't many large companies prefer male employees and male managers?
Bai looked more confused and curious. Although she now bears Bai Shixia's name and identity, her face is still her own. Although it looks quite haggard, it is still a beautiful face, coupled with the expression on her face that is seeking knowledge at this moment. It is actually difficult for people to refuse to continue to explain, especially an adult man who is very tired from work. However, Manager Zhao did not reply to her immediately. His expression was tangled for a moment, and after glancing left and right a few more times, he lowered his voice and continued.
I don't know why they are all women, but I heard that the internal management trainees of Dream Company actually refer to the people who cultivate children through in vitro fertilization. These people will be directed to the Dream City from time to time to be responsible for raising their children. Most of the families are poor, but a few are in better condition. These families will receive a certain subsidy every month. Although it is small, it is better than nothing. Moreover, the schools where these management trainees go from childhood to adulthood are all designated, except for the changes in their living environment. You can understand everything else as a socialization assembly line.
In vitro culture? Irregular targeted delivery? Socialization assembly line? Why do these words sound like deformed breeders? Especially when coupled with the dream hallucinations that appeared in my mind after drinking the dream puree, and the daughter threads that appeared on my body. It looked even more like it. However, in this way, she could temporarily rule out her previous conjecture that the background of the copy would be the awakening of robots. But, what does the mastermind behind this want to do with these things? Dreams, spirits, and thoughts are, in fact, all illusory things. And if we continue to send management trainees to the old city, it means that this matter is long-term and continuous. The human being in the dream old city is just a donor with a certain function. Is this also the case in Dream City? Bai Yu's heart trembled subconsciously. She inexplicably felt that her outlook on life was about to be shattered in an instant. Chapter 440, Delusion City, 15. It's not like Bai Yu hasn't seen the outrageousness of game copies, but hearing these concepts at this moment still made her feel eye-opening. It seems that the later stage of this dungeon is quite dangerous and difficult. It just seems relatively calm at the moment. Maybe it was because the previous two people had been chatting for a long time. Or maybe it was the topic of management trainees that made Manager Zhao suddenly start talking. And he continued. Actually, people who dream of the old city have a very hard life. They are basically moonlight earners. And they will basically spend all the money they earn every month. Especially those with only one person working in the family may just buy the dream. The money for puree takes up half of my salary. Therefore, many families gradually stop having children. But everything here has to run smoothly, and the population balance needs to be maintained. So I don't know when management trainees started to appear. Of course, there will still be people who are willing to have children. And many of them. After all, for them, raising one is also raising a child. And raising two is also raising a child. And if you raise more, you will enjoy some benefits. Some of those who are able to work in the Dream New City are management trainees, while others are people with 3 or more children at home. After Manager Zhao finished speaking, he changed the subject, picked up the teacup in his hand, and said with a flattering smile, But no matter what, if our mall can meet such a big customer like you today, it's like the sun is coming out from the west. So I ask Ms. Mo, if you have the opportunity in the future, please visit our mall more and take care of our business. Bai Yu smiled, picked up the teacup, and touched it with him. By the way, isn't it said that employees of Dream Company can have 2 bottles of Dream Puree every month? Bai Yu remembered what the 2 cleaning staff at the hospital said when they were chatting. Manager Zhao sighed. Only the medical system has it. The sales channel for Dream Puree is in the medical system. Bai Yu. It's not Ms. Mo. I suddenly realized that most of the people in our old city know what I talked to you about tonight. What about you? Manager Zhao suddenly reacted, with a trace of suspicion on his face. In Manager Zhao's view, there are only Dream New Cities,
and dream old cities in this world. There is no such thing as a sudden visitor from another place. And people who dream of a new city will naturally not sit with him. Bayou smiled coquettishly.
Maybe it was because I had a high fever a while ago and my brain was burned out. I then went for an operation. I just came out of XX hospital today.
Manager Zhao glanced at the spicy hot pot in front of her and was a little doubtful of her words. After surgery? Shouldn't I eat a light diet? But he soon convinced himself, that's right. If his brain wasn't broken, who would buy so many things? Unless there is a mine at home. However, those who dream of the old city cannot withstand the trouble, even if they have a mine at home.
Ms. Mo, please remember to have a good rest later.
After speaking with sympathy, Manager Zhao stood up and went to the cashier. Bayou didn't want to compete with him to pay the bill. After all, he was in the dungeon now, so he could save a little. After Manager Zhao settled the bill, he insisted on sending Bayou home, saying that it was a rainy day and he dreamed of the old city, so it was difficult to take a taxi. Moreover, the supplies she bought had been packed and would be delivered soon, so he happened to rush over to take a look. Bayou had to hurry up and go back to
search home,
so he didn't argue with him. The two left the mall. It's still drizzling outside. Bayou stood at the door waiting. After a while, Manager Zhao drove over in a car with peeling paint. Bayou got into the passenger seat. Manager Zhao looked at the congestion situation on the route on the map, quickly determined a route, started the car, and drove to Bai Shishia's home address. After the car drove out for a while, Manager Zhao suddenly said,
Ms. Mo, do you know leeks?
Bayou. Huh? Of course she knows. Leeks can be eaten vegetables. Of course. It can also refer to some people who have been harvested. For example, those who have lost a lot of money in stocks. Manager Zhao suddenly laughed at himself and said,
In fact, from a certain perspective, people who dream of the new city are like sickles. And people in our old city are like leeks. You know leeks. Once you cut one, another one will grow soon.
Maybe it was relatively private in the car, so Manager Zhao's words were a little bolder. Bayou.
Dot.
This metaphor. Don't tell me. It's quite similar.